After the outbreak of the apocalyptic zombie plague, I astonishingly found myself to be a zombie retaining human consciousness. With a lingering affection for the world of yore, I embarked on a solitary journey. Along the way, the desolate cities were steeped in silence. Once vibrant life reduced to ruins, my fellow undead wandered aimlessly, yet I, with a unique perspective, sought the faintest traces of life amidst the desolation. Each entry in my diary serves as a soulful inquiry into the past and present, chronicling the revelations and insights of a zombie as I traverse this forsaken world, contemplating existence and self. Chapter 1. Transformed into a zombie. When Qingxian opened her eyes again, she certainly did not anticipate that she was still alive. She sat up and glanced at her hands, the pallid skin revealing that she was no longer a living being. This realization prompted a question mark to form in her mind. She then rose to the bathroom to gaze into the mirror. Indeed, she was no longer among the living. She had become a zombie. Yu Qingxian was an individual plagued by extreme social anxiety and severe depression. Her parents had perished in a car accident 3 years prior, leaving her to reside alone in this aging community. Her means of livelihood derived from penning short articles online, earning just enough to stave off starvation. In truth, her attachment to this world was minimal. Just as she contemplated relinquishing her own life, the apocalypse arrived. She had perused numerous apocalyptic novels, but lacked the prowess of their heroines. Thus, she lay in bed for an entire day, prepared to transform into one of the first zombies. Regrettably, that transformation did not occur. She opened the door, allowing a zombie to scratch her through the security gate. From the initial fever to the excruciating pain that led her to faint, Qingxian believed her life reached its end at that moment. She had no desire to flee or to embody the formidable heroine. Perhaps, she thought, she would become a wandering zombie. However, at that time, she had already lost consciousness. Perhaps she would be killed by humans, driven by the urge for fresh blood and flesh, or perhaps, lacking fresh sustenance, she would lose her vitality, becoming a mere corpse. Yet, Qingxian never anticipated that even after transforming into a zombie, she would retain her consciousness. Is this what they call being unable to die, even if one wishes to? After her transformation, Qingxian found herself in a state of idleness. She felt no hunger, no thirst, and even without clothing, she did not feel cold. At that moment, she resembled a soulless automaton. Having remained indoors for several days, she could hear the distant sounds of announcements and gunfire. Despite her awareness, she dared not venture outside, for she was a zombie. Should she step out, she would undoubtedly be mistaken for a human and swiftly shot down. Thus, she only occasionally wandered the hallway. In the corridor on the first floor, several zombies roamed. Though they appeared somewhat grotesque, Qingxian recognized them. Standing at the entrance, she observed these moaning creatures shuffle back and forth, feeling a sense of melancholy. Perhaps they too did not wish to die, unlike her, who viewed death as a form of liberation. Regrettably, those who wished for death did not meet their end, while those who sought to live have become mere shells of their former selves. Qingxian spent much of her time at home, only daring to expand her horizons after a fortnight had passed, when it seemed her neighborhood had been emptied of all living souls. Under the blazing sun, the zombies remained largely inert. She strolled through the community, an umbrella in hand, meandering about. Having resided in this neighborhood for 3 years, she had never truly explored its corners. Living on the ground floor, she was accustomed to overhearing the gossip exchanged among the elderly women during the mornings and evenings. From tales of a neighbor's second daughter to the scandal of another's husband taking a mistress, much of her writing material sprang from these women's conversations. Yet, what lingered most vividly in her memory was the story of a neighbor sister she had never met. Rumor had it that this sister, disinterested in marriage, had embarked on a cycling journey across the nation. Despite the elderly women's disparaging remarks, Qingxian felt a sense of admiration and envy towards her. At least she pursued her desires with unyielding resolve. On the 16th day, the power in Qingxian's community was cut off. The internet vanished as well. What was once a pastime of watching videos transformed into a profound sense of boredom for her. On the 18th day, Qingxian made a bold decision. She would embark on a journey to traverse the nation on foot. With no hesitation, she made her choice in the morning and set forth at noon. Qingxian packed only a small bag, a map, and her sunshade before embarking on her adventure, Due to her profound social anxiety, visiting scenic spots was entirely out of the question for Yu Qingxian. However, at present, her trepidation has somewhat diminished. The absence of living individuals within the tourist attractions assuages her concerns. As for the zombies, they do not initiate conversations with her. Upon her departure, the socially anxious Yu Qingxian even extended a courteous farewell to the zombified uncles and aunts within her residential complex. Oncle Li, aunt Liu, iam departin. Refrain from loitering together, it may elicit unfavorable impressions. While Yu Qingxian, observing the two shambling zombies before her, felt compelled to offer a gentle reminder. Having uttered these words, Yu Qingxian unfurled her umbrella and proceeded outward. Despite the fact that it was already December, the temperature remained unseasonably high. Yu Qingxian resided in a tertiary city, modest in size yet boasting a population of 2 million inhabitants. Based on the broadcasts and informational videos she had encountered in recent days, she was cognizant that approximately 80% of the world's population had transformed into zombies. Furthermore, their nation of China possessed its own bases, urging survivors to seek refuge within them. These bases represented destinations for survivors, yet they were places Yu Qingxian sought to evade. Clutching her map, she scrutinized the locations marked upon it. Each of these survivor bases was conspicuously crossed out with a large red X, signifying her absolute avoidance. Given her intention to embark on a pedestrian journey, she resolved to commence within her province of residence. Her locale was a prominent tourist province, replete with numerous scenic areas. Although the broadcasts cautioned against venturing toward the borders, Yu Qingxian, contrarily, gravitated in that precise direction. Upon exiting the residential complex, Qingxian encountered a multitude of abandoned vehicles lining the road, some containing lifeless bodies and others housing the undead. The streets were teeming with wandering zombies. Qingxian did not recognize them, nor did they pay her any heed, which granted her a considerable sense of relief. However, this tranquility was short-lived. Within half an hour, the sharp crack of gunfire echoed, accompanied by the sounds of vehicles. Startled, Qingxian quickly sought refuge to the side. Interestingly, the nearby zombies, drawn by the commotion, shuffled toward the noise. She retracted her umbrella and grasped one of the passing zombies, imploring, "Do not go there, there are humans." The zombie, irritated by her hold, bared its teeth and growled at her. Understanding its intent, Qingxian reluctantly released her grip, watching as the other zombies surged forward, their eagerness suggesting the presence of some treasure ahead. Yet, Qingxian was acutely aware that what lay ahead were human, the sworn enemies of these undead beings. Despite her innate social anxiety, she possessed the quintessential trait of her compatriots, a penchant for gossip. Her survival in the past had largely depended on the daily snippets of news shared by the neighborhood Annies and the internet. As the zombies meandered towards the source of the noise, a flicker of curiosity ignited within Qingxian. Under normal circumstances, she would have simply turned and walked away. However, in this instance, her fear had considerably diminished. Stealthily, she trailed behind the horde of zombies, drawn toward the cacophony. From a distance, she spotted several vehicles, with even some greenery emerging from within them. As long as a zombie approaches, it will be struck away by these tendrils. Yu Qingxian immediately realized that there were individuals with special abilities inside the vehicle. Chapter 2. After all, others have the right to live. Yu Qingxian observed as the zombies pursuing the vehicle were shot in the head by the humans inside. She reached up to touch her own head. Although she was merely a spectator, she did not venture too close, maintaining a safe distance. Inside the car, there were only 3 people and a dog. As the tendrils retracted, the front passenger door swung open, and a dog leapt out. Following this, a young woman emerged from the driver's seat. The woman appeared to be in her early 20s, likely 6 or 7 years younger than Yu Qingxian. Her striking beauty and confident demeanor suddenly reminded Yu Qingxian of the heroines she had encountered in post-apocalyptic literature. Leaning against the wall, Yu Qingxian watched as the group entered a supermarket. The zombies were kept at bay by a roll-up door, helplessly watching as delectable food was brought inside. These zombies clawed at the door, muttering curses. While humans could not comprehend the words of the undead, Yu Qingxian, now a zombie herself, understood their utterances. However, she had no intention of translating for the humans. Since there were humans in this place, it was clear that she could not linger here indefinitely. After all, she had already transformed into a zombie and felt no need for sustenance. Though uncertain if she would perish from hunger, she had no craving for human flesh or blood. After approximately 2 hours, the trio and a dog emerged once more. The zombies at the entrance had dispersed, but upon hearing a sound, they reassembled. Qingxian observed as the three individuals loaded some items into their vehicle before departing. She seldom frequented supermarkets in the past, yet she had to admit that prior to the apocalypse, takeout was indeed a remarkable invention, providing the most essential items with utmost convenience. However, this was the first occasion in 3 years that she had confidently strolled through a supermarket since childhood. She had harbored a fear of crowds, rarely venturing out unless accompanied by her parents. Even after over a decade of schooling, she remained a stranger to her classmates, yet now she strolled openly along the streets, browsing through the supermarket with an air of nonchalance. Nonetheless, the supermarket was in disarray, with food items strewn across the floor. While Qingxian picked up a bag of disordered goods from the shelf, tore it open, and sampled its contents. It was neither delectable nor distasteful, rather, it was devoid of flavor. Yet, she hesitated to indulge further, uncertain if her stomach could tolerate such fare. After perusing the aisles, she arrived at the clothing section. The sight of neatly arranged garments and dresses filled her with excitement as she playfully draped the lovely skirt over herself. However, her body bore unsightly bruises, rendering any dress unflattering. Nevertheless, Qingxian remained indifferent after all, who would concern themselves with what a zombie might wear. Her own contentment was sufficient. She changed into a teal dress and selected a few more beautiful pieces to place in her backpack. The bag was not large, yet the dresses occupied little space. Moreover, it contained only a handful of photographs with her parents. In truth, Qingxian was not without relatives, however. They regarded her as an oddity. Even in the presence of unfamiliar individuals, she would become so overwhelmed that she would struggle to breathe between her sobs. This had been her nature since childhood. Before the age of 3, Qingxian did not bear the name. She now holds the specifics of her former name elude her. Although it was recorded in the household register, that document had been consumed by flames along with her parents 3 years ago. She never sought to replace it. Living in solitude and avoiding social interactions, she remained detached from the world. As she exited the supermarket with her garments, she left several hundred yuan at the cash register. "I shall take these clothes, although I am aware that money holds no value now," Qingxian remarked before departing the establishment. Her pace was unhurried. She wandered throughout the afternoon, covering merely a few kilometers, scarcely leaving the city limits. As dusk descended, she surveyed her surroundings and chose to enter a seemingly decent hotel. Behind the counter, 2 zombies stood, their uniforms indicating they were hotel staff. Upon noticing Qingxian's entrance, their initial excitement morphed into a blank stupor. While sounds could capture their attention, Qingxian, being one of their kind, did not elicit their interest. Thus, the 2 zombies continued to meander behind the counter. Qingxian chose to ignore them and made her way towards the elevator. After pressing the button for an extended period with no response, she recalled that there had been a power outage the previous night. Consequently, Qingxian ascended the staircase. The stairwell was also inhabited by zombies, and she could even see the remnants of individuals who had plummeted from the upper floors, their bodies having long since decayed. However, Qingxian had grown accustomed to such odors and calmly continued her ascent. With no elevator available, she preferred not to exert herself further and decided to find a room on the 2nd floor to rest. The unoccupied rooms had their doors ajar, while the closed doors were beyond her ability to open. Thus, she entered one room that appeared quite satisfactory. She intended to spend the night there once more. Initially, Qingxian had anticipated that her first night out in this post-apocalyptic world would be tranquil. However, her expectations proved overly optimistic. Just as she was drifting into a deep slumber, a sudden explosion jolted her awake, causing her to tumble from the bed. She glanced out the window, witnessing smoke and flames billowing from a building several hundred meters away. In these times, the only probable cause for an explosion in a residential area was likely human intervention. This realization indicated that there were indeed other humans in her vicinity. This left Qingxian somewhat perplexed. Why was it that there always seemed to be other humans around her? Nevertheless, she did not harbor an overwhelming disdain for humanity that would compel her to wish for their complete annihilation. After all, others possessed the right to live as well, that if she were human, she would naturally be concerned about zombies, along with various zombie creatures, and even the complexity es of human nature. However, as a zombie herself, she need not fret over the undead or their monstrous counterparts by merely keeping her distance from humanity. She could evade a myriad of troubles. Yet, less than half an hour into her repose, Qingxian heard the sound of an approaching vehicle. Indeed, the auditory acuity of a zombie is remarkable. Even before the vehicle came into view, she detected its presence. While this was fortuitous for Qingxian, as it allowed her to avoid an encounter with humans, she now felt a sense of foreboding regarding her own safety. It appeared that the vehicle had halted right outside the hotel where she resided. Then, she overheard a conversation. "Let's stay here tonight, there aren't many zombies around, and this hotel seems quite decent. It's on the outskirts of the city, so we can rest here for the night and leave in the morning," a young man's voice suggested. "All right," replied a girl's voice, indicating that she was likely in a position of leadership within the group. Following her acquiescence, the individuals prepared to settle into the hotel. Chapter 3. Digging a Grave. At this moment, Qingxian felt a surge of panic. As a zombie, she was the enemy of humanity. If her appearance were akin to that of a human, perhaps she could have blended in undetected. Yet, her visage was unmistakably that of a zombie. Perhaps due to the agony experienced during her transformation, a deep gash marred her mouth. Though she felt no pain, her ashen skin and the gash at the corner of her mouth rendered her anything but ordinary. However, this was not the gravest concern. The most alarming revelation for Qingxian was the sound of barking dogs, instantly conjuring images of the trio she had encountered earlier that day. Their formidable prowess was something Qingxian had witnessed firsthand. Even 10 of her would be effortlessly vanquished, for she was merely an ordinary zombie. Fortunately, the room was soundproof, allowing her to remain oblivious to the movements of these individuals as they ascended several floors. It was not until her door was tugged that she instinctively collapsed to the floor, feigning death. With the power out, the door's lock was rendered ineffective, permitting entry from the outside. Thus, lying on the ground, Qingxian heard footsteps entering the room. "This place is surprisingly clean, it appears to be unoccupied. Damn, there's someone." The leader of the group, having ventured inside without initially spotting her, turned a corner past the bathroom wall only to behold Qingxian sprawled on the floor. To him, she appeared lifeless, breathless, with a pallid complexion and a deep fissure marring her face. In that moment, a girl followed behind him. Upon noticing Qingxian on the floor, she glanced at the furnishings beside the bed before approaching. Qingxian, in a state of utter trepidation, pondered the randomness of her misfortune. With so many rooms in the hotel, why had they chosen this one? Regardless, her absence of breath and heartbeat meant that even if they sought to test for signs of life, it would prove futile. She merely needed to lie still upon the ground. Yet, she was fully prepared for the girl to test her breath. To her astonishment, she found herself levitating into the air. "Qingxia, what are you doing? She is already dead." The youth had not anticipated Gu Wanqing would lift this corpse from the floor. However, Gu Wanqing remained oblivious to his words, placing Qingxian gently upon the bed and tucking her in snugly. "My apologies for the disturbance. I and my friend shall take our leave. Please rest well." Gu Wanqing addressed Qingxian, gazing at her serene form upon the bed. Having uttered these words, Gu Wanqing exited with the two companions. Only her dog lingered briefly at the bedside, sniffing, before following them out. Once Qingxian heard the door click shut, enveloping the room in silence, she slightly opened her eyes, ensuring the absence of others before allowing herself to relax. Should those individuals have lingered, she would have risen and dashed out. Though the younger sister was gentle, Qingxian still felt a sense of discomfort. Thus, she lay on the bed until dawn broke. In truth, she had transformed into a zombie. Whether she slept or not was inconsequential. Yet, being human in thought, she still felt the innate urge to slumber at night. However, sleep eluded her completely. And indeed, as the first light of day emerged, her door was pushed open. "Qingxia, why do you concern yourself with her? She is dead." The youth followed Gu Wanqing into the room, perplexity etched upon his face. At that moment, Qingxian felt a twinge of exasperation within. "Dear sister, this is the apocalypse point. One ought to have collected supplies and proceeded to the survivor's base, rather than exhibiting benevolence by burying a corpse here. She is indeed deceased, yet not entirely so. There is no need to inter her in the earth." However, Yu Qingxian understands that speaking at this moment would lead to her demise. If she were to utter a word, she would certainly meet her end. Since fate has spared her thus far, she certainly shall not succumb now. Ji Yuanqing placed Yu Qingxian in the vehicle and swiftly dispatched two approaching zombies. Although Yu Qingxian did not open her eyes, she was aware that should she suddenly rise, the outcome would be dire. Hence, Yu Qingxian was buried in a pit dug by Gu Wanqing, who also set her belongings beside her. Fortunately, Yu Qingxian no longer required respiration, and being buried would not bring her discomfort. Oblivious to temperature, and aside from the overwhelming scent of earth and decay, it was rather pleasant. This led Yu Qingxian to contemplate that once she had traversed all the places she wished to visit, she might dig a pit for herself. Lying on the ground was indeed quite comfortable. Thus, Yu Qingxian slumbered beneath the earth. When she finally emerged, the horizon had been tinged with crimson, having slept from morning until dusk. She truly could sleep. Yu Qingxian glanced down at her new dress, now marred with dirt. She rummaged through her backpack, discovering two clean dresses as a backup. After changing her attire, she surveyed her surroundings and realized she had departed from the Urbana. REA. At that moment, she found herself in a greenbelt outside the toll station on the outskirts of the city. Yu Qingxian turned her gaze to the surroundings. The area near the toll station was littered with discarded vehicles, accompanied by the remnants of zombies. Some of the corpses bore wounds that appeared quite fresh, likely the result of Gu Wanqing and her companion's actions. It seemed there existed a survivor's base nearby, which explained why Gu Wanqing chose to bury her in this location, even adorning the grave with a bouquet of flowers. This act took Yu Qingxian by surprise. She had initially imagined that someone capable of thriving in such a post-apocalyptic world would possess a demeanor akin to the protagonists. In dystopian novels more detached and cold-hearted. To her astonishment, Gu Wanqing had granted a burial to a deceased stranger, complete with flowers. This prompted Yu Qingxian to silently pray for that individual, wishing for her peace and safety in this harsh world. With her thoughts settled, Yu Qingxian proceeded towards her destination. Her first stop was a wetland park she had long desired to visit, albeit one that had been overcrowded in Tichti past. Now, it was certain to be devoid of people, making it an opportune moment for her to explore. The distance from her current location was a mere 50 kilometers, and with a couple more days of travel, she could reach it. After all, she had no need to eat or sleep, nor would she tire easily. She could traverse the distance within a day and night. With this in mind, Yu Qingxian set off, following the highway ahead. Based on her extensive reading of zombie novels, she understood that in the aftermath of the apocalypse, highways were typically congested, with few survivors opting to travel them. Instead, they preferred the rural roads. Despite the abundance of towns, they also harbored ample supplies, making them frequent haunts for survivors. At this moment, those who dare to roam outside in search of supplies are not ordinary individuals. Yu Qingxian, as a zombie, certainly would not recklessly confront the barrel of a gun. Thus, she opted for the perilous highway, as perceived by humans. She deftly navigated over the wreckage of colliding vehicles. Some zombies, trapped beneath the cars, turned their gaze towards her upon hearing the noise, only to resume their struggles and howls upon recognizing her as one of their kind. Yu Qingxian comprehended their thoughts, which revolved around hunger and the desire to consume. However, she had little inclination to concern herself with their fates. Although she shared a semblance of kinship with them, her thoughts remained distinctly human. Naturally, she instinctively regarded flesh-eating monsters as malevolent beings, though she excluded herself from this categorization. She considered herself a benign zombie, one who refrains from preying on humans.
Chapter 4. The party in full swing. As Yu Qingxian advanced for a while, the sky darkened completely. Although she was uncertain whether her transformation into a zombie had any bearing on it. The distinction between day and night seemed to lie merely in a slight dimming of visibility. Yet, the night posed little hindrance to Yu Qingxian's sight, which was precisely why she chose to continue her journey into the darkness. After approximately 3 hours of walking, she suddenly spotted a beam of headlights illuminating the surroundings. Startled, Yu Qingxian crouched down, concealing herself behind the protective barrier of the expressway. However, numerous zombies nearby began to stir restlessly in response to the light. As she squatted there, 2 zombies approached her, completely disregarding her presence, and attempted to trample her face. This left Qingxian somewhat exasperated. She reached out and shoved one of them aside. It seemed the vehicle merely passed by, swaying momentarily before vanishing from sight. Rising to her feet, she found the zombie that had aimed to stomp on her face swaying before her. In a moment of irritation, she unceremoniously toppled it over the barrier, causing it to crash heavily onto the ground. Regrettably, the zombie was impervious to pain. It quickly regained its footing, and, in an ironic twist, the retaliation from Qingxian had inadvertently granted it newfound freedom. Watching the zombie shuffle toward the town, Qingxian couldn't help but scratch her head in bewilderment. She mused that zombies might actually find themselves safer on such elevated expressways. Though they risked starvation, they were unlikely to face immediate death. She brushed her hands off and continued on her way. Yet, after only a few steps, the sound of gunfire echoed through the air. This noise prompted all the zombies on the expressway to converge toward the source of the commotion. Some zombies, pushed by those behind them, tumbled off the highway. Qingxian stood aside, observing the undead cascade down like dumplings, only to rise again and shuffle towards the source of the sound. She was unaware of how many living souls resided within that vehicle. Even a few gunshots could lure the entire town's horde of zombies. Although Qingxian grappled with social anxiety, she did not harbor any anti-human sentiments. Glancing down at the highway, she noted that the height was not daunting. After some contemplation, she decided to leap down, understanding the situation was paramount. As long as she kept her distance from humans, she would be utterly safe. Upon entering the town, she stealthily followed the zombies. At last, she spotted the vehicle, yet there were no signs of human presence. The wheels were damaged, and the windshield was shattered, indicating a hasty abandonment. If there had been a functioning vehicle, Qingxian mused that the chances of escape for the occupants might have been significantly greater. On foot, however, they would undoubtedly be surrounded by the entire horde. She was certain she could not carve a bloody path to safety like those protagonists in zombie tales. Yet, if left unattended, these individuals might either escape or succumb to their fate. A peculiar scent wafted towards her, reminiscent of the aroma of meat and cake. She had previously detected this fragrance on Jiu Wanqing and her companions, initially assuming it stemmed from their supplies. Now, it dawned on her that this was not the scent of food, but rather the essence of humanity as perceived by zombies. The stench of blood would surely be repugnant to human senses, even eliciting feelings of nausea. Yet, to the undead, these scents were delectable. Even the subtle odors emitted by humans can alert the zombies to their presence. These scents do not resemble the myriad of fragrances perceived by the human nose. Rather, to the zombies, they manifest as an array of delectable aromas. This indicates that humanity indeed persists within this town, even if their scent goes undetected. Qingxian can simply follow the zombies, for her ashen skin unmistakably resembles that of a zombie, albeit one that has not succumbed to decay as severely. Qingxian observed the multitude of zombies converging upon a multi-storied building, likely the refuge of the humans. While it may suffice to hide here for a day or two, prolonged seclusion would either result in being devoured by the undead or succumbing to starvation. Thus, an escape plan must be devised. She furtively scanned her surroundings before stealthily moving in another direction. As long as the humans maintain silence and avoid drawing attention, they might find a way to evade the zombies, particularly if some distraction lures the creatures away. This was perhaps the extent of Qingxian's capabilities. Ultimately, their survival would rest upon their own fates. She stumbled upon the town's broadcasting room, where the recording device likely had a backup power source. Connecting the broadcast was imperative. This would attract the zombies to her location. Hosting a midnight gathering for her kind should pose no significant challenge. After much tinkering, she finally established the connection. Initially, she intended to call out and guide the humans to safety, but reconsidered, speaking would inevitably reveal her identity. Thus, she decided against it. Once the broadcast commenced, the zombies would be drawn to the sound, and if the humans were not foolish, they would recognize this as their chance for escape. Certainly, at this moment, Qingxian was unaware that the survivors hiding in that building felt utterly trapped. They had originally come to this town in search of supplies, only to be pursued by zombies, and then their vehicle suffered a flat tire. Out of control, the car crashed into a wall, rendering it inoperable. They had no choice but to abandon the vehicle and flee. Supplies remained unfound, while their only means of escape lay wrecked in this place. Now, the zombies of this town had gathered, drawn by the echoes of gunfire. The leader glanced at the trembling youth, feeling a sense of helplessness. No amount of blame could remedy the situation now. Had it not been for those gunshots, the zombies would have been attracted solely by the noise of the vehicle. Yet, inexplicably, the young boy had fired several shots, stirring the zombies throughout the town into a frenzy. Trapped on this upper floor, escape seemed nearly impossible. Although they had secured the door, their food supplies were critically low, insufficient to sustain them for more than a few days. What should they do now? One individual appeared notably composed. He stood at the window, observing the gathering horde of zombies below, and began to inquire. In truth, there was still a glimmer of hope for escape. All that was needed was someone to act as bait. However, the one who took on this role would undoubtedly face demise. So, who would be willing to serve as bait? Just as he finished speaking, a crackling sound resonated in the air. What was that noise? Others had also heard it. It was unbearably jarring. It must be the town's broadcasting station. But was anyone still inside? In this post-apocalyptic world, more than 20 days have passed. Who could possibly endure a month in such a small town? As their words lingered in the air, the broadcast unexpectedly erupted into song. The volume was so overwhelming that all the zombies below gravitated toward the source of the sound. Observing the zombies' departure, the group realized this was their prime opportunity to escape. Was there anyone in the broadcasting room? Perhaps that individual had inadvertently saved them. 5 individuals descended the stairs and made their way toward the outskirts of the town. For the moment, they had indeed evaded danger. However, was the person responsible for the broadcast truly safe? Surely there was no one left. Even if someone remained, they would have fled. As no one would be foolish enough to linger if a horde of zombies approached. The leader expressed this thought. Yet, after uttering these words, they chose a secure spot to observe if anyone would emerge from the town. Unbeknownst to them, the very person who had aided their escape was hosting a party. Chapter 5. The zombie sense of smell exceeds that of dogs. Qingxian found the sight of the zombies converging toward the broadcasting room to be somewhat magnificent. Their guttural roars did not evoke a sense of discomfort within her. Indeed, with death came a reduction in her social anxiety. Of course, this was only relevant to the zombies, as they would never engage her in conversation. Even if she attempted to initiate dialogue, these creatures would remain indifferent. Watching the zombies congregate below, she wondered whether the others had managed to flee. Yet, her options were limited. In her human form, her physical strength had been rather average. Now, as a zombie, while fatigue was no longer a concern, she was certainly not adept at combat. Moreover, she had aspirations of travel. Qingxian lured the zombies over and, observing their eager gazes directed towards the upper floor, she emerged from the broadcast room. Witnessing the ravenous undead clamoring for sustenance, she merely clasped her hands in a gesture of apology, expressing that there was no food available. However, she hoped they could linger for a while without issue. With those words, she turned and descended the stairs. The zombies had already ascended, yet they disregarded her presence, continuing their ascent. Qingxian felt a pang of helplessness. Though she had drawn them here, denying them sustenance felt rather unethical. However, committing murder is a crime. Although they were zombies, they were benign creatures, not prone to violent acts. Navigating through the throng of zombies, she avoided the main thoroughfare. She feared that if those individuals were lurking outside the town, they might recognize her, and that would spell disaster. Thus, like a stealthy thief, she scaled the walls of one house and then another. The cover of night served her well. Even if those individuals possessed night vision goggles, it would be difficult for them to spot her. It was indeed a challenge for her current form. After much effort, Qingxian finally escaped the confines of the small town, only to notice a flicker of movement at a nearby gas station. How could there still be people here? She distinctly recalled departing the town from the opposite direction of those individuals. Had fate conspired to cross her path again? Thankfully, her zombie senses were sharper than a dog's, preventing a potentially disastrous encounter. Surely, these people wouldn't be waiting here to obstruct her, would they? This was quite the inconvenience. Qingxian stealthily plotted a new course, quietly making her way onto the highway from the gas station. She stood on the highway, still able to hear the faint broadcast from the town. As for the people at the gas stations, Qingxian had no intention of intervening any further. She had already extended her assistance once, the rest was up to them. With this thought, Qingxian adjusted her backpack and continued onward. She walked southward, deliberately avoiding the survivor base. There are numerous survivor bases in Huaxia, many of which are constructed upon military installations. For instance, the survivor base near City K is a converted military base, originally fortified with tall, sturdy walls. Coupled with the presence of troops, it serves as a commendable refuge. However, such shelters are merely temporary. They would be unable to withstand a zombie horde. Consequently, Huaxia is in the process of establishing larger and safer bases. Nonetheless, this did not concern Qingxian any longer. As the first rays of sunlight crept over the horizon, she squinted against the brightness. It was only 7 in the morning, yet the heat wave had already set in. Nevertheless, she could tolerate the current temperature. With the town nearby, she could not use an umbrella. If spotted, she would surely be inundated with inquiries. As Qingxian ambled along, she noticed that the vehicles on the highway were dwindling. It seemed that there would be no obstructions ahead. The next exit was still 30 kilometers away, and she needed to change her course toward the west. Just as she prepared to turn westward, the sound of approaching vehicles prompted her to crouch down, revealing half her head to observe the national road outside the highway. A somewhat dilapidated bus was speeding along the road, carrying a dozen passengers, with several zombie dogs trailing behind. Despite the transformation into a zombie, the canine exhibited remarkable velocity. Observing this, Qingxian couldn't resist capturing the scene with her camera. As she was on a backpacking journey, she felt compelled to photograph the sights she encountered along the way. Had she remained human, she likely wouldn't have possessed the inclination to appreciate such things. Just as Qingxian finished taking the photograph and prepared to rise, a series of gunshots abruptly forced her head back down. Her gaze shifted toward the approaching SUV, which she recognized instantly. It was Qingxian's vehicle, the same one in whose trunk she had rested the previous day. The gunshots emanated from Qingxian's car. Crack, 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 crack. Each shot found its mark, resulting in immediate headshots. The zombie dogs, propelled by their speed, were sent flying, crashing into the roadside. With the threat neutralized, the bus ahead decelerated, halting as the SUV caught up. Due to the distance, Qingxian couldn't discern the content of their conversation. However, the expressions on the faces of the bus passengers suggested they were expressing gratitude to Qingxian. Qingxian glanced at the bus before her gaze fixated on something specific. She promptly circled the front of the vehicle and re-entered her car. Qingxian was intrigued by Qingxian's intentions, although she harbored a general dislike for humans. She found herself strangely fond of Jiyu Wanqing, who had shown her kindness by leaving flowers at her grave. In such times, displaying benevolence towards a stranger was indeed a rare occurrence. Upon Jiyu Wanqing's return to the car, chaos erupted within. Yu Qingxian narrowed her eyes, focusing on the bus, and witnessed Jiyu Wanqing forcibly ejecting someone through the window. The individual landed on the ground, motionless. Suddenly, they sprang to their feet and lunged at the young boy who had accompanied Jiyu Wanqing. The young boy bore a long knife upon his back. In an instant, he cleaved the assailant in half, leaving him with but a portion of his head intact. It was evident that the bus harbored infected individuals who had cunningly concealed their injuries. Those disembarking from the vehicle were left in utter shock, realizing that their transport had been compromised by the presence of the infected. Had it not been for the young girl pursuing them, their fate would have likely been sealed. Not only was the driver taken aback, but even Yu Qingxian found herself in awe of Jiyu Wanqing's formidable prowess. Of course, the more impressive Jiyu Wanqing proved to be, the more Yu Qingxian felt compelled to distance herself, lest she become embroiled in a conflict where she might not even have the chance to plead her case before meeting her demise. Thus, it was prudent to make her exit. The spectacle was not one she could afford to witness. Yu Qingxian edged away to the opposite side of the highway, rising to her feet in a position where Jiyu Wanqing and her companions could not see her. However, as she turned, she was startled by a horde of zombies looming in the distance. What a sight! The throng appeared to number in the thousands. Whether they were drawn by the gunfire remained uncertain, but the highway's obstruction, coupled with a bend in the road, ensured that Jiyu Wanqing's group remained oblivious to the impending onslaught. Yu Qingxian brought her hand to her forehead in contemplation. To rescue or not to rescue, that was the dilemma. Chapter 6. Have you lost your mind? I have an umbrella. But how could she attract Jiyu Wanqing's attention? A sudden thought struck her regarding Jiyu Wanqing's dog. The creature's keen sense of smell and hearing should alert it to any disturbances on the highway. With this in mind, Yu Qingxian surveyed her surroundings and spotted a lone zombie ambling in her direction. This revelation ignited a spark in Yu Qingxian's eyes. She hastily approached, guiding the zombie towards Jiyu Wanqing and her companions. Upon reaching the edge, she crouched down and forcefully lifted one of its legs, allowing the zombie to dangle over the elevated railing. The guttural sounds of the creature immediately captured the attention of a nearby dog. Upon hearing the barking, Yu Qingxian instinctively crouched and sprinted to a nearby vehicle, pulling a corpse over herself as a makeshift disguise, feigning death. The youth followed the dog onto the highway, effortlessly dispatching the zombie suspended on the railing, only to find nothing of significance. However, the dog began to advance towards Yu Qingxian's position, inducing a wave of anxiety within her. Please, don't find me. Look over there. If her heart were still capable of beating, she would have felt as if it might leap from her chest. The debt of concealing a corpse is indeed a challenging one to repay. Fortunately, the dog merely passed her by, leaping onto the opposite side of the highway, baring its teeth in vigilance. The youth, hearing the dog's growls, turned his gaze in that direction. Upon witnessing the throng of zombies, he swiftly retreated, the dog in tow. At that moment, the youth felt a sense of relief, thankfully. The dog had reacted to the zombie, or they would have been overwhelmed. Sister Qing, we must hurry. A horde is approaching, likely numbering around 2,000. We cannot withstand such a force, his voice echoed from near to far. The dog dashed away, yet Yu Qingxian remained frozen in place. Only when she heard the engine roar to life did she throw off the corpse and rise to her feet. At that moment, the zombies emerged from the underpass below the highway. The throng of figures moved steadily towards the direction where the vehicle had vanished. The bus and the off-road vehicle had long since departed, leaving Yu Qingxian standing on the highway, watching as the cars disappeared onto the national road. How splendid, she mused. At last, she and Jiu Wanqing had settled their accounts. With this thought in mind, Qingxian picked up her map and headed westward. Observing the zombies moving in the opposite direction, she tilted her head to watch their path. Once they had cleared, leaving only a few incapacitated zombies struggling to rise, she descended from the highway. Seeing the writhing undead on the ground, she politely assisted the few zombies back to their feet, wiping her hands on their tattered clothing in the process. See, it's best to steer clear of areas densely populated with zombies, as it may lead to trampling incidents, Qingxian remarked. Although she rarely ventured outside, her daily online activities had only intensified her aversion to humanity. Indeed, crowds could be quite terrifying. Yet, despite her well-meaning counsel, the zombies persisted in dragging their broken bodies to pursue the larger group, paying her no heed. Observing their rudeness, Qingxian felt indifferent. It was futile to offer wisdom to those bent on self-destruction. Since a horde of zombies was approaching from this direction, it was unlikely that any living beings would remain. Nevertheless, she bowed in the direction the zombies had departed, wishing them safe travels. Once, humans were her kindred. Now, the zombies shared that same bond. If only the undead could possess her restraint and refrain from preying upon the living, perhaps coexistence could be achieved. But alas, such matters were beyond the grasp of a being caught between life and death. As the sun rose, Qingxian, inherently sensitive to the heat even as a human, found herself even less tolerant of the warmth now that she had become a corpse. She unfurled her umbrella and continued her journey forward, following the map. The next 30 kilometers are devoid of toll booths, and the entire highway is elevated, which brought a sigh of relief to Qingxian. Given the elevated nature of the road, the national and rural roads are situated on the ground, a dozen meters below. There's a toll station a little over 40 kilometers away, but it's likely congested with wrecked vehicles, mirroring the condition of the previous 2 toll stations she passed. Consequently, while vehicles may be present between the 2 toll stations, it's highly improbable that humans would drive onto the highway unless the area were under human control and the roads cleared. However, clearing such an unimportant highway is unlikely. Furthermore, with the apocalypse nearly a month old, the survivors in this area have either fled or perished. Qingxian, observing the sun-wilted zombies before her, even cheerfully greeted them. However, the zombies could only seek refuge in shaded areas, which further improved Qingxian's mood. Silly you! I have an umbrella. Qingxian twirled her umbrella and skipped forward with a touch of smugness. She had initially planned to cover the 50 kilometers in 24 hours. But after a day and a night, she had traveled less than 30 kilometers. Clearly, Qingxian had underestimated her tendency to indulge her curious nature. Indeed, even for a social recluse, the human instinct to seek out excitement persists. As the afternoon sun waned, Qingxian furled her umbrella. The highway, devoid of humans, the setting sun, and the surrounding mountains were undeniably beautiful. Qingxian took out her camera and captured a few photographs before a flock of zombified birds flew overhead. She had previously believed that living atop such an elevated structure might offer safety, provided the zombies at both ends were dealt with. However, she overlooked a crucial detail. While the zombie birds showed no interest in her, they were quite fascinated by humans. Should humans inhabit such a place, they would easily become targets for the zombie birds. Moreover, if they were besieged by zombies on both sides, that location would transform into a perilous trap. If she were human and found herself caught in such a predicament, how would she retaliate? As Qingxian pondered this, she edged closer to the side. Falling from a height of several meters might not necessarily be fatal. Yet, if she were only half killed, the prospect of being torn apart by zombies was far too dreadful. Hence, residing in such a high-speed environment would lead to a ghastly demise. Realizing this, Qingxian felt rather idle, contemplating matters unbefitting her current state. As the sun dipped below the horizon, she sensed a significant boost in her condition. Passing by a small village, she observed an unusual amount of zombie activity, piquing her curiosity. This roadside village, comprised of merely a few dozen households, would likely yield only 100 or 200 zombies if all residents succumbed. Yet, was it not a bit excessive for them to be so animated? In the presence of humans, Qingxian exhibited a demeanor of submission. However, when confronted with zombies, her inclination was to draw closer and investigate. Thus, she boldly entered the village teeming with zombies. Most of them congregated at the entrance of a particular home, and she approached with intrigue. This house was a two-story structure, its courtyard wall taller than those of neighboring residences, complemented by a robust steel gate. Yet, a faint fragrance lingered at the tip of Qingxian's nose. It was evident that there were living beings within this dwelling. A month had passed since the apocalypse began, and astonishingly, this small village still harbored survivors. Chapter 7. In the midst of the apocalypse, who possesses your leisure? However, she had never encountered descriptions in those apocalyptic narratives detailing how such small villages managed to survive. After all, the protagonists typically ventured to bases or large cities, occasionally passing through a small town or roadside village. Rarely were villages like this one, situated alongside highways, depicted in such tales. If fortune favored them, they might even escape by car, for every household in the village possessed its own small courtyard, where the zombies would likely be confined. Thus, it could be argued that such small villages were relatively safe. Yet, at the entrance of one household, dozens of zombies were gathered. It appeared that these creatures might have descended from the highway, or perhaps unsuspecting villagers had been ambushed by zombies when they stepped out in the morning, ultimately succumbing to the same fate. Nevertheless, encountering 40 to 50 zombies was akin to glimpsing the grave for an ordinary person. Qingxian cautiously approached, squeezing through the throng of zombies, and peered through the crack of the door. The main entrance was tightly secured, even if that door were breached. A second door lay within. Presently, rural doors appeared far sturdier than their urban counterparts. Moreover, if one lived alone in the countryside, it was plausible to stockpile provisions for 6 months. After observing for an extended period without catching sight of anyone inside, Qingxian decided not to push her luck further. Should she attempt to climb over the wall, it would likely induce panic among the inhabitants. However, as she withdrew from the swarm of zombies, she tripped and stumbled slightly. She glanced down and was startled to discover several corpses lying before her. This sudden revelation caused Qingxian to instinctively withdraw her foot from the face of a zombie. "Apologies," she mumbled, assuring that it was unintentional and expressing her embarrassment, while Qingxian continued to offer her apologies to the lifeless body. A sudden sound of a door lock clicking echoed through the air, sending her into a panic as she turned and fled. Those zombies were indeed audacious. She managed to slip into the neighboring house, greeting the resident zombie before stealthily ascending to the second floor. From there, she had a perfect view of the yard next door. At that moment, the front door of the house swung open, and a girl, seemingly around 17 or 18 years old, emerged. Without hesitation, the girl picked up a baseball bat resting by the door and approached the entrance. However, instead of using the front door, she climbed the nearby stairs and crouched atop the surrounding wall. The zombies, drawn by the scent of flesh, began to converge towards her. Yet, the girl remained unfazed. She swung the bat with precision, smashing the skull of the first zombie into a pulp. Qingxian felt a wave of relief wash over her, grateful that she had not knocked on the door, lest the bat had met her own head. What a close call! Feeling in high spirits, she had hoped to enjoy a hot pot, only to find these unexpected guests adding to the chaos. As the girl surveyed the fallen corpse, she swung her bat towards a second zombie. Qingxian realized her initial worries were unfounded. Anyone daring enough to live alone in such perilous times must possess considerable skill. Indeed, In times of turmoil, heroes emerge. With the apocalypse upon them, extraordinary individuals seemed to abound. One could only wonder who was more formidable between this girl and Jiyu Wanqing. If the two were to join forces, it was thrilling to imagine the tale that would unfold. To assert that Yu Qingxian does not harbor any envy would be utterly disingenuous. After all, who wouldn't aspire to live a life of such carefree elegance? Yet, some individuals find themselves unable to embody the ideals they envision for themselves. Much like Yu Qingxian, who only dares to venture outside once transformed into a zombie. After some contemplation, Yu Qingxian concluded that it would be prudent to vacate this place promptly. In any case, this young girl exuded a palpable danger. She posed a potential threat to humans, and an unequivocal one to zombies. Although Yu Qingxian could not fathom the source of her formidable combat prowess, it perplexed her that such a being would confine herself to this quaint village. Every individual possesses their own rationale. There are likely those who fail to comprehend her deliberate infliction of wounds upon zombies, subsequently resigning herself to a fate of imminent demise. Upon confirming the other's ability for self-preservation, Yu Qingxian chose to prioritize her own safety and made her escape. Thus, as darkness enveloped the surroundings, she departed from the small village. Whether the girl had noticed her presence was of little consequence. As long as she refrained from attacking, Yu Qingxian felt secure. As she left, a pair of eyes observed her departure, and the young girl appeared somewhat taken aback. Following a systematic assessment, it was confirmed that the being was undeniably a zombie. Remarkably, this particular zombie possessed a danger level of 0, with a combat strength rated at 8. For context, the combat strength of an ordinary human is 10, while this zombie's was merely 8. It is notable that even as a human, one might awaken feeling dizzy and falter after taking just a few steps. Yet, this transformed state as a zombie had resulted in a combat strength that was still a single digit. In contrast, typical zombies exhibit a combat strength of 20. For humans, the zombification process may signify an evolution, but for this female zombie, she remained nothing more than a living corpse. Consequently, she sought ways to team up with others to accumulate points. However, this utterly powerless zombie indeed captured the attention of the young girl. Thus, she gathered her belongings and stealthily followed it, eager to discover the intentions of this feeble little creature. Unbeknownst to Yu Qingxian, the feeble little zombie, the girl harbored her own agenda and possessed a system that piqued her interest. At this moment, Yu Qingxian remained engrossed in her map, confirming her direction and continuing onward. Occasionally, when encountering clusters of zombies, she would pause to observe. Finally, early the next morning, Yu Qingxian arrived at her first destination. This waterfall was remarkable, for it was a hot spring waterfall, with water flowing at a pleasantly warm temperature. The hot springs were renowned, attracting numerous visitors throughout the year, particularly in winter. Naturally, this abundance of zombies posed a barrier, preventing the girl from advancing further. She could only watch helplessly as Yu Qingxian entered the tourist area. With over 10,000 zombies inhabiting the hot spring resort, despite her formidable combat skills, Wenqiang wisely decided against courting death. After all, she was still human. She could only gaze in astonishment as the seemingly defenseless little zombie brazenly traversed the throngs of zombies toward the ticket counter. Thus, Wenqiang witnessed the little zombie purchasing a ticket, queuing, and ultimately entering the hot spring resort. Her expression resembled that of someone struck by lightning as she realized that this little zombie was, astonishingly, there for leisure. Why would it choose to indulge in tourism after becoming a zombie when it had not done so in life? Truly bizarre and yet oddly amusing. At this moment, Yu Qingxian was merely following the customary procedures for entering a scenic area. Although no one was selling tickets, the zombies were not queuing, rather, they were merely obstructed by the railing. Nevertheless, she genuinely immersed herself in the ambience of tourism. Unbeknownst to her, someone was stalking her. leading her to believe she was unwell. Upon entering the tourist area, she discovered that many places were indeed damaged. However, for Qingxian, this did not detract from her experience. Numerous water attractions remained operational, such as hot springs and water rafting, which were quite enjoyable. Qingxian dragged her kayak towards the hot spring waterway. Unable to suppress her curiosity, Wen Qian managed to sneak in and locate Qingxian. To her astonishment, she found this little zombie truly engaging in play. In a post-apocalyptic world, who could be as carefree as she was? Chapter 8. It truly is time to bid farewell to the world. Qingxian had made 2 visits, but on the 3rd occasion, she capsized, plunging directly into the depths of the water. Had she been a living person, she might have drowned. Yet, she emerged from the water, dragging her kayak back onto higher ground. Then, she pushed the nearby swaying zombies into the kayak, securing them with safety belts before taking her own seat. Observing the zombies whose eyeballs had dislodged from their sockets due to the rocking motion, she instinctively reached out to catch them. My sincerest apologies. I hadn't anticipated that your eye sockets could no longer contain your eyes. Indeed, in this weather, these zombies, having not feasted on flesh, would only continue to decay. The few obedient zombies she had brought along were particularly decomposed. As she pulled them along, they obediently followed. A gentle push would send them flailing into the kayak. As for the zombies that were still intact like herself, they were as stubborn as mules, resisting her attempts to drag them along. One by one, each possessed a distinct personality. Qingxian observed as the innards of the zombies were nearly dislodged, prompting her to refrain from further tormenting them. She gently pushed them off the small boat and proceeded to experience the renowned attractions of this scenic area. Although she was the sole conscious being in the entire locale, Qingxian did not feel a sense of loneliness. Rather, she reveled in her freedom and autonomy. After enjoying the popular facilities, dusk began to envelop the surroundings, signaling that it was time for her to venture to the next destination. Just as she was about to depart, she unexpectedly spotted a convoy approaching the hot spring park. Curiosity piqued, she wondered what these individuals sought in such a place. The hot spring park was hardly a repository of essential life supplies, aside from the hot springs. It offered various recreational facilities and, of course, an abundance of zombies. Surely, they were not here to collect zombies, for the undead could be found everywhere. And there was no need to specifically visit a tourist attraction. Qingxian felt uneasy about remaining indoors and chose instead to retreat into the forest. Were it not for the transparent view of the water in the hot spring, she would have considered lying submerged for safety. She gazed at the trees and the soil, contemplating whether Jiyu Wanqing was nearby. Perhaps she could bury her in the earth. That way, even if someone trampled over her face, she would remain oblivious. Her thoughts flitted from one notion to another until she found a vantage point with a clear view, where she stealthily observed the individuals to discern their intentions. It was only when she noticed that they were clad in military uniforms that she realized this was no ordinary operation. Being military personnel implied a directive from the upper echelons. Yet, what could this scenic area possibly hold for them? Certainly, as it is night time, the mobility of the zombies is significantly more agile than during the day. Thus, at this moment, only the wandering zombies outside have been dealt with, and a camp has been established outdoors. Therefore, it is crucial to utilize a night vision drone to assess the number of zombies, followed by the formulation of a strategy. During the day, a vigorous assault is undoubtedly necessary. However, there lingers a concern as to whether the drone might inadvertently capture her presence. Contemplating this, Qingxian gathered several branches to cover herself, hoping to obscure her visibility. Even with thermal imaging, as a corpse, she should remain undetectable. Just as the drone approached her vicinity, her gaze unexpectedly caught sight of a figure, a human, not a zombie. To her astonishment, she recognized this individual as a girl from the small village, notably remembered for her baseball bat. The audacity of this young girl to follow her was perplexing. How had she managed to do so undetected? Had it not been for the military's presence, Qingxian would likely have remained oblivious to the girl's pursuit. If that girl were to strike her with a baseball bat, it would truly be an end to her existence. Without a moment's hesitation, Qingxian discarded the branches and made her way behind the mountain. She needed to vacate the area, and as for her destination, she would prioritize reaching a safe location first. Thus, she circumnavigated the back mountain and headed towards the city. For Qingxian, the presence of more zombies indicated a greater sense of safety. After walking for 2 to 3 hours, she finally departed from the hot spring resort. However, upon arriving in the city, she still took the time to explore its surroundings. While her eyesight was indeed sharp, it did not grant her the ability to see far-off objects. The necessity of preparing a telescope is indeed paramount, otherwise, one might remain oblivious to being followed. As was the case this time. Fortunately, the young girl seemed disinclined to resort to violence against me, otherwise, even 10 lives would not suffice against the blows of her baseball bat. As Qingxian rummaged through her belongings, she was suddenly beset by a piercing tinnitus, causing the world around her to spin uncontrollably, her eyes nearly dislodging from their sockets. Strangely, she heard no sound. She instinctively slapped her own face and ascended the towering skyscraper with her telescope in hand. Though she could not hear, she was undeniably affected, indicating a form of sonic assault. In this area, devoid of zombies and nearing the border, it may well serve as a strategic military outpost. Indeed, in these chaotic times, the sanctity of one's territory must be preserved. The hot spring resort appears to be an ideal location for such a base due to its vast expanse and fortified walls designed to deter unwitting tourists. This explains why the zombies within cannot escape, nor can those outside infiltrate. Should the zombies in the hot spring area be eradicated, it would undoubtedly become a commendable border garrison. The distance from this site to the boundary is less than 50 kilometers, with the right equipment in place. Any intruder would be swiftly apprehended. Peering through her telescope towards the resort, Qingxian indeed spotted a large truck transporting ominous black equipment. Although she could not identify its nature, it was evident that whatever it was, it posed a significant threat. Qingxian considered herself fortunate to have escaped swiftly, otherwise, she might have found her eyes and tongue strewn about in disarray. If one were to find themselves at the epicenter of that sonic wave, the zombies would be rendered completely immobile. This also applies to animals with acute hearing. Once the movements of the zombies are controlled, they become rather easy to eliminate. By equipping a silencer and honing one's aim, with a bit of practice, hitting the target should not pose a challenge. Qingxian peered through her binoculars at the road descending the mountain, and soon spotted an off-road vehicle. Qingxian thought to herself, "Sister, why are you everywhere?" However, this vehicle bore the insignia of the military. It was evident that Qingxian was a soldier, which explained her exceptional marksmanship. She was a professional. Qingxian's off-road vehicle was heading towards the scenic area. Qingxian instinctively scratched her head, nearly pulling out her hair in the process. Given her current state of being deceased, losing hair would be irreversible. She had no desire to become a bald zombie. Hastily, she pressed down on her scalp, then stowed the binoculars into her backpack and turned to descend the stairs. Despite intending to move sideways, she encountered a multitude of people. Did this imply she was inadvertently heading inland? The border had stationed troops, making it quite plausible to cross paths with the military. Halfway down, Qingxian settled onto the steps and began to peruse the travel brochure. Next time, she vowed to choose a location with more auspicious connotations. Contemplating this, she started strategizing on the map. Chapter 9. Feeling as though her mind might burst open at any moment. She recognized that a place dictated by luck was certainly not one where she would invest her thoughts. coming to this hot spring waterfall scenic area. She had encountered not only burial traps along the way, but also been stalked by a protagonist from a post-apocalyptic narrative, nearly blending into a horde of corpses only to be taken out by a sonic attack. Upon careful reflection, her journey has indeed been fraught with twists and turns. Consequently, she must seek an alternative destination, at the very least to distance herself from Jiu Wanqing and that young girl. With such formidable individuals around, Yu Qingxian often feels as though her mind might burst with creativity at any moment. It is prudent to swiftly vacate this place rife with complications. Initially, she believed that taking the highway would allow her to evade both people and zombies, ensuring a modicum of tranquility. However, it has become evident that true concealment lies in the midst of urbanity. Thus, she sets her sights on the metropolis, as she had scarcely visited many cities in her former life. Now, amidst the proliferation of zombies, she ventures into the cities. Once humanity reclaims the urban landscape, she intends to retreat to the mountains. After all, as a zombie, she is destined to dissolve into a mere puddle of muck, at which point she could simply dig a hole to bury herself. As Yu Qingxian gazed upon her chosen city, she realized it necessitated traversing the safety zone. Clearly, entering the safety zone was out of the question, necessitating a detour. The guide she possessed was an introduction to the tourist cities of her province. Thus it exclusively featured such locales. The city she selected was nestled amidst mountains on 3 sides, with one side opening to a river, a location that is easily defendable yet challenging to assault, should this area require the establishment of a safety zone. Yu Qingxian deemed City J to be an excellent candidate. Regrettably, as it is an ancient city, residing there would not be particularly suitable. Furthermore, the construction of a base in this region would invariably necessitate proximity to thoroughfares, given that the highways and high-speed railways of Huaxia are exceptionally developed. It is evident that City J would not be the chosen site. Thus, this locale remains inherently secure. It appears that not only does she require an introduction to tourist cities, but also a comprehensive national route map, lest some small towns be overtaken and utilized as transit points. If she inadvertently ran over there, she would become a means for others to earn their living points. It remains uncertain whether she is worth a single point or 10. After contemplating, Yu Qingxian considered that according to the typical narrative of zombie novels, one might need to eliminate 10 zombies to acquire a few points. Thus, she might not even be worth a single point. Resolving to depart, she set off before dawn, recognizing that the faster she fled, the less likely she would encounter other humans. Would the zombies in this world evolve? However, upon reflection, given that there are individuals with special abilities, it is likely that zombies possess levels as well. Upgrading one's abilities requires the crystal cores from zombies, while zombies themselves must consume their kind to evolve. The thought that her existence as a zombie might not be safe prompted her to embody Edvard Munch's iconic painting, The Scream. Upon exiting the city, Yu Qingxian truly wished to dig a pit and bury herself. After all, she felt quite comfortable underground. Pretending to be human was certainly out of the question. Half of her face was decayed, her complexion was unlike that of the living, she had no heartbeat, and her blood no longer flowed. Merely passing the physical examination was insurmountable for her. Yet, in the realm of zombies, she might also be considered an anomaly. In those zombie novels, the higher the level of a zombie, the more awareness it could regain. Of course, it was not the consciousness of a human, but rather the instinct for survival and predation inherent to zombies. Thus, a zombie with a physique as frail as hers would certainly belong to the category that gets devoured. As Yu Qingxian mused, she made her way toward the outskirts of the city. She needed to escape this perilous place before dawn. Wen Qian had lost track of that little zombie, initially aiming to avoid the heat-seeking drones. However, she later discovered that the authorities were employing sonic attacks. The zombies, their brains ravaged by sound waves, have become increasingly sluggish. Would the little zombie also succumb to such a fate and ultimately be eliminated? Despite her diligent search throughout the hot spring resort using the system, the elusive little zombie remained undetected. It was evident that it had fled. After all, having finally discovered a non-carnivorous zombie, seemingly still possessing remnants of human consciousness, it would be inconceivable to lose it. Before the apocalypse, she unexpectedly acquired a system. By vanquishing zombies, she earned points, which could be exchanged for goods in the system's marketplace. As long as she continued to eliminate zombies, she would never face starvation in this desolate world. Furthermore, she could use her points to purchase weapons. However, given the current strength of the zombies, employing high-end weaponry would be an extravagant misuse. It would also draw unwanted attention. A specially designed baseball bat sufficed, requiring minimal effort to shatter a zombie's skull. Wen Xiang was an orphan, accustomed to navigating life alone from a young age, having been raised by her grandmother in a village. After the land was taken, they received a substantial compensation. Suddenly, her grandmother's children emerged, seeking to claim the inheritance, only to be chased away by her grandmother wielding a kitchen knife. The sturdy walls and robust house, originally constructed to fend off such intruders, ultimately provided her with considerable advantages in the apocalypse. Her grandmother passed away a year ago, leaving her as the sole inhabitant of the home. Years of labor alongside her grandmother had endowed her with remarkable strength, and though merely 19, she was quite self-sufficient. She held little interest in humanity. Thus, the appearance of a little zombie, particularly one devoid of combat prowess, piqued her curiosity immensely. However, she has now lost track of it. It appears that the only way to locate this small zombie again is to enter her own 3-kilometer radius. Otherwise, she may never find it again. Despite having transformed into a zombie, its ability to evade detection is quite remarkable. As for Qingxian, her own capacity to avoid humans is undoubtedly formidable. After leaving the city, she traveled eastward, intending to circumvent the survivor base, which would require an additional detour of over 100 kilometers. Nonetheless, this posed no significant inconvenience for her. This time, she opted not to take the highway but instead chose to navigate through the city, as urban areas often boast intriguing facilities. Of course, she had to remain vigilant in avoiding other humans. While contemplating this, she heard the sound of vehicles, more than one, apparently heading toward the city hospital, as they had already entered the premises. Following them was a horde of zombies. Qingxian observed the zombies pass before her, then turned her gaze toward the hospital. It seemed that several hundred zombies were converging upon the building. Yet the main entrance had been secured. The fact that vehicles could access the hospital indicated that they were in search of medical supplies. However, hospitals are not merely filled with medical staff and patients, they also accommodate the families of the afflicted. Generally, hospitals become hotspots for zombies, as the injured and unconscious individuals are the first to be taken there. These individuals, upon transforming, would lunge at the medical personnel and relatives. Attempting to find medication within a hospital is an exceedingly challenging endeavor, at least according to the novels she has read. Naturally, Qingxian also writes novels, though she seldom delves into the realms of science fiction or apocalyptic narratives. However, had she chosen to write in that genre, she would undoubtedly share the same sentiment. Qingxian observed the horde of zombies pushing and shoving at the entrance, and she deftly maneuvered through a narrow alley to reach the hospital's rear entrance. This area was flanked by restaurants, shops, and inns, teeming with a multitude of the undead. Leaning against the wall, she cautiously peeked into the alley and was met by a pair of protruding eyes belonging to a zombie. Startled, she blinked, only to realize that this particular zombie had met its demise, seemingly having fallen from an upper floor and now hung limply against the surrounding wall. Strangely, the sight of the zombie did not instill fear within her. Rather, she felt a greater apprehension towards the possibility of a human suddenly appearing. Chapter 10. She was truly formidable. Qingxian fixed her gaze upon the lifeless zombie, scrutinizing its wounds. The injury appeared to have been inflicted several days prior, rather than today. She surmised that someone must have infiltrated the hospital in search of medicine, though she remained uncertain whether they had managed to escape. Convinced that the rear entrance harbored no living souls, only the undead, she proceeded cautiously. Many restaurant doors stood ajar, with several zombies aimlessly wandering inside. As she glanced at the signs, she noted a variety of local delicacies advertised. Curiosity piqued, she ventured inside one of the establishments. The floor was stained with blood, alongside scattered remnants of vegetable soup, which had long since congealed into unsightly smears. After meandering through a few more shops, Qingxian turned her attention back to the hospital's rear door. A significant number of zombies congregated there, alongside the corpses of others. It appeared that someone had made a hasty escape from this location, shutting the door behind them to impede the pursuit of the zombies. Quite impressive, indeed. Qingxian's gaze drifted across the buildings diagonally opposite her, eventually resting upon the hospital's various structures, from which she dared not draw closer. As dusk approached, and after the departure of the convoy, Qingxian finally entered the hospital. With the absence of any humans, she strode confidently into the establishment. The floor was strewn with numerous corpses of zombies, their heads severed by long blades. It was evident that employing heavy weaponry in such a place was tantamount to courting death. However, there were also fresh cadavers, likely those who, wounded and unwilling to succumb to zombification, opted for self-termination. Observing these remains, Qingxian discerned that the convoy had hastened its retreat, leaving behind these bodies. It was reasonable to assume that they were unable to transport them, given the overwhelming number of zombies present. The corpses had already been gnawed upon by the undead. The cold flesh and blood held no allure for them any longer. Contemplating the chewed-up bodies, she ventured to the hospital's storage room, where she procured a shovel and a hoe. In the hospital garden, she began to dig a sizable pit. Although the task was laborious, she found herself undeterred by fatigue. After 4 to 5 hours of digging, she dragged the bodies over for another 2 hours, and it took her an additional hour to bury them. By the time she completed this grim task, it was already past 3 in the morning, during the quietest hours of the night. As she rummaged through the clothing of the deceased, Qingxian discovered a list detailing various medications and their required quantities. Gazing at the freshly turned mound of earth and then at the list in her hand, she turned towards the hospital's pharmacy. She retrieved a cart and opened several large cardboard boxes, comparing the names of the medications on the paper and doubling the quantities she collected. At 5 in the morning, Qingxian pushed several large boxes filled with medicine towards the outskirts of the city. Her purpose was simply to deliver them to the periphery. She hadn't brought enough this time, and she would certainly have to return. Placing the boxes on the path of those individuals should suffice. Should she write a few large characters as a hint? However, it was not long after she had exited the hospital with the cart of medicine that she suddenly noticed a vehicle parked in front of an office building. It was none other than the vehicles belonging to the convoy, marked with a logo that Qingxian recognized. Naturally, she dared not approach. From her current position, those individuals could not see the medicine. Yet, if she moved forward, she would easily be spotted by the sentinels. At this moment, Qingxian wished to slap herself for meddling in affairs that did not concern her. But if there were indeed people in urgent need of these medicines, and so many had perished without access, the death toll would only rise. She found herself quite capable of carrying out such deeds. After contemplating, she realized she had already committed to this course of action, and there was no turning back. She extended her hand and pushed the cart around the corner. Those individuals would likely notice the direction of the hospital. As long as they glanced towards that way, they would see a cart laden with medicines on the main road. With a determined shove, she propelled the cart forward. Its wheels rolled across the ground, attracting a few zombies. The undead, upon approaching the source of the sound and realizing it was akin to their own, quickly lost interest. Qingxian observed as the cart came to rest in the middle of the road. Immediately, she crouched and fled, darting towards the diagonally opposite building. At the very least, she wanted to see if those individuals could spot the medicine she had brought. Moreover, she had thoughtfully attached a note that read, "Take it and use it. No thanks necessary. It's not poisonous." For a moment, Qingxian felt akin to an underground hero, quietly safeguarding humanity. This realization left her hands on her hips, filled with an overwhelming sense of pride. "Brother Qin, I just heard a faint sound. Shall we investigate that direction?" Suddenly, a lookout pushed open the door and entered the room. This search for medicine was indeed a perilous endeavor, necessitated by the overwhelming quantity required, with many items unavailable at pharmacies. Thus, they ventured into the city in search of supplies. The entire convoy consisted of 5 vehicles and a total of 30 individuals. Today's expedition resulted in the loss of 7 members, 3 of whom were not immediately deceased but had sustained injuries and were currently restrained in one of the rooms. Among the convoy, only 2 possessed extraordinary abilities: the captain, Qingxian, a formidable fire-type ability user, and another who wielded water-based powers. Although the water user lacked significant combat prowess, their presence was indispensable to the team. Should any of the 3 injured individuals awaken their latent abilities, this outing, regardless of its failure to procure the necessary medicines, could still be deemed a success. However, given their current condition, the likelihood of zombification appeared considerably high. There exists a stark distinction between zombification and the emergence of extraordinary abilities. Those succumbing to zombification would experience a fever within an hour of injury, followed by a state of unconsciousness and a bluish pallor. In contrast, ability users typically remain fully conscious, even as their wounds intensify in pain, heightening their awareness. Thus, those who begin to experience fever after being bitten by zombies are, without a doubt, 99% likely to have succumbed to the undead transformation. Upon hearing the sentry's words, Qingxian approached the window and seized the binoculars to survey the street below. Although the view was somewhat obscured, he could indeed discern the familiar sight of medical supply boxes. He was certain that such items had not been present during their retreat. However, as dawn had yet to break and the sun remained hidden, the zombies were still agile. He had already lost 7 brothers and could not afford to risk further lives. Therefore, he resolved to wait until daylight to investigate further. Meanwhile, Qingxian had remained vigilant from nearly 6 o'clock until after 7, when the sun finally emerged, allowing him to observe a man leap from the 2nd floor. This individual was armed with a gun at his waist and a long knife strapped to his back. Presumably the leader of the convoy. He approached cautiously, skillfully dispatching several wandering zombies before finally reaching the cart. Upon the cart were 4 large cardboard boxes, which were not sealed, but bore a note atop them. Qingxian glanced at the note, a flicker of confusion crossing his eyes. Yet he folded it and tucked it into his pocket. He then took out his walkie-talkie and instructed, "Tell the brothers to pack up and prepare for withdrawal. Send a few people over here." He had examined the contents, which were indeed what they needed, and even in double quantities, leaving Qingxian perplexed. Who could possibly have retrieved such an abundance of supplies from the zombie-infested hospital? Chapter 11. Could it be that they are seeking me? When Qingxian's 4 team members arrived, they were greeted by the sight of the 4 large boxes, containing the very items that constituted the objective of their mission. They were not affiliated with the official base. The current base they inhabit is a survivor's haven, ingeniously transformed from an erstwhile breeding farm. After all, the distance from this location to the official base exceeds 200 kilometers, a journey beyond the capabilities of many within the survivor community. Should they indeed venture towards the official base, the peril of succumbing to the dangers along the way looms large. Individuals like Qingxian possess the requisite strength to reach the official base. However, should they depart, the remaining inhabitants would find themselves bereft of resources and defenseless against the lurking threats of the undead. Furthermore, within this grassroots survivor enclave, they enjoy a degree of freedom, albeit with the occasional risk of perilous expeditions. Such risks are deemed worthwhile, for failure to undertake them would render all paths leading to a grim fate. Qingxian observed as they loaded the medical supplies into their vehicle, departing the area before the encroaching horde of zombies could close in. Yet, just before Qingxian left, he couldn't resist casting a glance around. Once the vehicle roared to life and the windows ascended, he withdrew a crumpled note from his hand. He scrutinized the crooked lines inscribed upon it, resembling a child's erratic scribbles. It was unclear what the message entailed, as it seemed the author had intended to write something meaningful but had faltered in expression. Nevertheless, it was evident that the individual had the fortitude to procure such a bounty of medical supplies from deep within a hospital teeming with zombies, indicating a commendable ability for self-preservation. Should they encounter the benefactor who delivered the medicines in the future, it would be only fitting to extend heartfelt gratitude. Qingxian watched the convoy depart, exhaling a sigh of relief. However, a troubling thought lingered. With such an abundance of medical supplies in the hospital, if they remained unused, would it not constitute a lamentable waste? Regardless of her leisurely travel plans, it would be prudent for her to transport all these medicines to the outskirts of the city, where those destined to find them may do so. This way, humanity would not have to confront the grim prospect of being consumed by the undead. The zombies have become akin to their own kind. Should they be eradicated, she would find it difficult to conceal her own existence. Thus, Qingxian once again wheeled her cart towards the hospital. Upon entering, the zombies within the hospital showed little interest in her presence as she pushed her cart. However, a few seemed particularly sensitive to sound and trailed behind her. Observing their lack of initiative, she felt a twinge of frustration. As fellow beings, they could at least lend a hand. Nevertheless, she had long ceased to expect assistance from the undead in transporting supplies. Thus, she continued her solitary labor in silence, making countless trips, day and night. Gazing at the mountain of medicines before her, Qingxian glanced up at the sky, pondering whether rain would descend. Although it was winter, the heat was palpable, and there were no signs of impending precipitation. Perhaps there was no need for shelter? Yet, many of the medicines were not suited for prolonged exposure to the sun. Consequently, she decided to drag over the large umbrella from the nearby eatery to shield her supplies. Having completed this task, Qingxian felt entirely like an angel, not a zombie. The most pressing need in their small enclave was indeed medicine. In this apocalyptic world, no one dared to fall ill, fearing that even a slight fever could lead to their transformation into a zombie. When her team members learned that Qingxian intended to venture out once more, they were naturally opposed. Their previous expedition to procure medicines had already cost them 7 brothers. They had been fortunate to receive assistance from a good Samaritan, which allowed them to secure these much-needed supplies. Yet, the captain was insistent on embarking on yet another journey. "Rest assured, I am capable of venturing alone. Should you choose not to accompany me, remain at the base," Qingxian declared. He had scrutinized that doodled note for 2 nights and had gleaned its meaning from the scribbled words. It was evident that the sender was aware of their desires and even offered assistance. Yet, the handwriting suggested a certain lack of control over their thoughts. Even if one were to write with their feet due to a severed hand, the script would not appear thus. Moreover, if a hand were truly lost, it would be impossible to deliver such an abundance of pharmaceuticals. Thus, Qingxian was intent on uncovering the truth. However, when a squad member heard Qingxian's intention to go alone, they naturally objected. Ultimately, 2 individuals were designated to accompany Qingxian regardless of their reluctance. They felt compelled to follow. If Qingxian were to perish, their support would vanish. They understood Qingxian's character well, should they meet their demise. He would care for their families, but if he were to fall, their families would undoubtedly suffer. Seeing that they were determined to accompany him, Qingxian did not protest. After a 2-hour drive to the outskirts of the city, they were met with a staggering pile of pharmaceuticals that resembled a mountain, leaving all three momentarily speechless. Such a vast quantity of supplies would take several days to transport, even for 1 or 2 individuals. Observing the stockpile, Qingxian promptly instructed his companions to use the radio to contact the base for a truck, as their off-road vehicle was utterly inadequate for such a monumental task. "You stay here and keep watch. I will survey the surroundings," he said. At this moment, Qingxian was convinced that these medications had been deliberately placed here by someone. Undoubtedly the individual from a few days prior. Yet, how could this person have procured such a substantial quantity of supplies? Even if this individual possessed exceptional skills, it would be impossible to simultaneously eliminate zombies and extract so many items from a hospital. One person could certainly not accomplish this alone. Qingxian's gaze swept across the surroundings, hoping to uncover any clues. Qingxian felt fortunate for her swift escape. How was it that within less than 3 days, this fellow had once again ventured into the heart of the zombie den? Moreover, what was he searching for? Surely, it could not be her? Qingxian deemed it entirely unnecessary, prompting her to flee once more. However, this time she was somewhat anxious. As she turned, she collided with a pillar. The resounding thud alerted Qingxian, who was not far away, instantly prompting his reaction. Qingxian felt a pang of panic. It would be ill-timed to feign death now. Indeed, the sparse number of zombies at the city's edge was not advantageous for her. Qingxian leaped over the top of a wrecked vehicle, advancing towards Qingxian. At his speed, he would reach her within a minute. Qingxian began to wonder if her days were numbered. After all, she had just assisted him. She quickly climbed through a window and sprinted towards the area teeming with zombies. The priority was to escape, regardless of the direction. Just as she darted away, a sharp clang echoed behind her, the sound of metal clashing. Instantly, she darted behind a wall, peeking out cautiously. To her astonishment, she saw Qingxian wielding a long knife to parry a baseball bat. A baseball bat? The sight of that familiar bat sent a chill coursing through Qingxian, her hair nearly standing on end. Was it that little girl? Chapter 12. Feeling a sense of triumph over her usurpation. Qingxian dared not linger to witness the spectacle any longer. She swiftly turned and fled, believing she had successfully evaded the young girl. Yet, to her astonishment, the girl pursued her relentlessly. Was this young maiden unwell? What did she mean by chasing after a mere zombie? With so many zombies around, could she not eliminate those instead? Though zombies were akin to her own kind, sacrifices were sometimes unavoidable. After 5 arduous days, when Xiang finally located the little zombie, only to discover that a man had fixated his gaze upon her. Wen Xiang could not possibly allow anyone else to harm the little zombie. Qingxian, too, was taken aback to find his path obstructed. "Step aside. I am searching for someone." Qingxian had no intention of engaging with this girl. However, if she were affiliated with that individual, he would begin to comprehend the situation. The girl exhibited impressive skills, suggesting that the one who had fled was equally formidable. This man did not appear to be an ordinary person. His target was undoubtedly the little zombie. If he were to realize that she was a zombie, he would certainly seek to eliminate her. The combat prowess of the little zombie was inferior to that of an average human. And surviving in this post-apocalyptic world was already a considerable feat. Qingxian recognized that he and Wen Xiang had exhausted their dialogue. Thus, he resolved to subdue the young girl to pursue the one he sought. Realizing that the confrontation had escalated, Wen Xiang understood that retreat was futile. She had no choice but to engage Qingxian in combat. 10 minutes later, The system alerted her that she had lost track of the little zombie, inciting her frustration. With determination, she drew her handgun and pressed it against Qingxian's chest. "Lower your weapon, or I shall fire." Qingxian did not genuinely wish to engage in a life-and-death struggle with Wen Qiang. In truth, evading Wen Qiang's bullets was not a formidable task. Yet, Qingxian still sheathed his dagger. Upon noticing Qingxian's action, Wen Qiang furrowed her brow and remarked, "What a nuisance, I've lost track of him again." This latest setback made Wen Qiang ponder that locating him would prove even more challenging. Previously, the little zombie might have been unaware of her pursuit, but now, having spotted her in this location, it was certain that it believed it was being stalked. Otherwise, even when encountering others before, this little zombie would merely observe the commotion. Today, however, upon meeting someone, it fled without hesitation, achieving an impressive distance of 3 kilometers in merely 10 minutes. Upon hearing Wen Qiang's words, Qingxian raised an eyebrow, realizing that this young girl was also tracking that individual. A smile danced across his face as a plan formed in his mind. Since they had lost him, they could not linger in this zombie-infested area. "I am a member of an ability user team from a nearby civilian base. If you are willing to collaborate with me, I can assist you in locating that person." "Rest assured, I have no intention of harming him," Qingxian proposed. In this apocalyptic world, survival necessitated alliances with the powerful. Although this young girl did not appear to be a trained fighter and acted rather recklessly, her agility and lethal precision marked her as formidable. First, he needed to recruit her into his team. As for the individual who had supplied them with ample medicine, perhaps this young girl held some knowledge worth uncovering. Wen Qiang, recognizing her need for a stable team to accumulate points, readily agreed, acknowledging that relying solely on her limited abilities was insufficient. Now she combined an affiliate to earn points for her. Coercing this man is indeed a commendable choice. Thus, the two, each with ulterior motives, agreed to collaborate. Qingxian, feeling an undeniable urge to keep moving, realized that the young girl was indeed tailing her. This was not merely a figment of her imagination. But why was she following her? And as for that man, could he not simply take the medication and leave? It seemed she could not afford to be careless in the least. Qingxian ran in a frenzy, darting about for an entire afternoon. It was only when night fell that she finally paused. She was unaware of her exact location. It seemed she needed to venture further to find a landmark that would confirm her whereabouts. After walking for another half-hour, Qingxian arrived at a small town. A sign posted along the country road bore the name of this town. She promptly retrieved her map from her backpack and discovered that she was nearly 50 kilometers away from the city she had been in earlier that morning. To her surprise, she had run quite a distance. Although Qingxian did not feel fatigued, she sought refuge in a nearby home, entering with ease. She also managed to chase away the wandering zombies that had infested the place. Qingxian felt a sense of satisfaction in her audacious act of occupying another's dwelling. She closed the door behind her and took a closer look at the courtyard. The original owner had a zest for life, as evidenced by the many flowers and plants that had been cultivated there, though now they were withered. Having gone over a month without water and exposed to the scorching sun, they were surely beyond saving. Approaching the faucet, she turned it on and was relieved to find that water flowed. Yet, this water was undoubtedly tainted with the zombie virus, making it undrinkable for any human. She filled several buckets and poured the contents onto the flower beds. As for the survival of these plants, their fate rests solely in their own hands. With water available, Qingxian indulged herself in a refreshing bath and adorned herself with a new dress, carrying 2 in total. It seemed she would need to visit a clothing store to procure additional garments. The dress she had discarded was cast aside without a second thought, and she finally settled onto the sofa within the room. Although the space had remained unoccupied for a month, it was surprisingly free of dust. Qingxian retrieved a pen and began to sketch and jot down notes on a map, ultimately identifying several destinations she deemed essential to visit: the Southern Cross Sea Bridge, the ancient gardens to the east, the imperial city and snow-laden landscapes to the north, and the sacred plateau to the northwest. These 5 locations were indispensable to her journey and were also featured in numerous documentaries she had watched. Thus, Qingxian had no intention of frequenting crowded tourist attractions. Upon her arrival in J City, she planned to head southward to witness the Cross Sea Bridge. Once her preparations were complete, she set off at dawn, heading towards J City. However, as she drew closer to her destination, she would need to navigate around the safety base, which was indeed an official facility. From the broadcasts Qingxian had listened to over the past fortnight, she gathered that this base housed over 100,000 individuals. This number was enough to send chills down her spine. Yet, upon reflection, it became evident that even a few counties under city jurisdiction boasted a population of several million. With only 100,000 survivors in a city-level base, it was clear that the zombie virus represented an existential threat to humanity. Should humanity face extinction? It is conceivable that after several millennia, the Earth might give rise to a new dominant species to reign over the planet. Like the ancient dinosaurs. Modern humanity exists in an apocalyptic world, yet this is not the end of the Earth itself. Qingxian gazed at the rising sun, heralding the arrival of a new day. She followed the road towards J City, drawing closer to the safety zone, and consequently, encountering fewer zombies. At times, she even caught sight of swift-moving convoys, which made her shrink back in fear, hesitant to make any sudden movements. Chapter 13. A gruesome scene of zombies devouring humans initially. Qingxian had intended to take a detour. After all, signs of human activity were evident within a 100-kilometer radius, unlike the sparsely populated areas she had traversed before. Indeed, humanity proves to be indomitable. Even in a land overrun by the undead, they manage to carve out a livable haven. Such resilience is truly admirable. However, while humanity displays strength, Qingxian found herself unable to mirror that fortitude. The constant passage of convoys prevented her from making any escape. In contrast, the mindless zombies roamed the main roads without a care. When vehicles approached, they would lunge forward, only to be sent flying or crushed into a pancake of flesh. Over the course of the past month, the nearby undead had been largely cleared by official military forces and several teams of gifted individuals. Qingxian could only retreat. Little did she expect that this retreat would lead her to witness a horrifying spectacle of zombies feasting upon a human. She had retreated for over 10 kilometers, putting her approximately 20 kilometers away from the official safety zone. For a vehicle, this distance could be covered in mere minutes. Yet these minutes could also stretch into an eternity. Previously, while Qingxian wandered aimlessly, she could see both humans and corpses alike. Yet she had never witnessed a zombie devouring a human. Therefore, when she saw a small car surrounded by more than a dozen zombies, with a mother and daughter confined inside while a man wielded a steel pipe, relentlessly striking at the undead, it stirred a sense of urgency within her. It was unclear whether the vehicle had broken down or simply run out of fuel, but the family of 3 found themselves besieged. The man, an ordinary individual donning spectacles, appeared to have once held a desk job. His efforts with the steel pipe proved futile against the relentless assault of the zombies. Acquiring firearms was an arduous task for common folk. It required reaching a base and forming a task force, perhaps securing weapons through official channels. As she observed the man being bitten on the arm and thigh by the zombies, he stubbornly braced himself against the car door, refusing to allow the women inside to escape. It was only when the man was overwhelmed by the horde, his life extinguished, and his warmth dissipated, that the zombies finally relinquished their hold on him, shifting their attention towards the vehicle. The strength of these undead was formidable. With just a few strikes, the car windows began to fracture. After all, they were not made of bulletproof glass and were easily compromised. Should the windows shatter entirely, the mother and daughter would undoubtedly fall victim to the ravenous horde. A sense of hesitation washed over her. But she soon retrieved a piece of paper from her bag and affixed it to her face, concealing the ghastly gash that marred her features before charging forward. She thrust aside 2 zombies and positioned herself in front of the car, bellowing at the approaching undead, "Get back!" Remarkably, the zombies seemed momentarily daunted by her fierce cry, pausing their attack. Stunned by this unexpected reaction, she summoned her courage and shouted once more, "Back off!" Reluctantly, the zombies retreated. The mother and daughter in the car initially believed they were surely beyond salvation. To their astonishment, a young girl suddenly emerged, positioning herself before them. The sound of her fierce shout sent chills down their spines. Despite their trepidation, that little girl had indeed rescued them. However, when Qingxian turned to face the duo inside the vehicle, even with her face partially obscured by a piece of paper, the pallor of her skin and the minuscule pupils caused the pair to shrink back further. This was also a zombie. Noticing their retreat, Qingxian felt a twinge of confusion. Although she did not consider herself particularly striking, she thought that covering her mouth should not be so terrifying. Admittedly, her skin did possess a somewhat alarming quality. Finally, she spoke, "Come down. The vehicle is broken, and since you have been confined inside, I cannot remain here to wait with you." Yet, upon hearing her words, the mother and daughter clung to each other in heightened fright, leaving Qingxian perplexed. She had spoken clearly, yet they seemed unable to comprehend her. Despite her bewilderment, time was of the essence, and she swiftly reached for the car door. The clattering noise attracted the nearby zombies, prompting her to pull vigorously. After several attempts, she successfully opened the door, only to see the mother and daughter retreat even further within the confines of the vehicle. Qingxian, feeling exasperated, ceased her efforts and stood aside. As other zombies approached, she directed her ire at them with a few choice words. It was then that the 8-year-old girl finally grasped the truth. They had been saved by a zombie. No longer afraid, she promptly extricated herself from her mother's embrace and leaned out of the vehicle, calling out, "Daddy! Daddy!" The young girl leaned against the car, gazing at the grotesque remains on the ground, her voice nearly choked with unshed tears. At that moment, the woman beside her came to her senses and hurriedly descended from the vehicle. Upon witnessing the body sprawled out before them, her eyes brimmed with sorrow. Qingxian stood with her back turned to the mother and daughter, perceiving their heightened anxiety as the reason they had failed to grasp her earlier words. Yet, she was taken aback by the unexpected respect shown by these zombies, feeling somewhat embarrassed after having scolded them moments prior. Fortunately, despite their fear and grief, the mother and daughter comprehended the gravity of their circumstances. "May we bury my husband first? Then we shall follow you," the woman ventured, now aware that the zombie posed no threat to them. Qingxian did not meet their gaze. She was acutely aware of the anguish that accompanies the loss of a loved one. Nevertheless, despite the depths of her sorrow, she had survived. Of course, her existence was not one of true life, but she harbored a desire for those who wished to live to do so with dignity. Thus, she consented to their request, even assisting the mother and daughter in digging a grave to inter the man's remains. As Qingxian toiled away, she reflected upon the fact that she had encountered no other vehicles for nearly 2 hours. Was she truly destined to escort this mother and daughter to a safe zone? The duo posed no threat. Their fear rendered them compliant, sparing themselves from harm. While Qingxian diligently excavated the pit, the 8-year-old girl beside her pondered in confusion. Why would a zombie save their lives? And how was it that a zombie was so adept at digging a grave? Her movements were not as rigid as those of the undead. Rather, they resembled those of a living person. However, the little girl could not comprehend anything she said. "Is my sister a zombie?" the girl boldly inquired. The woman beside her, upon hearing her daughter's question, cast a glance towards Qingxian. It was evident that she was indeed a zombie, as one could discern from her skin tone and eyes. Yet, zombies were known solely for their appetite for human flesh. Never had one been seen to save a life. She merely pointed towards the corpse of the man in the pit, urging the mother and daughter to say something. It was time for her to begin covering the grave with soil, and afternoon was already upon them. If further delay ensued, the number of zombies would surely increase. Whether she would be able to fend them off remained uncertain. The little girl seemed to grasp Qingxian's intent, immediately tugging her mother to bow in respect to their father. The woman's expression was far from pleasant. However, she could not succumb to despair alongside her husband. Her daughter was still young. Despite her profound love for her husband, wishing to join him in death, they had a daughter to consider. As parents, selfishness was not an option. After all, the child was merely 8 years old, not 18. Chapter 14. It turns out she is still a weakling. Qingxian observed the mother and daughter as they began to cover the pit with dirt and joined them in their task. Her hands were not weary, allowing her to work more swiftly than the two of them combined. Once the man was buried, Qingxian retrieved a map and examined it, gesturing towards the direction of the base. Yet, realizing that her speech was beyond human comprehension, she pointed to the location of the base on the map. The little girl instantly understood. This zombie sister intended to guide them to the base. She immediately translated for Qingxian, ensuring the woman understood. Upon hearing these words, the woman felt a twinge of surprise but recognized the urgency of the situation. Although the daytime temperatures were indeed sweltering, they plummeted to freezing at night. The mother and daughter could not remain outside. The woman swiftly approached the trunk of the car and retrieved her backpack, which was already packed with essentials. Observing that the zombies seemed to have vacated the area, Qingxian began to explore. In a nearby garage, she spotted a vehicle, which sparked a glimmer of hope within her. She promptly guided the woman toward the garage, eliciting a joyful response from her. The woman then entered the house in search of the car keys, which fortuitously lay at the entrance of the living room. Most of the zombies in the vicinity had already been cleared out. The woman instructed her daughter to get into the car before starting the engine. Noticing Qingxian's reluctance to join them, she looked at her with confusion. "Aren't you coming?" Qingxian shook her head and removed the cloth from her face, revealing her partially torn lips, which conveyed her message. She was a zombie and could not venture to the survivors' base. If she did, her life would be in jeopardy. The distance from their current location to the base was merely over 20 kilometers, and since most of the zombies had already been eradicated, as long as they did not stop, no zombies would be able to pursue the vehicle. Thus, Qingxian felt no significant concern about encountering zombies. The young girl seemed to grasp the gravity of the situation and quickly leaned out to reassure her. "Don't worry, zombie sister, we will never speak of your situation. Also, my name is Hang Yi-jin, and my mother's name is Song Jing. We will not forget you, so please, zombie sister, do not forget us." Song Jing nodded and then started the car. "I wish you safe travels," she said. If discovered by others, they would undoubtedly seek to eliminate her, even if she were a benevolent zombie. Not everyone perceives zombies as possessing any virtue, and Song Jing shared that sentiment. Should she encounter another zombie in the future, she would not assume it would spare her. It was clear that she needed to hone her skills the next time she faced a zombie. She would rely on others for protection. Qingxian watched the car drive away, feeling somewhat perplexed. They would never meet again in this lifetime, so why disclose their names? Yet, she took note of it. Fortunately, this mother and daughter were not the type to scream in danger or to attack a zombie with anything at hand. Of course, Qingxian hoped that when they encountered zombies in the future, they would act without hesitation. If they could kill, they should. As she watched the vehicle vanish down the road, she turned to leave. This location was indeed perilous. If she were to come across a team of supernatural beings emerging from base, her fate would be sealed. Thus, Qingxian naturally distanced herself from the base. The farther the better. Mom, will I see that zombie sister again? Qingxian asked from the passenger seat, unable to contain her curiosity as they finally left the town. I don't know. I think it's best not to encounter her again, as it would imply she is successfully avoiding humans, Songjing replied. Although she was uncertain why this particular zombie retained a semblance of human kindness, she felt it was prudent to keep that benevolence hidden from humanity. Not everyone would appreciate such goodwill, especially not from a zombie. If her existence were to be discovered, she would face one of two fates, either to be killed outright or to be captured for research into why she still retained human consciousness. Observing the appearance of that zombie, it was evident that she carried a travel map with her, marking the location of the base with an X. Clearly, she was aware of the dangers of that place. Yet, she circled several destinations, all of which were renowned tourist attractions. Thus, Songjing began to understand the intentions of this little zombie. She yearned to travel to J City, a place famous for its ancient history. However, Songjing was taken aback by the notion that even a zombie would desire to explore. Was it that she had never had the opportunity before? Nevertheless, if this was her wish, then no one should stand in her way. Neither she nor her daughter would question the zombie's actions. Once the vehicle reached the base, the mother and daughter finally breathed a sigh of relief, grateful to have entered the quarantine zone before nightfall. They possessed little on their persons, and the vehicle was parked in the designated area. After confirming that they bore no injuries and exhibited no fever, they were escorted to a separate room for isolation. This quarantine would last merely one night, not the full 24 hours. Yet, once one begins to relax, thoughts tend to wander. As Songjing settled down, watching her daughter drift into slumber against her, memories of her husband surfaced, and her eyes brimmed with tears. However, she quickly wiped them away. She could not allow herself to succumb to despair. Had it not been for her husband, who had bravely exited the vehicle to protect them, they might have fallen prey to the zombies. Thus, she resolved to steadfastly safeguard her daughter in this apocalyptic world. One must at least equip their daughter with the ability to survive in this apocalyptic world. She gently adjusted the blanket around her daughter and whispered, "In a few days, you should begin to train your body. Of course, do not neglect your studies, even though there are no exams at the moment. We cannot allow you to become a semi-illiterate." There were others around, yet they paid no heed to Songjing's words. Those who had reached this place merely wished to enjoy a peaceful slumber, free from the worry of encroaching zombies. "Yes, I will remember everything you said, Mother." Suddenly spoke Qingxian, clearly wide awake despite her weariness. Although fatigue enveloped her, the newfound safety was a relief. Yet, the haunting memory of her father being devoured by zombies lingered in her mind, igniting a fierce desire to grow stronger. If she possessed strength enough to vanquish the undead, perhaps her father would still be alive. And if she failed to become stronger, she feared that next time, it might be her mother she would lose. Luck would not always favor her and her mother, and help might not always be available. As night fell into silence, the zombies began to stir. After Qingxian had driven them away during the day, a question lingered in her mind. She had assumed herself to be weak. Yet she was surprised to find that she could intimidate the zombies with her words. Perhaps it was merely a matter of the zombies lacking energy during the day, causing them to retreat in contemplation. Thus, when the moon ascended in the sky, Qingxian sought out a group of zombies and began to hurl insults at them once more. This time, however, they merely glanced at her before shuffling away, showing none of the respect they had during the day. Qingxian realized, it seemed she was still quite weak after all. Chapter 15. Keep going, great zombie. I believe in you. Although Qingxian felt that she still lacked combat prowess, she remained unconcerned. After all, she was a zombie herself. There was no necessity to slay one of her kind. Perhaps it was merely due to the encounter earlier that day, when the zombie had shown her some semblance of respect. With this thought in mind, Qingxian turned to leave. However, as she pivoted, she caught sight of a zombie standing at the crossroads, gazing intently at her. This unnerving scrutiny sent a chill down her spine. For this particular zombie exuded an aura of danger. Yet, after a moment of observation, the zombie turned and departed. Its movement was markedly distinct from that of the usual stiff undead. It resembled an ordinary human, moving with purpose and poise, without the typical staggering or erratic wandering. Despite her awareness of the inherent peril posed by the zombie, she found herself compelled to follow. What if they could communicate? Qingxian mused that even in her transformed state, she retained certain human flaws, such as a penchant for socializing and meddling in others' affairs. This zombie, too, was not exempt from such tendencies. Although it was unlike the others, in terms of speed, Qingxian had the upper hand. She soon caught up to it and called out, "Wait a moment." The zombie halted in its tracks, and in that instant, Qingxian comprehended that it could understand her words. Perhaps there existed a silent understanding among zombies. Seeing it stand still, she maneuvered to position herself in front of it. The face of this zombie was unlike those she had encountered before. It bore a striking resemblance to that of a deceased human, unmarred by any wounds. Naturally, as Qingxian regarded it, its eyes met hers, creating a moment of silent connection. The eyes of this creature were unlike those of ordinary zombies. They were a deep crimson hue. Indeed, it was a distinct kind of zombie, its eyes betraying its uniqueness. Judging by its hair and attire, it seemed to have been a high school student in life, still clad in a school uniform. Yet now, that uniform was marred by stains of blood, unclear whether it was its own or that of others, or perhaps remnants of its predatory endeavors. As Qingxian noticed its unwavering gaze upon her, she found herself motionless, the sense of danger that had previously enveloped her dissipating. However, if humanity remained oblivious to the existence of such perilous zombies and fell victim to their carelessness, should she draft a notice to warn them? Yet, considering the dubious nature of such information, it was unlikely anyone would heed a notice affixed to the gates of a survivor's base. Moreover, she lacked the means to post such a warning herself. Qingxian pondered the appropriateness of alerting others, concluding it might be ill-fitted. Perhaps confining this mutated zombie within a fortified dungeon would be prudent. However, this world surely harbored more than one such aberration. If she were to imprison this one, it would be impractical to contain them all. The search would be excessively time-consuming. Ideally, communication with these zombies would be feasible. Yet the likelihood of such an occurrence seemed slim. Not all zombies shared her aversion to consuming the flesh and blood of the living. Suggesting they abstain from feeding would be akin to leading them to starvation. If they did not resort to violence, it might merely be a reflection of their forbearance. With these thoughts swirling in her mind, Qingxian resolved to turn away. It was evident that as zombies evolved, so too would the abilities of humanity's practitioners. It is not one's place to take charge of the situation. Moreover, with such formidable zombies drawing attention, those powerful supernatural beings would be less inclined to focus on oneself. In areas teeming with such zombies, humans would be even more reluctant to venture forth. Wouldn't that render one considerably safer? Contemplating this, Qingxian enthusiastically grasped the hand of the other and shook it up and down. "Do your utmost to become a great zombie. I believe in you," she encouraged fervently. In just over a month of the apocalypse, the zombie had already shown remarkable growth, as long as it avoided being slain by humans in the early stages. It would evolve into a powerful entity. The more conspicuous it became, the more Qingxian would appear as an ordinary zombie. With this thought in mind, she felt that having a few more evolved zombies around could be quite advantageous. No longer concerned with the high school zombie, Qingxian turned to leave. However, after walking a few hundred meters, she discovered that the high school zombie was following her. It maintained a distance of about 10 meters, neither too close nor too far. When she stopped, it halted as well. This puzzled Qingxian. Could it be that it intended to follow her and seize the opportunity to devour her when she let her guard down? But was zombie flesh truly delectable? With these thoughts swirling in her mind, she suddenly broke into a run. After all, ordinary zombies should not be able to outrun her. Yet, she had underestimated her pursuer. This upgraded zombie had once been a high school student, a male student, no less. Its legs were nearly as long as her waist. While it may have been an exaggeration, this young man must have stood over 6 feet tall in life. In no time at all, Qingxian found herself being chased down by this zombie, which left her quite exasperated. Just because she stole a glance, now they were to accompany each other? Accompanying? What a joke! This is no mere pet. It is a zombie, a flesh-eating, evolved undead. Who knows when it might turn on me? Please, do not follow me. Can you speak? Let me hear your voice. Qingxian turned to face the zombie. For the sake of convenience, let us refer to it as a level 2 zombie. Presumably, as a level 2 entity. It should possess the capability for basic communication. After all, she could comprehend the utterances of ordinary level 1 zombies, even if their words were merely instinctual and devoid of significance. Qingxian believed that this level 2 zombie could engage with her because, when she commanded it to halt, it indeed obeyed. Therefore, she surmised that this creature was capable of understanding her. Yet, the level 2 zombie remained silent, fixating its crimson gaze upon her, which left Qingxian feeling somewhat exasperated. Nonetheless, she approached and rummaged through the pockets of the level 2 zombie. Being a high school student, it surely possessed a student ID or some form of identification. As she reached out, the zombie instinctively raised its hand to block her. I merely wish to see your name. I do not intend to strip you of your clothing. Little did Qingxian realize that, despite having been socially anxious in life, she had transformed into a social butterfly among the horde of zombies. Indeed, this level 2 creature understood her words. When she stated that she was only seeking its name, it lowered its hand, allowing her to search freely. From its upper pocket, she retrieved a student identification card, a meal card, and a small notebook, all stained with blood. Fortunately, the name remained legible. In the second year of high school, there was a student named Cherishing. At the tender age of 16 or 17, he was still considered a minor. Qingxian cast a fleeting glance at him and noted the absence of any visible injuries, indicating that he was among the earliest batch of zombies. What a fortunate fellow, transforming into a zombie in his sleep without even being bitten. Yet, the young zombie remained silent, fixated on Qingxian. It was then that she spoke. Your name is Cherishing. You must be 16 or 17. In any case, that's the gist of it. Well, I must take my leave now. Do not follow me. I am not particularly appetizing. You should seek out other zombies to consume. With that, Qingxian turned to depart. Once she exited the county town and confirmed that the zombie named Cherishing had not followed her, she breathed a sigh of relief. After traveling over 100 kilometers, she would reach City J Chapter 16. She is a zombie. She cannot aid humanity. Qingxian studied the map once more. Over the past few days, she had been moving swiftly. At her current pace, she should arrive in City J within 3 days, provided no peculiar incidents occurred along the way, such as an unexpected encounter with a team of supernatural beings. She promptly cast aside such a terrifying thought. If she were to truly encounter a team of supernatural beings, it would spell disaster. However, she was already over 50 kilometers away from the base, and it was night time. Surely, she wouldn't cross paths with any supernatural teams. Furthermore, she had already departed from the base. Qingxian chose a relatively busy highway, rumored to traverse across the lake's surface. This road was half above the water and half submerged beneath it. In the autumn and winter seasons, the forests flanking the lake display a splendid array of red and yellow hues, beautifully reflected upon the water's surface. Photographs adorn the scene, capturing its undeniable allure. However, the cataclysmic events of the apocalypse have led to the mutation of the lake's inhabitants, rendering it a place that humanity would undoubtedly hesitate to approach. Yet, is this not a perfect opportunity for her? Resolute in her decision, she sets forth without hesitation. This time, Qingxian has made thorough preparations. First and foremost, she intends to acquire a new camera, one with exceptional pixel quality. Even if the photographs remain elusive, she wishes to immerse herself in the ambience. She also plans to select exquisite clothing and several pairs of shoes, as she cannot continue to wear the ordinary cloth shoes that have become soiled. Contemplating this, it becomes evident that she will need to bring a suitcase, though it need not be overly large. Ideally, it would be a solar-powered suitcase capable of moving on its own, allowing her to perch upon it during her journey, especially since the winter sun is quite pleasant. As Qingxian examines the map, she discovers a nearby county town, prompting her to take a detour in that direction. She heads straight for a large shopping mall. Although it is a county town, it has developed remarkably over the years. Thus, the 5-story shopping centre offers her a plethora of choices. Even in the absence of light, it appears utterly dark to the average person. However, this does not deter Qingxian in the least. The mall is teeming with zombies, and there are no signs of human presence. All items are neatly arranged upon the shelves. She first navigates to the electronics section. As she wanders through the expansive mall, Qingxian marvels at the fact that she has not only visited a supermarket and a scenic area but is now exploring a shopping plaza, a notion that would have been inconceivable in the past. After Qingxian selected a rather exquisite camera, she rummaged through her backpack. In truth, she was affluent. Besides the insurance compensation following her parents' demise, she had managed to save a modest sum over the years. Yet now, all of it had become mere scraps of paper. Contemplating her situation, Qingxian retrieved her bank card and placed it on the counter. She then gathered a few power banks to stow in her backpack, as her phone had been devoid of power for quite some time. This phone, in fact, had been with her for many years. It contained cherished chat records with her parents and a collection of photographs. She had never anticipated the abrupt loss of her parents, nor the onset of the apocalypse. Though she wished to back up those treasured messages, videos, and images, she had always hesitated to venture outside, perpetually believing that tomorrow would suffice. Thus, countless tomorrows had squandered 3 years of her life, as she remained reluctant to step out. The less she ventured forth and interacted with others, the more her desire to do so dwindled, entrenching her in a vicious cycle. Such was her predicament. Nowadays, every place she considered was teeming with people. Her social anxiety had evolved beyond mere psychological discomfort. It had reached a physical manifestation. Now, transformed into a zombie, her body had perished, sparing her the indignities of vomiting or fever. Although she still harbored a slight trepidation toward crowded spaces, she accepted her current identity with surprising composure. Strangely, while observing numerous zombies, she felt no fear towards them. Indeed, her social anxiety seemed exclusively reserved for humanity. Clutching her belongings, Qingxian set out in search of a suitcase, and indeed, she discovered one. It bore a note stating that if fully charged, it could be ridden for 20 kilometers. Qingxian found this to be quite commendable. She then placed her belongings into the suitcase. This particular case was solar-powered, although it lacked charge at the moment. A mere hour basking in sunlight would suffice to activate its cycling mode. It could bear a weight of 200 kilograms. Qingxian dragged the suitcase toward the clothing store, opting for lighter dresses. Indeed, the petite dresses suited her best, especially since she had no fear of the cold. As she passed by a supermarket, she intended to browse for masks. However, upon reaching the household goods section, she paused, contemplating the shelves brimming with sanitary napkins. Most of the ability user teams were comprised predominantly of men, typically scavenging for food or medicine. Did the women in those bases have their own dedicated ability user teams? Such items were undoubtedly essentials for women. After a moment's reflection, she turned away, pulling her suitcase behind her. She was a zombie. She could provide no assistance to humanity. Qingxian found the masks and took several, placing them into both her suitcase and backpack before departing. She sought out cardboard boxes to store the sanitary napkins and secured them with tape, tossing them down one by one from the building. Subsequently, she transported them out of the supermarket in a similar fashion. Surveying her surroundings, she wondered how long it would take to move the boxes to the roadside in this manner. Fortunately, several cars were parked nearby. However, standard cars had limited capacity. There were trucks available, yet she was unfamiliar with driving. Nevertheless, she resolved to give it a try. Thus, Qingxian began to tug at car doors, ultimately managing to open the door of a truck. The keys were conveniently left inside, yet she remained oblivious to the identity of the vehicle's owner. Undeterred, she climbed into the truck and attempted to start the engine. Fortunately, the vehicle appeared to be prepared for transporting goods, and the fuel tank was still full. However, as Qingxian settled into the driver's seat, memories of her initial attempts to obtain a driver's license a decade ago flooded her mind. Although her mother had accompanied her during that time, Qingxian was resolute in her desire not to undergo that experience again. She attempted to start the engine, once familiarized. It proved to be quite manageable. She drove the vehicle to the entrance of the supermarket and loaded it with cardboard boxes. Yet, there remained ample space within the truck. Qingxian made several trips back and forth to the supermarket until noon the following day, finally filling the vehicle with various food and essential items. Upon reaching the outskirts of the base, she planned to make a swift exit without issues. In her mind, she rehearsed the escape plan several times before placing her suitcase on the passenger seat and steering the vehicle towards the official base. At this hour, she anticipated encountering few individuals. To her surprise, she realized how close she was to the base. It would only take a mere 3 hours of driving to reach it. As she parked the truck, she noticed a vehicle approaching in the distance. Without hesitation, Qingxian honked the truck's horn, opened the door, and dashed off with her suitcase in hand. Ultimately, she had achieved her objective. Regardless of who it was, anyone seeing the truck would undoubtedly gaze at its contents. Dragging her suitcase, she hurried into a nearby building, hoping that her hasty movements would not damage her belongings. Chapter 17. A true bodhisattva. Jiu Wanqing was indeed affiliated with the official organization. Coupled with her unique abilities and certain undisclosed secrets, she had ascended to the position of supervisor over various official bases. Apart from the responsibility of eliminating zombies and scavenging for supplies, the rest of the time is indeed free. She intends to investigate the grave of the girl she had previously buried. However, to her dismay, the grave has been unearthed, and the bouquet of flowers is missing. Moreover, the corpse has vanished as well. Could it be that the body has turned into a zombie? It is certainly a possibility. If her memory serves her right, there was a significant gash on the face of that corpse. Many zombies exhibit such a wound. Perhaps the body truly has risen again, transformed into a zombie. She is unable to venture deeper into the city and can only survey the surroundings, yet she does not recognize any familiar zombies. Qingxian. There is a truck ahead, and it just honked. Should we check it out? The youth inquires. If he is not mistaken, it seems someone has exited the driver's seat and hurried into the town. The vehicle comes to a halt beside the truck. The door of the driver's seat remains ajar, and the keys have not been removed. Yet, there is no one in sight. Jiyu Wanqing glances at the neighboring vehicle from the passenger seat before stepping out. Qingxian. Be cautious. What if there is something else in that vehicle? The youth follows her lead, disembarking as well. Meanwhile, the man seated in the back does not exit. He continues to recline with his eyes closed. Jiyu Wanqing pays no mind to this man, merely someone assigned to her protection. However, she cannot remain in one place for too long. Naturally, she must take him along as they roam about. Fortunately, although he appears difficult to approach, he is relatively easy to converse with. He accepts whatever food is offered and is not finicky about where to stay. The man's name is Pei Yuan, the son of Jiyu Wanqing's superior. From a tender age, he was frail and often unwell, and his parents believed that no one else possessed the capability to ensure their son's safety, thus entrusting Jiyu Wanqing with this responsibility. Jiyu Wanqing, the first superhuman in all of Huaxia, awakened her extraordinary abilities 3 years prior, independent of the apocalypse's influence. It was precisely for this reason that Pei Yuhan was assigned to her protection. The young boy accompanying her was another child who later entered the laboratory. Over the span of 3 years, they had both resided in the same facility. When the apocalypse unexpectedly descended, the laboratory collapsed, granting her and the boy their liberation. When Qingxian, the boy, cautiously opened the rear door of the truck, upon witnessing a full load of supplies, he stood in astonishment. Sister Qing. It's supplies. This is an entire truck of provisions, he exclaimed in amazement. Who could possibly gather such an abundance of resources to share during the apocalypse? They must be a living bodhisattva. Jiyu Wanqing also glanced at the supplies and realized that they consisted mainly of feminine products and food. Immediately understanding the intended recipients of the cargo, after uttering this thought, she called out to Xiaoqian, who promptly hopped into the passenger seat of the truck alongside her. At that moment, Jiyu Wanqing could roughly surmise whether the individual delivering the truckload of supplies was male or female. It was not that men were unaware of items such as sanitary pads, yet the presence of numerous warming patches suggested that the sender was indeed a considerate young woman. However, she found herself puzzled as to why this person had abandoned the vehicle and its contents. Ultimately, she decided to set aside her thoughts. Qingxian observed from the 3rd floor, watching the 2 vehicles depart, feeling a sense of reassurance, especially upon seeing the 2 familiar figures disembark from the truck. Though Qingxian was indeed curious as to why she encountered Jiyu Wanqing wherever she went, she felt assured that the supplies would be managed appropriately once they reached Jiyu Wanqing's hands. However, she couldn't help but wonder if this young girl, constantly on the move, ever felt fear. Qingxian was truly amazed by these individuals. Not only did they possess the energy to traverse the chaotic world of the apocalypse, but they also had the capacity to care for pets. She regarded Jiyu Wanqing as remarkably capable. If she wished to raise a zombie, might she not be able to manage it as well? While it might not extend to feeding living humans, surely she could handle living chickens, cows, or sheep. After all, zombies consume living creatures. This thought led Qingxian to ponder whether she should explore the possibility of a farm. Were there still living animals around? Likely. For Jiyu Wanqing's large black dog seemed to be a mutated creature, an animal imbued with aggression, albeit directed solely at humans. Upon this realization, Qingxian clasped her hands in a silent prayer for humanity. She then traversed a stretch of land and embarked upon a rural path. After placing her suitcase on the ground for a thorough inspection, she felt a wave of relief upon confirming it remained undamaged. Checking the battery level, she discovered that the riding mode could be activated. Without hesitation, Qingxian mounted her suitcase. The handle could transform into a steering wheel, much like driving a small vehicle, which delighted her immensely. She had often seen travel bloggers riding their suitcases, and now she too grasped her suitcase with one hand while lifting the other high in joyous exclamation. Since the passing of her parents, Such happiness had become a rarity for Qingxian. It was only upon hearing the sound of the approaching vehicle that she was startled into rising from her position atop the suitcase, hastily dragging it as she ventured into the village. The fleeting joy she had experienced was all too brief. As she sought refuge within the village, she was greeted by an enticing aroma. To her surprise, there were indeed living souls in this quaint hamlet. This proximity, merely a kilometre or two from the base, made it understandable, especially since the surrounding zombies had been eradicated. It was likely that monitoring stations existed several kilometres away, not to track survivors, but to observe the movements of the undead. Without prior knowledge of the zombies' whereabouts, the base could hardly be deemed secure. Only by anticipating their movements could the safety of the survivors be adequately ensured. It was probable that numerous monitoring teams were stationed around the cities adjacent to this official base, equipped with long-range radios to provide timely alerts. Typically, the pace of a zombie horde was not excessively rapid. A distance of 10 to 20 kilometers would suffice for the base to prepare thoroughly. In the event of a horde numbering in the thousands, the deployment of heavy weaponry would be warranted, while a situation involving over 100,000 would necessitate a strategic retreat. Thus, the construction of fortified walls around the base became a paramount consideration. However, these were merely the conjectures of Qingxian. The specifics would only become apparent once the base was fully established. Following the alluring scent, she took note of the inhabitants of this small village. There were quite a few, at least 20 or more. Yet, at that moment, Qingxian's concern was not for the villagers, but rather for the convoy that had just arrived. The sight of the halted vehicles sent a wave of alarm through her. She had unwittingly stumbled into their territory. Moments ago, her eerie cries echoed through the air. One can only hope they went unheard. Chapter 18. She doesn't eat humans. At this moment, Qingxian found herself at the edge of the village, while the residences of others appeared to be situated at the village's entrance. After all, behind the village's end lay a river, rendering it unsuitable for habitation. Interestingly, it was the handful of affluent households at the village's end that stood out, each boasting a grand 3.5-story villa. Of course, the village entrance had its merits as well. Qingxian placed her suitcase by the door before ascending the stairs to explore. However, it became evident that all usable items had been removed from the building. Indeed, when faced with the choice of scavenging for supplies in a zombie-infested area, ordinary individuals would naturally opt for safer locations with fewer undead threats. As Qingxian climbed to the rooftop of the 3.5-story villa, she stealthily peered ahead. Smoke billowed from a nearby house, unmistakably indicating that dinner was being prepared. The evening meal presented an opportune moment for her escape. Without hesitation, Qingxian descended the stairs, grasped her suitcase, and opened the gate to the yard, sprinting forth. After all, dragging the suitcase along the ground would produce noise. While this may be manageable for an ordinary person, the presence of an ability user posed a significant risk. Their enhanced physique granted them superior sight and hearing, making it crucial to avoid detection. In the village, a young girl cautiously leaned her head out toward the courtyard entrance. The captain, just returned from a mission, noticed his team member peering outside and felt a twinge of confusion. "What's going on? Did you hear something?" Indeed, a sound had reached her ears. Yet it bore no heartbeat, indicating it was likely a zombie. The young girl spoke up. She was a mutant, distinct from ability users. Mutants possessed enhanced capabilities in specific physical attributes. For instance, abilities such as vision, hearing, strength, and speed are inherent to the human body. They cannot manifest externally like supernatural powers. She, however, is an auditory mutant. This auditory mutation does not grant her the ability to hear the sound of a needle falling from kilometers away. Yet, within a kilometer's radius, she can perceive all vibrations produced by sound, such as the heartbeat of others or the sound of footsteps on the ground. This unique ability enabled the young girl to survive prior to joining the team of superhumans. The rhythmic sound of footsteps indicates a human presence, distinguishing it from other noises that are equally discernible. Zombies? Impossible. The military has eradicated all zombies within a 10-kilometer radius. And the base is less than 2 kilometers away. How could there possibly be any zombies here? Upon hearing the girl's words, the captain immediately countered. Yet he sensed that Qingxian was speaking the truth. This implies that even if there were zombies, they posed no threat to them. Well, they would address this matter when they approached. With only one potential threat, it was not a cause for concern. "Let us have dinner first," the man said. In this apocalyptic world, eating is a serious matter. Who knows if there will be food tomorrow? It is paramount to live well today. Just as the man concluded, Qingxian realized she could no longer hear him. Clearly, he had moved beyond a kilometer's distance at a rather swift pace. But was it a human or a zombie? Regardless, it was unlikely they would encounter them again. Best to pretend it never happened. Dinner took precedence. Qingxian felt a sense of relief upon noticing that the superhuman team had not pursued them. As darkness approached, Qingxian felt an overwhelming sense of relaxation envelop her. After all, once night falls, humanity tends to cease its activities. The night belongs to the undead. Yet, Qingxian had no need for slumber, allowing her to traverse the night. As the hours progressed into the depths of night, she perceived the sky growing even darker, devoid of stars. Indeed, since twilight, the heavens had been shrouded in ominous clouds. Could it be that snow was imminent? It was already late December, with the dawn of a new year approaching. The air, which should have turned frigid, remained surprisingly warm. This was, of course, the sensation she had while still alive. However, observing the attire of the other survivors suggested that it was still warm. Perhaps a snowfall would not be entirely unwelcome. Yet, could the snow in this apocalyptic world be described as beautiful? The rain and snow of the end times were perilous in nature. And so, the snow began to fall. A flurry of flakes descending one after another. Initially, the snowflakes were small, but soon they transformed into large, flattened discs, each roughly the size of a palm. When they struck the ground, a distinct sound echoed. At this rate, it wouldn't take the entirety of the night, perhaps not even an hour, before the world was blanketed in white. However, in her immediate vicinity, there were no shelters to shield her from the snow. She hoped the snowfall would not be excessive, although she felt no chill. Qingxian resolved to seek out a down jacket to wear. The white blanket of snow would serve to conceal her identity as a zombie. If she could only wrap her head, body, and limbs and don a pair of windproof goggles, she would likely remain unrecognizable as one of the undead. Yet, despite her ability to comprehend her own speech, it seemed as though humans could not understand her. Why was it that she could grasp both her own words and those of the zombies, yet the living remained oblivious? Indeed, it seems that the vitality of her body has diminished, leading to issues with her vocal cords. Yet, in those apocalyptic novels, even zombies can articulate speech. How infuriating! Why was she not bestowed with such fortune? Despite these thoughts, Qingxian continued her journey. She walked tirelessly until dawn, when she finally stumbled upon a quaint little town. Given her pace, she must have ventured beyond the radiation zone of the base, for she began to encounter zombies. The presence of zombies indicated that she was at least 20 kilometers away from the base. As the sun rose, Qingxian found an appropriate spot to rest. The town boasted a clothing store, and due to the previous warmth, the down jackets therein had remained untouched. With November already upon them, the shop had displayed winter attire. Yet who could have predicted the sudden change in weather? Qingxian selected a stylish down jacket to wear. Though she felt no temperature, she still took a moment to gaze at her reflection. Quite lovely, indeed. As she turned, she noticed a zombie, its head adorned with snow, approaching. She called out, "This down jacket looks splendid, don't you think? Would you like to wear one?" The zombie merely glanced at the clothing store before trudging away through the snow. Qingxian then inspected the skirt beneath her jacket and decided to switch to a longer down coat, which covered her calves and revealed the lace of her floral skirt. She twirled before the mirror, feeling quite vain. However, upon turning her head again, she unexpectedly locked eyes with a pair of crimson ones. To her surprise, it was Cherishing, that rascal, who had been trailing her all along, leaving Qingxian feeling somewhat exasperated. They are not corpses on the same path. How could they follow her? She does not feast upon humans. Qingxian felt a sense of helplessness. She thought of simply closing the roller shutter of the clothing store, disregarding the young zombie. Yet, it stood there all alone at the entrance, with the snow gently falling behind it, rendering the young zombie even more desolate. This child surely cannot be without parents, can they? Oh, how foolish! Her own parents have also perished. She too is parentless. Chapter 19. How I long for death. As Qingxian's words faded, Xingyu entered and took a seat on a chair. It appeared that zombies are capable of sitting as well. This suggests that their limbs and strength must have indeed been enhanced. After all, how could an ordinary individual tear apart a human being? Yet, Qingxian harbored doubts regarding a second-tier zombie, particularly one with intellect. Who knows, it might one day decide to devour her. Qingxian donned a pair of fluffy long socks and slipped into some snow boots. Fortunately, the clothing store was well stocked. After dressing, she glanced back at Xingyu, who remained seated, fixated on her. This left Qingxian feeling somewhat exasperated. Xingyu was still clad in that thin school uniform, though the stains of blood upon it seemed unchanged. It seemed to believe that consuming her would expedite its evolution. How infuriating! Instead of being targeted by humans, she was first marked by a zombie. No, wait. She had already drawn the attention of humans, the girl with the baseball bat. Why is it so arduous to exist? Even as a wandering zombie? Is there no justice left in this world? Given the circumstances, perhaps it would be better to dig a grave and lie down. Do not venture out for travel any longer. Qingxian has always been a person of such pessimism. Initially, she thought that transforming into a zombie would alleviate her suffering, freeing her from the struggles of existence. Little did she know that consciousness would still linger. The courage she had painstakingly mustered now seemed to dissipate in an instant. How she longed for death! Her despondent thoughts surged forth like a tide. However, after a deep sigh, Qingxian steeled herself once more. Despite her desire for death, she firmly believed that she must complete her unfinished endeavors before embracing the end. As for why Qingxian would allow herself to be scratched by a zombie and subsequently become one, it was largely due to the apocalypse. Her novels no longer required updates, and given her social anxiety, surviving in this world was an insurmountable challenge. To endure in such dire circumstances, collaboration with others was imperative. Can you even speak? Qingxian thought, wary of the possibility that someone might come to this small town searching for supplies, compelling her to leave. Yet, Cherishing, in his current state, was unmistakably a zombie. Without some form of disguise, anyone could see his true nature. Hence, Qingxian had no choice but to disguise Cherishing. She draped him in a puffy jacket, adorned him with a mask, hat, and glasses. This town is rather close to the base. We must leave. You possess the ability to protect yourself, but I do not, she stated, before hoisting her suitcase and heading outside. With the heavy snowfall, the suitcase was utterly useless. It seemed as though the heavens conspired against her. She had only ridden for 3 minutes. Cherishing, however, complied obediently, following her without uttering a word. Yet, As a genuine zombie, he appeared somewhat clumsy in the oversized puffy jacket, stumbling occasionally after taking a few steps. However, Qingxian paid it no mind and continued onward. Yet the snow had nearly reached her calves, and there was no sign of it abating. Progressing further became increasingly arduous. However, after half an hour, Cherishing's pace quickened. Ultimately, it was a matter of long legs. Observing Cherishing gradually advance ahead of her, Qingxian suddenly halted. She glanced around before entering a shop to procure a length of rope, which she secured to her suitcase. She then reached out and encircled Cherishing's waist, fastening the other end of the rope to him. "It's all right," she reassured, sensing his struggle. She urged him to remain still. Once she had secured everything and seated herself atop the suitcase, she declared, "Let us proceed. We must first exit the town, and I shall guide you." Cherishing complied obediently, resembling a large, white dog pulling a sled, heading in the direction Qingxian indicated. Having transformed into a zombie, his physical capabilities had surpassed those of humans. Dragging along a suitcase weighing less than 10 pounds, along with Qingxian, who weighed 90, did not impede his stride in the slightest. In fact, he moved significantly faster than Qingxian could on her own. Yet, Qingxian pondered. Sitting atop the suitcase while a zombie towed her about, did that still qualify as hiking? In any case, with the addition of this sturdy beast of burden, Qingxian made remarkable progress. Within just half a day's time, she found herself seated on the suitcase, gazing upon a breathtakingly beautiful lake. Although it lacked the vibrant hues of autumn foliage, it presented an entirely different vista. The world around her was enveloped in a pristine white. The water's surface was frozen, and both banks were blanketed in snow, with even the road in between thoroughly concealed beneath a thick layer of white. Fortunately, the tall streetlights lining the roadside illuminated the distinction between the pavement and the lake's surface for Qingxian. A taciturn zombie and a socially anxious one created an atmosphere of profound quietude in this vast expanse. As the two zombies traversed the road that cut across the lake, the sky released gusts of wind, swirling down large flakes of snow. Qingxian opened her umbrella, initially meant to shield her from the sun, to guard against the snowflakes cascading upon her. As for Cherishing, she could hardly be bothered. After all, it was merely a voiceless zombie. Cherishing seemed indifferent to the snow accumulating atop its head, continuing onward with unwavering resolve. Observing the surrounding scenery, Qingxian suddenly called out, "Stop!" Like a mechanical automaton, Cherishing halted at her command. While taking her camera, Qingxian pondered the implications of Cherishing's existence. She certainly would not permit it to feast upon human flesh. Yet, how long could a zombie endure without consuming blood and flesh? The answer eluded her, despite having read novels that depicted lifespans ranging from 3 months to several years. Cherishing stood to the side, watching as Qingxian photographed the landscape. Then, she turned to Cherishing and reached out to remove the superfluous covering from its face. Although the skin lacked the vitality of a living being, it was evident that it had possessed considerable beauty in life. Reflecting on her high school days, she recalled huddling in her seat, having known no more than 6 classmates throughout her years of schooling. In university, she did not reside on campus, thus remaining devoid of any friends. Even now, Qingxian believed she did not require companionship. This sentiment persisted within her. Thus, she could isolate herself at home for 3 years, or whimsically choose death. Moreover, as a zombie, she could travel without a care in the world. But what of Cherishing? What kind of person was he in life? Qingxian had never contemplated understanding anyone, nor did she desire to be understood. Yet, this zombie following her perplexed her. She felt she was nothing extraordinary. Why would a level 2 zombie choose to accompany her? In the realm of the undead, it was indeed a formidable creature, perhaps one capable of ruling its domain. Yu Qingxian captured several photographs of it. Should zombies truly become extinct in the future? These images might well find their place in textbooks as illustrative examples. Alas, Cherishing merely gazed at her vacantly, offering no smile. Well, one cannot hold high expectations of a zombie. Onward they went. Chapter 20. Her mind is healthy, no tumor present. Crossing the road that spanned the lake, Cherishing continued forward as Yu Qingxian insisted he not stop. The entire core of the undead was abruptly dragged into the snow by Cherishing. She felt no temperature from the snow, nor did she experience suffocation when buried beneath it, for she was, in truth, a dead person. Was it possible that Cherishing shared this condition, which allowed him to traverse the snow-laden underpass without hesitation? No vehicles crossed their path, as this road was primarily constructed for sightseeing and ill-suited for escape. Emerging from the snow-laden area, a sudden brightness greeted them. This was a scenic route. Not only the surface road provided views, but the underground path did as well. The walls on either side are composed of super-transparent, specially crafted glass, which neither obstructs the view nor succumbs to the pressure of water that might otherwise cause the walls to crumble. Even in this unexpectedly frigid weather, it remains steadfastly anchored to the ground. However, the water has become rather murky. Occasionally, a few fish swim by, their bodies in tatters, even sporting sharp teeth. Although these fish lack aesthetic appeal, the essence of tourism dictates that one cannot merely treat it as a task and come to a halt. Yu Qingxian spoke up, acknowledging that while one should not view it as a mere assignment, for Cherishing, the zombie, it indeed resembled a task. Nevertheless, she thought that once it grew weary of the situation, it would leave on its own accord or venture out in search of sustenance when hunger struck. Yu Qingxian approached the glass wall, scrutinizing the zombie fish beneath the surface. Despite the scales having fallen away, revealing their bones, she perceived an alternate charm in them. It was merely regrettable that she did not witness the autumn maple leaf lake. Contemplating this, Yu Qingxian suddenly exclaimed, "Let us return next autumn. It's truly unfortunate to have missed it this year." She heard a slightly husky voice in response. Turning her head, she glanced at Cherishing, who was no longer fixated on her, but rather observing the parsing zombie fish. In that moment, Yu Qingxian began to realize that perhaps this child, in life, had also been somewhere devoid of experiences, much like herself. Yet, her previous utterance had merely been a reflection of her own sentiments. Socially anxious as she was, it did not imply a disinclination to converse. When alone, her words flowed freely, and she even engaged in role-playing while writing her novels. Thus, the notion of being taciturn does not exist, it is merely a reluctance to engage in conversation with others. Moreover, Cherishing had never conversed with him. Yet even a solitary word was sufficient to astonish Yu Qingxian. However, upon reflection, one might ponder whether two zombies conversing would merely appear as a cacophony of incoherent sounds to others. The mere thought of such a scene struck Yu Qingxian as quite bizarre. "So, you are capable of speech," Yu Qingxian remarked. Despite having spoken to him countless times in the past, Cherishing remained resolutely silent. Consequently, Yu Qingxian had come to regard Cherishing as a soulless second-level zombie. At this moment, Cherishing resembled a mute, tightly shut figure, refusing to utter a sound. Yu Qingxian harbored no expectations of him expressing anything further. She retrieved her camera and captured several photographs, then pointed to a location, instructing, "Stand over there, I shall take a few pictures of you." This mute figure was indeed unparalleled in his obedience. No, it was more accurate to say he was unrivaled in his zombified compliance. Observing him dutifully position himself, Yu Qingxian took the opportunity to snap multiple shots, even considering the composition. Despite his transformation into a zombie, Cherishing retained an appealing aesthetic, devoid of the repugnant visage often associated with the undead. One could surmise that in his previous life, he was undoubtedly quite popular among his peers. Yet now, he was certainly a source of dread for many. After completing the photo session, Qingxian directed this obedient creature to continue onward, traversing the underground glass walkway. Cherishing assisted Qingxian back to the surface. Although a few abandoned vehicles were visible, there were no signs of zombies, nor any living souls. Outside, the snow continued to accumulate, growing ever thicker. Having lived for 28 years, Qingxian was witnessing such a heavy snowfall for the very first time. Though in her childhood, during her time in her hometown, she had witnessed snow reaching her calves, the current snow had nearly accumulated to a meter in depth. She perched atop her suitcase, with only her head visible above the snow. Yet, for Cherishing, this snow posed no hindrance whatsoever. He resembled a natural snowplow, effortlessly carving a narrow path through the white expanse. This spectacle stirred a twinge of unease within Qingxian. However, her disquietude dissipated within mere minutes, restoring her sense of tranquility. If he were to grow hungry later, she could begrudgingly procure a few live chickens or ducks for him. They finally reached City J on the morning of the 4th day. Although the snowfall had ceased by then, the snow had accumulated to nearly surpass Qingxian's height. Should she step into the snow, she might become entirely obscured. The ancient town was not typically prone to heavy snowfall. Yet this unprecedented accumulation had caused many historic structures to collapse under its weight. Thus, the charm of the ancient town was utterly lost, leaving only the remnants of walls crushed by the snow. Qingxian realized that she would indeed miss witnessing the town's splendor, a sentiment that lingered in her heart as a pang of regret. Perhaps had she arrived a few days earlier, she might have glimpsed its beauty. Or if she had hurried a bit more. Yet, such thoughts flitted through her mind like fleeting shadows. To behold certain landscapes is a stroke of fortune. To miss them is simply the way of nature. After all, she still yearned to catch a glimpse of the dinosaurs from the prehistoric era. Qingxian untied the rope from Cherishing's body and began to drag her suitcase through the snow toward the house. However, after only a few steps, she unexpectedly collided with a zombie. It had been several days since she had encountered any zombies. She had almost forgotten that the population in City J was substantial. And thus, the zombies would be plentiful as well. Encountering a zombie is hardly a matter of concern. Qingxian observed the zombie approaching without any intention to yield, prompting her to step aside and allow its passage, a rather discourteous display. However, as Qingxian made way for the zombie, Cherishing surged forward, seizing the creature by its neck and, with a single swift motion, crushed its skull. In the aftermath, he extracted a crystal core from the remains, a small object, akin to a glass bead. This entire sequence unfolded in an instant, as the zombie, now bereft of half its cranium, fell to the ground. Qingxian perceived Cherishing's actions as even ruder. He had brazenly pried open another skull. To her astonishment, she then watched as Cherishing swallowed the crystal core without hesitation. It was astonishingly unsophisticated of him, as he could have at least rinsed it in the snow before consumption. Yet, witnessing Cherishing's actions, Qingxian instinctively covered her head. Could it be that she, too, possessed a remarkably powerful crystal core within her mind? Was Cherishing contemplating fattening her up for a meal? Cherishing's gaze then fixated on Qingxian. Noticing her retreating 2 steps while dragging her suitcase, a flicker of confusion crossed his crimson eyes, as if he had grasped something profound. The usually taciturn Cherishing finally spoke. "You do not have." These 3 words sent a flurry of questions swirling in Qingxian's mind. What does he mean, I do not have? I do not possess a crystal core? Oh, how splendid! Her mind remained intact, free of any tummus. However, if she indeed lacked a crystal core, what was Cherishing's purpose in following her? Surely, He did not intend to form a tour group with her, did he? Nonsense. Chapter 21. Not very old, yet remarkably resilient. Qingxian disregarded Cherishing and proceeded towards the towering building. Although City J is an ancient town, it is juxtaposed with a modern urban landscape, separated by a millennium-old city wall. On one side lies the contemporary city, while on the other stands the historic stronghold. Qingxian ascended to the hotel, dragging her suitcase, and selected a room with a splendid view. However, Cherishing did not accompany her. He must have gone in search of zombies to procure crystal cores. Qingxian paid him no mind. The more zombies he could eliminate, the greater the chance of saving lives. As long as he refrained from harming himself, she wholeheartedly encouraged his rampage against the undead. For the time being, she was assured that he would not bring harm to himself. After placing her suitcase down, Qingxian made her way to the balcony and began photographing the ancient city with her camera. She examined the bathroom and tested the water, only to find it completely dry. After waiting for a while, she confirmed that there was indeed no water supply. Her province, being located in the southern region, had never experienced such heavy snowfall and lacked the necessary infrastructure to cope with freezing conditions. It was likely that the pipes had long since burst. Consequently, Qingxian decided to haul several buckets of snow into the bathroom and fill the bathtub, burying herself beneath the snow. Half an hour later, the snow showed no signs of melting. Qingxian mused, "I truly am a cold corpse." 3 hours later, she finally emerged from the snow, changed into clean clothes. And as night fell, she lay down in bed. It seemed as though she had not slept in a long time. Although she did not require sleep, no one wished to stand throughout the night. Lying down for a while was certainly acceptable. Unlike other zombies, Qingxian possessed the ability to slumber, and when she did, it was a deep and restful sleep. As Cherishing entered her room, she remained oblivious to his presence. He stood at the foot of Qingxian's bed, his crimson eyes fixated on her serene slumber. Soon, his gaze shifted towards the window, where the dawning light began to permeate the sky. Approaching the floor-to-ceiling window, he grasped the curtains, drawing them closed to shield the pristine snow and the luminous sky from view. He then retrieved a chair and settled at the foot of the bed, his eyes now directed toward the doorway. Unlike his previous watchful gaze upon Qingxian, his expression as he regarded the entrance bore an air of vigilance. While gathering crystal cores, he had discovered a formidable zombie lurking within the city. In that mall, a gruesome sight awaited, corpses of both zombies and humans strewn about, alongside the remains of 2 ability users. This was no ordinary zombie, one that even ability users could not vanquish. Its strength was undeniably significant, seemingly on par with his own. Yet, the creature's behavior suggested a regression toward a more primal state, lacking any substantial intellect. Any ability user with a modicum of cunning could easily dispatch such a foe. Nonetheless, they were of the same kind, and Cherishing harbored a desire for his kin to grow ever stronger. Having shed all memories of his humanity, he felt indifferent to whether he possessed a name. Upon noticing the zombie, he had merely mistaken it for a human, as it exhibited such weakness, failing to even match the energy of a typical zombie. Thus, he had turned away without a second thought. Little did he anticipate that this feeble creature, capable of perishing from a mere tumble, would dare to obstruct him, rifling through his pockets. It turned out he had a name, and once, he too had been human. As Cherishing followed her, he observed a zombie delivering goods to a human, chuckling at the sight of her riding a suitcase. Upon hearing the sounds of humanity, the zombie shrank back and scurried away, resembling a mouse encountering a cat. He had never encountered such a peculiar zombie before. If he were to abandon her, this frail creature would inevitably meet her demise at the hands of humans, or perhaps even her own kind. Much like the zombie in this city, which indiscriminately slaughtered both zombies and humans alike, he too found himself driven by a desire for power, engaging in the massacre of his own kind for the sake of sustenance. Contemplating this, Cherishing's gaze grew composed, yet a faint sound drew his attention to the doorway. Qingxian, roused from her slumber, opened her eyes to find not a ceiling above her, but the vast expanse of the sky. Goodness, what is happening? She thought, bewildered. She had merely taken a nap, yet it seemed as if the roof had been dismantled. Surrounding her were fallen stones, while her bed remained untouched, devoid of even a single pebble. Ahead stood an intact wall, but she couldn't help but glance back, only to discover a large hole that pierced through several rooms. Even a fool like Qingxian could deduce the events that had unfolded. A battle had surely transpired during her slumber. The wall behind her had evidently been breached with force. Without hesitation, she threw off the cold, damp covers, donned her down jacket, and slipped into her snow boots. Other rooms housed zombies as well, though these were mostly in a state of disrepair, some with severed arms and legs, yet still capable of movement, while others had lost their heads entirely, utterly beyond the realm of existence. Qingxian climbed to the last room and finally beheld the two zombies that had torn apart her rooftop. One was Qingxian, while the other remained a stranger to her. The combat capabilities of these two zombies seemed comparable, yet they were significantly stronger than her, and indeed any human she had encountered. It appeared that Qingxian was not merely a level 2 zombie, he must be at least level 3 or higher. Perhaps she had underestimated the situation. The ability to comprehend spoken language was not a trait of a level 2 zombie. After all, level 2 zombies could only manage rapid sprinting and scale low barriers, such as the 2-meter walls commonly found in rural areas, which would pose little challenge to them. Therefore, beings like Qingxian, capable of communication, were likely of a higher grade. It had only been a little over a month since the onset of the apocalypse, and already 2 formidable zombies had emerged. The future of humanity appeared bleak. Fortunately, she was a zombie herself. At that moment, Qingxian was pinned against the wall by the other zombie. As this was the outermost wall, it was also the thickest, which explained why Qingxian had not broken through. The length of the wall had been shattered by this young brute. Despite his youth, he exhibited remarkable strength. Yet, this grotesque zombie was bullying a 16 or 17-year-old zombie. Was that not a breach of some unwritten code of conduct? Seeing Qingxian approach the zombie, Qingxian instinctively wanted to shout for her to flee. Initially, he had presumed this zombie to be merely a brute, but to his surprise, it had mutated and gained enhanced strength. Thankfully, it was he who had been struck. Had it been Qingxian, she would have been reduced to a mere heap of pulp. However, before he could utter a word, the mutated zombie was seized by Qingxian by the scruff of its neck and hurled aside with great force. "Are you out of your mind?" she exclaimed. "It's not even human. It's a zombie. Why are you attacking it?" High school students already bear the weight of immense academic pressure. It's truly pitiful. After transforming into a zombie, it finally escapes the burden of studies, and yet you treat it like a punching bag. If you have the capability, why not lift this entire building and toss it away? You only know how to bully the weak. It's utterly shameless. Qingxian unleashed a torrent of vitriol at the uncle zombie. After all, Cherishing was her loyal companion, if he were to meet his demise. Where would she find another obedient zombie like him? In Chapter 22, it is stated that there is no favorable outcome for humans who are too closely related. The mutated zombie, now cast to the ground and berated by Qingxian, knelt in submission, visibly trembling with fear. It appeared eager to flee but was paralyzed by trepidation. It could only cower and attempt to speak. "Please, don't say anything. I have no desire to converse with a savage zombie." At that moment, Qingxian was genuinely infuriated. After all her efforts to secure a room for rest, it had been ruined. The zombie she summoned to assist with her luggage had nearly caused her demise. Consequently, The savage zombie fell silent. Meanwhile, Cherishing, who was shielded by Qingxian, looked at her with newfound respect. For just a fleeting moment, he had sensed the terrifying power radiating from her, nearly compelling him to the ground in submission. It was an undeniable force that instilled in him a complete lack of any rebellious thought, even though that power was not directed at him. Of course, Qingxian remained oblivious to this. However, upon witnessing the zombie's retreat, she mused that despite its brutish nature, communication with it was not entirely impossible. Indeed, her retention of human consciousness proves to be invaluable. The evolution of language in humanity serves the purpose of preventing physical conflicts. After all, a gentleman speaks rather than resorts to violence. As she watched the zombie uncle flee, Qingxian finally exhaled in relief. That was a close call. Had he swung a fist at her, she would undoubtedly have been reduced to a mere meat patty. How delightful it is that he was reasonable, a rather amiable zombie. You surely had a proper conversation with him and weren't flattened, right? Qingxian pulled Cherishing up from the ground. Cherishing gazed at this seemingly fortunate little zombie before her, still unable to process the situation. Was she merely feigning ignorance? Or was she genuinely oblivious to the gravity of the matter? Yet, it appeared she belonged to the latter category. Although Qingxian found the zombie uncle easy to converse with, she still felt a lingering apprehension. After all, she could not even overpower Cherishing. It was best to make a hasty retreat. Thus, 20 minutes later, Cherishing observed the little zombie dashing ahead with a suitcase in tow, remaining silent as ever. Was her strength merely fleeting? When she had scolded that zombie, her domineering demeanor had led him to believe that the mutated zombie was on the verge of self-destruction. Ironically, that overbearing little zombie had nearly been frightened half to death. Before dawn, she had packed her belongings and made a swift exit. Her silhouette conveyed to Cherishing the image of a formidable zombie capable of instilling terror in others, yet outwardly she appeared weaker than an ordinary zombie, always giving the impression of having narrowly escaped death. What could possibly obscure her awareness of the power she possessed? Perhaps it was best to resign to the fact that such strength was beyond his reach. Nevertheless, he must find a way to bolster her confidence. She possesses the ability to protect herself. It is indeed remarkable that, as a zombie, she retains a semblance of human consciousness, even though his level has indeed reached 4. To him, humans are merely sustenance, devoid of any compassion. However, for Qingxian, the situation appears quite different. She is aware of her undead state, yet still chooses to safeguard humans. What a ludicrous zombie she is. Naturally, Cherishing could never exhibit the same mercy towards his food, much less engage in the act of protecting it. Nonetheless, he can impart to her the combat skills necessary for self-defense. At the very least, when confronted by a supernatural being, she would possess the means to escape. Like his previous thoughts, if left unattended, this zombie with human awareness would ultimately perish at the hands of those she wishes to protect. For now, he is certain that no zombie can harm her. Qingxian feels a sense of misfortune. Indeed, the designated travel destination, as confirmed by her, is quite unsuitable. The venue they previously enjoyed has been commandeered by the authorities, and the ancient city she now wishes to explore lies shrouded beneath a heavy blanket of snow. Not to mention the presence of a formidable zombie within its confines. Flee! Flee! She hastily acquired an enormous white cloth, upon which she sketched a large yellow triangle. And in the center, she inscribed a bold black exclamation mark. After completing her artwork, Qingxian struggled to drag the hefty fabric upstairs. Yet, after an exhausting effort, she found herself making no progress whatsoever. Cherishing could not fathom why a peculiar adjective surfaced in his mind: moonwalk. However, he understood that if Qingxian relied solely on her own strength to hold this cloth, it would take until the following year to ascend the stairs. He reached out to grasp the other side, leaping up to the second floor. His hand suddenly plunged into the wall like a sharp nail, and he clung to the fabric as he ascended to the rooftop. He had no desire to assist the food, nor did he wish for that mutated zombie to become more formidable. Relying solely on the zombies within the city, its growth would not be so rapid. It was primarily due to the two overconfident superhumans that this zombie advanced so swiftly. Therefore, he remained vigilant of the approaching figures, for it was possible that a superhuman might aid him in eliminating this adversary. Qingxian watched Cherishing's agile movements with envy. How splendid it was to be a powerful zombie, unlike her, who could only feign death in the face of danger. After Cherishing had affixed the warning sign, she nodded in approval. This way, anyone entering the city would be aware of the lurking peril. That violent zombie must be starved. How dare it bully the underage? However, once Cherishing descended, Qingxian seized him and they fled without pause, running for several days. Only when she was certain that the zombie would not pursue them did she finally stop. You really ought to practice some self-defense, Cherishing remarked. Qingxian was not running fast. An ordinary adult could easily catch up with her. Yet, she always possessed a heart of gold, oblivious to the fact that humanity had become her enemy. Perhaps she was aware, for otherwise, she would not have fled like a ghost was on her heels, sprinting faster than a person being chased by a zombie. She had only witnessed zombies pursuing humans. It was her first time seeing a zombie being chased. Why? Qingxian was astonished that this boy could articulate so much. She was also puzzled as to why a zombie would need to learn self-defense. Surely, self-defense was a human endeavor. After all, she had already transformed into a zombie. What self-defense techniques could a corpse possibly learn? After all, one must engage in combat. Qingxian remarked. Why must I fight? Qingxian questioned, bewildered. Her only desire was to travel. Once she had explored every destination on her list, she would embrace her return to the earth. If you continue this way, you will be slain by humanity. Your affinity for them is your downfall. Qingxian pointed out her weakness. Being too close to humans can only lead to a dire fate. Humans do not believe that zombies refrain from consuming flesh. Upon sighting one, they will relentlessly pursue extermination. For if they do not eradicate the zombies, they risk becoming mere sustenance for them. The two species are destined to be mortal enemies. Well, if I am indeed killed one day, so be it. It won't hurt anyway, Qingxian replied, dragging her suitcase while surveying her surroundings, retrieving a map to guide her. Wandering aimlessly through the snow, she had lost her sense of direction. It was only after a great struggle that she spotted a signpost, urgently confirming her location. Do you wish for death? Qingxian asked, puzzled. Becoming a zombie grants one immense strength. This world should rightfully be governed by the undead. Humans ought to be cultivated by zombies, serving as nourishment. As you can see, if I truly desire to live, I would not have willingly provoked a zombie. Qingxian responded, removing her gloves to reveal the wound on her wrist, a mark of a zombie's claw. This revelation astonished Qingxian. It was the first time he encountered a human so eager to embrace the fate of a zombie. Although he could no longer recall his memories from his human existence, the reactions of others made it evident. No one willingly chooses to become a zombie. Chapter 23. He is merely enticed. Cherishing was astonished by the sheer determination that Qingxian must have possessed to act in such a manner. He was, of course, oblivious to the profound disappointment Qingxian felt upon awakening to find herself untransformed into a zombie. At this moment, he mused that if Qingxian had not succumbed to the undead, she must be someone who cherishes life deeply, an individual who relished traveling and capturing moments through photography. Yet, even in her current state, she seemed to thrive, pursuing her passions regardless of her circumstances. Unable to contain his curiosity, Cherishing inquired further. Are he realized he had indeed strayed off course. Qingxian adjusted her map, aligning it with the road signs, and turned towards her intended destination. Once she confirmed her direction, she tucked away the map and grasped her suitcase. After taking a few steps, she noticed Cherishing still standing in place. After making her statement, Qingxian waved her hand dismissively and departed without a trace of longing. Cherishing pondered. Was he overestimating her humanity? It was evident that she remained an emotionless zombie, leaving without a hint of nostalgia. Qingxian certainly held no attachment to Cherishing. She was accustomed to solitude, and encountering him had been a mere coincidence. Yet, zombies were inherently like this. The reason they appeared in swarms to others was simply due to shared destinations. She did not perceive Cherishing's goals as aligned with her own. However, she had aided the enemy of humanity. Was this truly acceptable? If Cherishing were to harm humans in the future, she would be complicit. Well, perhaps it didn't matter, with just Cherishing alone. He wouldn't bring about the downfall of humanity. She had indeed underestimated the resilience of mankind. Humanity has traversed a myriad of adversities and yet continues to endure with unwavering strength. If all individuals in this world were akin to her, extinction would surely follow in an instant. As Qingxian pondered this thought, she trudged through the snow, as if her recent interactions with Cherishing were merely an illusion. He pursued her relentlessly, determined to ensure that Qingxian would first learn to contend with those possessing supernatural abilities, particularly amidst the current heavy snowfall. Human activity was considerably restricted, necessitating her rigorous training. This notion, however, filled Qingxian with immense impatience. She simply wished to flee upon encountering others. Moreover, what could a mere zombie possibly learn about self-defense? It seemed unreasonable to expect so much from a lifeless corpse. Thus, Qingxian dismissed Cherishing's incessant chants as if she had not heard them at all. As for his desire to accompany her, she found it impossible to shake him off. Progressing further south, the snow thinned considerably. Indeed, no matter how ferocious the blizzard, it could not encroach upon the warmth of the equator. Such extreme weather, for the earth, was but a mere tickle. While lost in her thoughts, Qingxian's ears perked up, and she swiftly tugged Cherishing into a snowbank. Just as he was about to inquire about her actions, they heard the distant sound of vehicles approaching. The tires, equipped with chains, crunched noisily over the snow. However, Qingxian's hearing was remarkably acute. She detected the sound only as the vehicles drew near, from several hundred meters away. Judging by her keen response, it seemed she could perceive the noise of vehicles from even a couple of kilometers away. After all, zombies are indeed sensitive to sound. Yet none could match Qingxian's extraordinary acuity. After several vehicles passed by, Qingxian and Cherishing finally emerged from the snowdrift. However, Qingxian noticed something amiss about Cherishing. Veins were bulging on his face, his crimson eyes shone even more intensely, and some mysterious liquid was seeping from the corners of his mouth. Observing Cherishing's appearance, Qingxian instantly understood. He was being driven by hunger. One had to admire his ability to restrain himself. After all, ordinary zombies would undoubtedly succumb to their cravings. Yet, those advanced zombies depicted in novels could even blend into crowds, perhaps indicating that the higher their level, the better they could control their urges. Qingxian posed this question to Cherishing, who responded with an amused expression, as if he had heard something quite humorous. He explained that the higher the level, the stronger the desire for living flesh and blood. However, it could be said that advanced zombies, being less in need of living beings to consume, naturally had greater control over their thirst for humanity. Since that day he began speaking, Cherishing finally opened up. Thus, the reason he was able to restrain himself earlier was entirely due to his formidable willpower. Or perhaps there was a powerful ability user within the convert. Cherishing readily admitted this. As Yu Qingxian listened to his words, she glanced back at the convoy, now almost obscured by the exhaust fumes. A powerful ability user? Why could she not sense them? It seemed she truly was weak. How did you perceive that? Yu Qingxian thought it crucial to recognize the danger posed by others. If she could identify a threat in advance, she could escape sooner. The intuition of the strong, Cherishing replied. Such abilities were not inherent to all zombies. It was simply that his evolution had taken place in a rather unique environment. As Cherishing's words faded, Yu Qingxian was met with a flurry of snowflakes. A testament to his overwhelming self-adoration. Yet, she was oblivious to the strength or weakness of those she encountered, as she darted away without hesitation. However, traversing through the heavy snowfall without a modicum of strength was simply implausible. Emerging from the snow, Yu Qingxian proceeded along the path ahead, where the passage had been cleared by the passage of vehicles. This made her journey considerably easier. Observing the tire tracks, it appeared the vehicle's destination was also the direction of the cross-sea bridge, although certainty eluded her. After a day's travel with Cherishing, Yu Qingxian noted that the tire marks persisted. As twilight approached, she stumbled upon a fork in the road, where the vehicle veered off. Continuing straight led to the notoriously congested highway, which, upon reflection, was undoubtedly blocked by a myriad of vehicles. Indeed, the surface ahead was uneven, with snowdrifts varying in height. As Yu Qingxian brushed aside the thick snow, she discovered a zombie trapped within a vehicle. The creature clawed frantically at the window, its form rendered somewhat rigid by the cold. Even the undead could not withstand the chill. After all, they were still bound by their corporeal nature. And many a zombie had succumbed to the frost. Of course, the principle of survival of the fittest applied. Those that remained had undoubtedly evolved to a higher level. This presented a new trial for humanity. Perhaps, throughout this winter, many had succumbed to the fate of becoming zombies, while others had awakened latent abilities. Yet, such considerations were far beyond the purview of Yu Qingxian, who, as she prepared to continue her journey, was startled by the distant sound of gunfire. There should be a distance of 2 to 3 kilometers from their current location. Under normal circumstances, Yu Qingxian would not venture to take a look. She continued forward, dragging her suitcase. However, the old bull she had picked up was holding her in one hand and her suitcase in the other, hastening towards the sound of gunfire. Chapter 24. Is it truly wise to place 2 zombies among a crowd? Yu Qingxian never anticipated that Cherishing would carry her towards the source of the gunfire. As they drew nearer, the fragrance at the tip of her nose became increasingly pronounced. Of course, Yu Qingxian was not one to indulge in gluttony. It was impossible for her to salivate. Yet, Cherishing, who was grasping her, seemed to have his drool transformed into rain, falling upon Yu Qingxian's head. But, with Cherishing holding her around the waist, she could only seize a handful of snow to smear across her face. She was utterly perplexed as to why Cherishing desired to consume humans while dragging her along. Surely, he did not intend to present her with a heart, liver, spleen, stomach, and kidneys? Was raw flesh truly delectable? Fortunately, Cherishing was not so depraved. He merely tossed Yu Qingxian into the thick snow. Subsequently, he secured her suitcase to a tree, tying it with 10 tight knots, before vaulting over the wall. Yu Qingxian rose from the ground, leaping onto the wall to peer beyond it. Lying behind the wall were 2 individuals, their heads marred by gory holes. At that moment, Cherishing was crouched on the ground, gnawing at the 2. The individuals had only just ceased to breathe, their bodies still warm with life. Upon noticing Yu Qingxian's gaze fixed upon him, a hint of embarrassment flickered in his crimson eyes. It had been half a month since Yu Qingxian had consumed any food. If this continued, even the most formidable zombie would succumb to starvation. Yu Qingxian observed Cherishing devouring flesh, her eyes revealing little disturbance. the walls gradually closed in, leaving Cherishing somewhat perplexed. After all, Qingxian was a zombie. Surely such actions could not startle him. Who would be frightened by the prospect of a meal? At that moment, Qingxian was struggling with her suitcase, the fabric strips tightly knotted, 10 stubborn knots. What was that old cow thinking? Moreover, the strips were difficult to untangle and impossible to tear. Her gaze shifted from the fabric to a small tree nearby. A sapling that had likely grown for just 2 or 3 years. Redirecting her focus, she grasped the sapling firmly and snapped it in half. Although she felt a twinge of guilt towards the little tree, she swiftly removed the fabric from its trunk and, with her suitcase in tow, hurried away. Qingxian bore no objection to Cherishing consuming humans, for to him, they were mere sustenance. She pondered that if he were to remain by her side indefinitely, he might eventually starve. Of course, if he did perish, one could argue she had eliminated a formidable zombie from the human race. Yet, he had only been 16 or 17 in life. Surely he deserved to live beyond 30. Even 3 decades could be considered a brief existence. Nevertheless, she chose not to involve herself in the conflict between humans and zombies. Those 2 humans, after all, must have been slain by their own kind. Likely the individuals from the vehicles earlier. If they had ventured out together, why resort to mutual slaughter? Never mind, she decided. It was best not to dwell on such matters. Her priority was to head towards the cross-sea bridge, as lingering would only be a waste of time. After Cherishing finished his meal and scaled the wall, he noticed the tree to which the suitcase had been tied had broken. And both the suitcase and Qingxian had vanished. He found himself at a loss for words. How could this little zombie run off so swiftly? Indeed, for Qingxian, who still retained a semblance of human consciousness, witnessing herself devouring humanity would undoubtedly be a terrifying experience. However, she could not simply flee. The down jacket she wore had been torn, feathers, whether from geese or ducks, drifting down like snowflakes with her every movement, cascading to the ground in the direction she was departing. Qingxian initially intended to re-enter the highway, but she never anticipated that she would inadvertently stumble into a battleground of others. Peeking cautiously from behind cover, she fixed her gaze upon the houses ahead. It was no wonder she had heard gunfire moments ago. Upon her arrival, there lay 2 lifeless bodies. Now, these individuals were engaged in a fierce exchange of fire. Qingxian was oblivious to the circumstances until she spotted a familiar figure, Jiu Wanqing. What was she doing in this place? Were the formidable warriors in those vehicles referring to her? It made sense. She wouldn't dare roam the world without some capability. Yet, as an official, her involvement in a shootout with the opposing party suggested that something was amiss with them. Qingxian discreetly placed her suitcase in a concealed location, then proceeded toward the group of dubious individuals to ascertain their intentions. Even though she recognized that knowing their motives would be of little use, her curiosity propelled her forward. Perhaps it would be better to explore the cross-sea bridge instead. Once again, she maneuvered around the group, dragging her suitcase behind her. At that moment, Cherishing caught up with Qingxian. She observed that the down feathers from his jacket had completely shed, and the blood on his face had vanished. She chose not to comment, as if she had never intended to abandon him. Noticing her lack of guilt, Cherishing understood that it would be futile to dwell on matters of contention in this place. At this moment, Qingxian donned a mask and an eye mask. Cherishing observed that, should Qingxian conceal her face, preventing anyone from glimpsing her ashen skin, it would be quite challenging for an ordinary person to discern whether she was human or a zombie. As long as she remained silent, her demeanor could easily be mistaken for that of an aloof individual who preferred solitude. Otherwise, he would not have misidentified her as human upon their first encounter. While Cherishing was momentarily lost in thought, Qingxian placed a mask over his face. In her eyes, Cherishing's complexion appeared somewhat fairer than hers, at first glance. She merely perceived him as excessively pale, unlike her own greyish skin, which unmistakably revealed her undead nature. Previously, she had attributed her appearance to the wounds on her face. But now she realized she could not masquerade as human in the slightest. Cherishing had initially intended to avoid emulating Qingxian, who seemed to be crawling across the ground. He found her timidity perplexing, yet it seemed she was not merely seeking attention. Indeed, Qingxian was not there to attract a crowd. Had she known that Cherishing thought her attention-seeking, she would have certainly kicked him. As they circled around the residential area, Qingxian soon discovered that there appeared to be no zombies in this town, suggesting a connection to the local inhabitants. As they navigated past the battleground and prepared to ascend the overpass, several individuals suddenly emerged, brandishing firearms, commanding them to halt. "Stop right there, or we will open fire." The two figures, clad in winter clothing and gripping their weapons, demanded that Qingxian and Cherishing remain stationary. At that moment, Qingxian was bewildered as to why these individuals had suddenly chosen to attack them, considering they were merely two zombies. However, Qingxian reached out to pat Cherishing's hand, signaling him to remain calm and observe the situation. She then raised her hands in a gesture of surrender. Though Cherishing did not comprehend the meaning behind her actions, he felt compelled to mimic her. Soon after, Qingxian sensed something pressing against her back and indicated for them to proceed forward. The two were subsequently captured and taken into an underground chamber. It was only then that Qingxian noticed a considerable number of individuals confined within the dimly lit space, men, women, and children of all ages. They appeared emaciated. Dressed in summer attire, a clear indication that they had been imprisoned since before the snowfall. In an instant, Qingxian grasped the situation. Since Jiyu Wanqing was affiliated with the authorities, she must be there to rescue these individuals. Among them were likely those possessing skills the officials sought, yet after 2 months of waiting, no one had arrived. Hence, they had dispatched someone to search. However, was it truly wise to place 2 zombies among these people? Chapter 25. Those people you can eat. The captives regarded Qingxian and Cherishing with a myriad of expressions. Once the door was shut behind them, the room was plunged into darkness once more. Yet, the absence of light posed no hindrance to Qingxian and Cherishing. The individuals before them were little more than skin and bones, appearing to subsist on meager rations every few days. Among them were several children. Qingxian removed her down jacket and approached a woman who was accompanied by 2 children. The woman, sensing the movement, exhibited signs of trepidation. However, Qingxian understood she could not speak. Uttering a sound would reveal her identity as a zombie. Instead, she draped her jacket over the 2 children. She promptly turned and handed the tattered down jacket, which had lost most of its goose feathers, to the child beside her. Now, she was certain that those who captured these survivors were far from benevolent. If they were indeed malevolent, then it would be better to offer Cherishing as sustenance. Qingxian gestured towards the iron door, and Cherishing understood her intent. However, he could not comprehend how they could possibly be captured. After all, they were merely 4 or 5 ordinary individuals. How could they pose a challenge to him? Qingxian remained silent, her gaze fixed upon him. Reluctantly, Cherishing stepped forward and forcefully kicked the iron door open. The loud crash startled not only the individuals confined within, but also those guarding outside. As the door swung open, light flooded in, and Qingxian finally spoke, "You may feast upon those people." Naturally, Cherishing understood her words, while the others heard only the distinctive hissing of the zombies, which filled them with dread. The 2 guards at the entrance, taken by surprise, had their necks swiftly snapped by Cherishing. Subsequently, they made their way towards the quarters of the remaining humans. Currently, the main force of these individuals was engaged in combat with Jiyu Wanqing's faction, leaving only a handful behind. Yet, their armament appeared to be quite formidable. Qingxian approached the room, and upon hearing the commotion, the occupants emerged. They were met with the sight of Qingxian charging towards them. With only 3 adversaries present, Qingxian swiftly dispatched them. Once they lay lifeless, Qingxian revealed herself and entered the room to retrieve her suitcase, which remained untouched in the corner due to its password protection. She pulled her suitcase and cast a glance at the 2 handguns resting on the adjacent table. Without hesitation, Qingxian seized them, along with the ammunition. Although she had never used a firearm, she believed that with a little study, she could manage to wield it effectively, if only to intimidate others. When Cherishing observed her cheerfully emerging from the room with her suitcase in tow, a hint of confusion crossed his face. "Aren't you fond of humanity?" he mused. "Yet you allow yourself to consume these people. Is this not a form of public service, rather than an act of violence?" Qingxian replied. Yet she had not anticipated that Cherishing would refrain from devouring humans. Cherishing considered that Qingxian, in truth, was not particularly close to humanity. Even in the apocalypse, some individuals found it difficult to harm those who resembled zombies, let alone living beings. However, Qingxian exuded an entirely different aura. Previously, he had perceived her as someone who was reluctant to inflict harm on either humans or zombies, existing in a nebulous space between the two. After completing her statement, Qingxian continued on her way, but as she passed one of the corpses, she turned and asked, "Are you really not going to take a bite?" Cherishing responded with a sense of urgency, "Hurry and eat, it will be cold soon." On a snowy day, it cools swiftly. Observing that Cherishing seemed momentarily frozen, Qingxian pressed on. Of course, Cherishing had no desire to waste these humans. Yet, suddenly confronted with Qingxian's words, he found himself disinclined to partake. In that fleeting moment of hesitation, Qingxian fiddled with the handgun in her grasp and fired a shot into the air, shattering the stillness of the night. At least during the chaos of the gunfight, the weapon had been equipped with a silencer. After all, the night not only lures zombies but also attracts undead creatures. When Cherishing observed Qingxian brandishing a firearm, he was taken aback. "Run! Run! Once the others arrive, that exceptionally powerful individual will also show up." Upon uttering these words, Qingxian seized a suitcase, tucked the handgun into her backpack, and swiftly turned to flee. She was unconcerned about the possibility of the handgun discharging. As long as it didn't strike her head, she would remain unharmed. Seeing Qingxian genuinely make her escape, Cherishing had no choice but to follow suit. He found himself utterly perplexed by the thoughts of this little zombie. Qingxian had initially intended to locate the lair of these individuals. However, she was obstructed. And given the town's considerable size, she was uncertain about the number of adversaries stationed there. Now, with gunfire erupting in that direction, it was undoubtedly the location she sought. "Qing, you take some people to hold them off. I will go to rescue the others," Qingxian declared. When Qingxian nodded in response, "Sister Qing, be careful. Take Xiaoqian with you." Qingxian signaled an OK gesture to Wen Qingxian, then beckoned to the large black dog beside her. Xiaoqian immediately complied. As for Pei Yuanan, observing Qingxian venture forth alone, he removed the gun from his waist and handed it to her. Qingxian accepted it without hesitation and quickly slipped away. Watching her depart, Pei Yuanan then addressed those nearby, "Hand me the sniper rifle." At his words, one of the individuals beside him passed him a lengthy aluminum case measuring over a meter. When Qingxian glanced at him, questioning the intentions of this frail figure. "Sniping? He can actually snipe?" No wonder Sister Qing remarked that he was merely ill, not entirely useless. At this moment, Qingxian arrived at the location where the gunshots had echoed. However, upon her arrival, she was met only with the lifeless body strewn across the ground. As she entered the building, she stumbled upon several crates of munitions before making her way to an adjacent room, which appeared to be a basement. The two individuals stationed at the entrance of the basement were also deceased, their necks contorted in a manner that suggested an instantaneous demise. Their faces bore expressions that had yet to register the horror of their fate. Undeterred, Jiu Wanqing proceeded toward the basement, where an unbearable stench pervaded the air. Upon glimpsing the occupants within, a flicker of astonishment crossed her eyes, for these individuals had been reduced to mere shadows of their former selves, their bodies marred by frostbite. She retrieved her walkie-talkie and stated, "The individuals have been located. Show no mercy, leave no one behind." A swift glance revealed a discrepancy in numbers, indicating that they had arrived too late. Some had already been slain. Upon receiving the news, Wen Qingxian gestured to those around him, signaling an end to their retreat. Equipped with night vision goggles, they surged across the street with renewed determination, liberated from any concerns regarding hostages. In a mere 20 minutes, they decimated dozens of adversaries. The captives, meanwhile, emerged from the basement and entered the warmth of the indoors. Yet, Qingxian and Cherishing remained, pondering the futility of their efforts. The individuals they sought to save would offer no gratitude. Instead, they would express their appreciation for the sudden appearance of this human. Cherishing failed to comprehend Qingxian's motives for such actions. After all, she could not elucidate to humanity the multitude of good deeds she had performed. Nor could she dismiss the lurking danger of being discovered and eliminated by them. Chapter 26. Perhaps it was an illusion born from their hunger. Unfazed by the words, Qingxian remained indifferent. Even in my absence, she would have been able to rescue those individuals. Yet, it was you who kicked down the door and took lives. I have done nothing, Qingxian remarked. This statement left Cherishing speechless. Clearly, they would not have been captured in the first place. So, whose fault is it? Now, all blame has been placed upon him. Truly, the villain adept shifts blame onto others. Just as he contemplated defending himself, Qingxian turned on her heel and departed. Do you trust her? Are you acquainted with her? Cherishing caught up with Qingxian. The way she gazed at that woman was distinctly different. As if entrusting those people to her would guarantee their salvation. She buried me once. She is a good person, Qingxian earnestly assessed. If asked, she would say that Jiu Wanqing resembled a protagonist from a novel, gentle, powerful, and decisive in her actions. Cherishing was puzzled. What does it mean that she buried her once? If buried, wouldn't that imply something negative? Jiu Wanqing examined the conditions of these individuals and confirmed that they were suffering from malnutrition and mild frostbite, which allowed her to breathe a sigh of relief. As for the claim that two individuals were responsible for their rescue, one male and one female, it seemed they could not articulate that these figures might not be human but rather zombies. How could zombies possibly rescue anyone? Yet, they had distinctly heard the growls of the zombies, albeit sounding rather feeble. As if the creature were quietly conversing with the man beside it. Given that the man could comprehend the zombie's growls, it was undoubtedly another zombie. However, to assert that two zombies had saved them, who would believe such a tale? Moreover, should it be revealed that the individuals in question are zombies, one might find themselves pursued without mercy. Furthermore, if those two individuals are not, in fact, the undead, it would constitute a grave slander against them. However, out of the throng of dozens, only those positioned by the door could discern the raspy sounds of the zombie. It is equally plausible that these noises are mere figments born of hunger. Thus, exchanging glances, they settled on the narrative of a man and a woman. Wen Qingxian immediately perceived their deception, yet Jiu Wanqing appeared oblivious to it. She merely nodded slightly before rising to address the assembly, offering her apologies for failing to provide timely assistance. The group regarded Jiu Wanqing silently, refraining from excessive dialogue. Initially, they were merely families of scientific personnel who had been dispatched to retrieve them. Despite the arduous journey, a month had elapsed, and they ought to have arrived by now. The passage of time had rendered it evident that something had gone awry, leading Jiyu Wanqing to assume leadership of the mission. As for those who intercepted the survivor convoy, they were criminals even before the apocalypse. Upon sighting the convoy, they seized it without hesitation. The officials who dared to resist were swiftly dispatched, and subsequently, some of the family members were also dragged out and executed. When Qingxian could no longer endure the barbarity of these actions, yet Jiyu Wanqing remained composed, listening intently. "I shall step outside for a moment to inspect the vehicle," when Qingxian announced. With several survivors in their midst, it would be prudent to acquire a bus. Presently, Pei Yuhan did not observe any infected individuals among the crowd, alleviating Wen Qingxian's concerns about a sudden transformation into zombies. She lifted her gaze to the living souls before her. "Speak freely. What compensation do you require? Do not hesitate. I shall advocate on your behalf, of course. Except for the resurrection of your loved ones," Jiyu Wanqing remarked. At this juncture, apologies held little value. It was far more prudent to propose something tangible. Only by assuaging these individuals could the researchers enhance their weaponry more effectively. In doing so, the resources within her domain could be more readily accessed. Yu Qingxian and Cherishing departed from the small town. After traversing over 100 kilometers, they would arrive at the cross-sea bridge. Yu Qingxian had shed her down jacket, leaving her clad in a mere thin spaghetti strap dress, which clung to her body due to the biting cold wind. "Ouch, it's so cold," she suddenly halted, unable to contain her exclamation. This prompted a surprised glance from Cherishing beside her. Could she truly feel the chill? No wonder she had donned a down jacket after the snowfall. "You can sense the temperature?" he inquired, unable to fathom why she exhibited no warmth. This was perplexing. It was merely a moment of reflection. Any living person dressed so lightly would surely succumb to frostbite. Yu Qingxian waved her hand dismissively. She certainly could not feel cold. Yet, prolonged exposure to such frigid temperatures would undoubtedly harm her physical form. Otherwise, the zombies would not have been genuinely frozen to death, like those icicle-like zombies, which had succumbed entirely to the cold, their viruses also extinguished. Yu Qingxian had no desire to become a mere statue. With that thought, she resumed her journey. By the following morning, she arrived in H City, but her first order of business was not to behold the cross-sea bridge, rather, it was to procure a warm down jacket. In passing, she draped a garment over Cherishing. However, having experienced the brutal encounter with the zombie elder last time, Yu Qingxian opted for a shorter style this time. Cherishing couldn't help but feel that this zombie, Yu Qingxian, was quite the troublemaker. Humans, in their frantic bid to escape, seldom concern themselves with the selection of clothing, while zombies, devoid of any sense of temperature, are indifferent to the excess of garments. The attire that adorns a zombie is merely a remnant of their human existence. Naturally, many zombies are clad in tattered and fallen garments. Yu Qingxian donned a superior quality down jacket, feeling a sense of satisfaction as she patted the fabric, noting its softness. She had never worn this brand in her previous life, given its exorbitant price of 7,000 to 8,000 yuan. Now, she could wear it without any cost. After changing her clothes, Yu Qingxian set her sights on the cross-sea bridge. The snowfall in H City was not particularly deep, only reaching her calves. Yet, for a city that had never witnessed snow before, this was a rare occurrence, perhaps once in several centuries. Not to mention, the snow accumulated to such depths at her calves. If the south experienced such conditions, one could only imagine the situation in the north. However, given that the northern regions receive snowfall annually, they must have ample facilities to cope with it, even if the snow were to accumulate several meters high. Yu Qingxian felt powerless. She envisioned herself shoveling snow, pondering that it might take her 30 years to clear it. Upon arriving at the cross-sea bridge, she was surprised to find guards stationed nearby, not visible to the eye but detectable by scent. The structures appeared to be fortified. standing resolutely on either side of the bridge. As for the bridge itself, it was bordered by railings, clearly designed to intercept passing vehicles. At that moment, Qingxian slapped her forehead in realization. If this area was under human control, what of the Eastern Gardens and the Northern Imperial City? Were they also claimed by humanity? Why bother going there at all? It would be more prudent to capture a few ducks, cultivate a patch of land, and tend to it right here. Cherishing, observing Qingxian fixated on the checkpoint, felt a surge of frustration that nearly caused him to crush the binoculars in his grip. Yet, he found a certain humor in the situation. If they could not go there, they might as well seek another route. If the desire to go was truly so intense, one could simply eliminate the obstacle. Cherishing's words were often steeped in a chilling indifference towards humanity. Qingxian swiftly delivered a sharp gesture to him. A sudden thought sparking in her mind. Chapter 27. Since they are zombies, why not take action? Firstly, if the personnel at the checkpoint are official agents, they must be aware that anyone passing through here would be intercepted. Moreover, those individuals might not necessarily traverse that particular town. How would they know that there could be survivors passing from that direction? Additionally, survivors are not limited to just those few. Why is it that some manage to pass through this location unscathed? The individuals who prompted the deployment of Qingxian for rescue must surely hold significant importance. Could it be that these individuals captured those of importance, negotiating terms with the authorities? How did these criminals ascertain the importance of those individuals? This implies that someone has investigated the identities of these survivors. Where could such identity checks occur? The answer lies solely with the checkpoint on the bridge. The survivors, upon seeing individuals clad in official uniforms, would naturally harbor no suspicions. Either these individuals have betrayed the authorities, or they are imposters. Regardless of which scenario it is, these people are not worth sparing. Of course, if I can deduce this, Qingxian must also be aware. There is no need for you to take action. Someone will handle it, Qingxian remarked. After uttering those words, Qingxian sought a vantage point that was both safe and conducive for observation. Cherishing was perplexed by Qingxian's contradictory behavior, running away upon spotting humans yet being drawn to the commotion. Nonetheless, he refrained from dissuading Qingxian, eager to witness the individuals she claimed would intervene. Sure enough, as noon approached, a vehicle arrived, accompanied by two individuals and a dog. Qingxian had spent the entire previous night contemplating a pressing concern: how these nefarious figures could precisely target the families of researchers. This indicated that they possessed foreknowledge of the situation, allowing them to ambush these individuals. They even dared to act against officials. Did they truly believe that in a world on the brink of collapse, they could act with impunity? As Cherishing observed the woman before him, he confirmed that the formidable force he had sensed earlier emanated from her. The woman opened the car door, and a large black dog descended alongside her. Behind them, the approaching zombies, drawn by the sound of the vehicle, were swiftly dispatched by the vine she wielded, which struck them down. Before they could rise again, those very vines plunged into their foreheads, obliterating their brains. In an instant, a dozen zombies were vanquished. Qingxian, witnessing Qingxian's prowess, cast a proud glance at Cherishing, leaving him somewhat speechless. After all, those were humans. What was there to be proud of? She could effortlessly dispatch 10 Qingxians in the blink of an eye. What was there to smile about? Cherishing expressed his thoughts candidly. It's fine. I'm not looking to provoke Qingxian, Qingxian replied nonchalantly. Qingxian is formidable. I have known this for quite some time. Although Qingxian effortlessly dispatched over a dozen zombies in an instant, the demise of their kindred did not instill a modicum of fear in the remaining undead, who continued their relentless advance towards her. The current snowfall was not profound enough to impede the movements of the zombies. Meanwhile, The sentinels stationed at the lookout heard the commotion and promptly opened a small window to peer outside. Upon noticing the peculiar license plate of the vehicle, a flicker of astonishment crossed their faces. They had been discovered. However, the individuals approaching comprised merely a young girl and a dog, with another person seated in the back, seemingly devoid of any formidable threat. What could 2.5 individuals possibly do to them? Initially, some inquired about Jiyu Wanqing's purpose for being there, suggesting that if she intended to venture to the island, it would be prudent to refrain from doing so, as the area was swarming with zombies. And even aquatic undead had washed ashore on the beach. Yet Jiyu Wanqing paid no heed to their warnings, unleashing her vines with resolute intent. Her actions clearly conveyed her purpose. Within mere minutes, the sentinels were dealt with decisively by Jiyu Wanqing. She ensnared them with her vines, casting them into the depths below the bridge, where they were swiftly dismembered by the aquatic zombies. Naturally, she spared 2 individuals, intent on extracting their reasoning for such actions. Although Qingxian could observe Jiyu Wanqing's movements through her binoculars, she was entirely unable to discern her words, lacking the ability to read lips. Her gaze remained fixated on Jiyu Wanqing when she suddenly sensed someone observing her. Instinctively, her eyes shifted towards the off-road vehicle, where she noticed a man gazing in her direction. This startled Qingxian, who then observed the man drawing out a long sniper rifle. Without a moment's hesitation, she grasped Cherishing and retreated. However, the man did not pull the trigger. He seemed merely intent on using the scope to ascertain whether anyone was present in the vicinity. Yet, was this man overly sensitive? She had not even been focused on him. How could he perceive the presence of others in this place? Cherishing, taken aback by Qingxian's sudden pull into the room, felt a sense of confusion. After all, if someone was indeed using a sniper rifle to observe their location, they needed to relocate. Qingxian was indeed drawn to the excitement, but such perilous excitement was best avoided. She gathered her backpack and suitcase and made her way downstairs. The fact that someone was here was certain to be relayed to Jiyu Wanqing by that man. If Jiyu Wanqing truly arrived, she and Cherishing would undoubtedly be at a disadvantage. One glance at her movements revealed her formidable combat skills. Though Cherishing was uncertain of the accuracy of Qingxian's intuition, he chose to follow her lead. In truth, Qingxian's instincts were correct. Jiyu Wanqing would learn of the presence of others here. However, it was not Pei Yuanan who informed her, but rather Jiyu Wanqing herself, who, upon witnessing Pei Yuanan aiming with the sniper rifle, deduced that there must be someone in that location. Someone? Jiyu Wanqing inquired. Zombies, Pei Yuanan replied. Jiyu Wanqing was taken aback by these 2 words. Pei Yuanan possessed the ability to discern infected individuals amidst a crowd. Although Jiyu Wanqing had no understanding of how the world appeared through his eyes, she pondered, if they were indeed zombies, why did Pei Yuanan not take action? The hue of a particular zombie appeared somewhat unusual, bearing a resemblance to your own, indicating that its level was not trivial and thus, it was elusive to sniping. Pei Yuan candidly expressed his thoughts, for he had detected one of them while aiming his sniper rifle. Despite his swiftness, an instantaneous shot was beyond his capability. Jiyu Wanqing was taken aback by Pei Yuan's words. If there existed a zombie of comparable strength within H city, then these iron shelters would prove inadequate to deter it. Why had this zombie refrained from attacking? Furthermore, what was amiss with the other one? After cleansing the blood from her hands, Jiyu Wanqing entered the vehicle, inquiring as she ignited the engine. This locale could not be entrusted to ordinary individuals. It necessitated the presence of ability users for protection. Otherwise, a recurrence of such an incident would be rather inappropriate. This particular zombie had not consumed human flesh. Rather, it had not fared on any living creature, Pei Yuan elaborated. This statement left Jiyu Wanqing momentarily stunned. Indeed, it was the female corpse that you had buried. At that moment, Pei Yuan's eyes sparkled with illumination, as though he had stumbled upon something of great intrigue. Chapter 28. Merely to facilitate humanity's acceptance of us, Jiyu Wanqing felt a profound shock at Pei Yuan's assertion. Although she had pondered whether the vanished female corpse had undergone zombification, Pei Yuan had remained silent at that time. This led her to believe that it was simply a case of a traveller who had perished far from home, having inadvertently intruded upon her chamber. She had only wished to ensure her peaceful repose. Little did she know that she was, in fact, a zombie. Since it is a zombie, why did this particular creature refrain from attacking them at that moment and instead choose to play dead? You did not inquire either. Pei Yuan holstered his sniper rifle, speaking as if it were self-evident. Jiyu Wanqing remarked that only someone unwell would engage in conversation with someone as eccentric as Pei Yuan. Nevertheless, the priority was to search for the zombie. She had yet to encounter one that did not consume humans. Qingxian traversed the street, crossed the expansive thoroughfare, and ascended the cross-sea bridge. How can you be certain they will search for us in that direction? Cherishing had witnessed the vehicle moving towards the location they had previously occupied, harboring a degree of admiration for the little zombie. Whether it was strong or weak remained a mystery to Cherishing. Intuition, Qingxian responded. Having read numerous zombie novels, she understood that individuals like Jiyu Wanqing, who strikingly resembled protagonists in such tales, should not be underestimated. Superpowers were diverse and not limited to elemental forces like wind, fire, thunder, and lightning. What if the opponent could easily discern her as a zombie? After all, she had personally witnessed Jiyu Wanqing toss someone from a bus, resulting in that individual swiftly transforming into a corpse. Thus, such occurrences were not beyond the realm of possibility. Do zombies possess intuition as well? Cherishing pondered, her crimson eyes reflecting a hint of doubt. Why not? You previously mentioned your instinct as a strong individual, while I possess the intuition of a novelist. That cannot be right, Qingxian countered. Cherishing responded. What does it even mean to have the intuition of a novelist? In truth, Cherishing did not fully grasp many of Qingxian's statements, yet she refrained from pressing further. Damaged vehicles on the bridge were cleared to the side, creating a 2-meter-wide passageway through the center. Certainly, Qingxian did not traverse the well-trodden path, but instead opted for the adjacent route, teeming with zombies and abandoned vehicles. The 20-meter-wide thoroughfare was densely packed with cars, and while there were gaps between them, they were also filled with the undead. However, these zombies were unable to surmount the automobiles that were akin to their own height. Qingxian, undeterred, chose to forego the ground entirely, instead leaping from rooftop to rooftop with agile grace. Initially, she was cautious as she navigated this precarious route, but soon she began to revel in the challenge. Red represented a bomb, white indicated a safe passage, and black signified a step backward. She even devised her own whimsical rules for this impromptu game. Cherishing observed Qingxian with a sense of bemusement, perceiving her as merely idle. Yet, it was true that she had little to occupy her time, which was why she found herself on this whimsical journey. Although he did not fully grasp the essence of traveling, he understood her desire to explore the world around her. She handed him her suitcase to carry, while she frolicked atop the car roofs. Nearby, the zombies gazed vacantly, their snow-covered heads watching as Qingxian leapt over them. As Cherishing witnessed her land on a black spot, he genuinely took a step back, shaking his head in resignation as he continued onward. He chose not to traverse the rooftops, preferring instead the pavement. Along the edge, there was a narrow sidewalk, devoid of vehicles, albeit not particularly spacious. Neither Qingxian nor Cherishing found the scenery particularly captivating. The sea was not akin to a lake. It was entirely frozen, yet the surface remained tumultuous. Occasionally, a few zombie fish and mutated creatures engaged in a frantic struggle. Suddenly, he observed a zombie being hurled past him into the water. It floundered momentarily before being swiftly consumed by the creatures lurking beneath the waves. Oh! If I fall, it will be disastrous. It turns out that the creatures of the sea even consume zombies, Qingxian remarked. Initially, she intended to leap onto the car's roof. But the zombie's grasp on her clothing thwarted her, causing her to tumble down. Although it did not hurt, falling from the roof meant the end of the game. Just when she was enjoying herself. In a fit of anger, Qingxian dragged the zombie over the railing and onto the sidewalk, unceremoniously pushing it off. At that moment, Cherishing realized that Qingxian was not only unkind to humans but also to her own kind. She tossed the zombie aside without hesitation. Qingxian had come to the sea-crossing bridge to witness the sunrise. However, gazing at the sky, she could not discern when it would clear. Thus, she selected a rather decent vehicle to serve as her temporary abode, intending to wait for the dawn. Upon seeing her enter the car, Cherishing placed the suitcase on board and finally spoke. I will go search for the crystal core. Qingxian, retrieving a book from somewhere, waved her hand at him, signaling him to go ahead. However, once he left, he did not return. Qingxian had no choice but to exit the vehicle and glance around. At that moment, she found herself near the middle of the bridge, several kilometers away from the shore. This bridge was the longest of its kind in the world. Should she go in search of Cherishing? After a moment's thought, she abandoned the idea. Whether searching for a person or a zombie would be quite troublesome. Furthermore, if Cherishing could not handle it himself, her going would merely be a futile endeavor. There seemed to be stars twinkling above her, though it could also be a result of her low blood sugar causing her vision to blur. She squinted at the sky. As the clock struck midnight, she resembled a statue, gazing up at the sky. Cherishing placed a bag beside Qingxian, the sound echoing off the roof like a stone striking stone. Yet, Qingxian did not lower her gaze. What are you looking at? Cherishing inquired. I'm watching the stars, Qingxian replied. Hearing this, Cherishing also glanced up at the heavens but saw no stars. Although the clouds had indeed parted somewhat, where were the stars? Where? Cherishing, unable to see the stars, could not help but ask. It was then that Qingxian realized that Cherishing did not comprehend much of what she said. Nevertheless, their communication flowed smoothly. Can you speak the human language? Qingxian suddenly recalled something. Advanced zombies could indeed articulate human speech. If they wished to blend in with humans, they could certainly learn their language, but there was no necessity, Cherishing explained. Upon hearing Cherishing's words, Qingxian's gaze remained fixed upon him. It turned out that advanced zombies were truly capable of human speech, not for the sake of assimilation, but merely to facilitate better acceptance by humanity. Cherishing continued. In the eyes of humans, zombies are mere lowly beings driven by instinct. Yet, from the perspective of advanced zombies, humans are the inferior ones. After all, they are merely food. Reflecting on her past encounters with zombie novels, Qingxian never anticipated that the reason advanced zombies spoke human language was to approach and prey upon humans. Chapter 29. You seem like a mouse to hunt prey. One must surely devise various methods. Perhaps this instinct remains from my time as a human. Although he was not entirely capable of comprehending certain phrases, this was a natural trait of zombies. Zombies are not inherently social creatures. The stronger the zombie, the more pronounced its territorial instincts become. Moreover, zombies are devoid of any emotions, solely fixated on their own empowerment. In the present moment, Cherishing's following of Qingxian stemmed not only from a burgeoning curiosity towards her, but also from her undeniable strength in his eyes. By aligning himself with Qingxian, he ensured his survival should he encounter a zombie of superior rank. Listening to Cherishing, Qingxian refrained from further inquiries. Instead, she lifted the small bag that Cherishing had placed beside her, sensing a surge of energy emanating from within it. It must contain crystal cores, she mused. Such items are significant not only for those with abilities but also for zombies themselves. The effort to procure this bag would likely necessitate the slaying of numerous zombies, which explained the lengthy duration of his endeavors. Nevertheless, Qingxian handed the crystal core she held to Cherishing. You may keep this. I have no use for such items, though they could serve well as game pieces for checkers, she remarked, playfully manipulating one in her hand while returning the remaining bag of crystal cores to Cherishing. This gesture took him by surprise. Although zombies have transformed into monstrosities, they still require sustenance. In the absence of food, they must absorb the energy contained within crystal cores. This necessity accounts for the rampant slaughter among higher-tier zombies, whose actions are often concealed from human scrutiny, compelling them to consume more crystal cores. However, ordinary crystal cores yield diminishing returns for increasingly advanced zombies, thus, they must seek out cores from their own rank. Yet, dispatching equally ranked zombies proves to be a formidable challenge. Thus, it becomes imperative to seek out the individuals endowed with extraordinary abilities among humanity. Even the most ordinary of these gifted beings possess crystal cores within their bodies, which are exceedingly rare treasures for advanced zombies. Take, for instance, the previously encountered zombie with mutated strength. It was evidently devoid of rationality yet wielded such formidable power. A feat made possible solely by those two extraordinary individuals. It is quite an injustice. Such a dim-witted creature could vanquish two gifted beings, while he himself is relegated to accompanying the languid zombie, Qingxian, on this bridge, merely to witness a so-called sunrise. On this snowy day, the sky is shrouded in ominous clouds, making it impossible to behold any sunrise at all. Perhaps it would be better to succumb to starvation. Cherishing extended his hand to receive the bag of crystal cores, pouring them into his mouth with a sound reminiscent of crunching fried peanuts. You sound like a mouse, Qingxian remarked, unable to suppress her commentary at the noise. Can you not say something kind? What do you mean I sound like a mouse? Cherishing retorted. Just as a mutated rat scurried past, seemingly munching on something, producing a noise strikingly similar to that which Cherishing made while devouring the crystal cores. Upon hearing the sound, Qingxian could not help but laugh, tapping the roof of the car in amusement. In a fit of annoyance, Cherishing swatted the rat into the sea, then turned to methodically cleanse the area of zombies. Qingxian paid him no mind. It is only natural for a teenager to exhibit a touch of rebellion. As Qingxian observed the horizon gradually brightening, tinged with golden hues, she promptly leaped down from the car roof, opened the trunk, and retrieved her camera. She glanced towards Cherishing, who was now venting his frustrations by hurling the car, and waved him over eagerly. Come here quickly, the sun is about to rise. Qingxian maintained her characteristic cheerful demeanor, as Cherishing gazed upon her slightly smiling face. He could only discard the toy car in his hand and approach her. He could not fathom what was so captivating about a mere sun. In any case, he held no affection for it. Nevertheless, upon reaching the front of the car where Qingxian sat, his gaze drifted towards the eastern sea. In truth, a faint golden line appeared between the sky and the ocean, as if someone had drawn a beam of light with a coloured pencil amidst the darkness. Though the clouds had not entirely dispersed, they could not obscure the sun that emerged from the sea. Qingxian perched atop the car, holding a camera, capturing images of the distant waters. After taking several photographs, she set the camera aside and earnestly observed the sunrise. The sun rose each day. Regardless of whether the skies were overcast or clear, rain-soaked or snow-laden, it had always been there. Having lived for 28 years, Qingxian had never truly witnessed a sunrise. Of course, she had seen many in others' travel videos. At times, she envied those who could travel, yet at other moments, it instilled a sense of fear within her. for her parents had passed away during their travels. This memory deepened her reluctance to venture outside. As she admired the breathtaking sunrise, she found herself surprisingly unresistant to the notion of dawn. "Isn't it beautiful?" Qingxian inquired of Cherishing. He squinted against the light and could not help but reply, "It is rather blinding. Here, I have prepared some accessories." Qingxian rarely agreed with Cherishing, but she handed him a pair of sunglasses. Before he could take them, she had already donned a pair herself. Since becoming a zombie, her eyesight had indeed improved significantly, making her particularly sensitive to light. The sunrise was indeed beautiful. Yet it was undeniably too dazzling. Observing Qingxian's leisurely demeanor, she curiously donned the sunglasses and turned her gaze towards the rising sun. It appeared rather mundane. Having witnessed the sunrise from the cross-sea bridge, this journey could be deemed a perfect conclusion. Although the sun had emerged, its rays felt cold. The snow on the ground bore no signs of melting. Qingxian tidied her belongings and skipped along the path towards the shore, dragging her suitcase behind her. Cherishing could not comprehend why Qingxian had ventured onto the bridge merely to witness the sunrise. Was it truly necessary? She seemed to be the most tedious zombie in existence. And here she was, following her around with an exuberance that made her feel even more mundane. Cherishing felt as if she was reprimanding herself. Qingxian was in high spirits. She retrieved a map and sketched a mark on the cross-sea bridge before heading towards the Eastern Gardens. However, wouldn't a visit to the Imperial Gardens require a change into ancient attire? Perhaps it was best to forego that for now, if danger were to arise. Lying down would surely soil the garments. That was unsuitable. Thus, she resolved to add wearing hand food to her list of aspirations. With this decision made, Qingxian hastily descended the bridge. The sentry from the previous day had been dispatched by Jiu Wanqing, and new personnel would be assigned in a few days. Perhaps there would be ability users among them. Given her slight frame, she would be no match for their warm-up exercises. Consequently, Qingxian's swift retreat appeared somewhat stealthy to Cherishing, who found it rather comical. It was a first for her to witness a zombie who feared humans, rather than the other way around. Her fear of people was not solely due to her status as a zombie, it likely stemmed from her past as a human. If that were the case, wouldn't she have been confined indoors for eternity during her human days? Chapter 30. Fleeing at the sight of others, yet possessing a heart of compassion. "Why are you in such a hurry?" Xiangyu inquired, following closely behind. This area was a crucial juncture, and it was only natural for the authorities to dispatch formidable beings to guard it. There might even be supernatural entities present, as Qingxian explained. If she were to delay her arrival by a few days, she would be unable to descend from the bridge, destined to dwell there for a lifetime. Of course, such a scenario was implausible. It was likely that this region would be cleared out within a few years. The bridge held significant importance, otherwise there wouldn't be a garrison stationed here so soon after the apocalypse began. However, given the recent events, the number of personnel in the area would probably increase. After all, H-City was once a city of great significance. I hope I get the chance to return. If I do, I must see the pristine and beautiful cross-sea bridge. Qingxian suddenly remarked, seemingly addressing Xiangyu behind her. Yet, Xiangyu understood that Qingxian was not speaking to him, but rather to humanity itself. It was remarkable how the zombie harbored such trust in humans, even believing that they could triumph over the undead. One might wonder if the zombie had chosen the wrong side. Nevertheless, if Qingxian thought otherwise, Xiangyu would find himself puzzled. Ultimately, it was Qingxian, this peculiar zombie, who remained an enigma. As she gazed at the gradually rising sun, she did not find the sunlight enervating. Thus, there was no need for an umbrella. They proceeded eastward along the coastal highway. As the coastal avenue gradually approaches the sea, one can behold some aquatic undead creatures crawling ashore. They possess peculiar and grotesque forms. Naturally, among these audacious aquatic beings that venture onto land are not only the zombies but also some mutated marine entities. These creatures are indiscriminate in their appetite, devouring even the undead. It is worth noting that many fish and aquatic organisms subsist on carrion. Perhaps the taste of zombies aligns perfectly with their preferences. I am quite adept at cooking. Would you care to sample my creations? Qingxian suddenly interjected, capturing Cherishing's attention. No, thank you. Cherishing replied firmly. Zombies only consume living beings, fresh and warm. My dishes are prepared from live creatures, served hot. In that moment, Qingxian seemed to possess a form of telepathy, giving Cherishing a thumbs up. During her lifetime, aside from writing novels, indulging in snacks, and watching various books and travel videos, her greatest passion was cooking. Yet, she often felt as though she was squandering food. After each meal, she would invariably find herself unable to finish the bounty she had prepared, promising herself to be more mindful of portion sizes next time. However, her subsequent attempts would still yield quantities exceeding what one person could consume. Perhaps it was not a matter of neglecting portion control, but rather a reflection of her inner yearning for companionship at the dining table, reminiscent of times when her parents were still present. Observing the rare sparkle in Qingxian's eyes, Cherishing chose not to refuse her. Nevertheless, he felt compelled to clarify that zombies feast on lively, wriggling beings, not on culinary creations made from them. After all, zombies require the sustenance of fresh blood and flesh to invigorate their existence. The lifeless flesh, devoid of vitality, holds a resemblance for zombies akin to how humans might consume decayed meat. Adding a dash of seasoning would only render it more unpalatable. However, observing Qingxian's eagerness to showcase her culinary skills, Cherishing resigned himself to fate. Naturally, the endeavor of preparing a grand feast proved too much for Qingxian, who could scarcely endure the scent of cooked flesh, leading to her premature demise in the kitchen. To her dismay, the instant the meat was heated, a nauseating aroma of decay assaulted her senses. You actually agreed to consume such a thing. You are quite remarkable, she commended Cherishing with a thumbs up. Were it her choice, she would never partake in such fare, even though she had already departed from life. You were the one who insisted I eat it, Cherishing retorted, having previously declared his aversion to such food. Following their culinary misadventure, Qingxian resumed her journey eastward, dragging her suitcase along. This time, she needed not tether it to Cherishing, as he willingly took up the task of pulling her luggage. In Qingxian's eyes, Cherishing had become increasingly diligent. The thought of starving alongside her was an unsettling prospect. Tell me, do you consume live chickens and ducks? She inquired while seated atop her suitcase, leaning against the handle. In this regard, he was not finicky. Of course, humans were the most delectable. Then let us devise a plan to raise a few ducks. Should you faint from hunger by the roadside, I would be unable to carry you and would have no choice but to leave you behind, she mused, perusing a map. Surrounding such a large city, there ought to be farms. Although most would have become zombie ducks, a portion must still be alive, mutated into something else. Qingxian's words carried a sense of concern, yet they also exuded a chilling indifference. They had been together for nearly a month, and the thought that she would abandon him if he were to faint struck Cherishing as particularly heartless. He found this zombie, endowed with human consciousness and memory, far more callous than his own true zombie self. He pondered a pressing question. Had she truly not consumed any blood or flesh since her transformation? Many zombies would weaken after 1 or 2 months without human meat. While they would not perish, some would inevitably begin to decay. No. I have no interest in consuming humans, Qingxian replied, flipping through her map. Recently, her arsenal had expanded significantly, including a comprehensive map of the entirety of Huaxia. Such items were typically inaccessible to the average person, and had she not ventured to H City, she would have remained deprived of them. The map meticulously documented every corner of the nation, and its production was not feasible on a large scale, thus it was exclusively available in exhibition halls. Pages were displayed at random each day, and the pace was quite swift. Qingxian had previously encountered this item in someone else's video. Indeed, no one else had sought it out, which had now turned to her advantage. However, zombies also require sustenance. If you refuse to eat, you will perish, Qingxian cautioned her. Becoming a zombie does not grant you immortality. Though we are significantly more resilient than humans, we are not invulnerable. Let us wait until hunger strikes, Qingxian retorted nonchalantly. If I truly find myself on the brink of starvation and in agony, I shall take action. After all, her original intention in desiring to become a zombie was to relinquish her ties with humanity. It is not that I harbor disdain for humanity, rather, I am simply at a loss as to how to engage with them. Even though I am aware that among humans, there exist many kind and beautiful souls. It is merely my own hesitance that holds me back. Surely, there must be others in the world who share my sentiments. If these individuals still draw breath, can they truly overcome their psychological struggles and coexist harmoniously with humanity? Should they manage to foster such relationships, it would be a remarkable feat. They must not follow my path and become a wretched zombie. Zombies, after all, are not particularly appealing. They possess no fighting prowess, flee at the sight of others, and are burdened with an overly compassionate disposition. Chapter 31. I am here merely for a visit. Cherishing pondered numerous possibilities. Yet she had never envisioned herself pressing a handgun against her own temple. The action she referred to was not directed at humanity, but rather at herself. It was this very zombie, who had previously urged her to feast upon humans, that now held the weapon against her own head. You would rather end your own life than harm a human? I had thought you were indifferent to humanity, Cherishing remarked. I am merely apathetic toward those who inflict harm upon their own kind. However, I was once human, and I refuse to become a being that causes harm to others of my kind. That would render me no different from those I despise. And I wish not to transform into such a creature. Naturally, she did not expect Cherishing, a mere zombie, to grasp the essence of her words. After all, how could a zombie comprehend the meaning of fellow beings? Cherishing indeed could not fathom the sentiments expressed by Qingxian, nor could she comprehend her actions. She would choose self-destruction over inflicting harm on humanity. Yet, when you humans slaughter animals, it appears that no one contemplates suicide, Cherishing mused in confusion. Therefore, I did not hinder you from consuming humans, did I? Qingxian raised her gaze towards Cherishing. She had always understood this principle. Naturally, Qingxian could not compel everyone to share her thoughts, nor could she force zombies to abstain from devouring humans. Although Cherishing found it difficult to comprehend Qingxian's perspective, he understood at this moment that if the day ever came when she was required to take action against defenseless humans, she would indeed raise her weapon and resolve the matter herself. So, when she initially wielded the gun, was it for this purpose? What, then, was the reason for carrying so many bullets? 10 would suffice at most. You do not intend to take me along with all those bullets, do you? Cherishing inquired further. Since she could turn against herself, it was evident that she would have no qualms regarding other zombies. Do not be anxious. Those are not reserved for you, but rather for those whom you might need to eliminate, Qingxian replied. Closing the map once, she had confirmed the location of the goose farm. After stating this, she pointed in a direction. There is a substantial duck farm over there. If fortune smiles upon us, there might still be some living beings. If luck is not on our side, I shall prepare a meal for you, Qingxian remarked. Cherishing contemplated the notion of starving to death instead. Hey, Even as a level 4 zombie, I could survive 3 years without sustenance. He retorted. Staying with Yu Qingxian for too long had truly made him feel like a fool. Cherishing began to venture towards the direction Yu Qingxian indicated. While she pondered another question, could it be possible for zombies to genuinely develop feelings for humans, rendering them unable to strike? After all, humans have trained animals as pets. Could zombies become pets for humans? Or could humans become the pets of zombies? Yu Qingxian, filled with curiosity, posed her question, which led Cherishing to perceive her as somewhat fanciful. Upon articulating her inquiry, Yu Qingxian herself deemed it rather ludicrous. If she could not even fathom that zombies would abstain from consuming humans, how could she expect others to hold such a belief? Thus, she contemplated, if she were human. It was evident that he discerned the essence of her question. If she were human, would he devour her? The answer was unequivocal. He harbored no sentimental attachment toward Yu Qingxian. Zombies, too, were devoid of such emotions. Cherishing concluded that if Yu Qingxian wished for harmonious coexistence between humans and zombies, she would be wise to relinquish that hope. Yu Qingxian was certainly cognizant of this reality, noting that there existed examples in zombie literature where humans and zombies coexisted amicably. She merely inquired out of curiosity. Should anyone genuinely desire to forge a peaceful relationship with zombies, she would undoubtedly be the first to intervene, disabusing them of their delusions. Even as a zombie possessing human consciousness, she found nothing morally objectionable in the notion of zombies consuming humans, let alone the zombies themselves. Having cohabited with Cherishing for a month, she realized that if she were human, he would still unhesitatingly feast upon her. This was the survival instinct of zombies. In a post-apocalyptic world, the struggle between zombies and humans was inevitable. Peaceful coexistence was unattainable. One side must ultimately triumph over the other. If humanity prevailed, they would remain the dominant force on Earth. Conversely, should zombies emerge victorious, the new rulers of the planet would be flora and fauna. Without humans, the zombie source of sustenance would be abruptly severed. It can be said that this is perhaps the Earth's self-cleansing, reminiscent of the age of dinosaurs or even earlier. However, I wager that humanity will prevail, Yu Qingxian remarked. Cherishing felt a twinge of helplessness. If humanity triumphed, then all these zombies, including Yu Qingxian, would perish. Yet, contemplating Yu Qingxian's demeanor, Cherishing was engulfed by despair. They proceeded toward the duck farm, traversing a significant portion of H City. Were they two living beings? Such an endeavor would surely be daunting, but Cherishing dragged a suitcase while Yu Qingxian leisurely perched atop it. After 20 minutes, Yu Qingxian suddenly sensed a slight tremor in the ground. Cherishing halted as well. Yu Qingxian turned her head to glance behind her and noticed that the surrounding zombies began to retreat. A flicker of confusion crossed her mind. Was something extraordinary approaching? It wasn't until a zombie towering over 5 meters emerged from behind a building that Yu Qingxian promptly dismounted from the suitcase. This particular zombie possessed an enormous head, however. That was not the most terrifying aspect. Its body appeared to be a grotesque amalgamation of numerous zombies fused together, explaining why the surrounding undead fled in terror. Any zombie that came into contact with it would be instantly devoured. Such bizarre creatures could only arise in densely populated metropolises like H City. Clearly, this zombie was far from ordinary. Yu Qingxian fixated on it, observing that while it was consuming other zombies, many were still clinging to its form, their heads inexplicably intact, struggling to escape its grasp. This revelation immediately clarified for Yu Qingxian that the zombie's capacity for consumption was nearing its limit. Otherwise, its head would not protrude. Nor would it have the opportunity to crawl out. Upon witnessing such a zombie, Cherishing recognized the peril of engaging in direct combat, opting instead for a retreat with his suitcase. Meanwhile, Yu Qingxian brandished a camera, capturing a flurry of images of the creature. Consumption evolution could indeed be regarded as one of the methods of zombie evolution, albeit a rather primitive and unrefined one, reminiscent of a beast's behavior. Qingxian preferred Cherishing's approach, as it aligned more closely with the aesthetic sensibilities of human consumption. At that moment, however, Cherishing, the subject of her praise, felt no sense of pride. "Are you here for a vacation?" he inquired, immediately regretting the question. As expected, Qingxian nodded in affirmation. "Indeed. I mentioned earlier that I came for leisure." A vacation can be idyllic or fraught with unexpected events, yet regardless of which, Qingxian would face it with equanimity. Of course, when the time came to feign death on the ground, she would not hesitate for a second. Chapter 32. No more than £2, all right? That could be fatal. After capturing her photographs, Qingxian leaped down from the suitcase, abruptly shifting the weight and causing Cherishing to stumble slightly. What level of zombie is this? It must possess a crystal core. If you were to acquire the zombie's core, it should prove more valuable than an ordinary crystal. Qingxian remarked. Firstly, this zombie can consume other zombies, which implies it is capable of consuming humans as well. Moreover, it appears to be of a particularly troublesome variety. If it truly digests these zombies, it is likely to become increasingly troublesome. Moreover, judging by its appearance, the number it has consumed must be nearing its limit. This presents a splendid opportunity. Cherishing never anticipated that Qingxian was acting for his own benefit. This particular zombie is a level 3 variant. While its abilities are not yet formidable, once it completes its consumption, it will certainly pose a greater challenge. It is not a ranged attacker, despite possessing special powers. However, if ensnared and forcefully consumed by the zombie, he would expend half of his strength merely to struggle. Most importantly, has Qingxian underestimated this zombie? Although it appears quite cumbersome at present, the number of zombies it has devoured is unfathomable. Qingxian drew a pistol from his backpack and fired a shot at the zombie's face. He then turned to Cherishing and instructed. "Lead it to where there are more zombies. The greater the number, the better." Cherishing thought Qingxian had lost his mind, yet he, too, had succumbed to madness by agreeing to follow Qingxian's lead. In this instance, Cherishing indicated a direction to Qingxian. Once the direction was confirmed, Qingxian hurled a barrage of insults at the zombie. Instantly, the zombie was drawn to him, moving in his direction. However, for reasons unknown, upon seeing Qingxian and Cherishing, the zombie suddenly turned and fled. Qingxian exclaimed, "Why did it run away?" "It fears you," Cherishing replied. "Indeed. In the realm of zombies, strength allows one to act with impunity." Cherishing observed Qingxian's admiring gaze directed at him. Unsure of how to explain that this zombie had been frightened away by a few scathing remarks. "Guard your suitcase. I shall drive the zombies in that direction while you seek refuge." At this moment, Cherishing seemed to grasp Qingxian's intentions, promptly thrusting the suitcase into her hands before launching himself away. As Qingxian witnessed Cherishing's abrupt disappearance, she thought to herself that indeed, those capable bear the burden, while the inept merely drift. Fortunately, she considered herself inept, otherwise, she would have been compelled to engage in a confrontation. Qingxian ventured along the adjacent street, aware that the density of zombies increased in that direction. Occasionally, she caught glimpses of a towering zombie through the gaps between buildings. As for Cherishing, he was nowhere in her sight, yet she harbored no concerns for his safety. Ultimately, whether she dispatched any of the zombies or not, it held little consequence for her. The only drawback would be if the old cow perished, leaving her to drag the suitcase and walk alone. Nevertheless, she had initially intended to embark on her journey step by step. Ahead, she spotted a square teeming with zombies, their numbers so dense that the snow covering the ground had been thoroughly trampled. It remained uncertain whether they had congregated there in life or had done so after their transformation. Regardless, the square surface was devoid of any snow. Observing the multitude of zombies, Qingxian made her way to a nearby building, retrieving her camera to capture a few photographs. It dawned on her that she had not previously considered documenting the zombie horde. Video footage could suffice as well. The zombie, being herded by Cherishing, drew closer to the square, accumulating more undead as it advanced. The path it traversed was marked by dismembered limbs, remnants that had not been consumed. Clearly, Qingxian's thoughts were validated. One can only lament the unfortunate fate of this zombie, having encountered Qingxian. Already overwhelmed, it was further chastised by Qingxian, causing it to panic and flee in disarray. As a result, it attracted even more zombies, leading to its inevitable collapse. Qingxian did not partake in the battle between Cherishing and the zombie, and thus remained oblivious to the nature of their confrontation. The crystal core was significantly larger than the average one, nearly the size of Qingxian's palm, radiating a captivating luminescence. It was inconceivable to her that such a grotesque creature could harbor something so exquisite within its mind. However, when Cherishing offered this crystal core to her, she resolutely declined. "I have no need for such a thing. You should keep it for yourself." After all, since the zombie had been vanquished by Cherishing, the crystal core rightfully belonged to him. Yet, Cherishing chose not to retain it for himself, instead placing it directly into Qingxian's backpack. "How heavy," she complained. "At most 2 pounds. It won't crush you." Cherishing observed Qingxian, who appeared on the verge of collapsing under the weight. Surely, this crystal core was much lighter than the camera she wore around her neck, that had not weighed her down, yet this crystal core could. He had not anticipated that this crystal core possessed attributes. Whether human or zombie, merging with this core would yield an 80% chance of awakening special abilities. He already possessed such powers, and absorbing this core recklessly would be sheer waste. It would be better to reserve it for when this little waste of space felt the need to acquire some capability. After all, finding a crystallized core with properties is quite a challenge. Qingxian was aware that this crystal must be exceptionally rare, otherwise Cherishing would not have chosen to carry it rather than consume it. "Well, if I must carry it, so be it. If it remains uneaten, I might just gift it to some kind, adorable, and considerate child on another day." Observing the wheels of thought turning in Qingxian's eyes, Cherishing understood her intentions. "I am doing this for your own good," Cherishing lamented. "Well, I truly appreciate it," Qingxian replied. It was rather peculiar that a child a decade younger than herself spoke to her as if she were an elder. "As long as you understand. Is there anything left to be done?" "Once we finish, we must take our leave," Cherishing stated. Upon hearing this, Qingxian immediately straightened her posture. Nothing left. "Let us go." With that, she mounted her beloved suitcase once more. Cherishing felt as though she was being utilized. Indeed, Qingxian, this zombie, possessed a human heart despite her undead form. In any case, she was determined to minimize trouble for humanity. If that zombie were to truly digest all the undead within her, it would be exceedingly difficult to eliminate her. Should Cherishing take it upon herself to vanquish that zombie, it would serve as the eradication of a potential threat to mankind. Conversely, should she perish, it would also eliminate a significant zombie. What a cunning little zombie she was. "Let us proceed," Cherishing declared, grasping the suitcase and dragging it along. "Hooray! Off to the duck pond," Qingxian exclaimed, raising one hand and issuing commands. After their departure, the deceased zombie transformed into a mass of viscous fluid, incessantly corroding the surrounding undead, melting their flesh into a repugnant pool of blood. Chapter 33. What if one dies outside? When Chen arrived in H City, several days had already passed. Qingxian gazed at the city before him. The snow had begun to melt slightly, yet it appeared that another heavy snowfall was imminent, potentially even more substantial than the last. Presently, Qingxian and Wen Qian found themselves in a harmonious accord. Previously, due to the survivor base of the civilian sector, Qingxian had been unable to depart, as he was escorted by officials. Naturally, the survivors from the civilian base were eager to reach the large official base, recognizing it as a sanctuary. Furthermore, it was evident to these survivors that Qingxian remained in that location out of concern for their safety. They were a small base, comprising merely 1,000 or 2 individuals, and thus they were inclined to pursue the larger base for their own security and to grant Qingxian and his freedom. Individuals of Qingxian's caliber could venture anywhere. Are you certain that person will come to H City? This place is rife with zombies, he pondered. Qingxian's vehicle halted by the roadside, refraining from advancing further. Beyond that point lay the city center, where the population density of such a large metropolis would undoubtedly correlate with the significant presence of the undead. The mere survivors of one city could easily constitute a survivor base of their own. Moreover, given the proximity of the cross-sea bridge, it was certain that officials were stationed here to maintain order. However, the complete eradication of zombies from the city would likely require several years, if not more. I cannot say for certain, but I suspect they will arrive here, Wen Qian remarked as she opened the car door and stepped out. If her intuition was correct, that small zombie would undoubtedly traverse all the renowned scenic spots. The cross-sea bridge is indeed a popular destination for many. However, there is a possibility that she may have misjudged the situation. Recently, personnel from the official base discovered a warning banner in City J, adorned with a hazardous symbol. Although it resembles a child's scroll, it is unmistakably a warning of danger. This suggests that the 2 small teams may have perished within City J. If even those with extraordinary abilities can fall there, what manner of being could affix such a substantial warning banner to the rooftops of City J? Upon combining the clues obtained by Qingxian and Wen Qiang, it became evident that the individual they were searching for was indeed responsible for leaving that warning banner. However, Wen Qiang refrained from disclosing to Qingxian that this individual was not human, but rather a zombie. Yet, one could argue that this particular zombie, which seemingly protects humanity, could be considered a semblance of humanity itself. She had not only visited the hot spring resort, but had also ventured to the ancient city of J, making it likely that she would subsequently arrive at the cross-sea bridge in City H. Nonetheless, Wen Qiang was uncertain whether this little zombie had already passed through or had yet to arrive. The system currently lacks the means to track the whereabouts of the individual. Thus, they must proceed according to their own deductions. Originally, her team comprised more members, but now only 5 remained. Given the need to traverse the nation, it was inevitable that some would be unwilling to join. Remaining at the base and integrating into other teams of extraordinary individuals was equally viable, as there was no necessity to wander aimlessly. After all, what if one were to meet their demise in the process? The 3 accompanying Qingxian and Wen Qiang were naturally bound by their shared experiences and profound camaraderie with Qingxian. Hence, it was only fitting that they would accompany him. As for the young lady Wen Qiang, she possessed formidable combat skills. Although the decision to depart from the base was hers, it must be acknowledged that the 3 had previously collaborated with her in battle. She once entrusted her life to this young girl, who, despite her age, proved to be worthy of trust. At that moment, Qingxian was busy capturing ducks, utterly unaware that the little pervert had managed to reach H City. Observing the zombie ducks in the duck farm, she activated an unfamiliar machine, plowing through the horde. Cherishing, perched on the wall, watched as Qingxian rampaged through the zombie ducks with a wild fervor, which came as no surprise to him. After all, these ducks had transformed into flesh-eating monsters. Upon witnessing the transformation of all the ducks in the farm, he knew Qingxian would not remain idle. He had no intention of stopping her. In his eyes, the zombie ducks were merely a lower tier of the undead. The mutated ducks had likely succumbed to their primal instincts and fled, and if they had not, they had surely become prey to the zombie ducks. Once Qingxian halted the machine, she realized it was designed for corn harvesting. This duck farm must have been sustained by pure grain, and given its substantial scale, it likely thrived before the apocalypse. Feeling somewhat guilty as she gazed at the flattened zombie ducks, she then ventured into the residence on the property. Inside, she discovered an elderly couple, both transformed into zombies. Standing at the threshold, she addressed the two undead with a casual, "Pardon the intrusion," before stepping inside, exuding an air of a visiting guest. Observing Qingxian's audacious entrance, Cherishing rose from his perch. He glanced around to ensure there was no danger before leaping down from the wall. When Cherishing entered the room, he found Qingxian already engaged in the process of brewing tea with the host's tea set. As for the two zombies in the house, they merely shuffled about, showing no inclination to chase Qingxian away. The act of brewing tea was merely a ritual. Without electricity, the electric kettle was rendered useless. Nevertheless, Qingxian meticulously went through all the steps. Subsequently, she poured 2 cups of tea and placed them on the table before standing up. Observing the serious expression on Qingxian's face, Cherishing anticipated some significant action. To his surprise, Qingxian bowed to the two zombies and said, "I apologize. But all the ducks you were raising have met their demise under my care." After uttering this, she gestured toward the 2 cups of tea, which were essentially water steeped with tea leaves, and continued, "Thus, I have prepared 2 cups of tea for you as a form of compensation." With that, Qingxian pulled Cherishing out of the room and locked the door behind them, effectively sealing it shut. Cherishing stared at the door, bound with various items, and gazed at Qingxian with a bemused expression. Just a minute ago, she was offering apologies, and now she had locked them inside this room. "I have no choice. I cannot kill them, yet allowing them to roam free poses a threat to others. This is the most prudent course of action," Qingxian remarked, noting Cherishing's incredulous expression. Upon hearing this, Cherishing conceded that it was indeed the best solution. However, such a duck farm would likely see no visitors. Even if the door were not completely secured, there would probably be no significant issues. Qingxian, contemplating the closed door, initially intended to catch a few ducks. However, now she could only return empty-handed. Fortunately, Cherishing was not in danger of starvation, so she did not have to worry excessively. After departing from the duck farm, Qingxian and her companions continued their journey eastward. Little did Qingxian anticipate that after a month of travel, she would unexpectedly encounter that peculiar individual again. Chapter 34. Surely it was ignorance that led to death from a distance. Qingxian spotted 2 vehicles, one of which she recognized. It was the car driven by that man. The peculiar individual had connections with him, and now that man's vehicle appeared in this locale, the implications were undoubtedly significant. What if that oddity had incited him? Thus, Qingxian promptly urged Cherishing to conceal themselves. Unbeknownst to her, the moment she entered a 3-kilometer radius, her movements were instantly monitored by Wen. When the system alerted her to the presence of that little zombie, Wen was so elated that she sprang from her seat. She had not expected to find it. However, alongside the little zombie was a level 4 zombie, a type she had yet to encounter. "What's going on?" Qin inquired, noticing Wenxiang's excitement. His curiosity piqued. Wenxiang and Qin shared a common goal, finding that little zombie. Now, they were considered allies, and there was no reason for her to keep secrets from him. "I have discovered the whereabouts of the person you seek," Wenxiang declared. After saying this, she added, "But I didn't he mention earlier that it is not a human, it is a zombie?" The word zombie caused Qin to immediately hit the brakes, and the vehicle behind them came to an abrupt halt. He used the walkie-talkie to inquire about Qin and situation. Qingxian merely stated that there was nothing to worry about and restarted the vehicle. Zombies? How could zombies possibly assist humanity in procuring medicine? Qingxian still struggled to accept this notion. It is only humans who aid humans. Zombies merely consume them. Whether one chooses to believe this is entirely up to them. After all, you mentioned that even you had not ventured inside the hospital, so how could one person manage to enter and retrieve such a substantial quantity of medicine? Wen Qian retorted. It is precisely because they are zombies that they are capable of such feats. Qingxian's previous confusions were all resolved. Thus, one could understand how someone could navigate through an area teeming with zombies unimpeded. Why, after providing medicine, would one need to conceal themselves? However, since they are zombies, there is no necessity to seek them out. Regardless, the other party is deliberately avoiding him, rendering any pursuit unnecessary. What, then, is the purpose of searching for this particular zombie? Qingxian inquired with curiosity. He had never broached the subject with Wen Qian before. As a human, chasing after a zombie seems rather inappropriate. It is merely curiosity, is it not? A zombie that harbors no animosity towards humanity would certainly pique anyone's interest. Wen Qian chuckled, candidly acknowledging this. Qingxian nodded in agreement. Indeed, a zombie devoid of hostility could potentially become a formidable ally in a post-apocalyptic world. However, judging by its behavior, this particular zombie seemed to prefer solitude rather than mingling among the crowd. Nevertheless, approaching this little zombie now posed quite a challenge. Wen Qian sensed that it remained motionless ahead. The level 4 zombie had also not shifted. Why? Qingxian was perplexed, despite being a zombie. Wen Qian had indicated that it bore little combat capability. As there was a level 4 zombie in proximity to this particular zombie, Wen Qian candidly acknowledged her limitations. She was certain she could not contend with a level 4 zombie. As for Qingxian, he currently stood as a level 2 ability user, a distinguished figure among his peers. However, engaging a level 4 zombie in a duel remained perilously daunting. Qingxian had not anticipated that a formidable zombie would accompany this smaller one. To approach the diminutive zombie, they would need to eliminate the level 4 counterpart. Yet, they were unaware of the relationship between the two zombies, and acting recklessly would be ill-advised. After articulating her thoughts, Wen Qian gestured for Qingxian to halt the vehicle. Upon stopping, Qingxian followed Wen Qian's and gazed into the distance. There, atop a 10-story building, stood two figures, one tall and one short, approximately several hundred meters from their location. In an instant, however, the two silhouettes vanished from view. Qingxian, positioned on the rooftop, utilized binoculars to scrutinize the two off-road vehicles and soon recognized two familiar faces. She promptly waved for Cherishing, handing him the binoculars. That man appears to be an ability user. The girl, I cannot ascertain, yet she possesses formidable prowess. She has an uncanny ability to track me, as if she had implanted a GPS within me. It's quite unsettling. She is likely of a similar age to you, perhaps just a few years older. Qingxian introduced to Cherishing. To his surprise, Cherishing learned that these two humans were acquaintances of Qingxian. Can they be consumed? Indeed. There was an ability user among them, someone Qingxian particularly disliked. Consuming them should pose no issue. Do take it easy. I suspect that young lady possesses something unusual. In any case, do not provoke her lightly. As for Jiyu Wanqing, it would be best to keep your distance, Qingxian urged, waving her hands dismissively. This was no longer a matter of mere survival. Their vehicle had come to a halt, and the young lady pointed in their direction. They've noticed us, Cherishing remarked. Upon hearing this, Qingxian seized Cherishing's arm and hastily retreated. They descended from the rooftop, swiftly changing their position. Are you truly that afraid of them? With me around, they wouldn't dare approach you. Qingxian reassured her. Yet, she was uncertain what exactly troubled her. If it truly came to a confrontation, one could simply plunge into a horde of zombies. No matter how formidable the adversary, they could never breach a swarm of the undead to capture someone. Qingxian perceived zombies as ignorant and fearless, utterly oblivious to the concept of a protagonist's aura. Regardless of one's prowess, one ultimately becomes merely a crystal core in the hands of the hero. She pondered whether it was necessary to enlighten Qingxian about the nature of protagonists. Some individuals inherently seem untouchable. Qingxian, upon hearing this, remained unfazed by her words. Death, as far as zombies were concerned, was inconsequential. They neither experienced fear nor trepidation. Zombies were driven solely by their instinct to feed, relentlessly advancing forward. Only when faced with an opponent powerful enough to instill fear would they exhibit any signs of retreat. Such instances of fear among zombies arose solely in the presence of their own kind, like when Qingxian had shouted at them, instilling a paralyzing dread that rendered them incapable of resistance. Is that so? Cherishing's tone was light-hearted, as if death held no terror for him. Qingxian gazed at the indifferent countenance of Qingxian and realized that his face rarely displayed any significant emotion. Ultimately, they were not the same. Is there some ulterior motive for following me? Qingxian inquired, reaching for her suitcase from Qingxian's grasp, unable to suppress her curiosity. This question had previously remained unvoiced. Qingxian did not insist on assisting her with the suitcase. As it was taken from him, he felt nothing. It's merely a matter of idleness, he replied. Do a zombie's traits reflect their personality in life? Qingxian could not help but ask again. Apart from memories and human cognition, other characteristics and mannerisms should stem from habits formed during their human existence, Qingxian answered. Qingxian nodded, realizing that Qingxian had also been reticent in life, only speaking when prompted by others. He belonged to the type that warmed up slowly. It seemed that in the eyes of their peers at school, he was perceived as an oddity, much like herself. Chapter 35. Until we meet again. Qingxian did not hand her suitcase to Qingxian but carried it herself. Qingxian observed her figure walking ahead, feeling an inexplicable sense that Qingxian had changed since their initial encounters, yet somehow remained the same. They continued their journey, one following the other, as the surrounding zombies merely brushed past them, as if the apocalypse had not truly transpired. Occasionally, Qingxian would pause before shop windows, leaning against the glass, as though genuinely shopping. Cherishing perceived this as a frivolous waste of time. Amidst the throngs of zombies, one might not savor a morsel of fresh flesh until they are reduced to mere putrid remains. Qingxian's gaze shifted away from the shop window and moved forward. The abruptness of her words startled Qingxian, leaving him momentarily speechless. Why did Qingxian suddenly bid him farewell? It was as if a forgotten memory had resurfaced, prompting her to retrieve a crystal core from her backpack. This, I must return it to you, Qingxian stated. However, Cherishing did not accept it. Instead, he seized her suitcase and sprinted ahead. By the time Qingxian realized what had transpired, Qingxian had already dashed 100 meters away. Wait. Why is this zombie resorting to theft? Initially, she should have pursued him to reclaim her belongings, yet she found herself unable to quicken her pace. As she traversed a narrow alley, she glanced sideways and beheld a young girl standing within the shadows, clad in a white dress. The girl lingered in the dimly lit passage. Undoubtedly, she was not human but rather a zombie. Qingxian locked eyes with the creature, reminiscent of her first encounter with Qingxian. Noticing Qingxian at the alley's entrance, the boy could not help but inquire, "What are you doing? Have you abandoned the suitcase?" At this, Qingxian recalled that the little rascal had indeed taken her suitcase. "How dare you say that? You are the one who took my suitcase." Before Qingxian could finish her retort, a figure suddenly lunged from behind her. leaping onto her back and wrapping its arms around her neck, causing her to stagger slightly backward. Yet her hand instinctively supported the person on her back. In terms of weight, the individual who had leaped onto her back was not heavy. Moreover, she did not detect the scent characteristic of living beings, indicating that this was a zombie. Realizing this, Qingxian reached back and pulled the zombie down. Upon closer inspection, she discovered it to be a rather petite girl, indeed. The very zombie she had glimpsed in the alleyway moments ago. She had merely taken a second glance. At the same time, Cherishing immediately sensed that this zombie was a level 3 zombie, poised to potentially evolve into a level 4 at any moment. Observing its agility as it had swiftly leapt onto Qingxian's back, it was clear that this was not a mindless, brutish creature, but one akin to her own evolutionary path. Zombies capable of evolving consciousness were rare. The majority tended to evolve towards sheer physical strength, requiring nothing more than the consumption of additional humans, without the need for the intellect to engage with them. After all, evolving intelligence would necessitate a significant expenditure of energy, resulting in these sentient zombies bearing little physical difference from humans, save for their unchanging eye color, the absence of body heat, heartbeat, and breath. However, those zombies that chose the path of intelligence evolution possessed a subconscious inclination towards such a fate. This meant that the little zombie was also reluctant to embrace savagery and had likely been quite intelligent in life. The more intelligent an individual was, the greater the probability of evolving into a sentient zombie after infection. As Qingxian gazed at the small zombie, the surrounding snow remained unmelting, and the girl was clad in nothing more than a flimsy summer dress. Despite Qingxian feeling no chill herself, she could not help but shudder involuntarily. However, Qingxian would not regard her as a mere adorable child simply due to her youthful appearance. After all, she was a zombie, indeed, a high-level one at that. With one high-level zombie already in her company, Qingxian felt ill-equipped to handle another. Thus, she gently pushed the young girl aside and proceeded to walk forward. "Sister, aren't you going to take me with you? You can bring him along," the little girl boldly exclaimed when she noticed Qingxian's reluctance to include her. Surprised by the girl's words, Qingxian turned to look at her. It appeared that this zombie could speak and communicate, likely akin to Cherishing's kind, one endowed with intelligence. With such wisdom, she ought to be a formidable entity, unable to drive away Cherishing. The prospect of another high-level zombie made Qingxian feel as though her solitary journey would transform into an expedition for a tour group, which was far from her original intention. Initially, she had planned to travel alone. She had only agreed to bring Cherishing along because the robust creature could assist her with her luggage. But what could this little girl contribute? Instinctively, she sensed that this young zombie was quite perilous, perhaps even more so than Cherishing. Cherishing pulled Qingxian behind him and fixed his gaze upon the little girl. As a fellow zombie, he too could perceive the threat she posed. It was likely that she had deceived numerous humans with her innocent facade. "How many people have you consumed?" Cherishing inquired. The little girl, however, merely blinked her large red eyes, feigning ignorance of his question, and continued to stare at Qingxian, seemingly awaiting her response. Before her stood a zombie of a higher rank, yet the young girl regarded it with utter disdain. Qingxian, noticing the girl's unwavering gaze upon her, instinctively shrank behind Cherishing. This was alarming. The girl exuded an aura of danger. Although Cherishing was also a high-level zombie, he lacked any cunning. In contrast, this girl seemed to possess an abundance of shrewdness. If she were to accompany them, it might not be long before Cherishing and Qingxian found themselves at the mercy of this girl. While her own head contained no crystal nuclei, which typically deterred ordinary zombies, Cherishing was a different matter entirely. A level 4 zombie, if eliminated, would be akin to striking gold. Yet, it perplexed Qingxian why the girl appeared fixated on her. With determination, Yu Qingxian grasped her suitcase, choosing not to engage in futile dialogue with the zombie. She turned on her heel and fled, leaving even Cherishing momentarily stunned. Cherishing, hold her off for me, we shall meet again. Yu Qingxian, devoid of any sentiment, effectively sacrificed Cherishing to the imminent threat. Her priority was to escape this perilous encounter. What a predicament! All Yu Qingxian had desired was to enjoy a tranquil journey in solitude, free from disturbances. Chapter 36. He is useless. I am not. Cherishing watched in disbelief as Yu Qingxian, without a hint of consideration for their shared experiences over the past month, abandoned him so callously. Who, then, was the more heartless of the zombies? It was ironic that Yu Qingxian, despite being a zombie, still retained fragments of human consciousness. As the girl observed Yu Qingxian's retreat, she attempted to pursue. However, the moment she moved, Cherishing seized her by the ankle and hurled her forcefully against the wall. However, this collision inflicted no harm upon the advanced zombie. The small zombie, however, did not anticipate that Cherishing moved with remarkable speed. It appeared that in order to approach the zombie, one must first vanquish the one before them. In terms of combat prowess, one was undoubtedly inferior to this zombie. Thus, the dilemma arose: to flee or to engage in direct confrontation? Yu Qingxian genuinely chose to flee. Although she felt quite remorseful towards Cherishing, circumstances dictated her actions. She was not there to recruit followers. Moreover, with two advanced zombies in the vicinity, it would be exceedingly difficult for her to feign death on the ground. Those with abilities could easily discern her as either a corpse or an ordinary zombie. Yet they could detect a tiered zombie. In fact, being accompanied by an advanced zombie would likely lead to swift discovery. At that moment, Yu Qingxian found herself perplexed. How was it that the young girl was able to track her down? Had her thoughts inadvertently been laid bare? How else could she have followed her all the way to H City? Would her journey to the Eastern Garden not reveal her whereabouts? As she ran, she cast glances behind her and heard a resounding thud. Though the specifics eluded her, it was evident that a fierce battle was underway. Their violent clash would surely attract the attention of other ability users, such as the relentless young girl who had pursued her and that man, whose name she did not know. Of course, there was also Jiyu Wanqing. If Jiyu Wanqing had not yet departed, then Cherishing and the small zombie should not be in peril. As these thoughts raced through her mind, Yu Qingxian realized she might be overthinking it. Both of those zombies were advanced and possessed intelligence. They would undoubtedly flee in the face of danger. It was wiser to be concerned about her own safety than theirs. Upon contemplating this, Yu Qingxian felt an unexpected sense of ease. However, she could not have anticipated that 3 hours later, two zombies would obstruct her path. In an instant, Yu Qingxian found herself kneeling on the ground. I apologize, it was unintentional, she admitted, surrendering with remarkable candor. Cherishing, observing Yu Qingxian kneeling before him, felt a bead of sweat trickle down the back of his head. He then turned his gaze toward the young girl beside him. This was the zombie she intended to follow. Indeed, quite unreliable. I have spoken with her. She is merely intrigued by you and harbors no desire to harm you. Her words. Let us consider them as truth, Cherishing stated. At his words, Yu Qingxian glanced at the young girl, who continued to gaze at her with wide eyes and a smile on her face. What do you mean by let us consider? I do not even trust you completely. Let alone her, Yu Qingxian replied candidly, voicing her sincere thoughts. Before her stood a zombie, and thus her words were devoid of any potential offense. Trust, or the lack thereof, did not exist among zombies. They acted solely based on their own instincts. Although Yu Qingxian was indeed quite unique. In terms of the energy inherent to zombies, she fell short even compared to an ordinary one. If her skull were to be breached, not even half a crystal core would emerge. This indicated that for these advanced zombies, targeting Yu Qingxian would be a sheer act of folly. "I am merely interested in my sister. I wish to pursue nothing else," the little zombie remarked, hands clasped behind her back. Her beautiful eyes resembling red agates sparkling with mirth. Indeed, witnessing a human expression on the face of a zombie appeared decidedly peculiar. Such a zombie cannot possibly be akin to the protagonists in apocalyptic literature, those formidable and astute female zombies capable of commanding their kind. With this thought in mind, Yu Qingxian boldly inquired, "Sister, are you able to lead the zombies?" Oh, heavens! This marked the third occasion she had encountered a potential apocalyptic heroine. Cherishing was uncertain whether Yu Qingxian would take this small zombie along. However, the question posed earlier was indeed surprising. How could Yu Qingxian know that this little zombie possessed the ability to command others of its kind? This small zombie was undoubtedly extraordinary. For only a zombie king could exert such authority. Yet, its level was inferior to her own. If she was incapable of leading the zombies, how could it possibly do so? Then, Yu Qingxian, who had been kneeling, rose to her feet. "Well, it seems we have no choice but to join forces," she declared. Upon uttering these words, she handed her suitcase to Cherishing. Cherishing received it, and Yu Qingxian promptly sat back down. Both Cherishing and the small zombie were taken aback by Yu Qingxian's sudden change of heart, unable to fathom why she had so swiftly agreed. Indeed, Yu Qingxian had relinquished her resistance. After all, heroines are often graced with an aura of destiny, and there are compelling reasons for their prowess. Take Jiyu Wanqing, for instance. She was inherently formidable, and Yu Qingxian had crossed paths with her numerous times. Moreover, there was that peculiar individual whose combat abilities were remarkable. Managing to survive alone in the apocalypse for a month, and even enjoying hot pot amidst the chaos. Truly impressive, without a doubt. In contrast to Cherishing, who had forgotten her own name, this small zombie, though lacking memories from its human existence, bore a distinctive ring upon its wrist. It then presented this ring to Yu Qingxian for her inspection. Yu Qingxian recognized the medical identification bracelet that all hospitalized patients wear. The little zombie had a red wristband, indicating that she had been a critically ill patient in her former life. The bracelet bore her name, age, and department. She was a 12-year-old girl suffering from severe heart disease. Yet, she had not succumbed to death before the apocalypse engulfed her, subsequently transforming her into a zombie, robbing her of the memories of her humanity. The girl was named Ji, aged 12. Yu Qingxian had initially thought her to be no more than 8 or 9, as she appeared quite frail and small. Now, as a zombie, she should no longer endure the torment of her heart condition. But what purpose did it serve to have her accompany them? Were the two of them truly content to follow her? Wouldn't they aspire to contend for the title of Zombie King? Yu Qingxian unfolded the map once more, deliberating her intended destination, anxious about the possibility of that little pervert finding her again. The seaside was perilous now, so they resolved to take the coastal route. After all, the three of them were zombies. Cherishing remained silent, while Ji cheerfully remarked, "I have no interest in that sort of position." Even if you lack interest, you could engage in what captivates you. Following me, however, means no humans to consume. Just look at him. He hasn't eaten human flesh for nearly a month. Yu Qingxian pointed at Cherishing. This was indeed the truth. Since that evening when he had feasted on 2 corpses, he had not tasted fresh blood or flesh. Her words were clearly a jibe at Cherishing, as if she had devoured countless humans herself. Ji's gaze turned toward Cherishing. After all, she had yet to encounter a zombie that refrained from consuming humans. As she lifted her gaze, she found Yu Qingxian staring intently at her. Chapter 37. Not only will she feel discomfort, but you shall too, won't you? Ji observed Yu Qingxian's unwavering gaze and, for reasons unknown, sensed a subtle pressure emanating from this zombie. Do you believe he would go without a meal? Yu Qingxian retorted to CRG. Although CRG had once been a pitiable human, her transformation into a zombie had rendered her temperament rather abysmal. Such a wretched disposition could hardly belong to a protagonist. Could it? Yu Qingxian perched upon a suitcase, allowing Cherishing to drag her along, yet her eyes remained fixed on CRG. Might it be that CRG is not the heroine, but rather the antagonist? What kind of heroine possesses such a dreadful character? Cherishing, too, had not anticipated that Yu Qingxian would advocate on his behalf. He paid little heed to CRG's remarks, as if he had long grown accustomed to such derisive comments. If he is capable of consuming humans, why abstain for an entire month? CRG pondered, perplexed. After all, humans are merely sustenance. Why not indulge? Can you refrain from consuming humans in my presence? Yu Qingxian closed the atlas, her tone earnest. Even Cherishing was taken aback. Yet, at the core, he still harbored some reservations about feasting in front of Yu Qingxian. Although she had witnessed his acts of consumption without aversion, the mere act of addressing it openly with CRG left Cherishing baffled by her intentions. In his eyes, Yu Qingxian was a peculiar being, half human and half zombie. Merciless towards certain humans while destined to safeguard others of her kind. Upon hearing Yu Qingxian's formidable inquiry, CRG let out a sigh of relief. The mocking smile that adorned her face vanished in an instant, replaced by a more genuine expression. That's a relief. I thought I was the only zombie in this world that refrains from consuming flesh and blood. CRG quickly gestured, not wishing to be perceived as an oddity. Even though the memories of her human life had faded, she yearned to avoid exclusion. Yet, throughout the entirety of H City, she had never encountered a zombie that abstained from feasting on humans, until she crossed paths with these two. She had discreetly observed them for several days, confirming their disinterest in human flesh, particularly that of the elder sister, who did not even consume crystal cores. CRG found no issue with the notion of consuming the cores of fellow zombies. However, the idea of feasting upon the blood and flesh of the living was decidedly unappealing to her. As a zombie, she could not completely forego the consumption of flesh. Thus, she salvaged a few humans in H City, exchanging a modicum of blood in return. Fortunately, zombies were not akin to humans. They could endure months without sustenance without facing demise, merely experiencing a degree of weakness. Moreover, having spent 2 months without encountering any communicative zombies, she naturally hoped that these two would share her peculiar disposition. However, if they turned out to be man-eaters, she would again find herself branded as an outcast. Hence, she decided to test the waters. When she learned that Cherishing had not consumed human flesh for a month, CRG felt a surge of joy. After all, it was improbable for a formidable zombie like Cherishing to go several days without feeding on humans. Both Yu Qingxian and Cherishing exchanged surprised glances at CRG's words. Were those previous jabs at Cherishing merely a ruse? In other words, CRG is not one to consume humans? You don't indulge in cannibalism, do you? Yu Qingxian gazed at CRG with a hint of astonishment. After all, Cherishing was known for his predilection for human flesh, and she had never deterred him from such actions. The emergence of a CRG who refrained from devouring humanity placed Yu Qingxian in a rather perplexing situation. While she herself did not partake in the consumption of humans, it did not imply that she regarded non-cannibalistic zombies as virtuous beings. Naturally, from the perspective of humans, a zombie that abstains from human flesh could be deemed a good zombie. However, CRG bore an uncanny resemblance to a human, stirring her old habits anew. As CRG observed Yu Qingxian retching by the roadside, she found herself momentarily at a loss. With a puzzled glance towards Cherishing, she inquired, "What is the matter with the elder sister?" "She is merely experiencing her fear of humans again. It's nothing to concern ourselves with," Cherishing replied. Yet, upon uttering these words. His gaze fixated intently on Cherishing. Cherishing, it seemed, could not be classified as an ordinary zombie. Throughout the past month, Qingxian had accompanied him without displaying such a reaction. This indicated that Cherishing might be considered at least partially human, otherwise Qingxian would not have reacted so strongly. It had been quite some time since Qingxian had felt this way. As if Cherishing were not a zombie at all, but rather a living, breathing individual. Straightening her posture, she distanced herself from Cherishing. I apologize, but I believe you cannot be classified as a complete zombie, Qingxian stated, her words causing her to retreat even further. Observing her small, hesitant steps backward, Cherishing cast a resigned glance at Cherishing and remarked, "As you can see, she indeed dislikes human contact, and it appears you have quite captivated her." Upon uttering these words, Cherishing added, "Although she indeed does not consume humans, it does not imply that she harbors a fondness for them. Your presence alongside her will not only cause her discomfort, but will also render you uneasy." At this, Cherishing's gaze shifted towards Qingxian. Then what is the purpose of the elder sister masquerading as a human? If she dislikes humanity, why adopt a human guise? It is precisely because she is not human that she must don this phobia to evade being slain by humans, is it not? Furthermore, I have my aspirations. Are you certain that you will pursue what I wish to pursue? Qingxian regarded Cherishing intently. Of course, if Cherishing desires to travel. That would be a different matter altogether. Cherishing, perplexed by Qingxian's words, inquired, "Then what does the elder sister intend to do?" After all, such matters are not inherently distasteful to zombies, and sharing them with a zombie should pose no issue. I understand now. Having something to pursue is indeed wonderful. I, too, or to contemplate what I can accomplish, Cherishing nodded. It was precisely because she was uncertain of her own purpose that she yearned to accompany these two zombies, who appeared to possess their own distinct thoughts. You can communicate in the language of humans, correct? If you still cherish humanity, perhaps you should attempt to engage with them. In any case, my pursuits will assuredly diverge from your desires, Qingxian stated with utmost sincerity. The fact that this corpse could elicit a reaction signifies that Cherishing is undoubtedly no ordinary zombie. She retains at least a semblance of humanity. Cherishing did not press the matter further and stood silently as she watched Qingxian and Cherishing depart. As she fixed her gaze upon the two individuals, pondering her next course of action, a mechanical voice suddenly resonated within her mind. She realized there were tasks awaiting her, although she could not accompany the elder sister. It was indeed that very sister who had awakened her aspirations. She genuinely wished to become human. Now, there existed a system capable of assisting her in this transformation. This city was of great significance, abundant in resources, and it was certain that survivors would emerge within its confines. All she needed to do was to offer refuge to those fleeing from zombies, subsequently escorting these survivors out of the urban area. Clearly, this mirrored her previous endeavors. In any case, her priority was to select a suitable location. Chapter 38. My gun is not solely for myself. Cherishing was unaware of Cherishing's following presence. It was evident that she had come to a realization. Observing Qingxian leaning against the handle without uttering a word, he refrained from further inquiries. The reason for Qingxian's awareness of Cherishing's affinity for humanity remained a mystery to Cherishing, and he had no intention of probing further. However, he was cognizant that Cherishing was oblivious to Qingxian's abilities, likely perceiving her as somewhat peculiar. Perhaps it was due to his own presence that Cherishing remained excessively cautious around him, preventing her from delving deeper into Qingxian's identity. Should Cherishing reflect upon the matter, she would discern that Qingxian was merely a remarkably weak zombie, yet she could communicate seamlessly with advanced zombies. This singular fact alone would suffice to arouse suspicion among other high-level zombies. The reason Cherishing assisted Qingxian with her luggage was partly due to his confusion regarding why she possessed human consciousness within the form of a low-level zombie. It was the formidable power capable of suppressing all zombies that truly compelled Cherishing to wish to remain by Qingxian's side. While advanced zombies were indeed formidable, it did not imply that there were no even more powerful ones lurking in the shadows. Take, for example, the incident in City J, had Qingxian not arrived. Although Cherishing would not have met his demise at the hands of that zombie, he would undoubtedly have sustained injuries. Qingxian held a novel in her hands as snowflakes delicately descended upon its pages. She lifted her gaze only to have a large snowflake tumble directly onto her face. With a swift motion, she brushed the snow from her visage and closed the book. She had assumed that winter had already departed. Yet it appeared that the true chill of winter had only just begun. If the snowflakes in the south were this substantial, one could only wonder about the conditions in the north. The survival of humanity was indeed precarious. Let us find a place to take shelter from the snow, Qingxian suggested. Upon hearing this, Cherishing made his way toward a nearby building. Although situated in the outskirts of City H, the area was still under construction. Originally, these projects were not left unfinished, but the onset of the apocalypse had transformed them into abandoned edifices. As Cherishing led Qingxian toward one of these incomplete structures, a faint fragrance wafted through the air. Curiosity piqued, she peered into the building, quickly realizing that it was inhabited. It was only natural, if one possessed combat prowess. Remaining in a large city would indeed enhance their chances of survival. After all, it was in such urban environments that resources were more readily available. In proximity to these under-construction buildings, small eateries often sprang up. Though these establishments appeared modest, they typically offered rice and seasonings, allowing one to survive without the perilous journey to a base. Cherishing sensed this as well and paused momentarily. "Never mind, let us proceed to the next one," he replied. Qingxian began to speak. Cherishing was distinctly different from him. He harbored a strong desire to consume human flesh. While he might manage to suppress this urge for 10 minutes in the company of humans, what about half an hour or 3 hours? Qingxian was uncertain whether Cherishing could withstand such temptation. Perhaps, if he were to attain a higher level, he might be able to endure it. Akin to those zombie kings in novels who could remain by the side of the heroine. Among the survivors in the building, there were dozens, including those with special abilities. However, they were not the ordinary survivors that Qingxian and Cherishing had envisioned. Inside the room, 7 or 8 girls huddled together for warmth. Outside, a group of armed individuals stood guard, led by a person endowed with supernatural powers. Initially, the girls had felt a flicker of hope upon hearing that someone was approaching, yearning for salvation. Yet, upon learning that only 2 individuals were coming, that glimmer of hope extinguished in an instant. 2 people stood no chance against their captors. They dared not cry out for help, fearing that it would attract the zombies, leading to their own sacrifice as fodder for the undead. Originally, there had been over 10 of them imprisoned here, but some could not bear the torment and chose to end their own lives. Yet, since they had survived, they resolved not to meet the same fate. If they perished, who would avenge their sisters who had been driven to suicide? Thus, they were determined to persevere. Qingxian and Cherishing arrived at the adjacent building. The snow outside fell heavier, transforming what had previously melted into a fresh layer of white. The snowflakes were not the size of a palm as Qingxian had observed before, but rather as large as his face. The sound echoed as it struck the ground. Qingxian halted on the first floor, for they harbored no fear of the undead and saw no need to ascend further. They intended to wait until the snow ceased before continuing their journey. However, Qingxian wished to avoid provoking humans, yet, ironically, it was the humans who sought to provoke them. Within a mere 10 minutes, 3 men trudged through the snow towards them. From their previous vantage point above, it was evident that one of them was a man and the other a woman, the latter perched upon a suitcase. "Are you survivors? Where do you hail from?" The leader inquired nonchalantly, a cigarette dangling from his lips as he addressed Yu Qingxian and Cherishing. Yu Qingxian cast a glance at the trio before shifting her position, turning her back to them. Cherishing remained silent as well. Although advanced zombies could mimic human speech, he had little desire to engage with these individuals. "We're speaking to you. Are you deaf? If you remain silent, we might just feed you to the zombies," the leader threatened menacingly. Yu Qingxian rose, dragging her suitcase as she prepared to leave. She could hardly tolerate their presence. All she sought was a quiet refuge from the snow. Yet these insistent individuals had come to disturb her, and with such a poor attitude. As Yu Qingxian attempted to depart with her suitcase, the three men grew increasingly irate, drawing their guns and aiming them at both Yu Qingxian and Cherishing. "We're merely passing through," Cherishing's hoarse voice reached their ears. Despite its roughness, it undeniably conveyed human language. Upon hearing Cherishing speak, Yu Qingxian discreetly glanced at the three men and noted their apparent comprehension, indicating that Cherishing had indeed spoken in human tongue. It seemed Cherishing was reluctant to resort to violence against these humans. But is Cherishing truly such a benevolent zombie? Could it possibly be for her own sake? Yu Qingxian began to regard Cherishing with a newfound perspective. However, she did not believe that those who so readily brandished firearms at others could be considered virtuous. "Passing by? Who is she?" "Your girlfriend?" one of them remarked, attempting to maneuver in front of Yu Qingxian. It was evident from Yu Qingxian's flowing hair and the hem of her skirt beneath her down jacket that she was indeed a woman. After this exchange, Cherishing instinctively stepped forward, positioning herself in front of Yu Qingxian to shield her from view. Although she was unaware of the intentions of these individuals or what they planned to do, her instinct to protect Yu Qingxian prevailed. Upon learning that it was Cherishing's sister and not a romantic partner, the malicious grins on their faces widened. One of them attempted to bypass Cherishing and approach Yu Qingxian. Yet, with a single gunshot, a gaping hole appeared in the forehead of that individual. Before either of the two or Cherishing could react, Yu Qingxian pulled the trigger once more, swiftly ending the lives of the remaining two with 2 more shots. She showed no mercy. She understood that if she and Cherishing were merely ordinary individuals, they would soon face dire consequences. Regrettably, despite retaining her human consciousness, her indifference towards humanity during her time as a human was palpable. Cherishing was about to finish her sentence when Yu Qingxian interrupted. "I have stated before that I do not protect all of humanity. My weapon is not solely for my own defense." Yu Qingxian unceremoniously set down her suitcase and stepped over the still warm corpses. Chapter 39. The flames of gossip surged instantaneously. The 3 gunshots fired by Yu Qingxian attracted the attention of those in the adjacent area. After all, the sound of gunfire resonated in their ears, undoubtedly indicating that it was one of their own. If the situation were not dire, they would have disregarded it altogether. Observing their demeanor, it was clear that they possessed nothing of value worth stealing. Hence, there seemed to be no necessity for such drastic measures. Could it be that a skirmish had erupted? If so, it suggested that the man and woman involved were no ordinary individuals. Given their direction of approach, they were heading towards the city center. Were they perhaps supernatural beings? Unbeknownst to these individuals, the 3 gunshots had also drawn the attention of the several young girls confined in the room. Were these individuals planning to rob once more? However, merely 10 minutes later, the door to their confinement was unexpectedly flung open. To their surprise, it was not the anticipated assailants who entered, but rather a girl completely swathed in layers. Yu Qingxian, upon seeing the 8 young girls within the room, felt little astonishment. She released the doorknob and turned to depart. As for the occupants of the room, they had already been dealt with by Cherishing. He was currently absent, presumably having taken a few individuals to feed upon. Qingxian crouched down before one of the lifeless bodies and rummaged through it, discovering a set of keys. The vehicles belonging to these individuals were parked downstairs. Should the girls wish to survive, there would always be a way. The young girls appeared remarkably youthful and were likely students. Their ability to endure in such dire circumstances spoke volumes of their determination to survive. Qingxian departed from that place, with the heavy snowfall continuing to blanket the surroundings. The scent of blood would likely not disperse swiftly. She pondered where Cherishing, this zombie, had wandered off to in search of sustenance. 2 individuals have been consumed. One is the leading ability user, while the other, seemingly more delectable, is likely a mutant. Such discerning taste in sustenance. As Qingxian descended the stairs and retrieved her suitcase, her ears perked up at the sound of an approaching convoy. Without a moment's hesitation, she collapsed to the ground, feigning death. What purpose does this charade serve now? He swiftly lifted Qingxian while grasping her luggage, vanishing instantly from the room. The snow outside continued to fall heavily. Upon exiting the house, Qingxian signaled to Cherishing to halt. They crouched outside the dwelling. And at this moment, Qingxian abandoned her pretense of death. The convoy came to a stop before the house, and a man clad in a black trench coat emerged from the vehicle. In Qingxian's discerning aesthetic opinion, few in the entertainment industry could rival his allure. Had she simply ventured out too infrequently? Or was it that she had not watched enough videos? How was it that such a strikingly handsome man had eluded her gaze before the apocalypse? A figure of this caliber could only be likened to a romantic lead. Snowflakes danced atop her head as her eyes fixated on the man stepping from the vehicle. Cherishing cast her a puzzled glance. Why the sudden cessation of her act? Just as Qingxian finished marveling at the man's handsomeness, another off-road vehicle sped toward them, skirting closely to where the man stood. This vehicle was familiar to Qingxian. Although not the most recognizable, that distinction belonged to Qingxian. As the vehicle came to a halt, the man's subordinates swiftly drew their weapons, aiming at Qingxian's car. Yet, Qingxian exhibited no fear. She didn't even spare a glance at the man, instead turning to stride toward the unfinished skyscraper. When Qingxian also disembarked, making his way towards the building where Qingxian had just feigned death. Despite the howling wind and snow outside, the distance was not great, allowing them to overhear the conversations of these individuals. It became evident that the people here were affiliated with those who had previously abducted the families of official scientific personnel. Eventually, due to internal disputes, they had parted ways. These individuals believed that kidnapping officials was tantamount to courting disaster, hence the schism. However, they had imprisoned several young girls, exercising tyranny in this place. Qingxian observed when Qingxing entered the first floor and discovered 3 lifeless bodies. After a brief examination, he confirmed their demise and rose to his feet. They had searched for several days before locating this site, guided by information obtained from those involved. It was revealed that some ruffians were holding a number of girls captive in the outskirts of H City. As for the exact location, that remained unclear. Consequently, Qingxian had been diligently searching for these individuals over the past few days, lured by what had initially seemed like mere echoes of gunfire. At this moment, when Qingxing could ascertain that the gunshots they had heard amidst the snowstorm were indeed real. Meanwhile, Qingxian was descending the stairs with 8 young girls, all clad in warm clothing, the origin of which Qingxian could surmise but deemed irrelevant. Qingxian was engaged in a noble endeavor, and there was no need for her to intervene. Upon reaching the ground floor, the 8 girls gazed at the vehicles, prompting Qingxian to inquire if any among them could drive. Once it was confirmed that someone possessed driving skills, she proceeded to allocate responsibilities. As for the man, Qingxian had no time to attend to him for the moment, as the celebration of a birthday unfolded, with one car departing while towing another. Qingxian began her negotiations with the man. The two appeared to be acquainted. Yu Qingxian, noticing their conversation, felt a surge of curiosity and swiftly retrieved her binoculars. In an instant, the faces of Jiyu Wanqing and the man were magnified before her eyes. Yet, Yu Qingxian could have easily seen the pair without the aid of binoculars, and could even hear their dialogue. Thus, Cherishing was perplexed by Yu Qingxian's need for the binoculars. From their exchange, Yu Qingxian discerned that the man was named Sun Yanli, a notorious arms dealer and the mastermind behind an underground arms network. Jiyu Wanqing's relentless pursuit was to locate him. It was evident that Sun Yanli possessed a considerable arsenal of firearms, and the authorities harbored grave concerns regarding his potential treachery. After all, Sun Yanli had been a criminal even before the apocalypse, skillfully cloaking his true nature, leaving the officials devoid of any incriminating evidence. In Jiyu Wanqing's eyes, Sun Yanli resembled a cunning old fox. It was unexpected for their paths to cross in such a manner, given the police insignia on Jiyu Wanqing's license plate. Sun Yanli's associates undoubtedly recognized her as a government agent. As Yu Qingxian listened intently, intrigue filled her thoughts. If Jiyu Wanqing were the heroine, then perhaps Sun Yanli was the hero? However, the sniper who had been closely following Jiyu Wanqing also exuded an appealing aura. Indeed, where there is a hero, a second lead must surely exist. At that moment, Yu Qingxian felt a twinge of regret for the sniper, although he had arrived first. Matters of the heart are indifferent to the order of arrival. As Cherishing listened to Yu Qingxian babbling incessantly beside him, he found himself utterly bewildered by her words. Yet, he could discern that her expression resembled that of a long-starved zombie suddenly encountering a human, intently focused yet exuding an unmistakable hunger. Cherishing was at a loss, completely unable to comprehend the situation. In Chapter 40, Then Please Summon Them Back, Yu Qingxian shifted her gaze from Jiyu Wanqing and Sun Yanli to the vehicle, where her eyes met a smiling face. Pei Yuanan rested his hand on the car window, his head leaning against his hand, tilting it as he gazed at Yu Qingxian, as if he could truly see her. Noticing he had not drawn his sniper rifle, Yu Qingxian felt a surge of courage. She extended a finger, and Pei Yuanan mirrored her gesture. When she raised another finger, he responded with a playful gesture, exclaiming with enthusiasm. In that moment, Yu Qingxian realized that this young man could indeed perceive them, despite the absence of any sound and their concealment amidst the snow. It seemed Pei Yuanan had been observing them for some time. "Run! Hurry!" she urged, as though surrounding the female protagonist were not to be trifled with. Cherishing, still processing the situation, was abruptly pulled along by Yu Qingxian, with one hand clutching her suitcase and the other grasping her sleeve. He witnessed Yu Qingxian sprinting with an unprecedented swiftness, almost frantically. This left him perplexed. As Yu Qingxian dashed forward, glancing around, she veered toward the seaside. "What are you running for?" As Cherishing allowed Yu Qingxian to pull him along in a frantic dash, he finally inquired when he noticed her speed diminishing. "Are we simply going to stand still and wait to be captured?" "There is someone beside Jiyu Wanqing who can see us," Yu Qingxian explained. "But we can see them as well. What issue does that present?" Cherishing replied, perplexed. "They are zombies, not ghosts. As long as they possess eyes, they are capable of seeing." "This poses a significant problem," Yu Qingxian countered. "If we had no concealment and were spotted, that would be one thing. However, we are hiding beneath the snow. If we are seen, it would be entirely inappropriate." Suddenly halting, Yu Qingxian gazed earnestly at Cherishing. They were both concealed within the snow, a place where no ordinary person would suspect the presence of the living. After all, to be alive necessitates a certain warmth. To hide in the snow is akin to courting death. Thus, under normal circumstances, one would not assume there were individuals beneath the snow. Of course, If a zombie found the scent of blood and flesh, it would undoubtedly not remain stationary. As Cherishing absorbed Qingxian's explanation, the realization dawned upon him. They had been buried in a thick layer of snow, rendering them invisible to the average observer. Coupled with their white down jackets, it would be nearly impossible for any human to discern their presence without a careful gaze. The fact that Qingxian was exhibiting signs of panic indicated that the situation was far from trivial. Yet, the heavy snowfall continued to descend, shrouding their surroundings in a veil of white, limiting visibility to mere meters. One could not ascertain when the snow would cease. As the snowfall intensified and the wind howled, Qingxian felt as though she were no longer in the south, but rather in the north. Could it be that she had taken a wrong turn? She contemplated the necessity of acquiring a compass to ascertain her direction. However, she should be quite normal near H City. Qingxian paused to search for a signpost. Primarily, there exists an official base 300 kilometers northeast of H City. Yet, considering it has been over 2 months since the apocalypse began, the major bases should still be under construction. After all, these bases are intended for long-term use, making the walls of utmost importance. After much effort, Qingxian finally located a sign, but the wind was so fierce that she could hardly unfold her map. Thus, she sought refuge in a nearby building. The proximity to a large city was advantageous, as housing was readily available. Upon entering, she was met with several zombies. Initially, Qingxian intended to ignore them. But as soon as she settled down, the zombies approached, moaning and clamoring for sustenance. The commotion rendered her unable to find peace, compelling her to evict them one by one. At last, the room fell silent. Cherishing leaned against the window, observing as Qingxian ushered the zombies out, and remarked, "They will freeze to death." "Let them freeze," she retorted. "There are plenty of zombies that have already perished from the cold." Cherishing remained silent. Qingxian recalled the name on the signpost and located it on her map. Upon seeing the name of the town, she noticed a red cross marked nearby. This glance proved unsettling, as the sight of the corpses was disquieting. With less than 100 kilometers remaining, she was nearing the base of another group. Indeed, in her aimless wandering, she had lost all sense of direction. She had no idea how long she had been running before stopping. In any case, she was now less than 100 kilometers away from the official base. Though initially startled, Qingxian felt little concern about being caught in such weather. First, she had to contend with Cherishing before anyone could apprehend her. It seemed that the old bull could still serve as a bodyguard, if necessary. She could even push him forward as a shield. With this thought, Qingxian suddenly glanced at Cherishing. Surely, he would not perish so easily. If death were to come, it would likely find him behind her, given her own frailty. Having established her course, Qingxian observed the howling winds and swirling snow outside. Unfazed and choosing to wait for the tempest to subside within the confines of her shelter, she settled into a sofa chair, perusing a book she had salvaged from an unknown bookstore. After all, her suitcase was nearly empty, save for a camera cushioned by foam. Thus, she had filled it with numerous books. In her previous life, aside from indulging in others' travel videos, she devoted herself to writing and reading. Indeed, she embraced a myriad of literary works, particularly now, with ample time at her disposal, making it the perfect opportunity to immerse herself in literature. The heavy snowfall persisted for several days, accumulating to a depth that reached the second floor. Qingxian opened the door, only to find that the snow obscured her view. Fortunately, the snowfall had ceased outside. Cherishing watched her venture forth, not attempting to deter her. She resembled a little hamster, tirelessly digging through the snow as she advanced. Cherishing trailed closely behind, dragging her suitcase along. The snow had risen to the height of the second floor, and although it was the apocalyptic kind, It was not a pristine white but rather tainted with a layer of grimy dust. Should humanity consume the water derived from such snow, there might be a risk of becoming zombified. Where, indeed, does Qingxian derive her confidence in humanity's triumph? It is likely that this snowfall will claim yet another group of lives. Upon contemplating this, Cherishing found himself agreeing with Qingxian. Should humanity falter, the zombies would likewise be deprived of their means of survival. Although it is said that the sustenance of zombies consists of living beings, in truth, 90% of it is comprised of humans. If humanity were to vanish, the zombies would inevitably starve. Conversely, if humanity prevails, it stands to reason that advanced zombies could seamlessly conceal themselves among humans, as long as they devise a means to procure fresh blood and flesh. They could continue to thrive in the human realm. Yet, individuals like Qingxian would still struggle to coexist among humanity. It appears she harbors an aversion to humans, a rather peculiar affliction, considering she is human herself, yet finds herself allergic to her own kind. However, are you certain of the direction? Cherishing, unable to see the sky, could not ascertain whether Qingxian was indeed heading the right way. It should be correct. After all, I am moving in the opposite direction of the base. Qingxian withdrew her hand and gazed upward. Having uttered this, she bowed her head in contemplation. Cherishing patiently awaited the conclusion of her thoughts. Why not jump and take a look? Suggested Qingxian. Cherishing inwardly sighed. He had anticipated Qingxian's unreliability. Yet, asking him to leap 4 or 5 meters was rather taxing for a mere zombie. He was a zombie, not a spring-loaded creature. Chapter 41. She requires no response. Though Cherishing indeed found himself mentally critiquing the situation, he still sought to confirm their direction. Qingxian had not erred in her path. Despite trudging through several meters of snow, she was indeed maintaining a straight course. However, Cherishing suspected that her desire to enjoy the scenery was rather improbable. The dense blanket of snow, several meters deep, renders stepping outside a formidable challenge, let alone enjoying the scenery. Is it truly a serious endeavor for Qingxian to embark on a journey in a post-apocalyptic world? In this altered reality, not only humanity has undergone transformation, but also the flora and fauna. Some plants have evolved into bloodthirsty entities. Of course, Cherishing has yet to witness such phenomena. And neither has Qingxian. She harbors the intent to behold these mutated plants, though she never anticipated actually encountering them. After traversing for 7 or 8 days, the snow finally subsided somewhat, yet it still loomed at a height of 1.5 meters. Cherishing could remain above the snow level, while Qingxian was reduced to merely her head peeking out. Nevertheless, upon encountering settlements, Qingxian observed many zombies with only their heads visible above the snow, which afforded her a sense of equilibrium. At this point, she remained nearly 700 kilometers away from the Eastern Garden, signifying that after a week, she had only traversed half the distance, and this was without many pauses. Indeed, winter travel proves exceedingly arduous. On the 9th day, Qingxian spotted an exceptionally peculiar rose tree from afar. Its peculiarity stemmed from the stark contrast of its vibrant red blossoms amidst the pervasive white surroundings. Despite its oddity, Qingxian could not deny its breathtaking beauty. She swiftly ascended the adjacent tall building and began to capture photographs with her camera. Cherishing did not accompany her. She preferred to remain on the ground floor whenever possible, seldom climbing to greater heights unless compelled by the allure of the scenery. Before, Cherishing had contemplated the existence of such mutated plants, but he never expected to encounter one. However, he remained uncertain whether this peculiar plant consumed humans or even zombies. Or perhaps it feasted on neither. Qingxian, on the other hand, was not preoccupied with such thoughts. She had never laid eyes on such an expansive rose garden before. If only some sunlight could grace the scene, morning, or the warm glow of dusk would be splendid. Leaning against the window, Qingxian gazed at the vast expanse of roses, curious if they could propagate through cuttings. Yet, she lacked the time to nurture them at present. Perhaps once she had traversed the places she wished to visit, she could cultivate some flowers. If seeds were available, she might collect a few and save them for a time when she could settle in a secluded area where she could plant roses in her garden. As Qingxian pondered this, the heavy clouds in the sky seemed to favor her, parting after 20 minutes to reveal several rays of sunlight that illuminated the snow-covered roses. This sight left her in awe. Cherishing, come quickly. Avoid the stairs, it's too slow, she exclaimed, excitedly tapping her hands against the wall. Cherishing, somewhat taken aback by her enthusiasm, noted that it was the first time in 2 months he had witnessed Qingxian so animated. It was merely a flower, after all. What was there to be so fascinated about? Despite his reluctance to view the roses, he could not resist Qingxian's fervor and opted to climb up the external wall. However, before he could reach her floor, his gaze was drawn to the vibrant red roses, complemented by verdant leaves below, which left him salivating. To his bewilderment, it appeared to be an enormous piece of fresh flesh. He could not fathom what had stirred such excitement in Qingxian. When he finally climbed to her window, he discovered Qingxian capturing his image with her camera. She stood there, instructing him to pose, even though it was she who yearned to travel. Yet she refrained from taking photos with the scenery. As Cherishing crawled into the room and turned to gaze outside, the soft sunlight bathed the crimson roses. Yet he was unable to appreciate the beauty of the scene. He was merely a zombie, devoid of human aesthetic sensibilities. Qingxian discerned that Cherishing had little interest in the landscape, yet when confronted with its beauty, she felt an irresistible urge to share it with someone. With only Cherishing by her side, he became her sole companion in this endeavor. Although Cherishing could not comprehend the allure of the view, he noticed a hint of color emerging on Qingxian's otherwise ashen face. Unbeknownst to Cherishing was the history that haunted Qingxian. Nor did he wish to delve into it. After all, he was a zombie, disinterested in the past of a human. His curiosity lay solely in why Qingxian, as a zombie, managed to retain her human consciousness and memories. Observing Cherishing's gaze upon her, Qingxian explained, "In the first 28 years of my life, I seldom ventured out to travel. As you know, my condition does not permit me to do so, and my parents tragically perished in a car accident while traveling, which only intensified my aversion to leaving home." With a sigh, she reflected upon the past, occasionally pondering whether accompanying her parents on their journey would have led to a different fate. Regret lingered in her heart. Following the demise of her parents, Qingxian's days became a blur of inverted schedules. Indeed, she had resigned herself to a lifetime of such existence, never anticipating the advent of the apocalypse. It was perhaps this very cataclysm that emboldened her to venture forth from her dwelling. The reason she shared these thoughts with him, she surmised, was likely a yearning for companionship. Qingxian was taken aback by Cherishing's apparent desire to comprehend the intricacies of human thought. "Nay," she clarified, "it is precisely because thou art one of the undead that I confide in thee. I harbour no need for solace, nor do I seek pity, for such sentiments hold no sway over me." Qingxian explicated that it was Cherishing's very ignorance that allowed her to be unreserved in his presence, akin to conversing with her figurines and plush effigies within the confines of her abode. Cherishing found himself somewhat surprised by Qingxian's words. Given that humans were gregarious by nature, he had always believed that Qingxian must be in need of a friend, otherwise she would not have brought him along. "What, then," Cherishing inquired, "is thy reason for including me?" "But 'twas thou who followed," Qingxian countered. She had never explicitly stated her desire to form a companionship with Cherishing, and indeed, they had parted ways on 2 separate occasions, yet he invariably pursued her. In her eyes, Cherishing was akin to a collectible figurine. She recalled how aficionados of mobile games and anime would often venture out with cotton dolls or standees emblazoned with their favorite characters, using them as props for photographs. Qingxian's instruction for Cherishing to pose for photographs could be likened to taking her figurine on an outing. Chapter 42. You just need to treat humanity as your enemy. Qingxian's words made Cherishing realize the truth. It was indeed he who had clinged stubbornly to Qingxian. Not the other way around. It was he who needed her, rather than she needing him. The fact that Qingxian would share the scenery with him was likely an unconscious reaction, not a necessity for his presence. Upon this realization, Cherishing couldn't help but think of Qingxian as a peculiar being, even in her human form, a figure unlikely to garner affection amidst a crowd. As a human, she must have been rather unappealing, unable even to fulfill the most basic human instinct of social belonging. Unable to contain his curiosity, Cherishing spoke up, eager to discover what words might resonate with Qingxian. While packing away her camera, Qingxian retorted, "Not at all. When I was in school, my desk mate was quite agreeable. Do not judge humanity too harshly." After a brief pause, she added thoughtfully, "Of course, do not idealize humanity either. However, such words hold little relevance for you. Simply treat humanity as your adversary." At present, they were zombies, positioned in opposition to humankind. To believe that all humans were virtuous would undoubtedly lead to dire consequences. No, a loss of life. As Cherishing pondered over Qingxian's words, she had already finished organizing her belongings. She lifted her suitcase and began her descent down the stairs. Typically averse to inconvenience, she never complained when it came to appreciating the beauty of the world. In that moment, Cherishing comprehended that among humans, there existed a myriad of varieties, much like the diversity found within the realm of zombies. As Cherishing came to his senses, Qingxian had already descended 2 flights of stairs. He hurriedly pursued her, only to overhear her engaging in a soliloquy, herself questioning and answering vividly manifesting her thoughts. However, her desire to pluck the rose was fraught with peril. The uncertainty loomed over whether this mutated plant could also ensnare zombies. This question weighed heavily on her mind. If the plant had indeed metamorphosed into a carnivorous entity, then it would be wholly unwarranted. The last thing she needed was to carry a plant that might feast upon both humans and zombies, occasionally taking a bite out of her as well. Curiously, there was no snow surrounding this rose, as if the snow had never settled upon it. Stealthily, Qingxian crept across the snow, forming a few snowballs to hurl at the rose, yet it remained unresponsive. Undeterred, she launched several more, but still, there was no reaction. Meanwhile, Cherishing stood at a distance, guarding her suitcase with a watchful gaze, as if he feared the rose might consume her. When Qingxian turned to look at him, a hint of confusion flickered in his eyes. Just as he was about to speak, a tightly packed snowball struck him squarely in the face. Although it didn't hurt, Cherishing was bewildered by Qingxian's antics. Was it possible that the rose's fragrance could influence the consciousness of zombies and humans alike, inciting them to attack their own kind? Qingxian pondered this mystery, uncertain of Cherishing's intentions. Could it be that the rose was truly aggressive? Yet, she had detected no signs of such. It was only after Cherishing had set her down and exchanged thoughts with her that she realized the entire situation had been a misunderstanding. Truly, how tedious it must be, this dull existence of zombies. One could only imagine how monotonous it was in their human lives as well. After Qingxian steadied herself, she couldn't help but tease Cherishing, questioning his sense of amusement. Having interacted with Qingxian for a considerable duration, Cherishing had begun to retort like a human, which took her by surprise. Indeed, she admitted, she too felt a sense of tedium. Ultimately, through Cherishing's inquiries, it was revealed that this was a mutated rose. Yet it held no interest for zombies. It had merely become more resilient to the cold. Of course, It remained uncertain whether this plant would also disregard humans. In any case, the rose was deemed safe. Once Qingxian confirmed the safety of the rose, she plunged into the thicket like a child. An uncommon display of emotion that caught Cherishing's attention. He could not comprehend why her joy hinged so profoundly on a mere plant. Ultimately, when Qingxian emerged from the grove of rose bushes, she was not only fragrant but also bore the marks of torn clothing from the thorns, clutching a magnificent bouquet of roses. Additionally, her pockets contained several rose seeds. Although she had never considered cultivating flowers before, now that she had gathered seeds, she resolved to seek out books on gardening. With this thought in mind, she instructed Cherishing, her steadfast companion, to take her to the town's bookstore. However, she was uncertain whether such a small-town shop would stock the desired volumes. Upon entering and perusing the shelves, she found none. Most offerings were novels or supplementary materials for students. Nevertheless, she remained undeterred, selecting a few novels that piqued her interest, and returned the ones she had finished to the bookshelf. Is this considered barter? After taking the book, they resumed their journey eastward. Initially, one would assume that venturing further north would result in deeper snow. However, the reality contradicted Qingxian's expectations entirely. As they proceeded northward, the snowfall diminished, piquing her curiosity. The weather in this post-apocalyptic world was unpredictable, leading to a reversal of temperatures between the south and the north. No. She had intended to witness the snow in the north. Yet, upon contemplating the snow in the south, she felt inclined to explore the flowers in the north instead. Thus, her plans shifted from seeking snow to admiring blossoms. Truly, having lived for so long, one encounters all manner of peculiar occurrences. At that moment, Qingxian suddenly realized that her consciousness had not dissipated, which she considered a stroke of luck. Had she not retained her human awareness, she would have been unable to perceive these scenes. As for the large bouquet of roses she possessed, she had transformed it into a specimen bookmark. Cherishing did not comprehend Qingxian's actions but did not hinder her. As they approached the eastern garden, Qingxian discreetly glanced ahead, wondering if there was a survivor base nearby. After all, this area was densely populated. A single base likely would not suffice. Moreover, she had not gathered any human intelligence for 3 months. There was a possibility that she had overlooked something. It would be troublesome to intrude upon someone else's stronghold. February in G City felt unusually warm. This was not a sensation Qingxian experienced personally, but rather evidenced by the absence of thick snow. Even her suitcase had begun to charge automatically. This clearly indicated that the sunlight was just right. Nevertheless, she did not feel lethargic, suggesting that the current sunlight was not excessively intense. It was perhaps the perfect spring weather, with temperatures hovering around 20 degrees. Cherishing trailed behind Qingxian, whose suitcase was fully charged and required no assistance. Qingxian perched atop her suitcase, her entire form leaning against the handle, stealthily navigating the streets. Cherishing was utterly oblivious to her intentions. Unbeknownst to Qingxian, her caution appeared rather furtive in Cherishing's eyes. Chapter 43. Do not fall victim to humanity's wrath. City G lies at the easternmost edge of the realm. Once a renowned coastal city, it was famed for its ancient harbor. However, it has now been relegated to a semi-inland status. Qingxian observed the wandering zombies on the streets, finally exhaling in relief. It was evident that the city remained under the dominion of the undead. Yet, just as she felt a moment of respite, the sound of gunfire pierced the air, sending her scurrying into an alley with her suitcase in tow. Indeed, any noise of human origin transformed her into a startled creature, prone to exaggerated reactions. Cherishing followed her into the narrow passageway. Upon entering the alley, they soon spotted a convoy approaching in the distance, comprising 5 vehicles. the number of occupants appeared substantial. Indeed, in a metropolis, even a team of supernatural beings boasted considerable numbers. Qingxian watched as the 5 cars passed before her, trailed by a horde of zombies. These undead had clearly evolved during the winter. Their speed had markedly increased, surpassing that of an ordinary human sprint. In this post-apocalyptic world, relying solely on human legs would render one utterly incapable of outpacing the zombies. She gazed upon the frenzied zombies, unable to refrain from exclaiming. If these zombies were to participate in a marathon, there would be an insufficient number of medals to award. Qingxian paid no heed to Cherishing's nonsensical remark. These zombies had already outpaced her. Yet, she believed her physical capabilities had surpassed those of her human days. If one were to consider the zombie virus as a form of evolution, Qingxian found that notion quite plausible. However, to deem it a positive evolution would be a different matter altogether. If all zombies possessed the ability to choose not to consume humans, that would indeed be quite commendable. From any perspective, the weaknesses of these creatures were glaringly apparent, yet if one could safeguard those vulnerabilities, they could become truly formidable. Their endurance was remarkable. A mere morsel of flesh would sustain them for an extended period. However, their instinctive rush towards the scent of blood and flesh was undeniably a flaw. It was evident that only advanced zombies, like Cherishing, could transcend such limitations. As Qingxian contemplated this, she glanced at Cherishing. Noticing the drool begin to form at the corner of his mouth, she refrained from commenting further, as it was clear that zombies were unable to shed their insatiable hunger for flesh. Haven't you just feasted on 2 humans? What makes you crave more? Qingxian could not help but tease him about his gluttony. In response, Cherishing retorted, "It wasn't just now, it's been nearly a month." As an advanced zombie thriving in the post-apocalyptic world, going a month without sustenance was a source of ridicule among other advanced zombies. Qingxian remained silent. She had not eaten in 3 months yet felt no pangs of hunger, nor did she desire to feed. The appearance of a team of supernatural beings here indicates that there are indeed survivor bases nearby. Of course, it is also possible that these teams have journeyed from afar. Regardless of the scenario, it suggests that lingering in this city is ill-advised. Qingxian observed a group of zombies pass by, and then bent down to assist a small zombie that was lying on the ground. This little zombie, who must have been around 5 or 6 years old in life, was now chasing after the other zombies. However, the small zombie did not pause upon being helped. It continued its pursuit. Yet, a faint fragrance lingered at the tip of Qingxian's nose, dissipating a minute later. It seemed that those individuals had completely vacated the city. In the heart of City G lies Qingxian's objective, a place known as the Eastern Garden. Although the city is teeming with zombies, they pose no hindrance to Qingxian and Cherishing. They successfully reached the Eastern Garden. The garden itself remained largely intact. It had merely become overgrown due to a lack of management over the past 3 months. This was of little concern to Qingxian. She approached the entrance, queued for a while, and finally leaned in to acquire her ticket before entering the park. Sitting once again atop her suitcase, she held a visitor's map in hand. She resembled a genuine tourist, unfazed by the surrounding zombies, nor did she mind her own undead status. Qingxian attentively admired the scenery, occasionally pulling out her camera to capture photographs. Cherishing trailed closely behind her, his gaze scanning the surroundings, finding nothing particularly remarkable, and remained oblivious to the thoughts occupying Qingxian's mind. At this moment, Qingxian found herself devoid of any thoughts. She was simply observing the scenery in her own unique manner. Previously, when she watched travel videos created by others, it was primarily for the purpose of preparing to write her novels. After all, certain experiences cannot be authentically captured without first-hand involvement. Yet, authors exist to weave narratives with their words, crafting an illusionary yet genuine world for their readers. A skilled author possesses the ability to make readers believe that the characters within their stories have truly lived in this world. However, Qingxian did not possess such mastery. Her writing was merely a source of personal amusement. Yet, as she took in the landscapes before her, she began to understand why many writers are fond of traveling. Nevertheless, at this juncture, Qingxian no longer sought these experiences. Her desire to behold the scenery was influenced by various factors, including the author she admired, her parents, and her neighbor, an older sister figure. Most importantly, it was her own courageous decision to step outside. Had she not contemplated traveling, she would undoubtedly still be confined to her home, lying on that bed, waiting for her vitality to wane, eventually to become blood and bones, and ultimately a handful of soil. Yet now, Qingxian felt immense gratitude towards herself for having ventured out of that room. As the sun dipped below the horizon, she chose not to continue her exploration, but instead exited the forested park to seek solace in a hotel. Cherishing struggled to comprehend her motivations for these actions. Yet he sensed that he had gleaned valuable insights from Qingxian. He realized that even as a zombie, a formidable one at that, it was wise to remain discreet. Humanity is not as fragile as it seems. Perhaps it was time for him to part ways with Qingxian, for zombies were never meant to be social creatures. He was utterly unconcerned about the possibility of Qingxian meeting her demise at the hands of humanity, let alone falling prey to the undead. They were fundamentally different. Qingxian could not fathom the thoughts of zombies, just as he could not comprehend the consciousness possessed by Qingxian. Thus, when she beheld Cherishing bidding her farewell at the doorway, she felt no surprise. "Farewell, I hope to see you again this autumn. Last year, we promised to revisit the autumn-color lake. Do ensure you are not slain by humans," Qingxian remarked, her face devoid of any reluctance. Upon hearing her words, Cherishing merely nodded faintly before vanishing from the threshold of the hotel room. Zombies inherently prey upon humans. Cherishing had been a gentle soul in life. Even if he no longer retained memories of his human existence, he instinctively avoided consuming his own kind when feeding. He never actively sought to hunt humans. It must have been quite a struggle for him. Chapter 44. It was not himself who killed him upon awakening. The absence of Cherishing left Qingxian feeling somewhat disoriented. Typically, after 7 or 8 days, she would select a suitable place to rest for a night, while Cherishing would invariably sit by her bedside, watching over her. To wake and find him missing was indeed unexpected, though her disorientation was fleeting. She rose slowly from her slumber. With the snow gone and sunlight streaming in, Qingxian donned a beautiful dress. She descended the stairs with her suitcase in tow, opting to change into a new-style dress that was not overtly ancient in design, a modern interpretation of traditional attire. It was casual yet reminiscent of ancient garments, allowing for ease of movement and harmonizing splendidly with the classical garden surroundings. Even the way Qingxian sat on the suitcase was not a straddle, but rather a side-sitting posture. Indeed, one's appearance influences one's demeanor. Qingxian felt a certain restraint in her movements. Perched atop her suitcase, she continued to meander through the garden. The garden was inhabited by zombies, their attire harmoniously blending with the surroundings. She took out her camera and captured photographs of these undead beings. However, within just a morning, the battery of her camera dwindled perilously low. Fortunately, her suitcase was equipped with a charging function. She sought out a sunlit spot to recharge her suitcase while she leisurely wandered about. Qingxian felt no apprehension regarding the potential theft of her suitcase or camera by zombies. If she were to leave behind a morsel of fresh meat, that would indeed warrant concern. Standing beneath a pavilion, she gazed at her suitcase and camera basking in the sunlight, pondering whether she ought to revisit the aspirations of her childhood. With this thought in mind, she allowed her suitcase to soak up the sun and ventured away from the garden to explore a nearby shop. Upon her return, she cradled several sketchbooks in her arms and held a few pencils in her hand. In her younger days, she delighted in sketching on the walls of her home with a pencil, preferring solitude over social interaction. Qingxian felt that labeling herself as socially anxious was less accurate than acknowledging a certain degree of introversion. Yet, she was not entirely withdrawn. Whenever she wished, she could engage in normal conversation with others. It was merely that she found no necessity in doing so. The camera's battery was charged to 1/3. The suitcase was remarkably stable, experiencing little turbulence. The speed was adjusted to the lowest setting by Qingxian, which matched the pace of a leisurely stroll. The maximum speed, however, could rival that of an electric vehicle. It was no wonder that such a suitcase commanded a price of over 100,000. Were it not for the apocalyptic circumstances, Qingxian felt that merely admiring it would be her only option. She could never drag it along through her trials. Thus, her first drawing was of her suitcase. She dismounted and circled the slowly moving suitcase, studying it, before directly halting it. Crouching down, she observed her suitcase from every angle, producing sketch after sketch. Ultimately, she selected the one that pleased her most, presenting it to the suitcase, declaring it her finest work. Overall, her spirits were quite high that day, at least until the afternoon. As the sun began its descent, a faint fragrance wafted to the tip of Qingxian's nose. It was the scent of living beings, each person's aroma distinct in its essence. For instance, Jiu Wanqing's fragrance was subtle, invigorating the senses. The young man beside her exuded a similarly delicate scent. As for the one seated in the back, he conveyed an aroma reminiscent of plants, far removed from sweet or meaty fragrances. Yet, should these three indulge in a meal, it would undoubtedly be exquisite. The most aromatic foods are not always the most delectable, and they may very well be unhealthy. Even for an extraordinary individual like Jiu Wanqing, Qingxian found no appetite for her. As for the robust fragrance emanating from ordinary humans, it resembled the tantalizing aroma one might catch while passing by a shop, igniting a fleeting desire to indulge. However, upon stepping inside, that enticing scent dissipated entirely, extinguishing any craving in an instant. This phenomenon elucidated why Qingxian harbored no particular thoughts about humanity upon proximity. That very fragrance was sufficient to satiate her. In that moment, a realization struck Qingxian. She had, in fact, been consuming all along. Her method of sustenance was simply to inhale the essence of human aroma. As long as there were individuals nearby, whenever she caught a whiff of that scent, she was, in essence, partaking in nourishment. Naturally, this was merely Qingxian's conjecture. Oh, Cherishing, can you perceive the scent of humanity? She pondered, only to realize the individual was absent. Standing up, she surveyed the ebb and flow of zombies, casually seizing one to inquire. However, they merely acted on instinct, expressing their own desires without the capacity for meaningful communication with Qingxian. She chose not to dwell on this lack of interaction any longer and resumed her perch atop her suitcase, leisurely exploring the garden. As for the faint fragrance wafting to her nostrils, she paid it no heed. Its subtlety indicated a considerable distance from her. It was not until evening that Qingxian sensed the aroma gradually dissipating, not abruptly vanishing, but gently fading away. Such occurrences had transpired before, notably when she witnessed that man's demise, as well as during previous killings. In other words, someone has perished. Qingxian, pulling her suitcase, traversed the garden and passed through another gate. At that moment, a throng of zombies surrounded this entrance, though they were kept at bay by a barricade designed to deter crowds. Qingxian slightly tilted her head and beheld a lifeless individual lying nearby. This person had not succumbed to a zombie's assault. Had they been bitten, they would have transformed into one of the undead rather than bleed out and die in this spot. She crouched down, confronting the deceased with the gentleness one might display towards a small creature. Of course, the zombies were oblivious to her actions, thwarted by the numerous barriers that prevented their entry. The number of zombies in this vicinity was scant, and an additional large gate remained closed, rendering the encroaching undead incapable of opening it. Thus, only Qingxian, who retained her human consciousness, could unlock this gate. Ironically, it was this very barrier that had severed the man's life from the world beyond. If only I had moved a little faster, perhaps you could have survived. Qingxian mused, observing the man's expression of despair in his final moments, yet she felt no pangs of guilt. After all, it was not she who had brought about his demise. Chapter 45. A countenance of villainy. Qingxian's gaze shifted from his face to his hand, where he still clutched a firearm. How fortunate I was not to rush in, otherwise, I would have been met with your bullets the moment I opened the door, she remarked. After uttering this, she attempted to retrieve his weapon, only to inadvertently discharge a round into the floor. Indeed, the safety had been disengaged. Should a zombie approach, he would surely fire. Even though he was fully aware that death awaited him here, he would not allow the zombies to harm him. Indeed, should those people pursue him, he intended to fight back with all his might. But what was the point of such desperate struggle? Ultimately, death was inevitable. Qingxian felt a sense of helplessness. After speaking these words, she bent down to grasp the corpse by its legs and dragged it away, leaving a trail of crimson blood on the ground. Qingxian felt as if she were a janitor in an apocalyptic world. How many individuals had she buried by now? 3 in the hospital, the subsequent man, and now yet another. That made 5, all of them male. Thankfully, there were no females, otherwise, Qingxian was unsure how she would confront a girl. After all, there exists an innate protectiveness among those of the same gender. She dug a pit and unceremoniously tossed the man inside, observing him lying in the grave. She noted that his appearance was rather handsome, and he seemed to be quite young, perhaps a few years her junior. Qingxian pondered this as she proceeded to cover him with soil. There were no coffins to be found, nor time to cremate him. The flames would not reach a sufficient temperature, at best rendering the man crisp and fragrant. Moreover, zombies were particularly averse to high temperatures, a fear that Qingxian shared. Thus, she resolved to bury him before nightfall and even compacted the fresh earth. The soil could mask the scent of blood, ensuring that the buried body would not be unearthed by the zombies. Looking at the grave that lacked even a small mound, she mused that if grass were to grow over it in the future, no one would remember that this person ever existed. After completing the burial, she settled onto her suitcase to relocate her position. With Linyuan thoroughly explored, it was time for her to continue her journey northwards. She rode her suitcase into a narrow alley, where the sound of vehicles soon reached her ears. The absence of any enticing aroma suggested that the windows of the cars were sealed tight. Clearly, these individuals were quite vigilant, ensuring that no scent would escape. Perhaps it was merely a coincidence. Qingxian peeked out from the alley, and 3 minutes later, several vehicles came to a halt at the back entrance of the garden. It was evident that these cars had been modified, even equipped with protective grilles on their windows, a testament to their professionalism. In fact, Qingxi North was remarkably close to these vehicles, merely a dozen meters away. However, if they were to converse within the confines of their automobiles, she would remain oblivious to their words. If they were to lower their windows, she could still catch snippets of their conversation. Of course, whether she found their discourse intriguing or not was another matter entirely. After all, Qingxian could not simply knock on their windows and demand they speak for her amusement. Yet, fate smiled upon the curious observer. The individuals indeed lowered their windows. Oh! They possessed menacing countenances, reminiscent of villains from a television drama. Up until now, Qingxian had only encountered characters who appeared to be protagonists. Surely, she would not be faced with antagonists this time. Had they been dealt with? One of them glanced toward the back entrance of the garden, but in doing so, he inadvertently attracted a throng of zombies. The cacophony of their growls nearly drowned out the man's voice, prompting Qingxian to suppress a desire to shout. After days of anticipation, she longed to witness the unfolding drama, yet the foolish sounds of these creatures threatened to overshadow her moment of intrigue. Crouching in the corner, she radiated an air of discontent. Meanwhile, the occupants of the vehicle appeared equally disturbed by the clamor of the zombies, and one of them shouted in frustration. Remarkably, the zombies fell silent. Qingxian was taken aback. This person was impressive. Remarkably, the zombies were subdued. The occupants of the vehicle, upon witnessing the sudden silence of the undead, were taken aback. However, these low-level zombies posed no threat to the defenses of his modified vehicle. At that moment, a zombie was crouched in front of the car, obstructing his line of sight. He failed to notice the body of the man. Yet, with such a grievous gunshot wound in a city teeming with zombies, survival was utterly impossible. Most critically, the bullet had struck the man's lung. No matter how resilient he might be, death was inevitable, and he would simply succumb to a torturous end. Even the mightiest could not escape death at the hands of their own weapon, becoming mere fodder for the undead, leaving behind little more than a fragmented corpse. Qingxian listened with great satisfaction, realizing the truth behind the betrayal of the supernatural team. The former captain had been eliminated. This revelation indicated that the individual she had buried was, in fact, the leader of a team of supernatural beings. It made sense, for had he been an ordinary person, sustaining such severe injuries would have rendered him incapable of seeking refuge. Moreover, he would have had to scale barriers over 1.5 meters high. It was astonishing that such a talent had indeed perished. Just 20 minutes ago, she had laid him to rest. What a pity! What a pity! In any case, these individuals had merely come to ascertain whether the man had met his demise. To navigate so effortlessly through a city overrun with zombies was a testament to their capabilities. Ultimately, Qingxian wished to remain undetected by these people. Should they discover her presence, she would be left with no choice but to face her own end. A retreat was in order. The spectacle had concluded. With utmost stealth, Qingxian grasped her suitcase and departed, careful not to make the slightest sound. Indeed, humanity was perilous. At this moment, she felt fortunate that her heart no longer beat. Otherwise, she believed her heartbeat would resonate from 8 miles away. At this moment, Qingxian was burdened with a suitcase, stooping low and crawling away from this place of turmoil. It was only when she felt she had reached a safe distance that she set down her luggage. Above all, she needed to seek refuge. Indeed, one could not act recklessly in a bustling metropolis simply because of the prevalence of zombies. There were still individuals like Jiyu Wanqing who could navigate the chaos of the city with impunity. Thus, Qingxian's future days promised to be fraught with challenges. It turned out that life as a zombie was not as easy as it seemed. At this moment, Qingxian entertained the thought of secluding herself within a room. As long as she remained indoors, she would not have to confront those humans. However, in an instant, she kicked open the door with defiance. To hell with hiding away. She had plans for a cross-country trek. Yet, first, she needed to assess her route. Should she perhaps acquire some intelligence on the humans? Wandering aimlessly could very well cost her life. Since 2 teams of supernatural beings had arrived in the city within 2 days, it was evident that a survivor base must be nearby. Moreover, these teams appeared formidable. After all, they had instigated a coup. This indicated that the teams were populated with many strong individuals. If one lacked the ability to lead their subordinates, they would undoubtedly be replaced. Thus, these must be individuals from a newly established official base. What might such a large base look like? She longed to see it. Would it be possible to sneak a peek? Perhaps capture a few photographs? Oh, how exhilarating! With these thoughts swirling in her mind, Qingxian began to devise her plan. First and foremost, she knew she must keep her distance, for defensive lines were likely established several kilometers, if not tens of kilometers, away. It can be said that this place is destined to be a long-term residence for humanity, and thus, it cannot be easily overrun by zombies. Therefore, the scenario depicted in novels where zombies besiege a city and the inhabitants abandon it will undoubtedly never occur. It is not that Qingxian is overly optimistic, rather. The nation she inhabits is indeed capable of achieving such a feat. Chapter 46. Is this place a venue for mahjong? Qingxian thought to herself, naturally remaining cautious. Initially, she stealthily tracked those teams of supernatural beings. Previously, she had avoided humans, but now, she chose to follow them. Although trailing humans required vigilance against certain supernatural beings, such as those with keen eyesight or acute hearing, Qingxian did not intend to remain directly behind them. She merely needed to ascertain their general direction, which sufficed. Any location frequented by humans must inherently be a safe haven for them. If it is secure for humanity, then she could traverse in the opposite direction. Once Qingxian reached this conclusion, she began to sniff the air, searching for signs of human presence. Initially, she anticipated waiting several days before encountering people. However, she was utterly astonished to discover the sheer number of individuals in this city G. Were they here for mahjong? Of course. These individuals did not reside in the heart of City G, but rather on its outskirts. After all, the number of zombies near the periphery is relatively sparse, making it easy to flee if necessary. Qingxian could detect the presence of two groups of people, likely numbering in the dozens. This realization led her to conclude that there must be a substantial base nearby, as within a few hundred kilometers, there exist numerous large cities. Those who ventured out to make their fortunes were predominantly congregated in these urban centers. The prevalence of zombies correlates with the multitude of survivors. Consequently, the number of those endowed with extraordinary abilities has also increased. Otherwise, the audacious power struggles witnessed during the day would not have transpired. Qingxian carefully placed her suitcase in a secure location before cautiously approaching with her binoculars. First and foremost, she needed to ascertain the number of adversaries. Two factions were present, separated by merely a few hundred meters, likely a strategic measure in anticipation of potential zombie encounters. Crouching atop the building, Qingxian scrutinized the vehicles belonging to the two squads. They remained parked below, not venturing inside. It was evident that humanity's capacity for reaction and adaptation was remarkably robust. Both teams had modified their vehicles, outfitting them with reinforced wheels designed to withstand punctures, and even installing mounted machine guns atop the roofs. Clearly, 3 months had sufficed for humans to cultivate their self-preservation instincts. Observing the vehicles, Qingxian glanced back at the upper floors, noting that the windows were covered with light-blocking film. This film allowed those inside to see clearly outside while concealing the interior from external view, rendering any illumination invisible. After all, zombies possess a tendency towards light. Any glow could attract both the undead and their avian counterparts. However, this protective film was effective only against ordinary zombies. It could not deter the more formidable second and third tier undead. In such scenarios, combat would be inevitable. Upon closer inspection, Qingxian realized that the survivors nearer to her position were likely those she had observed earlier in the day, prompting her to exercise increased caution. As she focused intently, she discerned that what she had initially mistaken for bats were, in fact, a zombie, retaining the form of a human body and head. It was evident that it possessed a humanoid shape, yet its hands and feet were grotesquely fused with blackened flesh, clinging to the wall. This gave it the appearance of an enormous bat. Clearly, this zombie had evolved into a more advanced form, likely on the prowl for an opportunity to attack humans. It seemed to wait for the cover of night before making its move. Indeed, evolved zombies exhibited a heightened intelligence, knowing precisely when to strike. Qingxian, however, lacked the benevolence to alert those oblivious individuals. If they were incapable of dealing with such a creature, venturing into a city teeming with zombies was tantamount to courting death. As the clock neared 1 or 2 in the morning, the zombie finally stirred. It crashed through the window, causing an immediate cacophony within the room, soon followed by the agonizing screams of humans. Qingxian crouched by the window, intently observing the chaos inside. The shattered window offered a glimpse into the turmoil. For a high-level zombie launching a surprise attack was indeed an unexpected turn of events. The piercing screams attracted nearby zombies, who converged upon the source of the commotion. In that moment, the individuals inside disregarded the gunfire, which would undoubtedly draw even more of the undead. Their priority was to eliminate this advanced zombie before hastily departing the scene. Meanwhile, another team of ability users, situated 100 meters away, also began to stir. The question of whether to assist this team was out of the question. Even if they chose to intervene, there was a significant risk of being exploited, becoming mere bait. Moreover, that Black Thunder team was precisely the type of group to engage in such treachery, especially since the disappearance of the Black Thunder squad's captain 2 weeks ago. The squad has become increasingly unruly. Previously, their captain maintained some semblance of order. Consequently, the other teams within the base speculated that the captain's vanishing might have been orchestrated by someone, though no evidence existed to substantiate this claim. 3 days ago, however, rumors emerged that the captain had been sighted in City G, alive yet elusive, seemingly terrified of being discovered. Now, encountering the Black Thunder squad in City G could very well mean they were on a mission to eliminate their former captain. A team capable of such lethal intent towards their leader and willing to use their own members as bait would certainly not offer assistance. Thus, in Qingxian's eyes, when another squad discovered an advanced zombie attack, they hastily gathered their belongings and fled. This startled Qingxian. She had anticipated that both teams would unite to subdue the advanced zombie. After all, the crystal core of an advanced zombie must hold considerable value. Even if they could not claim the core for themselves, they might acquire a wealth of resources from the opposing team. The mere thought of the crystal core made Qingxian acutely aware of the weight of her backpack. It transformed her into a state of panic, as she had forgotten to return the crystal core to Cherishing. At the speed that boy possessed, he could be anywhere by now. The phone was useless. And even if it worked, she could not reach Cherishing. Qingxian sighed as she leaned out of the window. She would have to carry this crystal core until autumn, at which point she could return it to Cherishing. After crouching at the window for approximately 20 minutes, she observed that the zombie had indeed been subdued by the members of that ability user squad. However, several hundred zombies surrounded them, for the squad to escape. Someone would need to divert the zombies or annihilate them with explosives. Yet, the zombies were perilously close to their vehicle, and tossing a bomb would undoubtedly jeopardize the car. As Qingxian pondered the squad's next move, 2 individuals suddenly leaped from the 2nd floor, sprinting towards her direction. The zombies trailing behind, unable to breach the locked gates, pursued the duo. Seizing this moment, the remaining individuals upstairs hastily descended and fled in their vehicle. Qingxian quickly discerned that these 2 were serving as dickers. However, recalling numerous societal reports, she realized that such an outcome was not entirely unexpected. Who could have anticipated that the charming young man, with whom she communicated effortlessly, would resort to such measures? The 2 individuals, acting as bait, were desperately sprinting for their lives. Ultimately, as long as they could evade the zombies, there remained a glimmer of hope for survival. Observing the encroaching horde, Qingxian doubted the likelihood of their survival. Nevertheless, it must be acknowledged that those who could join an ability user squad were certainly not inept. Chapter 47. She is quite fair. The two ran with remarkable speed, one of them leaping onto the car's roof before vaulting to the second floor. Standing atop the vehicle was hardly a secure position. If zombies awaited on the second floor, that individual would find themselves in a dire predicament. Qingxian, positioned atop the building, awaited to see how the remaining individual would escape. The young man swiftly retrieved an object from a pouch at his waist and hurled it behind him. A resounding explosion erupted, sending the corpses of the zombies flying. The thunderous sound reverberated far and wide. In this pristine city, an unusual cacophony resonates. Particularly, Qingxian's acute hearing amplifies the sound of an explosion, which reverberates in her mind as if it detonated directly within her consciousness. Indeed, possessing such heightened auditory perception may not always be advantageous. Qingxian remains motionless, observing the two individuals fleeing for their lives. Those who are thrust forth as bait can hardly be deemed inept. After all, if they were truly incompetent, the moment they descended the stairs, they would have undoubtedly fallen prey to the zombies. Standing at the entrance proves futile. Thus, those chosen as bait must either possess great speed or remarkable skill. It is evident that the two individuals Qingxian observes are indeed capable. She turns her gaze towards the street, where a horde of zombies approaches, and she surmises that their fate is sealed. The sight of hundreds of zombies necessitates the use of a living person as bait. To sacrifice an entire team for the sake of this bait would be ill-advised. This implies that the two individuals are most certainly abandoned. Qingxian pivots and strides towards the rooms on the opposite side of the building, confirming that the zombies on that side have also congregated. Even the zombies on her own floor are beginning to stir. Yet, she can still detect two distinct fragrances, indicating that the two individuals have not succumbed and remain within a certain vicinity. However, the scent of the two team members has vanished, suggesting they are at least 1 or 2 kilometers away from her. Clearly, the two bait individuals have survived, albeit with the lower level saturated with zombies. Qingxian hesitates to descend, fearful of being trampled by the very creatures that lurk below. Although Qingxian is not particularly short, her slender frame and reclusive nature would certainly render her unable to withstand a confrontation with the zombies. Upon descending to the first floor and observing the horde outside, she promptly turned away and ventured in another direction. The street behind her was relatively devoid of zombies, allowing her to open a window and climb out. Meanwhile, the two baited individuals seemed to have found a temporary refuge, their scent remaining stable, indicating they had not moved. However, with a throng of zombies below, it was hardly surprising they dared not stir. Qingxian, on the other hand, was indifferent to this situation. The distance to that street was not substantial, merely a few hundred meters away. Yet, due to its secluded nature and the presence of numerous zombies in the narrow alley, humans would not easily tread here. Perched upon a suitcase, she pondered her predicament. Primarily, she lamented her inability to articulate human speech. Otherwise, she could have potentially rescued those two individuals and extracted information from them, such as the status of the construction of the official major base. Given the vast expanse of Huaxiar, it seemed improbable that merely 5 bases would suffice. At minimum, there ought to be more than 5. Thus, Qingxian needed to ascertain the locations of these bases. The more abilities possessed by individuals, the broader the range of human activity would become. During the early days of the apocalypse, she encountered numerous survivors. As humanity gradually adapted to face the zombies, she realized she could not afford to act recklessly. She lacked the means to evolve or transform her appearance like Cherishing. Even if she concealed her facial wounds, she would still be instantly recognized as a zombie. Locating the mother and daughter proved to be a daunting task. While she might inquire about them, the risks of doing so outweighed the advantages of searching for them herself. Upon contemplating this, Qingxian decided against it. After all, those were members of the supernatural combat team, adept at exterminating zombies. Approaching them would undoubtedly lead to her demise. Thus, she resolved to continue her journey. Meanwhile, two youths were concealed within a building, gazing at the throngs of zombies below, enveloped in silence. It was anticipated that they would be used as bait. Given their affiliation with the former team leader, the vice-captain would undoubtedly ensure their demise. Yet, they were determined to survive, intent on locating their captain, for they could not fathom that he had perished so easily. As the two pondered their escape from the encirclement of zombies, they were startled by the sudden sound of firecrackers from the adjacent street. In this apocalyptic world, how could anyone dare to set off firecrackers in the dead of night? Yet, upon hearing the noise, the zombies began to amble toward it. However, the sound of a single firecracker could not last long. As the first firecracker faded, the zombies had not completely dispersed. At that moment, a second firecracker erupted, accompanied by fireworks. This astonished the two youths. Amidst the apocalypse, there were individuals unafraid of death. Who could possibly be setting off firecrackers and fireworks? Meanwhile, Qingxian, the one mistakenly regarded as a celestial being, admired the beautiful fireworks she had ignited. Upon noticing the zombies turning toward her, she joyfully exclaimed, "Happy New Year, everyone!" Although it was likely that the New Year had already passed last month. The zombies, drawn to the fireworks, halted their advance when they saw only a solitary zombie in the vicinity, standing in rows on the street, watching Qingxian as she continued to display her pyrotechnics. From the scent, it was evident that the two dickers had shifted. It appeared that the zombies had been lured over by her efforts. Qingxian extracted several strings of electronic firecrackers from a cardboard box behind her and affixed them to a few of the zombies. Upon activating the switch, she proceeded to drag her suitcase away. The zombies adorned with firecrackers were instantly engulfed by the surrounding horde. Qingxian felt a twinge of embarrassment, but continued to pull her suitcase away. Her intention in diverting the zombies was to afford the two dickers an opportunity to escape. Whether they would manage to flee was beyond her control. However, Qingxian did not anticipate that the two dickers would take a convoluted route, ultimately arriving at the location where she had set off the firecrackers. She observed them from above with clarity. The two youths moved stealthily, seemingly in search of someone. After watching them for a few minutes, she realized that they were looking for her. No, they should be fleeing to safety. Why were they coming back to find her? Qingxian thought she had already saved them, if they were not intent on escaping but rather seeking to join the fray. She would certainly not intervene again if they found themselves in danger. Having previously aided humanity, she could not afford to obstruct the zombies from feeding this time. She prided herself on her fairness. Yet, as Qingxian scrutinized the two, she noted their agility. They were clearly no ordinary individuals. Even without awakened abilities, their physical prowess was decidedly remarkable. The way they traversed rooftops was as effortless as hopping over a shallow ditch. Such talents would not willingly offer themselves as dickers. Would they? Chapter 48. How unfair to a zombie. The two youths only caught sight of the zombies below, devoid of any human presence. The few zombies had electronic firecrackers still flickering from their bodies. A sense of confusion washed over the boys. Yet they understood that remaining on the rooftop was not an option. They needed to find a way to locate a vehicle in order to survive in the city. Admittedly, their selfish thoughts might have included their captain, but that no longer seemed relevant. Qingxian observed them for a moment before turning away. Clearly, they had not vacated the area upon escaping danger. Instead, they had chosen to head toward the inner city, indicating that the decision to act as bait was theirs alone. Since it was a self-imposed predicament, it had nothing to do with her. Qingxian descended the stairs to the first floor, mounted her suitcase, and headed toward the direction where the two presences had vanished. As the clock approached 5, the horizon began to brighten. Suddenly, Qingxian halted by the roadside, quietly seated on her suitcase, awaiting the dawn. At that moment, several buildings along the city's edge had inexplicably collapsed, with vines climbing over them. A gentle breeze rustled through, causing the green leaves to sway. Captivated by the sight, Qingxian stood and walked over, plucking a leaf and placing it atop her head, where it danced in the wind. This simple act inexplicably lifted her spirits. I am the village chief of Slow Sheep Village, Qingxian exclaimed. Having uttered this, she proceeded to gather more leaves to adorn her head. The troubled village chief of Slow Sheep, she added. In the past, Qingxian's life was often turned upside down, with nights blending seamlessly into days, and she rarely witnessed the dawn. She had seen the sunrise once from the cross-sea bridge, which had been her destination solely for that purpose. However, never before had she waited for the sunrise as she did today, compelled by the approaching light. Watching the sun ascend slowly, accompanied by a gentle breeze, she understood why so many people yearned to travel. This marked Qingxian's first genuine experience of being on a journey. She did not pluck the vines but instead focused on the verdant leaves as she walked. Yet, the sun's rays soon caused these leaves to wilt within half an hour. As she passed through a town, she noticed it was constructed along both banks of a river. Dragging her suitcase down the stairs, she imagined that this town must have been quite lively before the apocalypse. The stairs and some railings effectively prevented the zombies from emerging from this ancient town. As she descended, Qingxian observed the swaying zombies, which momentarily caused her to hesitate. In that instant, all the zombies turned their gaze towards her. Had they not lost interest in her so quickly? She might have wondered if she had inadvertently stepped into a world from before the apocalypse. It seemed that these zombies had undergone an evolution. Their reactions to sound were markedly sharper and swifter. Their clothing was tattered and in disarray, while many displayed decaying flesh, exposing bone. Some even dragged their innards as they wandered aimlessly. The zombies, having lost interest in Qingxian, resumed their aimless roaming. Qingxian could only awkwardly nod at them before dragging her suitcase down the street. The shops along the road, untouched by cleaning, had accumulated a layer of dust. Numerous plants had sprouted from the crevices of the stones, which astonished Qingxian. In just 3 months without human presence, these plants seemed to have thrived wildly. Perhaps the current weather was particularly conducive to their growth. She took out her camera and captured images of the charming storefronts by the riverside. Most of these establishments were quaint coffee shops, lively bars, and a few bookstores. Upon seeing a bookstore, Qingxian entered without hesitation. Inside, everything appeared quite orderly, devoid of any chaos. Indeed, there were 2 zombies behind the bar, yet one lay motionless on the floor, presumably lifeless. The other still looked relatively healthy. However, as the bar was enclosed, one had to open a door to enter, thus the 2 zombies remained behind the counter, not venturing out. Qingxian politely excused herself, then ascended to the 2nd floor with her suitcase. The situation on the upper level was less favorable. Being a tourist area, it had attracted a fair number of visitors. Bloodstains marred the floor, although they had darkened over time, rendering them less terrifying. She placed her suitcase at the foot of the staircase before examining the zombies. There were remains of dismembered humans, but they had decayed beyond recognition. Qingxian, unfazed, kindly guided the wandering zombies downstairs, escorting them out of the bookstore. She also helped the one trapped behind the bar for 3 months to exit the shop. Qingxian was uncertain whether this establishment belonged to the zombie. Yet, as a human being and a responsible adult, she recognized the necessity of clocking out. At present, her sole task was to escort it to the end of its shift. Clad in the bookstore's uniform, the zombie was easily identifiable. However, was it truly appropriate to remain in work attire after hours? Indeed, whether human or zombie, those finishing their shifts departed with remarkable haste. She removed all the corpses from the bookstore and interred them in the flower bed. Though using the flower bed as their grave may have been somewhat unjust to them, it was the only recourse available to Qingxian. By the time she completed these somber duties, the afternoon had slipped away. It was only then that Qingxian realized the lengths she had gone to for the sake of a tranquil reading experience. Standing at the doorway, she gazed at the setting sun before turning back into the bookstore. Ascending the stairs, she observed the desolate second floor and began to collect the scattered books, placing them back on the shelves. Next, she fetched water and meticulously cleaned the entire study. By the time she finished, night had fallen. Although her vision remained relatively unaffected, she instinctively reached for the light switch, only to find no change. Even though she did not require sleep, she could not resist the urge to succumb to slumber every few days. After ascending the stairs, she slumped into a chair, resting her entire frame upon the desk. After a brief period of languid repose, Qingxian retrieved her charging cable and connected it to the backup power source in her suitcase, intending to recharge her phone. It had been several months since the device was last charged, yet that was not the most pressing concern. The most troubling revelation was that she was unable to power it on. Although this old phone is many years outdated and unable to run numerous applications and games, the photo gallery and chat history remain accessible. However, it has now inexplicably ceased to power on, causing Qingxian considerable distress, yet she hesitates to strike it, fearing that her actions might irrevocably damage it. Despite its inability to start, it still indicates that it is charging. Qingxian ponders whether to seek assistance in repairing her phone or to embark on the daunting journey of self-teaching. Nevertheless, she lacks confidence in her technical skills. With only one phone, she is uncertain of her ability to restore it. Ultimately, enlisting the help of someone more knowledgeable seems to be the prudent choice. This predicament is indeed quite burdensome for a mere zombie. Chapter 49. She needs to move on to the next destination. Qingxian wrestles with the decision of whether to learn phone repair independently or to seek external help. A dilemma that occupies her thoughts until dawn. In the end, she resolves to pursue self-education. Acknowledging the necessity of tutorials, she realizes her lack of knowledge in this field. Without a mentor to guide her, she fears the learning process may prove exceedingly arduous. She muses that she might not be able to grasp the skills in a mere 10 or 8 years, and while she could afford to wait a decade, her phone certainly cannot. Frustrated, she finds herself tapping her fingers against the table. The expertise she acquired during her studies is utterly irrelevant in this apocalyptic context. Gazing at her fully charged phone, yet still incapable of powering on, Qingxian feels perplexed. If it can charge, why can it not start? She had previously contemplated obtaining a computer to transfer all her data, yet now her phone remains unresponsive. Could it be that the severe cold during the recent heavy snowfall caused it to freeze? It is indeed a possibility worth considering. After all, the phone she used indeed had a tendency to shut down automatically in low temperatures, rendering it completely inoperable. However, she had now arrived in a warm environment. Surely, it should power on by now. Qingxian placed her phone on the table and reached out to push open the nearby window. Sunlight streamed in at that moment, and she turned to retrieve a book from the adjacent bookshelf. It seemed as though she was preparing to settle in this quaint town. Mornings spent reading, leisurely strolls in the afternoon, and perhaps half an hour spent in a restaurant. Even in the absence of someone to cook for her, and despite not requiring sustenance, there were certain activities that Qingxian simply wished to engage in. After all, tourists often partake in such pastimes. She sat in her chair for a while before finally rising to leave. She appeared to be a true tourist, unencumbered by the need for a mask, unnoticed by passers-by, and free from the sudden interruptions of strangers initiating conversation. Of course, even before the cataclysm, such interactions were rare. Yet, the necessity of engaging with others in any endeavor was a source of genuine distress for her. After all, she truly struggled with human communication. As Qingxian passed a dental clinic, a gust of wind swept through, causing her long hair to billow. This fleeting moment ignited a spark of recognition within her. She paused, gazing at the dental office, and for reasons unknown, memories thought to be forgotten resurfaced in her mind. At that time, she was already 20 years old. An adult capable of seeking medical attention independently, yet she felt as though she were merely a 3-year-old child, clutching her mother's hem and trailing behind her. For during a dental visit, it was just the dentist and herself. The mother sat outside waiting, and after exchanging only a few words with the doctor, she could not help but weep uncontrollably. This led the doctor to suspect that she was crying out of pain from the anesthesia wearing off. She could only cover her eyes and implore the doctor not to speak to her. In hindsight, the doctor might have thought her to be unwell, which undoubtedly placed him in a rather awkward position. It was entirely her own doing, ultimately leaving the doctor with a tinge of guilt. Indeed, being human can be an exhausting endeavor. There are those like her, who struggle to interact with others, and then there are those who, out of necessity, must engage with a myriad of personalities. Qingxian approached, leaning against the glass door to peer inside. There were no zombies within, but many of the devices had vanished, presumably taken by survivors. It was only natural, for in a post-apocalyptic world, such items are invaluable. This led Qingxian to ponder if survivors had come to retrieve supplies. Did it imply that this location might be safe? She glanced at the roads flanking the river. In truth, the number of zombies was not overwhelming. They mostly congregated at the intersections, drawn by the occasional passing vehicle. Thus, when Qingxian descended the steps, she found the area teeming with zombies. She spent the afternoon wielding a fully charged camera, capturing images of houses, rivers, zombies, and even flowers. Undoubtedly, these were not activities she would have engaged in during her previous life. Having resided in this town for 5 days, Qingxian traversed from one end to the other. Although this town was now saturated with commercial undertones, once frequently the subject of online ridicule, the scene has suddenly fallen into a serene quietude, exuding an unexpected beauty. Qingxian, pulling her suitcase, stands at the edge of the town, gazing up at the blue sky adorned with drifting white clouds. A few birds chirp exuberantly as they soar overhead, prompting a gentle smile from her. It is time for her to proceed to her next destination. With a wave to the town, Qingxian mounts her beloved suitcase and continues her journey. It is likely that just a little further ahead, she will encounter the official base, though the exact distance remains uncertain. After 3 more days of travel, Qingxian arrives at a small town, only to discover that it is devoid of zombies. In that instant, she realizes that this territory has already been reclaimed by humanity. However, the absence of residents renders the place eerily quiet. Cautiously, she inhales, confirming that no humans inhabit this town, before she ascends a tall building. From her vantage point, she employs her binoculars to scan the horizon, finally spotting a distant black dot on the skyline, though it appears merely as a speck due to the great distance. The mere visibility of the city from afar attests to the impressive height and magnitude of its walls. This revelation ignites her curiosity about the newly established survivor base. Yet, approaching the survivor base proves to be no simple task. For humanity, the sight of the base symbolizes a glimmer of hope for survival. Thus, how might one draw nearer to this new sanctuary? After all, it is only in places inhabited by people that one might find those skilled in repairing electronics. Surely, there are individuals capable of mending a mobile phone among the living. At this moment, Qingxian fervently wishes to transform into a living being, rushing towards the base to restore her phone. The longer the delay, the slimmer the chances of restoration, Qingxian mused, realizing that she would indeed have to start from scratch. This thought made her restless, pacing anxiously within the confines of her room. Just as her worry peaked, she caught a whiff of a distinctly human scent, startling her. It signaled the approach of humans, prompting her to stealthily conceal herself in her quarters. Fortunately, These individuals showed no intent of ascending the stairs. It seemed they were engaged in some clandestine dealings. Their conversation revealed that there was a black market 50 kilometers east of the base, a place where one could trade virtually anything. However, due to the sheer variety of items exchanged, it lacked official protection. Yet, the individuals frequenting this market possessed formidable skills, capable of modifying vehicles or procuring firearms. Consequently, it garnered the protection of various supernatural teams, who occasionally assisted in clearing the surrounding area of zombies. It was evident that this black market primarily dealt in pharmaceuticals and food supplies. Qingxian found herself taken aback upon overhearing their dialogue. Given the nature of the black market, it seemed feasible for her to remain silent, concealing her identity while communicating through her tablet. Furthermore, acquiring medicine and food would be within her reach. However, the exact location 50 kilometers east of the base remained uncertain. Nevertheless, having a direction was certainly advantageous. Cautiously, she observed a few vehicles parked below, seemingly engaged in a transaction. Qingxian crouched on the upper floor, listening intently to their dealings. It turned out they were trading crystal cores. After 20 minutes, the two parties departed the area. Only once she was certain of their absence did she venture downstairs. Just as she prepared to leave, her foot brushed against a piece of paper, which appeared to contain the location of that very market. Without a moment's hesitation, Qingxian picked it up and tucked it into her pocket. Chapter 50. She certainly did not wish to host maggots. Once she had determined her destination, Qingxian no longer hesitated. However, unbeknownst to her, less than 20 minutes after her departure, a vehicle arrived. The occupants disembarked and searched fruitlessly, failing to locate the note. Could it not have fallen here? It is not in the car either. Could it have been carried away by the wind? One of them questioned in confusion. How could something so significant simply vanish? If it indeed fell here, it must still be in place. It is impossible for someone to have picked it up. It cannot have been blown away, but who would come to this place? The individual who had lost the address was equally distressed. In just over 20 minutes. How could anyone happen to pass by here and take it? She sped along, pulling her small suitcase with remarkable agility. She was aware of the precise location. To circumvent from her current position would require 200 kilometers. However, for Qingxian, this was not considered far. Even traversing a city teeming with zombies posed considerable danger to others, yet for her, it was hardly a challenge. The crucial element was the color of her skin. Qingxian resolved to enhance her appearance, at least to render herself less terrifying. It was rare for her to find a makeup mirror and examine her visage closely. It had been a long time since she had scrutinized the fissures on her lips. In this moment, she observed with earnest attention. The splits appeared to have been forcibly torn by her own fingers, resulting in a gaping wound on the left side of her face. Surprisingly, there were no signs of decay in the flesh, which astonished Qingxian, especially considering that many zombies had already begun to decompose. It is uncertain whether it is due to the frigid winter or the relentless exposure prior to its onset, but a considerable number of zombies have succumbed to severe decay. For the past few months, Qingxian has refrained from gazing at her own reflection, largely out of trepidation regarding this very issue. However, it seems there is no longer cause for concern. With the weather warming, she must attend to the wounds adorning her face. Even if they do not ache. The prospect of flies laying their eggs upon her visage, resulting in a mouthful of maggots, is decidedly undesirable. Qingxian considers the notion of wearing a mask to be rather prudent. Nonetheless, she resolves to first suture her face. After wandering through the hospital, she finally locates the surgical catgut. Yet, she is left pondering whether her body can adequately absorb this material. If it proves non-absorbable, her choice of catgut would be in vain. After much deliberation, she employs the catgut to stitch her face, rendering it less fearsome in appearance. After half an hour of diligent effort, Yu Qingxian manages to make her face appear presentable. Even the claw marks on her wrist are tightly bound with bandages. For she has no desire to host maggots, the prospect of extracting them one by one is far too cumbersome. Surprisingly, Yu Qingxian had not initially perceived any issues with her eyes. It was only upon retrieving a book featuring photographs for comparison that she recognized her eyes indeed bore signs of trouble. It appears that, as a zombie, she had been obscured by a filter of self-enhancement. Her eyes, upon closer inspection, hardly resemble those of a living being. After much contemplation, Yu Qingxian concludes that wrapping herself entirely would be the most prudent course of action. However, she muses that wrapping herself too tightly might raise suspicions. Indeed, being a zombie presents both conveniences and inconveniences. However, Yu Qingxian cannot neglect the task of repairing her phone. Ideally, she wishes to transfer all her data to a new device, enabling her to manage everything independently in the future. Yu Qingxian opts for a more concealing attire, donning long pants and long sleeves. The lightweight base layer effectively obscures the hue of her skin without making her appear foolish for wearing excessive clothing in the heat. She completes her look with a mask and a fisherman's hat, transforming her into a figure that resembles a human once more. Although she is a zombie, her physical capabilities have vastly improved compared to her living days. After all, she can now ascend 20 flights of stairs without breaking a sweat. Once she ensures her appearance is devoid of any discrepancies, Yu Qingxian must ponder the matter of communication. The foremost aspect is language. She had always believed she was speaking in human language, only to realize that her utterances were, in fact, not comprehensible to humans. Consequently, she begins to question the legibility of her written words. Uncertain whether her writing could be understood by humans, she resolves to refrain from inscribing anything. Instead, Yu Qingxian retrieves a tablet, charges it fully, and powers it on. After accessing the notes application and composing her thoughts, she utilizes the system's voice function to read them aloud. Upon confirming that the words she typed accurately convey her intended meaning, she finally breathes a sigh of relief. Fortunately, her mind remains intact, and her desires align with those of humanity. With the ability to communicate via typing, she no longer fears being at a loss for words when questioned by others. After ensuring everything was in order, Yu Qingxian set off towards the direction of the black market. However, a twinge of apprehension lingered within her. After all, she was alone. What if someone were to target her? Nonetheless, she resolved to embrace her fate. If death awaited her, so be it. She had already faced it once before. Fortune favored the bold, and should she successfully repair her phone, it would be a stroke of luck. Ultimately, regardless of the outcome, it would not be deemed unfavorable for Yu Qingxian. Having never ventured to a black market before, she had packed several boxes of anti-inflammatory, fever-reducing, and pain relief medications in her backpack. Such supplies would likely hold significant value in a post-apocalyptic world. This was her sole opportunity, should she survive this encounter. She doubted she would muster the courage to return. All of her 28, no, soon to be 29, years of bravery was staked on this singular moment. Upon her arrival, she discovered that the black market was located underground, beyond the safety perimeter of the base. A mere 10 kilometers away, the small town was still rife with zombies. The audacity of those who operated a black market in such perilous conditions was truly remarkable. Yu Qingxian harbored a deep-seated fear of being searched. The slightest touch would send a chill coursing through her body, which already felt cold to the bone. Fortunately, the 2 guards stationed at the entrance merely cast a brief glance in her direction. After all, her appearance clearly marked her as a girl, an unaccompanied girl, which was indeed a rarity. They allowed her entry without further scrutiny. The entrance was illuminated, though it remained unclear whether the light was sourced from an electric connection or generated by a generator. Regardless, the interior was not as dim as she had anticipated. As she descended the corridor for approximately 2 minutes, her surroundings opened up before her, revealing what resembled an underground street. Though the crowd was sparse, a variety of shops were indeed present. Qingxian was uncertain whom to approach for mobile phone repairs. However, after surveying her surroundings, she turned her gaze towards a shop that appeared to specialize in electronic devices, as its counter displayed an assortment of mobile phones and walkie-talkies. Qingxian approached, lightly tapping the counter before inputting her request on a tablet. The shopkeeper glanced at the tablet in her hands and inquired, "You need a phone repaired?" Nowadays, most people have shifted to using these new communication devices, which offer greater range and are more compatible with today's magnetic fields. Would you consider switching? Qingxian shook her head. She had no desire to connect with anyone. Her sole intention was to restore her phone. Observing her refusal, the shopkeeper ceased his attempts at persuasion and instead asked her to hand over the phone. As for why Qingxian communicated through text rather than speaking, the shopkeeper paid it no mind. After all, while individuals who are mute are rare in this post-apocalyptic world, they certainly exist. Those brave enough to venture into such establishments were not to be underestimated. Repairing a phone was not particularly challenging, yet he inquired, "What will you use to pay?" He continued, "There are others in the base who can handle phone repairs. Why come to a place like this?" In response, Qingxian retrieved a box of antipyretic medication from her backpack and placed it on the counter. The box was entirely unopened, causing the man's eyes to widen in astonishment. It was known that even the ability users within the base rarely part with an entire box of medicine, especially considering the scarcity of pharmaceuticals on the market today. Although the authorities are urgently addressing the situation, all flora and water have been contaminated in this post-apocalyptic world. The challenge of cultivating new medicinal herbs remains the most formidable. The available medicines have already been depleted by both the ability-wielding teams and the officials. Access to hospitals in major cities is nearly impossible. Thus, Qingxian produced a box of antipyretics, akin to placing a pound of gold on someone else's table before the apocalypse. The man promptly seized the medicine and assured her, "Rest assured, I guarantee I will repair your phone and modify it to adapt to the current magnetic field, ensuring it remains functional for at least 5 to 10 years. Although Qingxian harbored doubts about the man's words, she refrained from contradicting him. Observing her silence, the man took it as tacit agreement and even offered her a stool to sit on, which she accepted. Unbeknownst to her, the presence of onlookers around her was irrelevant. The fisherman's had served its purpose splendidly, obscuring the upper half of her face and diverting others' gazes. Seated, Qingxian retrieved a book from her suitcase to occupy her time. According to the proprietor, the phone repair would take 1 to 2 hours. Once seated, she instantly became inconspicuous. It was quite perplexing that a note, which she had securely tucked into her pocket, had somehow slipped away. Due to their delay of a few days, some valuable items had already been purchased. Fortunately, these items were not disposable, and there would be more to come. They had already reserved their next acquisition, mitigating any significant losses. As the two conversed, they exited the underground black market. Their voices were not loud, yet Qingxian's keen hearing proved advantageous. Moreover, the scent emanating from them was indeed reminiscent of the fragrance she had encountered a few days prior. This was sufficient evidence to conclude that the note tucked away in her pocket belonged to the two individuals. Yet, Qingxian remained with her head bowed, unwilling to cast even a glance in their direction. Although she had picked up the note, she had no intention of returning it. She feigned ignorance, hearing nothing and knowing nothing. Once the duo departed, she resumed her reading with her head lowered. It was not until nearly 2 hours had passed that the proprietor of the repair shop finally spoke. "Your phone has been repaired. While its exterior may have altered, the internal content remains intact. The operational and storage memory has been significantly expanded, alleviating any concerns about memory depletion for at least the next 3 to 5 years. Listening to the shopkeeper's words, Qingxian extended her hand to retrieve her phone, her hands adorned with sun protection gloves, concealing the true hue of her skin. She opened the device to inspect it, confirming that her conversations with her parents and various photographs had been preserved without loss. Naturally, for the proprietor, fixing phones was a common occurrence. During his time at the base, he frequently encountered individuals seeking phone repairs, as many had lost loved ones, parents, partners, children, during the recent calamity. Thus, restoring a phone to functionality was of paramount importance. She did not linger in that place, turning to leave the underground black market. The shopkeeper, however, waved at Qingxian's retreating figure, saying, "Should you wish to repair anything in future, do not hesitate to seek my assistance." Upon noticing Qingxian's interest in the locations of the major official construction bases, he produced a map for her. This map is yours for free. It contains information about official bases, each actively recruiting formidable individuals. I believe you possess great potential, and any base would be delighted to welcome you, the proprietor remarked to himself. Qingxian took the map and discovered it resembled an electronic screen more than a traditional map. It was astonishing how technology had advanced to such an extent within merely 3 months. Reflecting on this, Qingxian placed a box of anti-inflammatory medication on the table before turning to leave. She chose to ignore the proprietor's calls, feigning deafness. Successfully blending in this time brought her a sense of relief. However, she was acutely aware that this success did not guarantee future triumphs. Qingxian felt an unsettling notion that her recent fortune had consumed a lifetime's worth of luck. She sat atop her suitcase, heading northward. At this moment, she had pinpointed the location of the official base, and the map indeed facilitated her journey, preventing her from feeling utterly lost. Qingxian tucked the map into her backpack and opened her phone, which was filled with messages and various photographs sent by her parents. They truly had an affinity for travel, perhaps because she herself preferred to stay home. Thus, they ventured out to explore the world and capture myriad images to share with her. Staring at the photos of her parents, Qingxian was momentarily taken aback. They had indeed documented the beauty of many places for her, yet she had never truly taken the time to appreciate those captured moments. Her focus had always been on her parents themselves, and she seldom inquired about their daily adventures. The last photograph sent by her parents was taken on the fateful day of their car accident, in the early hours of the morning. She sent a message saying she was going to witness the earliest sunrise in the country. After that, there was no further communication. That day, she didn't even receive the call right away. Qingxian was someone who refrained from answering calls from anyone except her parents. Often, her parents would not even attempt to reach her by phone, knowing she would not respond. Thus, it was only when the police arrived at her door that she learned of her parents' passing. At that moment, her phone displayed several missed calls, all from unknown numbers. Strangely, upon receiving the news of her parents' demise, she felt surprisingly little sorrow, almost a sense of liberation. After all, her will to live had been entirely motivated by her parents. She had loving parents and a reasonably comfortable family background, yet, inexplicably, she succumbed to illness. Qingxian harbored no traumatic past or dark memories. She simply wished to cease existing. Chapter 52. Perhaps raising a dog would be more affectionate. Qingxian gazed at a message sent by her mother. Time-stamped over 3 years ago, at around 2 in the morning. It was the last message her mother ever sent. "Baby, your mom and dad are going to watch the earliest sunrise and will take pictures for you." Qingxian seldom revisited such conversations. She was inherently detached. Her emotions so faint that even in the presence of her parents, it was almost unsettling. As her relatives often remarked, it would have been more affectionate to have raised a dog than to have her. She shared this sentiment. Consequently, after her parents' death, she ceased all contact with those relatives. uncertain whether any of them were still alive. Having arrived at this place, she decided to witness the sunrise that her parents longed to see. Qingxian resolved what she would do next and began to feel a sense of ease. In the past, it was her parents who captured picturesque landscapes for her. But now it was her turn to present them with the beauty of nature. She yearned to experience the sunrise that her parents had missed, as well as the scenic views they had once beheld. Qingxian also wished to comprehend the depth of her parents' love for her, while reciprocating that affection. With her destination firmly in mind, she felt less rushed. She opened the map provided by the proprietor and activated the navigation system. This map was perplexingly thin, lacking any apparent charging port, even more delicate than her tablet. Upon entering her destination, it indicated a distance of 3,000 kilometers. Upon hearing this figure, Qingxian instinctively double-checked the map to ensure she had not made a mistake. 3,000 kilometers, at her current pace of relentless travel, would take nearly a month. Considering her recent sluggishness, it might even extend beyond that. Her previous swift arrival had been entirely due to the influence of Cherishing. Now, traveling alone, she was certain to meander and enjoy the journey rather than hasten her pace. After all, travel was not merely a task to be completed, it was meant for relaxation. Of course, this did not apply to catching trains or flights. Her mother frequently lamented about missing flights due to her inability to rise early in the morning. Qingxian recalled advising her mother that if waking up early was a challenge, it would be wiser to book tickets for midday or afternoon travel. However, her mother insisted that only the flight at that specific time would suffice. Qingxian found herself perplexed, unable to comprehend why that particular flight was deemed essential. This sentiment, she felt, would remain forever beyond her understanding. The suitcase rolled along the roadside, heading north. She had no intention of taking a direct route. While a straight path might be swifter, she preferred to traverse the periphery. Ultimately, a longer journey would allow her to avoid human encounters. Now in March, she had made plans with Cherishing to visit Autumn Color Lake in the fall to admire the scenery. Therefore, she could not afford to delay her travels. For if she arrived only to find the lake frozen, it would be quite unfortunate. With this thought in mind, Qingxian quickened the pace of her suitcase. However, she was astonished by the current state of prices in this apocalyptic world. A single box of medicine could procure her a brand new phone with remarkably ample storage, sufficient to capture 1,000 photos daily for 6 or 7 years. Yet, she possessed a camera, rendering the phone's photographic capabilities unnecessary. Opening her camera app, she found herself facing the front-facing lens. To her surprise, she caught sight of her own reflection. Qingxian's phone contained tens of thousands of photos, all taken by her parents. She seldom took pictures herself, let alone selfies. Although she had captured numerous images of Cherishing, they had never taken a photo together. After all, he had been her steadfast companion, lugging her suitcase for 3 months. Perhaps in the autumn, she would take a picture with him. With this thought, Qingxian flashed a peace sign at the camera, capturing her very first selfie in over 28 years. Qingxian gazed at her reflection in the camera, her skin a dull grey, her eyes mere voids devoid of moisture. Previously, she had believed that wearing coloured contact lenses might obscure the peculiar nature of her eyes. However, she soon discovered that the lenses dried out almost immediately upon contact with her eyes. Consequently, she abandoned the idea of adorning her gaze with them, otherwise, she would be compelled to administer eye drops every 5 minutes. Moreover, since she did not truly need to mingle with crowds, there was little reason to subject herself to such discomfort. Yet, one thing remained crucial, to ensure that no flies lingered upon her. These flies possessed an uncanny ability to exploit even the tiniest of openings. They could lay eggs on living creatures, let alone her own lifeless form. Particularly alarming was her inability to sense any pain. Thus, even if maggots were writhing within her, she would remain oblivious. Contemplating this, Qingxian pondered whether she ought to indulge in a medicinal bath. What if it could help? With this thought, she turned towards the city and sought out a bathing center. Once she confirmed the presence of a bathhouse, she proceeded to the hospital to procure medicine, specifically various insecticides. Qingxian then immersed herself entirely in the medicinal solution, leaving only her head exposed. The shore was lined with numerous oral deworming medications. Although these remedies would undoubtedly inflict some harm upon her body, for Qingxian, it was of little consequence. After all, she was, in essence, merely a corpse, preserved in a state of decay by the zombie virus. However, the eggs of insects were another matter entirely. Even the resilient zombie larvae would likely succumb to such a potent dose of insecticide. After consuming 2 large bottles, Qingxian immersed herself in the bathhouse and succumbed to slumber in the water for half an hour. Fortunately, the surface of the water bore no trace of insect eggs or maggots, which allowed her to relax. Thankfully, she found no insect eggs or maggots upon her body. Upon exiting the bathhouse, she proceeded to wash her hair, utilizing bottled water for this purpose. Initially, she feared that her scalp would come away with a mere tug. But it was merely an illusion. Her hair remained firmly anchored to her scalp. Moving forward, she resolved to exercise greater caution, ensuring that flies would not approach her. Thus, after indulging in a medicinal bath, Qingxian left the bathing center, enveloped in the scent of insecticide. As the weather gradually warmed, an unsettling presence of flies began to swirl around the zombies. It remained uncertain whether these flies were of the undead variety or merely ordinary ones. Regardless of their nature, flies were universally loathsome, as were mosquitoes. Perhaps due to the potent aroma of insecticide clinging to her, the flies, which were typically drawn to other zombies, seemed to avoid her entirely. Qingxian, astonished by their avoidance, drew closer to investigate. Indeed, it was not a mere figment of her imagination. The flies were indeed steering clear of her. As she darted about, observing the flies' evasive maneuvers, a triumphant expression graced her face. At last, she was free from the incessant annoyance of flies. However, her jubilant demeanor did not go unnoticed by another zombie lurking nearby. This particular creature stood at the intersection, fixated on Qingxian. Clad in a green tracksuit, the attire bore dark stains, likely remnants of blood. The high ponytail had become somewhat loose. Of course, the most significant detail was that this zombie possessed red eyes. Red eyes. An advanced zombie. Chapter 53. Could it be that it intended to recruit her? Qingxian, having learned from Cherishing that her head lacked a crystal core, felt less anxious about other zombies targeting her. Nevertheless, she remained somewhat apprehensive. While her head bore no crystal core, a third-level zombie core resided in her backpack. Surely, this advanced zombie wasn't fixated on the crystal core in her bag, was it? Yet, she couldn't claim ownership of that core. It was meant to be returned to Cherishing. In any case, she resolved to initiate communication. "Excuse me, can you understand what I am saying?" Qingxian ventured, taking the initiative to greet it. She felt that she had indeed made significant strides in her social endeavors, displaying remarkable courage. Upon hearing her words, the female zombie took a step forward, causing Qingxian to recoil 3 steps in surprise. It was evident that this zombie comprehended her. The female zombie, intrigued by the unusual ability of a low-level zombie to communicate with an advanced one, was initially drawn to the crystal core the little zombie carried. However, the reason behind the low-level zombie possessing a crystal core in its backpack was of no consequence to her. Her sole desire was to obtain that core. Little did she expect that this small zombie could engage in conversation. After all, she too was among those savage zombies evolving towards greater intelligence, albeit at the cost of some combat prowess. In this world, mere strength without intellect is insufficient for survival. She had witnessed, with her own eyes, a zombie of a higher level perish at the hands of humans. It was at that moment that her evolution commenced. Thus, she came to the realization that no matter how formidable one might be, lacking intelligence renders one incapable of overcoming humanity. Consequently, she opted to relinquish some of her combat prowess in favor of evolving into a more enlightened zombie. However, the path to becoming a wise zombie is fraught with challenges. It necessitates the capacity for thought, even in the guise of a lesser zombie. Only then can one gradually progress towards becoming a sentient undead being. At this juncture, the female zombie was still incapable of contemplating deeper questions, such as why this low-level zombie could converse with her. She boldly stated, "I desire the crystal core from your backpack." Qingxian was taken aback by the forthrightness of the zombie. Even CRG, who had dealt with direct zombies, often approached with caution. This particular zombie, however, was refreshingly straightforward. Qingxian found this candidness rather endearing, yet they prided themselves on sincerity, didn't they? "I apologize," the female zombie replied. The two zombies locked gazes across the bustling street, and for reasons unknown, Qingxian felt no sense of awkwardness. Had it been a living person, she would have likely experienced discomfort. "I intend to take it," the female zombie declared. She sensed that the crystal core Qingxian carried was extraordinary, its energy significantly surpassing that of ordinary cores. If it was not freely given, then she would have no choice but to seize it. Qingxian had not anticipated that this zombie would be so straightforward. Although it possessed intelligence that allowed for communication, its thought process was not akin to that of Cherishing or COG, which leaned more towards human reasoning. To put it another way, despite this zombie's intellect, it was still entrenched in a worldview that revered strength. If it desired something, it would seize it through sheer force. Qingxian pressed her hand against her backpack, acutely aware that if she were to engage in a confrontation with the zombie, she would only be able to endure a few seconds. She stared at the female zombie, remaining motionless and silent. If given the choice, she wished to avoid conflict with either zombies or humans. Whether as a person or as a zombie, she aspired to embody kindness, just like her parents, who were often described as gentle by others. However, this crystal core was something she could not relinquish to the zombie. The female zombie clearly intended to snatch it away, for in the realm of the undead, there was no notion of compassion towards fellow zombies. After all, one could only survive in this world by becoming powerful. How could she allow her sustenance to overshadow her strength? Yet, under the gaze of this petite zombie, the female zombie felt a flicker of trepidation. It was as if this small zombie was not an ordinary one, but rather a formidable entity that instilled in her a sense of helplessness. In fact, she felt an overwhelming urge to turn and flee. Nevertheless, she could sense the wariness emanating from the petite zombie. The presence of these two contrasting energies converging within a single zombie was perplexing to her. At that moment, the female zombie found herself lost in thought, unable to comprehend the reasons behind it. When Qingxian observed the female zombie suddenly retreating 2 steps, she mistakenly believed that the creature was about to charge at her. Without a moment's hesitation, she grabbed her suitcase and turned to flee. The female zombie was perplexed by Qingxian's sudden flight, mistakenly believing that Qingxian had encountered some peril, and promptly followed suit. However, this action only reinforced Qingxian's suspicion that the zombie was indeed intent on seizing the crystal core. Perhaps it would be wiser to relinquish it? Upon meeting Cherishing later, she could extend her apologies. After all, it was unreasonable to face harm over a mere crystal core. The female zombie, somewhat taken aback, could not help but inquire, "Didn't you encounter danger?" This single utterance caused Qingxian to halt abruptly. The female zombie had not anticipated that her pursuit stemmed from a desire to claim Qingxian's crystal core. Yet, She now recognized that if she were to forcefully snatch it, she would undoubtedly fail, prompting her to abandon the idea. From the words of this diminutive zombie, it became evident that she seemed unaware of her own capabilities. "You're not going to eat this crystal core?" the female zombie queried Qingxian. Zombies seeking to enhance their strength naturally consume humans or crystal cores. Ideally, they would feast upon ability users, for zombies are capable of mutation and can awaken supernatural powers. They have ascended to a higher biological status. "I want to eat it. It belongs to another zombie," Qingxian replied, shaking her head. Although she was confident that gnawing on the crystal core would not result in broken teeth, it was, after all, Cherishing's possession. To offer it to her would be a sheer waste. She had no desire for enhanced strength or immortality. Yet, it was clear that the female zombie standing before her did not comprehend this. Thus, the question lingered: why did this crystal core remain in the hands of this petite zombie, and why did she not consume it? Furthermore, there were no other formidable zombies in the vicinity. So why wouldn't she eat? The female zombie could not help but inquire once more. She tilted her head slightly and then approached an adjacent zombie, directly lifting its skull to skillfully extract a crystal core from within. Subsequently, she held the core and walked over. "Eat, this is for you," the female zombie said. Qingxian gazed at the core in her hand, smeared with brain matter, and then looked at the zombie. She felt as though she were being regarded as a little sister by the other. Could it be that she intended to recruit her? Chapter 54. So you have no desire to grow stronger at all? Naturally, Qingxian had no intention of consuming it. "No, thank you. You can have it yourself." As she spoke, she released her grip, allowing her suitcase to fall to the ground. After uttering these words, she turned and mounted her suitcase, preparing to leave. The female zombie, taken aback by Qingxian's rejection of the crystal core, attempted to chase after her and shoved the core into Qingxian's mouth. This startled Qingxian. Is it possible that there are gifts for children in the world of zombies? But this felt rather crude. However, judging by her appearance, she seemed to be somewhat younger, dressed in athletic wear that exuded a youthful aura. Though she did not appear as young as a high school student. The remnants of nail polish on her fingers suggested she was likely a university student. Of course, she could also be a working individual who had changed into sports attire for exercise. High-level zombies bear no scars unless killed outright. Otherwise, their regenerative abilities are remarkably potent. One could say that the zombie virus represents a form of evolution for humanity. Upon hearing Qingxian's refusal to eat, the female zombie was also somewhat surprised. If Qingxian would not consume the crystal core from a high-level zombie, then why would she not accept the one she had procured herself? This is a gift for her. The way a lowly zombie submits to or expresses loyalty to a superior zombie is naturally by offering the finest treasures. Thus, the female zombie instantly comprehended that the crystal core was a tribute from other zombies to the one before her. However, she felt that the crystal core belonged to another zombie. Perhaps this little zombie before her was not entirely a sentient being. Hence it was unaware that the crystal core could be consumed. Of course, Qingxian had no inkling of the female zombie's thoughts. If she had known, she likely would have been disinclined to engage in any debate. Since there was nothing more to discuss, she decided to take her leave. Noticing the female zombie's silence, Qingxian waved her hand and activated her suitcase to continue onward. The female zombie, seeing this little zombie dart away, pursued her once more. She could not fathom why Qingxian chose to travel in such a slow manner. Moreover, what was this contraption that Qingxian was riding? Qingxian had not anticipated the female zombie's speed would be so remarkable. Naturally, from the pace of Cherishing, it was evident that advanced zombies could move much quicker than ordinary humans. Yet, she had not expected it to be this swift. If you possess intelligence, Then you are indeed a sentient zombie. Your inherent speed should surpass that of this inferior suitcase. The female zombie caught up, merely walking briskly to match Yu Qingxian's pace. Hearing this, Yu Qingxian looked at the female zombie with some confusion. An inferior suitcase? Do you have any idea how expensive this luggage is? To call it inferior is quite audacious. Well, it was certainly misguided to impose human values upon a zombie. So, you are swift, are you? Yu Qingxian inquired, glancing up at the female zombie beside her. Regardless of perspective, she felt that Cherishing and Cherishing possessed a level that surpassed that of the female zombie before her. Thus, the speed of those two zombies must surely be greater. Contemplating this, Yu Qingxian realized she had been running for over 10 minutes, yet had still been overtaken by Cherishing and Cherishing, indicating their remarkable swiftness. After all, one must question why human vehicles are reinforced and made heavier. The female zombie proclaimed as she effortlessly overturned a nearby car, leaving Yu Qingxian astounded for an entire year. It was evident that high-ranking zombies wield such formidable strength. Indeed, if there are formidable beings like Ji Wanqing among humans, the zombies must not be too weak, lest the scales of combat be tipped. In this apocalyptic world, one cannot simply stand out alone. It is a relentless test of survival. The victors are the ones who endure. Strength does not guarantee victory, but the victorious are invariably strong. In this survival trial, Yu Qingxian found herself as an observer, detached from both sides. Deep down, she understood that should the zombies discover her possession of human consciousness, they would undoubtedly see her as an anomaly. Conversely, if humans were to learn of her existence among the zombies, they would not hesitate to eradicate her. As a human, she could not integrate into the human realm. And indeed, as a zombie, she could not assimilate into the world of the undead. Gazing at the overturned vehicle, she turned her attention to the female zombie. Of course, her ability to append such a car was limited. Larger vehicles would certainly be beyond her capacity. At this juncture, it would be necessary to disable the wheels of these cars, rendering human vehicles uncontrollable. The female zombie continued to elucidate this to Yu Qingxian. Upon hearing the words of the female zombie, Yu Qingxian was suddenly reminded of the vehicle belonging to the ability user squad, whose wheels were uniquely designed. It was not merely to withstand the piercing of sharp objects, it was also because zombies understood that damaging a vehicle's wheels could bring it to a halt. With this realization, Yu Qingxian finally grasped that this particular zombie was instructing her on how to prey upon humans. Wasn't it said that zombies did not assist one another? Why then would this female zombie teach her the art of hunting? Yu Qingxian merely nodded in response, refraining from uttering a word. The female zombie, however, was considerate and promptly pulled Yu Qingxian down from the trunk. Reluctantly, she closed the suitcase. The female zombie led her to the front of a car, suggesting that she attempt to overturn it. Yet, this notion struck Yu Qingxian as utterly absurd. A compact car weighs no less than a ton, and the idea of flipping such a vehicle was ludicrous. Nevertheless, observing the serious expression on the female zombie's face, she felt compelled to at least make the attempt. She stepped forward, exerting all her strength, yet could only manage to lift one of the car's wheels slightly off the ground. However, it soon settled back down. Yu Qingxian did not possess the strength to conquer the vehicle. The female zombie, witnessing Yu Qingxian's genuine inability to overturn the car, expressed a hint of surprise. Yet, she sensed an undeniable pressure emanating from this petite zombie, one that brooked no defiance. Zombies may lack loyalty, yet they are governed by fear. This instinctual hierarchy is why higher-level zombies command those of lower rank, not out of camaraderie, but rather through primal instinct. Yet, despite her evident weakness, from where did that overwhelming sense of oppression emanate? The female zombie fixed her gaze upon Yu Qingxian, only to observe that this petite zombie displayed no signs of disappointment for failing to overturn the vehicle. So you have no desire to grow stronger? The female zombie inquired, perplexed by Qingxian's indifference. Given that this petite zombie was inherently a superior undead, why not capitalize on such a gift? If she were to exert herself, could she not transform into a more formidable creature? Naturally, should this petite zombie gain immense strength, the female zombie would be compelled to submit. Yet, she found herself incapable of eliminating her rival. If the petite zombie sensed any threat, the terrifying pressure would descend upon her in an instant. Moreover, her initial objective was solely to acquire the crystal core residing within this petite zombie. With that core unattainable, she would have to seek alternative means to enhance her own abilities. Qingxian felt somewhat taken aback. For this was not the first time a zombie had expressed such sentiments. Cherishing had also remarked similarly. She found it perplexing. Should not a zombie strive to grow stronger? Why then did the female zombie hope for this seemingly fragile creature to gain power? Well, since there is nothing more to discuss, I shall take my leave, Qingxian replied, shaking her head, disinterested in the pursuit of power. Asking someone who holds no interest in life to become stronger as a zombie is akin to expecting a first grader to assist a university student in acing a civil service exam. She harbored no desire to become the sovereign ruler of all zombies, nor did she aspire to be humanity's savior. At present, she merely wished to appreciate the scenery and gradually decay. Chapter 55. Until we meet again, seeing that the female zombie had not followed her. Qingxian felt a genuine sense of relief. Not long ago, she had urged her to consume the crystal core, and just moments ago, she had prompted her to overturn a vehicle. If she were to linger in this place any longer, it was likely that this zombie sister would take her on a raid against humanity. Although she had taken lives before, the thought led Qingxian to realize that she harbored little aversion to killing. As for her proficiency with firearms, it stemmed from her earlier endeavors in writing, where she found herself at a loss for how to depict certain scenes, prompting her to experiment firsthand. However, she never anticipated that such skills would ever be put to practical use. Gazing at the motionless zombie sister, she waved goodbye, saying, "Farewell. Perhaps we shall meet again in the future." Yet, despite her words, Qingxian felt that the likelihood of a future encounter was negligible. After bidding adieu to the female zombie, she continued her journey northward, with the zombie not in pursuit. After all, her departure from the city was a boon for the advanced zombie. In their quest for evolution, conflict was unavoidable, not only with humans but also among zombies themselves. Qingxian found herself pondering why these advanced zombies appeared surprisingly amiable, refraining from immediately attacking her. They were surprisingly amiable conversationalists. She mused that the pressures of survival for zombies were not dissimilar to those faced by humans. Both parties were ensnared in their own struggles. Humans had to guard against the schemes of others, while zombies worried about being targeted by their own kind. She then stowed her phone away in her bag, feeling an intense desire to contact Cherishing and return the third-level crystal core to him. Carrying this ticking time bomb was undeniably daunting for a zombie. If the next encounter were not with such a reasonable zombie, Qingxian would surely be unable to safeguard this crystal core. Though she pondered this, she had no real intention of discarding the crystal. In truth, Qingxian had never been particularly responsible. Much like what her parents had once said. Even if she had consented, it did not guarantee she would fulfill her obligations diligently. Nevertheless, she was holding someone else's possession. Thus, it was imperative to find a way to return it to its rightful owner. Qingxian had often expressed to Cherishing that her backpack felt heavy, and indeed, the crystal core weighed her down. Carrying another's belongings was a considerable burden. With this thought in mind, she suddenly retrieved her umbrella from her backpack. Once unfurled, she rested it on her shoulder, shielding herself from the sun's rays. Zombies may be oblivious to temperature, yet they still possessed physical forms, and as such, they were not devoid of weaknesses. Observing the surrounding zombies retreating into the shadows, she realized the temperature had risen. Was it truly so warm in the northern spring? Curious. Qingxian checked her phone and noted the temperature was 27 degrees Celsius. The time on her device had also been set correctly by that shopkeeper, meaning she would no longer need to guess the date or day of the week. Indeed, it was merely March. Typically, one would not expect such warmth in northern regions during this month. It appeared that many changes had occurred, as if the temperatures of the north and south had swapped to some extent. The northern chill that should have made one shiver in March now bore the warmth of summer. However, this shift did not significantly affect Qingxian. Qingxian ventured northward for over 20 kilometers, and the moment her ears perked up, she discerned the distant sound of vehicles. With the enhancements and increased weight of modern automobiles, she was able to hear them from a greater distance. Promptly, she halted her suitcase and sought refuge in a nearby village. Approximately 3 minutes later, a convoy approached. Qingxian was uncertain of the strength of the individuals within the vehicles. However, those who could emerge from such a base were undoubtedly formidable. As she observed the convoy pass, she retrieved her map for a quick glance. Ahead lay a significant city, much larger than the one she had traversed at noon. A prominent urban center in the north, akin to City G. Yet, it was still over 100 kilometers away. Suddenly, thoughts of City G crossed her mind. A place rife with many adept teams of supernatural beings. Thus, it was likely that the city of S ahead also housed numerous such teams. She pondered the current safety of this city. After considerable reflection, she resolved to circumvent it from the outskirts, as City S lay directly in her intended path. There appeared to be no alternative routes. The sight of these survivors stirred a sense of unease within her. As the apocalypse dragged on, the abilities of humanity's supernatural beings continued to evolve and strengthen. It seemed that the simple act of enjoying the scenery had become increasingly challenging. Sitting atop her suitcase, Qingxian scrutinized the map in her hands. Although a detour to the left would allow her to explore the ancient capital, the allure of the idea was starkly contrasted by the harshness of reality. Gazing at the prominent characters floating above the ancient city, she found it somewhat surprising, yet not entirely unexpected. After all, this place once served as the capital for numerous dynasties. Therefore, even in a post-apocalyptic world, it is inconceivable that this locale could transform into a haven for the undead. The mere fact that a base can be established in such a zombie-infested area is truly remarkable. Although Qingxian may never again gaze upon the ancient capital, witnessing humanity's ability to construct a stronghold amidst such perilous surroundings fills her with an undeniable sense of reverence. Indeed, irrespective of the circumstances, this nation remains resilient. Qingxian mused that perhaps she should refrain from approaching. Even if she were to become a zombie, she could not suppress the innate human curiosity for spectacle. Despite her social anxiety, she had been an adept internet surfer in her previous life. The allure of chaos is something from which no one, including Qingxian, can escape. The journey from her current location to the capital would not take many days. However, she could never have anticipated that 5 days later, her next encounter with humanity would occur amidst a fierce battle between humans and zombies. Qingxian recognized her fellow humans by the uniforms they wore. Those familiar colors instilled a deep sense of respect within her. On the other hand, countless zombies besieged the capital base, a phenomenon exacerbated by a formidable advanced zombie. This particular creature surpassed all others Qingxian had previously encountered in strength. Even the slow-witted Qingxian could sense the palpable threat emanating from it. Initially intent on merely passing through, she found herself nearly trampled by the horde of zombies surging from behind, compelling her to hoist her suitcase and ascend the stairs. The capital was vast, yet only the ancient palace had been cordoned off. Centered around that location, the undead slowly spread outward. Naturally, The zombies from the outer city sought ways to infiltrate the base to indulge in their feast. However, Qingxian's attention was not on these zombies, nor on the soldiers battling them, but rather on the zombie perched atop the high building. Chapter 56. The Zombie Slayer. Qingxian had never sensed formidable strength or danger from anyone or any zombie before. Thus, when Cherishing told her that Jiu Wanqing was powerful, she felt nothing of the sort. But now, Qingxian distinctly recognized the formidable nature of this zombie, as if an innate sixth sense had suddenly awakened within her. She understood clearly that this zombie was strong, possessing the capability to slaughter anyone if it so desired. As she gazed at the zombie on the rooftop, Qingxian instinctively wished to avoid confrontation. It was better to err on the side of caution. Without a second thought, she descended and took a different route. The zombie's gaze shifted towards her direction, as if it had felt a chilling glance upon its back, reminiscent of being scrutinized by a powerful superior. Retreating. The zombie waved its hand and let out a roar towards the horde of undead advancing upon the human stronghold. Even the zombies at the forefront heeded their king's command. Consequently, the horde, poised for a frenzied assault, suddenly receded like a tide. This bewildered the frontline soldiers, leaving them perplexed. Yet, they remained vigilant, wary of the possibility that the zombies could return with renewed fervor. Had the zombies truly retreated? Jiu Wanqing had just received notification that a high-level zombie had single-handedly orchestrated the zombie tide. Upon arriving at the capital base, she learned that the zombies had retreated. Indeed, they had withdrawn merely 10 minutes prior. It had been half a month since the last retreat, and the reasons behind this phenomenon were still under investigation. A soldier in uniform, upon noticing Jiu Wanqing, immediately adopted a serious demeanor, displaying utmost respect towards her. Clearly, her military rank surpassed his. As she listened to his report, she took the document from his hands. In recent months, numerous peculiar occurrences had transpired, including the presence of a non-carnivorous zombie and a high-level zombie accompanying it. Just a week ago, she had encountered this zombie. Notably, the non-carnivorous zombie was not with it. When the high-level zombie had spotted her, it seemed taken aback. It had originally intended to ambush their convoy. However, after landing on the hood of her vehicle and locking eyes with her, it leapt away in an instant. This unexpected reaction puzzled Jiu Wanqing. Despite her previous encounters with high-level zombies, which had always resulted in fierce battles, the losses on her side were generally within manageable limits. Moreover, this particular high-level zombie was among the strongest she had ever faced. The fact that it chose to forego attacking their convoy left her in a state of bewilderment. Yet, the precise reasons behind its behavior eluded her, and capturing the zombie for questioning was not a feasible option. Her current mission was to eliminate the zombie that commanded the tide of the undead, even though the underlying causes of this phenomenon remained unclear. The various bases have indeed encountered some waves of zombies, though none were particularly severe. However, the capital base has been under continuous assault from zombies for half a month, which is quite abnormal. Jiu Wanqing perused the photographs and reports. The figures in the images were blurred, yet it was evident that they were not human, but rather zombies. This indicated that this particular zombie was the source of the relentless waves of undead over the past 2 weeks. Understood. I will address the subsequent matters with the higher-ups, Jiu Wanqing declared as she collected the documents. After making this statement, she paused, turned, and retrieved a box of chocolates from her pocket, tossing it over. "Thank you for your hard work," she said. Upon hearing this, the individual immediately stood erect, saluting Jiu Wanqing as she departed. As for the others behind him, they were puzzled as to why their captain would show such deference to a notably young girl. Qingxian was somewhat surprised when the zombies retreated. After all, with so many zombies present, she had assumed that the Zombie King aimed to overrun the entire base. The sudden withdrawal at this moment left her bewildered, especially with nightfall approaching. A daytime retreat was somewhat understandable, considering the high temperatures that would diminish the zombies' activity. However, nighttime was an entirely different scenario. During the night, the zombies' visual acuity, mobility, and auditory perception would all be significantly enhanced. This reminded Yu Qingxian of creatures such as bats and owls. Ultimately, night was the prime time for zombies to assault human bases, yet this particular zombie king had chosen to abandon the attack. Although Yu Qingxian was curious, she refrained from delving deeper into the matter. She could hardly approach the zombie king to inquire about its sudden retreat. Yu Qingxian ascended a particularly tall building. Even though she was aware that there was no electricity, she couldn't resist pressing the elevator button. To her astonishment, the elevator whirred to life, indicating that the building had power. The doors of the elevator opened before her, revealing several lifeless bodies of zombies within. Unfazed, Yu Qingxian stepped inside, dragging her suitcase along, and pressed the button for the top floor. The elevator indeed began its ascent. Crouching down, she scrutinized the corpses to discern the cause of their demise. Upon noticing bullet holes in the foreheads of the zombies, she realized that this place had been traversed by humans. At that moment, Yu Qingxian's gaze was drawn to the camera inside the elevator. Instantly, she stood up, climbed atop her suitcase, and yanked the camera from its mount. If the elevator could function, then perhaps the camera could also be operational. Although Yu Qingxian was certain that no living souls inhabited this building, she pondered the possibility of someone monitoring the cameras. After all, this was not a safe zone, yet the building inexplicably had electricity. It could very well be a figment of her imagination, but it was prudent to exercise caution. She discarded the camera onto the floor, and at that moment, the elevator halted. As the doors opened, Yu Qingxian emerged, pulling her suitcase behind her, and caught sight of the distant base. She could just make out the structures within. Surrounded by towering city walls, newly constructed over the past 3 months, not part of the original imperial city. From her vantage point, the city wall loomed at least 20 meters high. The remarkable feat of erecting such an imposing barrier within 3 months spoke volumes of their capabilities. Yu Qingxian shifted to a nearby position, where the expansive glass walkway afforded her a clear view of everything below and around her, including the formidable zombie that instilled a sense of dread. To her surprise, she had not anticipated that it would pursue her. Curiously, however, Yu Qingxian felt a surprising calmness wash over her. As she watched the elevator's numbers flicker, they gradually ascended until, with a chime, the elevator came to a halt. Emerging from the compartment was a young zombie clad in a one-piece work uniform, appearing rather decent. Yet, its eyes were not the familiar crimson of the elite undead. Instead, they gleamed a striking gold, reminiscent of feline eyes with slitted pupils. Yu Qingxian retrieved her phone and captured its image, contemplating that if this zombie were to harm her, she would at least leave a note on the photograph, inscribing, "Zombie Slayer." Chapter 57. The outcome remains uncertain yet. It was evident that this zombie exhibited a notable wariness towards her. As Yu Qingxian snapped the photo, it instinctively covered its forehead, clearly aware of the vulnerabilities inherent to its kind. Regrettably, her only weapon was a mobile phone, rather than a firearm. Although she possessed a gun, it was notoriously challenging to eliminate elite zombies, given their swift agility. Upon witnessing Yu Qingxian stow her phone, the golden-eyed creature displayed a flicker of confusion, unmistakably revealing itself as a zombie, albeit one that seemed lacking in combat prowess. But why do her movements and behaviors resemble those of humans so closely? She is even capable of wielding human tools. The two zombies stared at each other, and Yu Qingxian was uncertain about the intentions of this particular zombie, which led her to refrain from making any overtures or speaking. The zombie, in turn, seemed disinclined to acknowledge Yu Qingxian, merely fixating its gaze upon her. After 3 minutes of the zombie's unwavering stare, Yu Qingxian took a step back. "Excuse me, is there something you need?" she ventured, hoping to break the awkward silence. Strangely, Qingxian felt as though she had transformed into a social butterfly since becoming a zombie, initiating conversations every time she encountered one. What a peculiar situation. The advanced zombie was not particularly surprised by Qingxian's willingness to communicate. After all, it was the first time he had encountered a zombie that posed a sense of threat to him. In fact, all the zombies in the city obeyed his command. From the second to the fourth tier, all willingly subservient to him. On the first day of his transformation, he had gained consciousness. Although he could not recall his past memories, he was aware that humans were his sustenance and that he was superior to all living beings. Moreover, within this base lay the objects of his desire. Unfortunately, despite numerous attempts over the past 3 months, he had been unable to breach this stronghold. Even the horde of zombies could not conquer it. Thus, Qingxian's arrival signified a challenge for him, as she too seemed intent on obtaining those coveted items. "You must also have come here for that?" the male zombie inquired. Upon hearing his words, Qingxian was engulfed by confusion, her mind swirling with unanswered questions. She struggled to comprehend the meaning behind the zombie's utterance. What could it possibly be? Her curiosity piqued. She pondered what could warrant such a horde of zombies to besiege this stronghold. The male zombie, clearly taken aback by Qingxian's bewildered expression, inquired further. "If you did not come here for that thing, then what is your purpose?" This zombie was peculiar. Outwardly, it seemed to be a lowly creature. Yet the aura it emanated suggested a formidable presence, one that exerted pressure upon him, indicating its true strength. This compelling combination was precisely why he chose to approach her. Perhaps, should they collaborate, they could indeed seize that elusive item. He would not hesitate to share half of it with her. However, it appeared that she sensed nothing of that coveted object within the confines of the base. Communication with her proved to be less than facile. Upon hearing Qingxian's response, the male zombie questioned his own understanding. "A vacation? A zombie? Vacation?" Indeed, she reiterated her inquiry about the enigmatic item. Realizing that Qingxian was genuinely unaware, he confessed, "I am not entirely certain, but I can sense that something resides within this base, something that draws me in." His assertion bore truth. He could indeed perceive an entity within the stronghold, radiating an immense power that was both comforting and alluring. Yet, despite the magnetic pull he experienced, Qingxian felt nothing. She was utterly oblivious to its presence. At this moment, tension enveloped the base. The emergence of a high-ranking zombie in the capital, capable of commanding others, naturally prompted heightened vigilance among all. Consequently, several buildings capable of monitoring the base were deliberately electrified to activate the surveillance systems within. The photograph of the zombie previously captured had been sourced from these very monitors. After a span of over 10 days, they once again detected the presence of a high-ranking zombie triggering the elevator. However, this time, there were not one, but two. The first appeared to be rather human-like, adorned with a hat and even pulling a suitcase, leading them to question its true nature. Most notably, the surveillance had been tampered with by the individual in question, reinforcing their belief that the first was indeed human and not a zombie, as the latter would not engage in such behavior. The question lingered: who could possibly bypass the safety corridors and venture into the most zombie-infested areas? It was well known that considerable losses had been incurred to connect the electrical circuits between these buildings. Yet, the successful completion of this task had rendered those involved heroes. Although curiosity surrounded this individual, they had no inkling that mere 5 minutes after the dismantling of the surveillance, the very zombie they had been seeking would appear on the screens. Thus, they had traced the movements of this human. But the monitors failed to capture the individual's likeness, as their self-preservation instincts were remarkably strong. At that moment, Jiu Wanqing and Wen Qingxian entered the monitoring room, followed closely by Pei Yuanan. He cast a fleeting glance at the monitors before leaning against the doorframe, remaining silent. Pei Yuanan had not anticipated seeing that little zombie again after more than a month. However, she seemed to have completely shrouded herself. To the untrained eye, it is unlikely that anyone would discern that this is a zombie. Could the reason for her behavior be an attempt to masquerade as a human? This is the extraordinary ability of Pei Yuhan. However, the specifics of this power remain shrouded in secrecy. Not only can she perceive whether an individual has been infected by the zombie virus, but she can also gauge the strength of this particular zombie, discerning whether it has consumed many humans or few. In short, this ability is undeniably formidable. Upon hearing this, Pei Yuhan approached. The zombie before her was a formidable entity, classified as a level 5 or higher, belonging to the ranks of zombie kings. Pei Yuhan withheld the information that Qingxian was also present. Jiyu Wanqing then pointed to a figure cloaked entirely in black. "Is that a human or a zombie?" she inquired. Yet, Pei Yuhan remained silent. Perceiving Pei Yuhan's reticence, Jiyu Wanqing did not press further. Pei Yuhan was known for her elusive nature. She would only speak the truth when it pleased her. Typically, one could trust only 2 out of 10 statements she made. Nevertheless, in matters such as this, Pei Yuhan would not resort to deception. If a confrontation were to arise between herself and this zombie, the outcome remained uncertain. Chapter 58. Those she respects. Jiyu Wanqing had not anticipated the rapid evolution of zombies. The reason her abilities surpassed those of the average person was that she had awakened her powers at the tender age of 19. It was a fateful night over 3 years ago, when a few meteorites fell, precipitating numerous calamities. She was one of the fortunate survivors of that night. Although she emerged alive, she was plagued by excruciating headaches, as a peculiar energy coursed through her body, wreaking havoc upon contact. In the end, there was no choice but for her to be confined within the laboratory, relying solely on various instruments to dissipate the formidable energy within her that could potentially lead to an explosion. It was during this time that she encountered Qingxian, a fellow survivor of the catastrophe, who, like her, had awakened his extraordinary abilities 3 years prior to the apocalypse. Qingxian's powers were rather peculiar, and Jiyu Wanqing seldom permitted him to utilize them, as their use could inflict harm upon his body. Furthermore, in the current state of the world, his abilities were not yet required. At this moment, Qingxian remained oblivious to the fact that their whereabouts had been discovered. She harbored some curiosity as to why this advanced zombie, capable of commanding hordes, was inexplicably attracted to something within the official base. Yet, she could not discern what that something might be. Nevertheless, Qingxian made no attempt to deter the zombie. "Well then, best of luck to you," she instinctively remarked. However, as soon as the words left her lips, a realization struck her. If this zombie were to succeed, would it not mean disaster for the base? "How long have you been orchestrating the zombie tide to assault this base?" Qingxian inquired, her curiosity piqued. After all, she had only ever witnessed such scenes in novels and films. Seeing it unfold before her very eyes filled her with intrigue, especially since many fictional bases seem to fall with alarming ease. Thus, she was eager to learn how long the zombie had been leading such a formidable horde against the base. "Half a month," the zombie replied candidly, providing a precise time frame. Upon hearing that a relentless tide of zombies had besieged the base for half a month without reaching its gates, Qingxian felt an overwhelming admiration for the human warriors, whose resilience seemed nothing short of miraculous. If one were to survive and instantaneously arrive at the base, could one truly thrive? Alas, such a notion seems improbable. After all, the survivors within the base are required to contribute labor, particularly in these early days of the apocalypse. Numerous tasks must be restarted from the ground up, and it is likely that food distribution is centrally managed by the official base to ensure that everyone has sustenance. This, in turn, would motivate all individuals to engage in work. Upon reflecting on her own indolent nature, Qingxian thought it best to refrain from such endeavors. Residing in an aging community, she enjoyed the luxury of modern amenities, dishwashers to spare her from the chore of washing dishes, robotic vacuums to alleviate the burden of sweeping, and washer-dryer combos to avoid the hassle of laundry. Indeed, throughout her 20-plus years, particularly the first 25, due to her parents' influence, she had seldom engaged in manual tasks. Without the aid of advanced technology, Qingxian perceived herself as a mere shell of a person. With a wry smile, she acknowledged the truth. Those who manage to endure in this apocalyptic world are undeniably courageous individuals, deserving of her admiration. A sudden silence enveloped her, surprising the zombie opposite her. To him, it seemed that Qingxian, in her undead form, could easily blend into the crowd. Yet, for him, such integration posed a challenge. The moment he exited the elevator, he nearly mistook her for a human, for her resemblance to humanity was strikingly uncanny. "Shall we collaborate?" the male zombie proposed, initiating a conversation with Qingxian. "I must decline," she replied with calm resolve. Collaborating with zombies merely entails commanding them to assault the stronghold. Qingxian would not impede the zombie king, yet she would not join him in his onslaught against humanity. She is certainly no sadist. Upon uttering this sentiment, Qingxian grasped her suitcase with one hand while perusing a map with the other. She confirmed that this building was indeed a local landmark, providing a vantage point to overlook the entire city. Since she had come all this way, it was only fitting that she take in the view. It was said that entry to this edifice once required a ticket, yet now it was freely accessible, and the city's scenery had remained largely unspoiled. Observing the urban landscape from this perspective was a novel experience for Qingxian. Her ascent to this towering structure was not solely to survey the current human stronghold but also to relish the vistas. With the mindset of having come this far, she resolved to thoroughly explore the city's iconic architecture. After all, the presence of the Zombie King attracted the vitality of humanity, transforming her into a remarkably ordinary zombie wandering about. The zombie, perplexed by Qingxian's apparent refusal, found himself in a quandary. After all, there were numerous supernatural beings within this stronghold. If they could devour a few more, their strength would augment. Yet the humans here were delectable with her prowess. She should be capable of vanquishing the most formidable of the supernatural entities in this stronghold. Unfazed, the zombie continued, expressing that if she could assist in eliminating the most troublesome supernatural being, it would be a monumental favor. However, should she fall to a supernatural entity, he would find himself with one less rival. Though she presently appeared disinterested, what if hunger struck her? Even though she appeared to possess a gentle disposition, it might merely be due to her having had her fill. Qingxian was utterly unprepared for the possibility that, in the eyes of this zombie, she could manage the most formidable ability user within the base. "Brother, you truly overestimate my capabilities," Qingxian remarked, lightly patting the zombie's shoulder and giving him a thumbs up. What an imaginative notion! Entrusting her with the task of dealing with the mightiest ability user in the base was tantamount to expecting her to resolve the intricate dynamics between humans and zombies without delay. In fact, she surmised that the latter might be more attainable. This building must be equipped with numerous surveillance cameras. If there were indeed humans monitoring the footage, did that imply she was under scrutiny as well? However, considering her fully armed appearance, she wasn't overly concerned about being recognized. Surely, there couldn't be any acquaintances watching the footage, though it seemed she had none in this place. Regardless, if they chose to observe, so be it. With a zombie king by her side, who would dare approach her? Qingxian had accurately discerned the thoughts of those watching the surveillance. Even though this person appeared to be connected to that advanced zombie, none of them dared to send anyone to the building lightly. The individual seated in the chair, witnessing this scene, turned to look at Jiu Wanqing. Upon making eye contact, Jiu Wanqing shrugged her shoulders. "Apologies, but I have other pressing tasks at hand. My mission is to ensure this person's safety at all costs. You might want to ask him if he consents to my involvement. After making this statement, Jiyu Wanqing pointed towards Pei Yuyan. She was already overwhelmed with responsibilities, having traversed the entire country. Yet, as some matters could only be attended to by her, she had no choice but to comply. Although Pei Yuan did not specify whether the other was a human or a zombie, Jiyu Wanqing was 1000% certain that the other was indeed a zombie. A non-cannibalistic zombie was already a legendary encounter in itself. Chapter 59. My bodyguard is not for rent. Upon hearing Jiyu Wanqing's words, the man's gaze shifted to Pei Yuan. Pei Yuan merely tilted his head and smiled at him, saying, "I apologize, but my bodyguard is not available for loan." The man was momentarily taken aback, unable to process the response. It seemed that the zombie tide would not arrive tonight, and it was appropriate to inform the public that the danger had been temporarily lifted, allowing them to enjoy a restful night's sleep. Realizing her involvement was concluded, Jiyu Wanqing waved goodbye to them and turned to leave the monitoring room. Pei Yuan and Wen Qingxian followed suit, leaving the remaining personnel in the monitoring room exchanging puzzled glances. However, Gu's assertion was indeed correct. There would be no zombie tide tonight, and it was unreasonable to keep the public confined underground. Although the weather had become milder, remaining underground for an extended period was certainly unsuitable. Suddenly, Qingxian's phone buzzed. Upon checking, she discovered that her phone had entered the signal range of the base, and she received a message from them. Level 1 alert lifted. There will be no zombie attacks tonight, so everyone can rest easy. Qingxian looked at the text message in surprise, realizing that the survivors of this base had been living underground for the past half-month. That must have been quite a hardship. However, for someone like her who preferred staying indoors, residing underground was rather an intriguing experience. Yet, she wondered, why had they suddenly decided to retreat today? Given that they had persevered for half a month, what had prompted this abrupt withdrawal? Zombies do not tire, nor do they feel pain when struck down. If the assault were to persist at this intensity, it is conceivable that the stronghold could indeed be breached, albeit under extraordinarily fortunate circumstances. However, given the nature of the individuals in her nation, there would undoubtedly be those willing to sacrifice themselves to protect others. It is possible that some endowed with extraordinary abilities might devise a means to perish alongside this particular zombie. Consequently, providing humanity with a moment of respite also grants the zombie an opportunity. Yet, the creature remains oblivious to this nuance. Its singular focus is to sink its teeth into a living being. Isn't that your warning to me? To refrain from attacking the human stronghold? The male zombie articulated. Although Qingxian had not explicitly stated this, he indeed sensed the pressure. Ultimately, he recognized that this moment was ill-suited for an offensive against the human bastion. Upon hearing this, Qingxian marveled at the zombie's remarkable ability to fabricate nonsense. Clearly, not all zombies are as communicative as Cherishing. She had never uttered such a command against attacking human bases. The zombie, taken aback by Qingxian's words, was perplexed. Despite sensing the truth, she refused to acknowledge it. Nevertheless, the human stronghold could be assaulted at any moment, so it was imperative to ascertain the true purpose of this zombie's presence here. To claim it was for a leisurely visit would be utterly incredulous. Thus, the zombie remained skeptical of Qingxian's statements. However, she was indifferent to whether the zombie believed her or not. The view of the entire city from this vantage point was an experience Qingxian had yet to encounter. She had read about this building, which boasts an open terrace atop, though the elevator does not directly access it, as this location is a private domain for the affluent and powerful. Thus, scarcely any photographs have circulated. Qingxian gazed at the signage on the building as she ascended the staircase. Upon stepping onto the stairs, she felt the wind whip around her. She set her suitcase aside and, with her backpack slung over her shoulder and her camera cradled in her arms, made her way to the rooftop. Once she reached the top floor, she realized the wind was rather excessive. However, there were indeed a few zombies staggering about up there, still adorned in their opulent garments. Recalling her fervent research on such fashion labels to enrich her character's wealth in her novels, she felt a twinge of irony. Those once affluent individuals now seemed to possess attire of lesser quality than the uniforms worn by the service staff. The latter's clothing remained intact, while the wealthy's attire had succumbed to decay. Ignoring the zombies, Qingxian approached the edge and glanced down. The fall from such a height would surely lead to her obliteration. How daunting! She nearly developed a fear of heights at that moment. Indeed, she, as a commoner, found it impossible to comprehend the tastes of the affluent. Dining on a rooftop in such fierce winds would render warm meals icy within mere moments. Did those who frequented such places truly relish cold meals? Shaking her head at the thought, she dismissed it. Surely, it was not the case. It must be the circumstances of the apocalypse that had led to such a predicament. After all, this was a venue meant to cater to the wealthy, and in winter, it should be prepared to host guests. It was inconceivable that it would genuinely be open air. It was merely the reality of the end times that allowed the cold winds to intrude. Qingxian found a chair and removed the vest from the waiter. Taking a bottle of wine from the counter, pouring it directly onto the seat. She used the vest to wipe it down. While doing so, her gaze caught sight of the empty wine bottle. Initially, she thought she had misperceived. However, after tossing aside the vest, she picked up the wine bottle to examine it closely, even comparing it with her phone. Indeed, it was the very bottle of exorbitantly priced wine she had written into her novel. In her story, the female protagonist had downed this 3 million yuan wine in one gulp during her first encounter with the male lead. Although there were wines even more expensive, most were singular in existence and thus unsuitable. Only wines with limited editions, yet not truly out of print, could serve as a fitting conclusion for her story's finale. She could never afford a bottle in her lifetime and had unwittingly used it to clean the chair. But why was such an expensive wine casually placed in a glass cabinet so close to her? Upon this realization, Qingxian turned her attention to the glass cabinet. It seemed to serve as a display case rather than a storage unit for wine. This implied that the bottle was merely for exhibition, a symbol of the establishment's opulence. Yet, in this post-apocalyptic world, that single bottle might be less valuable than a loaf of bread. She scoffed at her own sentimentality. With that thought, Qingxian resumed using the vest to wipe the chair. Thus, the bottle of wine fulfilled its final purpose as a cleaning agent. Otherwise, it would have languished atop the rooftop. The thought of wasting 3 million yuan worth of wine made her feel somewhat guilty. Fortunately, no one was watching. This place surely lacked surveillance cameras, right? The individuals who frequent this place are undoubtedly the elite. Should any footage circulate, it would pose a significant dilemma. Although no cameras are present, a solitary zombie has observed Qingxian's every movement. He is perplexed by the creature's erratic behavior, as it scuttles beneath the table, glancing left and right. This location serves as the epicenter of the zombie horde, having been encircled ever since the last incursion of humans. Thus, any attempt by humanity to breach this stronghold is utterly futile. What, then, is she apprehensive about? In Chapter 60, it becomes evident that this zombie possesses an imaginative disposition. Yet when its golden eyes fixate upon her, they betray a hint of disdain. What does it mean to cast a disapproving glance while clandestinely observing another zombie? The alcohol on the chair evaporated swiftly, and Qingxian, indifferent, reclined into the seat. At that moment, there was no cover above her head, and she unexpectedly beheld the Milky Way in the urban expanse, which astonished her. After all, she had only witnessed such celestial beauty as a child in the countryside. Over 2 decades ago, memories now faded. Fixated on the stars, she retrieved her camera and captured several photographs. Was it truly possible to witness such a magnificent night sky in this post-apocalyptic world? Ordinary individuals are typically relegated to the glow of streetlights and neon signs. While many of those lights are indeed captivating, Qingxian mused that anything luminous must be consuming itself. This notion may not hold true. Yet to sit idly in a chair, gazing at the stars, would have been an impossibility in her former life. Qingxian, in her rare moment of leisure, chose not to engage with the zombie before her and simply beckoned, "Come here." Upon hearing her words, the zombie approached, its intentions unclear. Without hesitation, it settled onto the dusty chair, indifferent to the surroundings. Noticing its presence beside her, Qingxian gestured towards the sky, remarking, "The starry sky is quite beautiful, isn't it? Surely, you have never seen anything like it." The zombie, upon hearing her, lifted its gaze towards the heavens, oblivious to the joy that sparked within Qingxian. Yet, it sensed her happiness, albeit in a mundane manner. "It's quite ordinary," the zombie replied. This response struck Qingxian as oddly familiar. Reminiscent of a time when Cherishing had commented on the beauty of a sunrise, deeming it merely average. However, she dismissed the thought, recognizing that it was unreasonable to expect a zombie to appreciate the scenery, just as it would be futile to persuade the creature to gnaw on a fresh cow. "Do you have a name?" she inquired, capturing a few photographs of the starry expanse. The zombie, having lost all memories of its human existence upon transformation, now lived solely by the instincts of its undead nature. "No," it answered. Although it possessed independent thought, its reasoning eluded Qingxian entirely. "Is that so?" "I have a name," she replied. The zombie turned its gaze towards her, yet Qingxian remained unfazed by its stare, lost in her own musings. "My name was later changed by my parents, primarily because I tend to shy away from human interaction and prefer to remain at home. As for my previous name, I no longer recall it." Qingxian's voice was barely audible, and the howling wind masked the latter part of her words, rendering them unheard even to the nearby zombies. When the wind subsided, the zombies finally caught a glimpse of her face through the strands of hair blown away. She smiled and said, "Let me bestow upon you a name. How about calling you I? Suit yourself." Even in such a moment, the zombie exhibited no signs of emotional response. It accepted the name solely because this particular zombie was more formidable than itself. Thus, the Zombie King, feared by all within a radius of several hundred kilometers, acquired a name through Qingxian's utterance. Having gazed at the stars, Qingxian felt a sense of accomplishment in naming a zombie king. However, she soon realized that these advanced zombies were rather clingy. No, rather, they were attached. "Until dawn broke, I did not depart." The very creature that had previously commanded a horde of zombies to besiege the base now sat beside her, watching the stars throughout the night, and was now accompanying her to witness the sunrise. On the rooftop, there was a garden, and the morning sunlight streamed in from afar, casting an orange hue that reminded Qingxian of orange gummy candies. Perhaps she would search for some orange gummy candies later, although she could not savor the taste. The sudden craving for orange gummy candies became an obsession for her. She did not inquire where I might find such treats. Surely, they must be available at the mall. Qingxian descended the building and made her way towards the bustling shopping center, a vibrant locale brimming with an array of goods. She was in search of orange gummy candies, with Yi trailing closely behind her. This brought to her mind the memories of Cherishing, who once followed her in a similar manner. Was it possible that zombies were akin to small dogs, so eager to accompany her? After half an hour of searching, Qingxian finally found the orange gummy candies, opting for the most expensive brand. She popped one into her mouth, only to discover it lacked flavor. It was neither particularly delicious nor distasteful. Noticing Yi standing quietly beside her, she offered him one. "Would you like to try?" Yi showed little interest in human food, yet he accepted the candy. After chewing for a moment, he spat it out, exclaiming, "Disgusting." Qingxian was not surprised. If human food were appealing to zombies, life would not be so complicated. It was akin to the foul smell emanating from a poorly prepared meal. Having spent 2 days in this city, Qingxian resolved to depart. Throughout her stay, Yi had remained by her side. Although he was likely the zombie king. In her eyes, he resembled an overly imaginative little dog. Indeed, naming any living creature could lead to an emotional attachment. Naturally, her feelings for Yi were akin to that of a fondness for a small pet. However, this sentiment was likely unique to Qingxian. Considering Yi was a being of brutality in the eyes of humanity. "I must continue my journey northward and cannot linger here any longer. Take your time." Qingxian bid farewell to Yi at the edge of the city. Yet, I did not bid farewell to Qingxian, nor did he follow her. He remained as detached as when she first encountered him, crouched atop a high building, gazing blankly ahead. Qingxian paid little heed to whether I could perceive her, nonetheless. She waved her hand in his direction, harboring the hope that when they next meet, he would still be alive, if they were to meet again at all. After Qingxian had truly departed, I finally exhaled in relief. He had initially presumed that this zombie sought to contest him for that object. Yet it was not the case. He could not comprehend Qingxian's thoughts or actions. But he gleaned a valuable lesson from her, to cease orchestrating zombie assaults on the base. Indeed, as long as he refrained from inciting the zombies to besiege the base, the food would emerge willingly. However, this time, the food emanated an intense aura, prompting I to exercise greater caution. It was evident that the more advanced the zombie, the more acute its senses became in the face of peril. Should he persist in allowing the zombies to encircle the base, this formidable food might very well launch a counterattack when he least expected it. Chapter 61. A shade from the sun. Qingxian was unaware that her mere presence in the city for several days had granted the base a moment of respite. Regardless, the decision to refrain from assaulting the base was not hers to make, thus any ensuing outcomes bore no relevance to her. Perched atop her suitcase, she continued her journey northward, having spent a fortnight reaching this particular location. On April 1st, Qingxian squinted at the towering tornado that had erupted from the ground, astonished. Why, she pondered, does her homeland harbor such a colossal tornado? Coastal cities are likely to experience such phenomena, yet this is the north, several hundred kilometers from the shore. Even though she is currently at a considerable distance from the tornado, she finds herself unable to stand firm. This tornado must have swept in from the sea, accompanied by torrents of rain. After being blown along for several hundred meters while perched on her suitcase, she finally realizes the necessity of seeking refuge. Having never encountered a typhoon before, she is quite astonished by its presence. Qingxian took shelter inside a building, retrieving her camera to capture the scene. While zombies represent an apocalypse for humanity, to Qingxian, this towering tornado embodies the true essence of the end of days. The sound of wind and rain relentlessly battering the windows creates a cacophony. She sets her camera down and curls up on the sofa within the confines of her shelter. The rain-soaked glass obscures her view of the outside world, and the howling wind seems to echo, amplifying the sensation that she is the sole inhabitant of this universe. Yet, Qingxian experiences a long-lost sense of security. Each time it rains, she is enveloped by this comforting feeling. Previously, she had never pondered why rain instilled such tranquility. But now she comprehends that her peace arises not from the rain itself, but from the sanctuary of being indoors, free from the wind and rain. It is only natural to feel at ease. Thus, she nestles on the sofa, listening to the tempest outside. Until an hour later when she perceives the ground beneath her trembling, reminiscent of an earthquake. However, Qingxian understands that this is not an earthquake, rather, it signifies the tornado's approach. Just as she leans closer to glimpse the unfolding chaos outside, a zombie bird flits past her window. Soon, a zombie dog appeared. It seemed that the tornado was drawing near to this small town. Much of the northern landscape is characterized by vast plains, allowing the tornado to sweep through with little obstruction. Of course, Qingxian was uncertain whether this house could withstand the tempest. A concrete structure should hold up, she mused, considering it was not a wooden dwelling. Thus, she chose not to leave, though she wondered if the windows would endure. Just as this thought crossed her mind, the window shattered instantly. A powerful gust surged in, swirling all the lightweight objects within the room. Qingxian pressed her hat down, her long hair whipping against her face in the fierce wind. The force of the wind was indeed formidable. While Qingxian was of average height, she was on the slender side. During the spring gales, winds exceeding level 6 could easily knock her over. After a moment's contemplation, she removed her hat and tucked it into her backpack. She secured her suitcase to the sofa and then tied herself to the sofa with the curtains. With the strong wind howling, Qingxian found herself hanging onto the sofa. Although most of the walls within the room offered some shelter, the outside zombies were not so fortunate. In fact, some zombies were lifted by the wind, flying past the window of the refuge where Qingxian sheltered. Oh! She had never anticipated that scenes reminiscent of movies would unfold before her eyes. The zombie flew past with remarkable speed. Had she been merely human, it might have appeared as nothing more than a fleeting shadow. Fortunately, with her zombie vision, she could see it quite clearly. The tempest raged on for half an hour. Qingxian even retrieved her phone from the suitcase, lying on the sofa to record the scene outside the window. What if another zombie were to fly by? Fortunately, her luck was remarkable. The tornado swept past the adjacent houses, hurling several zombies through her window. Gradually, the sound of the wind subsided, suggesting the tornado had moved on. The commotion within the house also began to quiet. It was only then that Qingxian untied the curtains draping around her. She turned and approached the window, glancing back. At that moment, the once mighty tornado had diminished considerably. Indeed, the further one ventured inland, the less formidable the winds became. Had it retained its initial ferocity, it was likely that even the concrete structures would have been uprooted from their foundations. Clutching her camera, Qingxian snapped a series of photographs of the tornado, seizing the rare opportunity to witness such a phenomenon up close. After finishing her shots, she noted that the rain outside showed no signs of abating. It seemed the tornado would continue its path for another 100 or 200 kilometers. However, she remained uncertain about when the rain would cease. As dusk approached, the winds lessened significantly, and the rain reduced to a drizzle. Qingxian was in no rush to depart. Instead, she chose to wait indoors for the rain to stop. Yet, the rain persisted for several days without any intention of relenting. Ultimately, Qingxian decided against waiting any longer, departing the small town with her suitcase and umbrella in hand. The number of wandering zombies in the town had diminished by more than half. Likely swept away by the tornado, their fates unknown. It remained a mystery whether these zombies could survive the fall, though it was presumed that if their heads remained unscathed, they might still be alive. Having just left the quaint little town, Qingxian soon found her suitcase devoid of power. With no choice but to drag it along, she continued her journey northward, wielding an umbrella against the rain. The landscape surrounding her, once vibrant with homes and fields, had suffered considerable destruction from a recent hurricane. Scattered remnants of the undead littered the ground, dismembered limbs adorned the roadside, and even severed heads lay abandoned. Pausing for a moment, Qingxian picked up a head whose eye was missing and set it aside before digging a small grave to inter it. Transforming into a flesh-eating zombie was not a fate chosen by that individual. In truth, Qingxian yearned for humanity's triumph, for it would allow the remains of the undead to be properly dealt with. In their nation, there existed a profound respect for the dead. Even grave robbers held contempt for those who desecrated corpses. Death commanded reverence. As Qingxian gazed at the little mound of earth, she was suddenly reminded of the bouquet of flowers Jiu Wanqing had placed at her grave. She instinctively reached into her pocket, and indeed, she discovered seeds of roses nestled within. Taking one out, she carefully placed it at the edge of the small mound. "Here, a gift for you. I haven't many to spare, but whether it sprouts depends on your care. Nurture this seed, and in time, it may provide you with shade from the sun." Life in this apocalyptic world was undeniably arduous. If humanity could indeed be reborn, she vowed to be born into an era of peace in her next life. With one last glance at the small mound, Qingxian turned and continued her path, burying along the way. The severed limbs along the road were buried beneath the ground, and any encountered heads were similarly interred. After all, mere dismembered limbs could not definitively ascertain the demise of a zombie. However, a solitary head or a partial one might indeed signify a true death. After 2 more days of travel, Qingxian finally ceased to encounter such grisly remnants, which brought her a sigh of relief. She felt as though she was transforming into a mole spirit. Fortunately, after burying a few individuals, she had stowed several entrenching tools in her suitcase. Otherwise, digging with her bare hands would have truly rendered her a mole spirit. The further north she ventured, the hotter the weather became. Even on rainy days, temperatures could soar above 30 degrees Celsius. It was no wonder that even without the sun, the incessant rain left Qingxian feeling lethargic and drained of energy. She could hardly resist the urge to point at her suitcase and question why it remained immobile. Nearly half a month had passed without a single day of clear skies. Thus, her suitcase had not been opened in all that time, serving solely as a burden to drag along. At that moment, Qingxian was utterly disinclined to move. She arrived at a county town and passed by a bedding store, characterized by its large floor-to-ceiling windows. Inside, a grand bed appeared invitingly comfortable, standing beneath the eaves. She leaned against the glass for a moment before pushing open the door and stepping inside. This establishment had been untouched by zombies, and the interior remained devoid of such threats. Qingxian placed her suitcase beside the bed, lifted the covers, removed her shoes and clothing, and reclined upon the soft bedding, which felt quite delightful. However, when she finally awoke, it was already the latter half of the night. The rain outside had ceased, and upon checking her phone, she discovered it was 3 o'clock in the morning, with the battery nearly depleted. If the sun does not emerge soon, Qingxian will truly find herself unable to move. It is not a physical inability to move, but rather a psychological one. Lying on her bed, she gazes out the window and notices the moon gracing the sky, indicating that today is indeed a bright, sunny day. How splendid! She can finally bask in the sunlight. She wonders if her body has begun to mildew from neglect. In any case, she is in dire need of the sun. Zombies require sunlight too. Uttering this might instill fear in other zombies. Who would have thought that zombies could enjoy the sun? Of course, this includes Qingxian. Just a few hours ago, she was eagerly anticipating the sun's arrival, yet she could not resist unfurling her umbrella. After just a brief exposure of less than an hour, she felt a sharp pain. This revelation astonished her. She had believed that zombies were impervious to pain. However, excessive sun exposure can indeed elicit a sensation of pain throughout her body. No wonder zombies are reluctant to bask in the sun. It appears that sunlight possesses a sterilizing venom. Indeed, zombies become what they are due to viral infection, which explains their aversion to sunlight. Qingxian had previously thought that zombie literature was merely a playful fabrication, but it turns out that zombies genuinely fear the sun. It is not the corpses that fear sunlight, but rather the virus controlling the corpses that recoils from it. Moreover, viruses also dread high temperatures. Therefore, If the temperature on Earth were to soar to 50 or 60 degrees, would that not result in the annihilation of all zombies? Yet, hold on, zombies can be destroyed. But at such extreme temperatures, would not humanity also face extinction? This notion is rather unwholesome. Does it not imply sending all the creatures of this world to the heavens? Qingxian, under the shelter of her umbrella, observed the flickering lights atop her suitcase. Rather than mounting it at the moment it could be activated, she opted to wait for the sun to fully charge the suitcase's battery. Should a deluge ensue for another 10 days, she would be compelled to relive the tribulations of the past few days. Despite her disdain for the sun, she could at least shield herself with her umbrella. Without sunlight, the suitcase would indeed be rendered powerless. It was not until midday that Qingxian set forth. As she traversed a riverbank, she noticed that the water had risen significantly, with numerous corpses adrift within. Among them were the remains of zombies, as well as those of mutated animals. Some floated downstream, while others had washed ashore. As Qingxian approached, a swarm of flies took flight, yet they did not converge upon her. Instead, they veered away. She felt vindicated in her decision to indulge in a medicinal bath. However, the presence of corpses along the riverbank surely posed a risk of infectious disease. Standing at the water's edge, she observed that the river had encroached upon the banks, accounting for the bodies that had been stranded or obstructed by trees and structures. Qingxian lifted her suitcase above her head and made her way towards the bridge. The water along the bank was shallow, reaching only to her calves. It was evident that the hurricane and rainfall from a fortnight prior had left a mark. If such a modest stream had swelled to this extent, one could only surmise the condition of the larger rivers. Qingxian crossed the water. The reason she did not retrieve the corpses from the river this time was quite straightforward. The corpses had decomposed beyond recognition. A mere touch would cause the flesh to slough off the bones. This gruesome sight reminded Qingxian of the instant noodles she had forgotten for 3 hours, as well as the steamed buns that had fallen into the water. Faced with such bodies, she found herself at a loss for how to proceed. If they remained submerged, they held some semblance of integrity, but should she attempt to retrieve them, they would be reduced to mere remnants. Could any contagion possibly rival the zombie virus? After a brief moment of contemplation, Qingxian resolutely abandoned the notion of retrieving the corpses. Upon crossing the river, she turned to bow in respect to the lifeless forms. "I apologize, you may remain as you are." With that, she unhesitatingly turned away. Her shoes, socks, and trousers were soaked, yet she felt no urgency, opting instead to change into a fresh outfit. Her previous attire had clung tightly to her, but there was no longer a need to associate with humanity. She donned a lovely little dress and petite leather shoes, perfectly suited for the warm weather. However, as she gazed at her legs, she noticed that her skin seemed to have lost some of its previous pallor. It remained a shade of ashen grey. Yet it was no longer akin to the appearance of a great-inged eggplant, which seemed far removed from human complexion. Now, with the colour fading slightly, she bore a resemblance to someone who had suffered extensive bruising. The greying hue had softened a bit, taking on a hint of green, reminiscent of sun-baked potatoes. Why could she not possess a more normal complexion? Nevertheless, she mused, given the presence of the dark, ominous zombies, she was fortunate not to have transformed into one of them. Upon contemplating this, Qingxian seated herself upon her suitcase, wielding an umbrella as she advanced forward. A thought crossed her mind. Was it perhaps too ostentatious to carry an umbrella? Should she instead don a sun hat? Considering this, she deemed it worth a try. After all, she was still clad in clothing. If she merely shielded her head, that would suffice. The zombie virus resided within the brain, thus, as long as she managed to prevent her head from overheating, the virus would dissipate, leaving behind a lifeless shell. Initially, there seemed to be little reason for Qingxian to strive for survival. Yet now, she felt as though she was gradually discovering a flicker of purpose, albeit a mere flicker. Should someone truly emerge with the intent to harm her, she would not resist. Chapter 63. Proving one's presence. Qingxian had harbored concerns about the possibility of rain. However, following the previous downpour, the subsequent days had grown increasingly sweltering. As she traversed the river, she noted that the water level had significantly receded. Numerous aquatic zombies lay desiccated upon the riverbed. She placed her suitcase at the riverbank, brandishing a stick as she descended onto the riverbed. She wished to ascertain whether these waterborne zombies could survive once they had left the water. Prodding the aquatic zombies with her stick, she discovered that those already decomposed did not stir in the slightest. It appeared that the freshwater zombies were not as resilient as their marine counterparts, considering that the latter had ventured ashore. Qingxian crouched by the riverbank for a moment, when suddenly she heard the sound of approaching vehicles. Alarmed, she hastily ascended the bank, grasping her suitcase as she sought refuge beneath the bridge. Several vehicles passed overhead, ultimately halting at the bridge's edge. Upon hearing the vehicles come to a stop, Qingxian pressed her body against the bridge's underside. No, she probably hasn't been discovered. What are these humans doing? Qingxian's instinct to hide from them is not born of genuine fear of being killed. Rather, it is an inherent reaction to evade human presence. After the flood comes the drought, does it not? Survival has become increasingly arduous. Those terrifying hurricanes earlier this month were indeed alarming. The occupants of the vehicle merely lowered their windows to observe the state of the river. After all, we are still in the nascent stages of recovery and development, fraught with challenges. Not only must we confront the threat of zombies, but we also face the trials of nature itself. Zombies can be slain, yet natural disasters remain beyond our control. Take the recent hurricanes, for instance. They are not subject to human manipulation or pores. Even modified vehicles cannot approach a hurricane too closely. After all, not everyone possesses the audacity to draw near such tempests. Are you referring to Qingxian and the individual named Wen Xiong who was in his company? Those two are utterly abnormal. Who would dare chase after a hurricane? One person remarked. Hearing this, Qingxian felt a twinge of confusion. She had not encountered these names before and did not recognize them. She only learned of Jiu Wanjing when that individual who could see her called her name. The young man named Xing, though his full name eludes her, had a dog called Xiao Qian. Yes, that Wen Xiong possesses no formidable weaponry. She merely wields a baseball bat. It is said that not long ago, she single-handedly dispatched a level 3 zombie, the initial speaker added. While this conversation seemed like a mere exchange of pleasantries, for Qingxian, it was nothing short of extraordinary. A girl armed with a baseball bat. She knows her. So, the young lady's name is Wen Xiong, and she has vanquished a level 3 zombie. Indeed, the little anomaly is remarkably formidable. Is it possible that Qingxian is the individual accompanying this little anomaly? Qingxian found it quite unexpected to hear their names in this location. It appears that among the survivors, these individuals are exceptionally proficient, well known among all. Naturally, even she, a mere zombie, has caught wind of it. The occupants of the vehicles likely emerged from the base to survey the situation. Over the past month, there have been incessant hurricanes followed by downpours, and now the relentless sun blazes down. In such weather, humanity is understandably apprehensive about what may transpire next, as if they are gradually being discarded by the earth itself. Nevertheless, despite these adversities, humanity must strive to survive. After capturing a few photographs, the vehicles continued on their path. The individuals within those vehicles were presumably there to investigate the condition of the river. Once the sounds of the vehicles faded, Qingxian emerged from beneath the bridge. Although the riverbed had indeed dried up, her hiding spot remained intact. Her little shoes were caked in mud. Setting her suitcase down by the roadside, she surveyed her mud-laden leg, realizing she needed to find a place to wash up. With her muddy shoes, she trudged forward, leaving a trail of footprints behind. Upon reaching a small town, Qingxian searched several faucets, only to find them dry. She then turned to the supermarket in hopes of locating bottled water. After visiting several stores, she finally succeeded in her quest. It was evident that the supplies in this town had been thoroughly depleted by humanity. After cleansing her feet, she donned a new pair of shoes and sought out a full-length mirror to inspect her reflection. Qingxian lifted her mask to gaze upon her face. There are no signs of healing, nor any signs of decay. For Qingxian, the absence of rot is indeed a significant improvement. At this moment, her entire body has taken on a greenish hue, likely due to prolonged exposure to medicinal solutions. Whether she can recover remains uncertain. Although she has always harbored a fondness for the color green, the transformation of her skin into that hue is far from aesthetically pleasing. Qingxian made a special effort to find a sun hat, which she wore while basking under the sun for a while, only to discover it was still inadequate. While it shielded her from a portion of the sunlight, rendering her discomfort less acute, she ultimately opted for an umbrella, as it proved to be the most suitable choice for her. Holding her phone, Qingxian took several selfies in front of the mirror. She had never quite understood why so many individuals derive pleasure from photographing themselves. In her past, this notion eluded her, yet she now finds herself grasping the sentiment. Human existence is fleeting in the grand tapestry of the world. None can predict when misfortune may strike. Capturing photographs serves as a means to leave a trace for those who care about oneself. Gazing at her own images, Qingxian felt a twinge of helplessness. After all, who would see the photos she had taken? Nevertheless, having already clicked the shutter, she decided to take a picture with the stone at the entrance of the town, which bore the name of the place. It was akin to a tourist snapshot, a testament to her visit. By the time Qingxian reached the farthest eastern point, it was already late April. She pondered whether, at her current pace, she would be able to witness the autumn colors this year. In the square, a few wandering zombies meandered about. She surveyed her surroundings before finally selecting a suitable spot. Awaiting the sun's ascent, the camera behind her recorded the moment. It was not yet 3 in the morning when Qingxian beheld the golden light soaring at the horizon, emerging from the inky darkness below. Were her parents, who spoke of witnessing the sunrise in the dead of night, referring to this very spectacle? Turning towards the camera, she leaned in closer and softly exclaimed as the sun began to rise, "Mom and Dad, I see it, the sunrise you wished to behold." After uttering these words, she stepped aside, allowing the sunlight to flood the lens. Qingxian gazed at the slowly ascending sun and then glanced at the time. What hour did the inhabitants of this city awaken? Surely, they did not rise at 3 in the morning, she pondered. After all, this was a question she had never contemplated before. Once the sun had fully risen, Qingxian switched off the recording. Meanwhile, the surrounding zombies, responding to the sunlight, began to seek refuge in the shadows. A whiff of human scent reached her nostrils, just as she placed the camera into her suitcase and raised her head. Her gaze met that of a human figure standing by the distant steps. Qingxian had not anticipated encountering a human in this desolate place, especially one clad in a uniform. These were official personnel. Chapter 64. Who, in their right mind, would fixate their gaze on others? Unlike her usual instinct to flee upon sighting another person, Qingxian stood tall. The leader of the group did not linger his gaze on her, but regarded all the zombies with equal scrutiny. Following him, a dozen individuals brandished shields, positioning themselves around the others. At last, Qingxian caught sight of the crimson hue in the hands of the person behind the leader. She suddenly comprehended certain truths, and then turned her gaze towards the flagpole. Indeed, this was the border, and even in the apocalypse, they would not allow any intrusion. It was the first time Qingxian witnessed the national flag being raised in the morning. The zombies in the square gravitated towards those individuals. However, although they surged forward, they were not slain. Rather, they were repelled by shields. Once the flag was hoisted, those individuals removed their hats and saluted the zombies, before subsequently opening fire upon them. Qingxian, with her suitcase in hand, approached the edge of the square, taking in the entire scene. By the time she grasped the situation, the zombies had already been dealt with. She crouched behind a fence, her body concealed by the flower bed, rendering her invisible to those individuals, though she could observe them. She watched as they arranged the remains of the zombies before carrying away their bodies. The square was left with only the flag fluttering in the wind. Once those individuals departed, Qingxian stepped out from behind the flower bed, suitcase in tow. She stood beneath the flag for some time before retrieving her camera to capture a photograph. Indeed, gazing at that shade of red brought her a zombie. A profound sense of solace. Oh! The thought that she was so respected in death prompted Qingxian to wonder if she might select a casket for herself in advance, to lie comfortably within and then receive a final shot. With this in mind, she took out her phone and added a new item to her to-do list: find a beautiful coffin. However, as a zombie, would she not be left in pieces? Perhaps a lovely urn would suffice instead, preferably one that matched my preferred style. As Qingxian contemplated, she settled atop her suitcase and departed from the city. The number of zombies in this urban area appeared to be minimal. It seemed that for the past 6 months, a military presence had secured the region. Thus the survivors had not sought refuge in other bases. When she first arrived in the city, she felt a tinge of fear. However, at present, it seemed that even strolling down the streets, she encountered no survivors. As she left the city, she made sure to capture a photograph to commemorate her time there. She pondered the necessity of finding a device capable of printing photographs, having previously seen such options on shopping platforms. Various connection methods were available, though she wondered if any could link to her camera. Additionally, she considered acquiring a few aesthetically pleasing notebooks and pens to affix the printed photographs within. It would surely create a lovely display. Qingxian had never engaged in such journaling before, yet now seemed an opportune moment to try. Thus, her first step was to procure a notebook and pens, typically found in bookstores near schools. As she perused the map, she noticed a nearby high school and decided to head in that direction. However, midway through her journey, an unsettling sensation washed over her as she detected the distinct scent of humans, seemingly emanating from the school ahead. Suddenly halting her suitcase, Qingxian contemplated a pressing thought. If the school were to be cleared of zombies, it would indeed serve as an ideal gathering place. With its numerous dormitories, dining halls, and recreational fields, schools are undoubtedly the most suitable bases for survivors in any city. It is no wonder that while still students, they often felt that escaping the confines of school was an arduous task. Qingxian did not advance any further. Instead, she withdrew. This retreat was not born of fear, but rather a desire not to frighten the humans. In her current state, she undeniably resembled a zombie. The humans of today should have some awareness that certain advanced zombies possess intelligence. Not all sophisticated zombies evolve in a savage manner. Consequently, humans must exercise extraordinary caution when confronting zombies. Although intelligent zombies maintain a semblance of humanity, their eyes remain distinctly non-human, while the eyes of advanced zombies are typically red. This is not universally true. For instance, Yi possesses golden eyes, whereas Cherishing and CRG exhibit red ones. Despite sharing the hue of red, the patterns within their eyes differ subtly. However, Qingxian could not recall the specifics. Who gazes intently into another's eyes without reason? Each intelligent zombie is unique. Hence their ocular characteristics vary. For example, among zombies of the same rank, Those that have become savage undoubtedly possess greater combat prowess compared to their intelligent counterparts. Otherwise, Cherishing would not have been overpowered, crashing through several walls. Yet, on reflection, it seems that human ability users of equivalent rank can effortlessly dominate zombies of the same level. A novice ability user can contend against a level 2 zombie. And those with talent may even challenge a level 3 zombie. Of course, survival may also hinge on a stroke of luck. Nevertheless, a level 2 ability user can certainly engage a level 3 zombie. While she was aware of these dynamics, she remained uncertain as to how to gauge the rank of her opponents. Individuals like Qingxian, CRG, and RE could easily ascertain the strength of others. Indeed, the stronger the zombies, the more acutely they perceive the strength of humanity. Qingxian pondered this as she altered her course toward the outskirts of the city, contemplating a journey to another city in search of notebooks or similar items. She felt fortunate for her swift arrival. Had she delayed by a few more months, it would have been nearly impossible to traverse this city to witness the earliest rays of the sun. She continued her westward journey, but as she approached a certain highway, she suddenly halted. Before her lay a series of barbed wire fences, adorned with ominous warning signs, which she recognized, along with official markings indicating the area's restricted nature. Qingxian surveyed her surroundings, failing to identify any landmarks. However, she promptly retrieved her map to ascertain her current location. Upon discovering the name of the place, her already pale face turned even more ashen. It was the site of her parents' tragic accident, situated less than 20 kilometers from the vantage point to witness the sunrise. Leaning against the fence, she realized that it was an electrified barrier, now inactive due to a power outage. The highway was a recent construction, implying that the original road had been sealed off. Oh, a memory surfaced. She had never seen her parents' remains. Officials had informed her that due to the fire that engulfed the vehicle, they were unable to rescue them, reducing their bodies to ashes. Even the process of closing their accounts had been handled by those officials. Yes, she had merely attended the funeral. In retrospect, the relatives' remarks resonated with her. Raising her was perhaps less affectionate than nurturing a dog. Surely, no parents would wish to rear a child as emotionally detached as she. Chapter 65. Indeed. It was the advanced zombies coming to take her life. Qingxian extended her hand to tear apart the iron mesh and proceeded toward that place. However, as she drew nearer, a dull ache began to throb in her head. It reminded her of a similar sensation experienced at the water park, albeit less intense than before, where she felt as if her eyeballs might burst from their sockets. This headache was merely a familiar discomfort, a consequence of her chronic sleep deprivation. After navigating through a series of iron wires, Qingxian finally beheld the scene ahead. It was a vast pit, resembling a charred abyss, littered with peculiar fragments that emitted a faint glow. Yet, this locale was devoid of any substantial presence. Without hesitation, she leaped down the edge of the pit. Although she should have felt no pain, her head throbbed as if pierced by countless needles, and a myriad of images suddenly flashed before her eyes. However, these were not her memories but rather echoes of events that had transpired here, seemingly captured by the crystalline remnants. Suddenly, the sky erupted in a blinding light, akin to a lightning strike erupting before her gaze, only to be swiftly engulfed by darkness. This vision replayed incessantly in Qingxian's mind, revealing the harrowing truth. Her parents had not perished in a car accident, but rather due to that sudden burst of brilliance. Gradually, she discerned the objects within the light, a crystal the size of a human brain, and not just one. The brilliance obscured the fact that there were countless others illuminating the sky. In an instant, innumerable such crystals rained down upon the earth, precipitating a multitude of calamities. Tragically, her parents had succumbed in the wake of this disaster. The scene continued to unfold before Qingxian's eyes, yet she found herself rather fatigued. Indeed, This place posed a peril not only to humans but also to the undead. Nevertheless, she would willingly meet her end in the same location where her parents had perished. Thus, Qingxian collapsed onto the ground. As the sun dipped below the horizon, the surrounding sky darkened progressively. The shards of crystals in the pitch-black pit flickered incessantly. And even Qingxian's body shimmered intermittently. It was not until midnight that she regained consciousness. To her dismay, she realized she was still alive. With some difficulty, she managed to rise, kneeling on the ground. The sky was shrouded in gloom, yet stars were visible. It was evident that night had fallen. Qingxian turned her head towards the moon to ascertain the time. She had likely succumbed to slumber for about 7 hours. By this point, she had acclimated to the pain brought on by the crystals. While visibility had been poor during the day, it was now clear as day. After all, even though the zombies were not hindered by the night, luminous objects appeared exceedingly conspicuous to their eyes. As long as the sun did not rise, even the faintest glimmer would be magnified 1,000-fold in the gaze of the undead. This was the very reason why zombies were drawn to light. After all, zombies were merely humans transformed. Thus, in their subconscious, they understood that wherever there was light, humans were likely to be found. And humans were, ultimately, sustenance. Qingxian rose to her feet and collected all the shards of crystal. Yes, her parents had met their demise here, their bodies nowhere to be found. She would keep these as mementos. However, despite the crystal having shattered, there should still be a sizable fragment remaining, one would hope. Regardless, since the authorities have sealed off this location, it indicates that the object has already been removed. At this thought, Qingxian suddenly had a moment of inspiration. What if the object that attracted I was indeed this crystal? Yet, this crystal poses a threat to both the undead and humanity. Or could it be that over the past 3 years, the government has modified this crystal, eliminating its harmful components? But what exactly are these harmful substances? Is it the zombie virus? If the state has eradicated such a perilous element, how then did the apocalypse transpire? And how could it have unfolded overnight? Qingxian abruptly slapped her forehead. Was she truly so foolish? With so many countries across the globe, it wasn't as if their nation's control would ensure that others maintained the same order. Qingxian, akin to a child collecting beautiful pebbles by the riverside, bent down to gather the scattered crystal fragments, here and there. Meanwhile, the dawn was approaching, signaling that it was already 3 in the morning. She tucked the gathered shards into her pocket. Although it was evident that the barbed wire had been tampered with, she had indeed made an effort. There was no way to restore it to its former state. In order to avoid being caught in the act of wrongdoing, Qingxian swiftly mounted her suitcase and made her escape. In truth, there was a silver lining to the apocalypse. Her suitcase had remained untouched for several hours, which was quite remarkable. Of course, she did not imply that others had a penchant for pilfering. Well, Qingxian did harbor such a thought, which had frightened her into not venturing outside for 3 months. Silently, she had taken her own phone, leaving the other person to act undetected. The thought was truly terrifying. As Qingxian contemplated this, she became increasingly cautious, instinctively protecting her backpack. Despite the absence of any souls around, not even zombies, she couldn't shake off the feeling that if anyone or any creature witnessed her movements, she would forever be associated with the notion of secrecy. Upon entering the next city, Qingxian discovered an alarming increase in the number of zombies compared to the previous city. Elated, she made her way toward the local bookstore, eager to retrieve what she sought. Yet, as she stepped into the store, a sudden rush of air behind her startled her. Reacting swiftly, she shut the glass door. But it was evident that it would not deter her pursuer. The figure effortlessly passed through the door, appearing right before her. In that moment of shock, she thought her end had come, Surely it was a high-level zombie come to claim her life. However, when she recognized the identity of the figure, her expression immediately turned icy. Cherishing observed the terror that had just gripped Qingxian, only to see her revert to her usual wide-eyed demeanor upon realizing it was him. Had she not just widened her eyes in fear? He had even discerned the color of her eyes, which was not merely a single hue. What was it? Cherishing pondered, confused. He had never anticipated encountering Qingxian in such a manner. He had assumed she was hiding somewhere. Thus, it appeared that she was quite capable of running swiftly on her own. As Cherishing contemplated, he felt a tug at his hair and noticed Qingxian examining his attire. Qingxian scrutinized Cherishing before her, observing that his hair had grown slightly longer, and his complexion had darkened, nearing that of Yi, losing some of its former pallor. Furthermore, Qingxian's gaze was drawn to Cherishing's peculiar heterochromatic eyes, one golden and the other red. It was evident that he had undergone further evolution, indicating his progression towards becoming a zombie king. However, his advancement was rather sluggish. She resolved to introduce Cherishing to Yi next time, hoping Yi would mentor him on how to ascend further. Chapter 66. With an old ox supporting her, not only was Qingxian observing Cherishing, but Cherishing was also keenly watching her. Had he not spotted her suitcase and heard the sound, he would have been entirely oblivious to her presence. Her aura had grown increasingly faint. Despite having grown stronger himself, he found it increasingly challenging to sense Qingxian's presence. It seemed that over the past few months, she had also made strides, becoming ever more elusive. What, one might wonder, was the purpose of this zombie, who neither enhanced her attack power nor leveled up, but instead focused on concealing herself? Qingxian looked at Cherishing and pondered before asking, "But how did you find me?" Knowing it was Cherishing brought her some relief. After all, he had previously been subdued before her, rendering any pretense unnecessary. Him? Qingxian regarded Cherishing with surprise. Was it possible that he was being pursued? That seemed unlikely. Could it be that humanity had evolved significantly over these past few months? It is indeed the peculiar individual you mentioned. I know not why, but she has fixated upon me, pursuing me relentlessly for over a month. Not even a tempest could shake her off. Upon hearing the term tempest, Qingxian immediately recalled a prior conversation, where it was mentioned that Wen Qian was chasing after the tempest. Could it be that she is pursuing Cherishing? What a predicament! Being targeted by Wen Qian puts Cherishing in a perilous situation. He must not linger in her company, lest he fall prey to that eccentric individual. If you are being pursued, why not flee elsewhere? What brings you to seek me out? Qingxian regarded Cherishing with bemusement. I am indeed attempting to depart, he replied, but I did not anticipate your swift pace. Nor did I expect to encounter you here. Cherishing shared her incredulity, having already bid farewell to Qingxian. He truly did not foresee their meeting in this location. Then go now, to another place, Qingxian urged, gesturing towards the door. Cherishing was taken aback by her insistence to send him away. Although a zombie is devoid of emotions, he found himself perplexed. Whose fault is it that I have become her target? The thought ignited a spark of anger within him. Do you not understand why that eccentric individual has set her sights on me? Do you dare to challenge me? I could easily hand you over to her this very moment, he retorted, pointing towards the door. It was infuriating, just as he was on the brink of advancement. She insisted he leave. Despite possessing human consciousness, there seemed to be no trace of human compassion. Upon hearing Cherishing's intent to surrender her to that peculiar individual, Qingxian fell into a sudden silence. If I were truly sent away by Cherishing, I would undoubtedly be powerless to resist. Perhaps that little pervert would even dismember me into 8 pieces. I apologize, I was mistaken. Please do not send me away. Qingxian knelt sincerely before Cherishing. Cherishing. He genuinely believed that Qingxian never acknowledged her own capabilities. Yet, he found this trait rather endearing. Given her nature, if she were to realize just how formidable she was, she might very well attempt to lead all the zombies in a collective leap into the ocean. Although she often professed her sense of fairness, as long as she retained her humanity, it would be impossible for her to turn a blind eye to human mortality. Well, I merely came to check on you after spotting your suitcase, thinking that if a human had killed you and stolen your belongings, I might assist in avenging you. To my surprise, it turned out to be you, Cherishing remarked. He had barged in without truly recognizing who Qingxian was. Upon hearing that Cherishing intended to avenge her, Qingxian hurriedly waved her hands, saying, "No, no, if I happen to die, remember to take my body and bury it. Look, I have designed my own coffin." As she spoke, she took out her phone to show Cherishing her coffin design. Cherishing examined the peculiar lines, and even as a zombie, he struggled to comprehend what she had drawn. "What is it that you have sketched?" Cherishing finally could not restrain his curiosity. Hearing his question, Qingxian replied, "It's a coffin, with both an urn and a casket for the body." She felt quite pleased with her artwork, but noticing Cherishing's bewildered expression, she concluded that, having become a zombie, he was likely unfamiliar with such concepts. Certainly, she would not ridicule Cherishing. Qingxian paid no heed to Cherishing, instead seeking out a suitable notebook for her journal, accompanied by an array of colorful pens. Cherishing remained silent, standing to the side as he always had. Particularly when the power was out, Qingxian could only drag her suitcase along. Once she had gathered these items, she placed them in her backpack. As she zipped it up, a familiar scent wafted to her nose. It was the scent of a human, one she recognized well, the peculiar aroma of the little oddball. Indeed, Cherishing had truly caught the attention of the little eccentric. Qingxian glanced at him and urged, "Run, go in the opposite direction. In any case, the farther away from me, the better." After uttering these words, she grabbed her suitcase and dashed out of the shop, heading west. Yet, Cherishing remained still. In truth, he felt inclined to converse with that human. They had crossed paths several times, but the girl had never acted aggressively. Thus, Cherishing believed that the girl chasing Qingxian was not intent on harming her. Perhaps there were other motives at play. Are you prepared to flee for a lifetime? Do you not intend to engage her in conversation? Cherishing stood there, observing Qingxian's retreating figure. Even the advanced zombies were not devoid of reason. When confronted with particularly troublesome humans, they naturally opted to negotiate in a manner familiar to humans. After all, humans perceived that these zombies were once like them and had developed a form of intelligence that allowed for communication. Hence, dialogue was possible. Humans, too, wished to avoid unnecessary conflict. Engaging in a futile struggle with zombies yielded no benefits. Thus, humans would be inclined to believe in them, to trust the zombies. Upon hearing Cherishing's words, Qingxian paused in her steps. She had never contemplated engaging with humans. Even as a person, she struggled to communicate effectively, let alone as a zombie. She deemed such interaction unnecessary. Yet, why did Cherishing appear so certain? That little eccentric could negotiate? After several months, Wenqiang finally detected that small zombie once more. Indeed, once the location of that advanced zombie was pinpointed, the little one could be found as well. Strangely, they had not fled. Why was that? Oddly enough, over the past month, she had directly interacted with that advanced zombie several times, yet it always departed without further ado. If it were to truly engage, while she might claim its head, she would undoubtedly suffer in the process. Thus, when Wenqiang spotted two zombies, one seated and one standing, at the entrance of a bookstore, she was taken aback. Due to Cherishing's presence, the surrounding zombies had retreated several kilometers away. Qingxian immediately recognized Yu Qingxian. Although he had learned from Wen Xiang that she was a little zombie, he was still quite surprised. She donned a vibrant green outfit and sat atop a suitcase in a white dress. The male zombie, with whom they had crossed paths several times, was also present. However, this time, the little zombie did not flee. She turned to glance at the two individuals in the car. The two in the vehicle also looked back at her. Yu Qingxian had anticipated feeling frightened, yet curiously, she did not. Perhaps it was because there were only two individuals on the opposing side. Nevertheless, she felt reassured by the presence of her steadfast companion nearby. Chapter 67. I will keep it buried deep within me. When Xiang utilized the system once more to assess Yu Qingxian's abilities, she discovered that her combat ability had diminished. Previously rated at 8, it now barely reached 5. Rather than showing progress, she had regressed. Indeed, were it not for the system's confirmation, she might not have even recognized the existence of this diminutive zombie. Her presence was also waning. As a zombie, being this feeble, could she truly survive in this apocalyptic world? The answer remained uncertain, for this little zombie seemed to thrive. Wen Qian confirmed that the surrounding zombies were several kilometers away, her gaze fixating on the male zombie for a fleeting moment before shifting to Yu Qingxian. Cherishing realized he had been disregarded. Nowadays, both humans and zombies truly seem to regard him, a high-ranking zombie, with utter disdain. Such is the decline of societal values. Qingxian did not alight from his vehicle. Initially, he had believed that the person who delivered his medicine was a formidable individual, intending to recruit him into his team. However, upon learning from Wen Qian that the individual was a zombie, he abandoned that notion. His 3 squad members had remained at the official base. With the zombies growing increasingly powerful, Qingxian was reluctant to let those 3 comrades accompany him. Hence, they were left behind at the official base. He was not fond of remaining in one location for too long. More importantly, Qingxian had developed a certain fondness for Wen Qian, who was even more averse to staying at the base. Even if alone, she was determined to leave. Qingxian understood that Wen Qian was not as gentle or in need of protection as her name suggested, yet he could not help but follow her. However, he was perplexed as to why she was so fixated on that little zombie. He did not inquire, nor did he feel compelled to know. At that moment, Qingxian fixated his gaze upon Yu Qingxian, eager to discern the unique characteristics of this peculiar little zombie. Indeed, it was quite extraordinary. He had never encountered a zombie with such a vibrant green hue before. However, he was equally curious as to why this little zombie would assist humans. Noticing the attention of both individuals directed towards her, Yu Qingxian clung to Cherishing, attempting to hide behind him. Yet, it was futile. He effortlessly lifted her from behind. "They cannot comprehend my words," Yu Qingxian remarked. She had already attempted this when confronting the mother and daughter duo, realizing that humans were unable to understand her speech. Upon hearing this, Cherishing responded, "It's because you are reluctant to communicate with humans. Why not try speaking in a manner they can understand?" Yu Qingxian, taken aback by his suggestion, wore a look of confusion. She had always spoken this way. Nevertheless, since Cherishing had proposed it, "You can speak for me." She retreated further behind him. Cherishing exclaimed, "Come on, just say it yourself." However, this time he refrained from pulling Yu Qingxian forward and instead cast his gaze towards Wen Qian. Cherishing had become quite proficient in the language of humans. His voice no longer rasping but rather sounding like that of an ordinary boy, neither particularly melodious nor unpleasant. After all, Yu Qingxian's discerning ears had been finely tuned by numerous radio dramas and various animated series. Thus, what might seem average to her could very well be considered pleasant to an ordinary person. Contemplating this, Qingxian wondered whether her favorite voice actors were still alive. Should she reach out for a photograph? In the past, when those voice actors appeared, there were so many fans that she dared not attend. At this moment, Qingxian began to drift into her thoughts once again. She was genuinely surprised by the fact that two zombies could coexist, especially since the system had previously stated that zombies would not exhibit such behavior. It was particularly unlikely for two powerful zombies to congregate. Of course, perhaps lower-level zombies might do so. Hence, Wen Qiang suspected that Qingxian was under the control of Cherishing. However, given the current circumstances, the relationship between these two zombies seemed to suggest the opposite. I apologize. I am merely curious about this particular zombie. After her transformation, her combat abilities have not only failed to increase but have diminished instead. I have long desired to investigate this, of course, without any ill intent, Wen Qiang remarked. From the words of the male zombie, she gleaned that the little zombie did not consume humans. This suggested that she might still retain some vestiges of human conscience. Otherwise, she would not have assisted Qingxian in procuring medicine. However, the extent of this retention remained unclear to Wen Qiang, likely minimal. If she still possessed human awareness, she would likely desire to reintegrate into the human world rather than linger among her undead counterparts. Listening to Wen Qiang, Cherishing narrowed his eyes slightly, clearly skeptical of her assertions. The notion that mere curiosity could lead one to accompany Qingxian for over half a year was simply implausible to him. He quietly inquired of Qingxian, "Do you believe it?" As for Cherishing's question, Qingxian chose to disregard it entirely. Having grown accustomed to her manner, Cherishing relayed her words to Wen Qiang. After hearing Qingxian's sentiments through Cherishing, Wen Qiang appeared poised to say something further but ultimately opted for silence. "Rest assured, I shall not make my presence known again. I will keep your matters to myself." Wen Qiang initially believed that this zombie would share a common language with her. However, it appears that their lack of social harmony does not imply compatibility. There is no need to pursue this zombie any further. As Qingxian started the vehicle, he cast a glance at Qingxian, expressing his gratitude for the previous medicine. After uttering these words, Qingxian raised the car window, and the vehicle passed by Qingxian and Cherishing. Qingxian felt no stir at the human's gratitude. "I thought you did good deeds merely for the sake of that thank you," Cherishing remarked with some surprise. Such matters would typically bring joy to humans. Yet Qingxian seemed untouched. Her expression remained unchanged from before. "I did not perform these acts for the sake of hearing thank you. Rather, it brings me joy." "And that is all," Qingxian replied, indicating that her actions were solely for her own satisfaction. Perhaps individuals of her disposition, when integrated into a group, belong to the more selfish category. One must first find joy for oneself before extending it to others. She engaged in good deeds purely out of personal desire. Indeed, she could not emulate her parents in being a benevolent person. As Qingxian contemplated this, she noticed Cherishing staring at her. She felt a twinge of confusion. What is this fellow staring at? She is not a paragon of beauty. What happened to your face? Did you sew it up? Cherishing inquired. You only just noticed? My skills are quite commendable, aren't they? Qingxian tossed her long hair with pride. It's terrible, Cherishing replied candidly, even though she had sewn it crookedly, resulting in several puncture marks. Fortunately, it was her own face that had suffered, sparing other zombies from her handiwork. Chapter 68. What an outrageous demand. Qingxian understood that zombies lacked an appreciation for artistry and did not hold grudges against them. However, she suddenly recalled something. She promptly retrieved the third-tier crystal core from her backpack and returned it to Cherishing. This crystal core is for you. You have no idea how I've been targeted by those zombies while carrying it. It has been quite a struggle. Yu Qingxian handed the crystal core to Cherishing, finally able to shed this burdensome item. She had carried this core for 2 months without consuming a single bite. Who was she trying to deceive? Cherishing remained skeptical of Yu Qingxian's hardships. As long as she remained vigilant, it was unlikely that any zombie would dare to snatch anything from her. Yu Qingxian was unfazed by Cherishing's exposure of her fib. Instead, she perched herself atop her suitcase. She activated the suitcase, and Cherishing instinctively followed beside her. As for the crystal core, Cherishing did not consume it, but placed it into a small pouch at his waist. When Yu Qingxian glanced over, she noticed a small pouch had appeared at his side. She was curious about its contents, but after inserting the crystal core, it had become noticeably plump. Nevertheless, it mattered little. The crystal core had already been returned to Cherishing. You must be on the verge of leveling up, right? Yu Qingxian inquired. Yes, soon. Cherishing replied. If it weren't for being pursued by that little pervert, he might have already advanced. However, he seemed to have hit a snag and was uncertain of how to proceed. Upon hearing Cherishing's words, Yu Qingxian was suddenly reminded of his golden and crimson eyes, and couldn't help but exclaim, a level 4. 5 zombie, how intriguing, it's my first encounter. Likewise, Cherishing replied, undeterred by the revelation, as he too had never encountered a non-carnivorous zombie. I initially planned to return your crystal core at Autumn Color Lake in September, but I didn't expect to meet you here. So, will you still go in September? Yu Qingxian pondered, aware that her aspirations were numerous, and feared she might not make it to Autumn Color Lake then. Of course, just as you mentioned before, Cherishing responded. Yu Qingxian regarded him thoughtfully. Does the scenery truly matter? You, as a zombie, cannot appreciate it anyway. While her assertion was accurate, Cherishing felt an inexplicable discontent. In any case, we shall go and see, he concluded. Indeed, let us go, Yu Qingxian affirmed. After uttering this, she suddenly turned her gaze back to Cherishing. I happen to know of another zombie. He is above level 5. If you have any uncertainties, I can take you to meet him, and perhaps he may enlighten you. This revelation took Cherishing by surprise. She was acquainted with another zombie, one even of a higher level than himself. The past 2 months had been quite eventful for Yu Qingxian. I doubt that zombie would teach me anything. Rather, he would likely shatter my skull, Cherishing candidly remarked. He felt certain that such a powerful being would do everything in its power to eliminate him, especially as he was on the verge of reaching level 5. How could they possibly coexist amicably? Why do you think so? Yu Qingxian inquired, puzzled. After all, she believed that aside from his penchant for daydreaming, I was quite gentle for a zombie. Of course, much like Qingxian, he lacked the ability to appreciate such qualities. If an adversary proved stronger, one could only resign oneself to subservience or face annihilation. Zombies, too, possess a sense of pride. They cannot allow themselves to be subordinate to others of their kind. Such a stance would only empower the dominant zombie, leaving the weaker ones unable to partake in fresh flesh. It is essential to reign as the sovereign. Upon hearing this, Yu Qingxian also recognized the truth in these sentiments. There existed no notion of cooperation among zombies. The only path to strength was through the consumption of more blood and flesh. Otherwise, even if one were to acquire a crystal core, it would only result in being crushed by another zombie. Contemplating this, Yu Qingxian fell into silence, observing her quietude. Qingxian halted her suitcase with a deft hand and skillfully extended the pull rod from behind. Yu Qingxian found herself redirected entirely. She had not anticipated that this old bull would display such awareness. I can only escort you out of the city. I shall not accompany you further. Qingxian seemed to have begun to understand Yu Qingxian. Even before she had the chance to speak, he had already articulated his thoughts. He had previously mentioned that he was unlike Qingxian. He was a true zombie, incapable of refraining from consuming humans for her sake. Moreover, her act of saving others appeared utterly perplexing to him. In her presence, he would perpetually remain under her influence, even without her uttering a word. Despite her encouragement to act freely, her very essence exuded an aura of prohibition. Upon reaching the city's edge, Qingxian released Qingxian's suitcase, and she activated her own. Then, "I'll see you in September. Don't perish, as I have no means to reach you." Qingxian waved goodbye to Cherishing, marking the conclusion of their brief reunion. No one could predict whether they would still exist in this world come tomorrow. Humanity remained oblivious, as did the zombies. He patted the pouch at his waist, contemplating the unreasonable demands of this world. There were indeed formidable humans and numerous zombies here. One could only hope that by September, his head would still be intact. She mused that perhaps a full well-wish for safe travels would be appropriate at this moment. However, uttering such words to a zombie seemed rather futile. Qingxian input her desired destination, and the map responded accordingly, charting a course for her. It even indicated which base would serve best as a midway respite. Yet, as she scrutinized the proposed route, she felt utterly dismayed. It was a path that led her straight into the throng of humanity. With this thought, she retrieved a photograph from her backpack, depicting herself alongside her parents. They were smiling joyfully, while her own expression was devoid of emotion. She truly felt like a failure. Even in a shared moment with her parents, she couldn't muster a smile. Gazing at the photograph, she remained dry-eyed, fully aware that most others would be weeping profusely in such a situation. Yet, she had no desire to cry. Nevertheless, she understood the significance of her parents in her life. Since childhood, she had struggled to integrate into the social circles of humanity. This disconnection had been most pronounced during her teenage years, particularly around the ages of 15 and 16, when even the presence of strangers or acquaintances could induce physical discomfort. Even visits to the doctor were of little help, as she scarcely absorbed the physician's words. But why? Why does this symptom diminish significantly after transforming into a zombie? Qingxian is perplexed and cannot comprehend the reason. Chapter 69. Once again sensing the coldness within her, Qingxian's next destination is a place she has long anticipated. It is also a place she once expressed a desire to visit to witness the snow. However, it appears that the location is now devoid of snow, replaced instead by blossoms. Yet, this area is typically blanketed in heavy snow throughout the year. Is it truly possible to see flowers? Perhaps she should explore a flower seed shop. If there are no flowers, she will simply scatter seeds along her path. In any case, spring of next year will surely bring forth blossoms, will it not? Even after the harshest of winters, flowers can bloom in the spring to come. Although Qingxian intends to select flower seeds, she finds herself in a quandary upon seeing the plethora of seeds available. Which seeds can thrive in the northern climate? Yet, casting a glance at the sunlight outside, she realizes her worries may be unfounded. She abandons the idea of conventional seeds and instead seeks out mutated flower seeds that have emerged in this apocalyptic world. There are plenty to be found along the roadside. These flowers are remarkably beautiful. While some have yet to bear seeds, others already do. Observing the plants in the fields, Qingxian places her suitcase, along with her backpack. At the side, she intends to venture into the thicket, recalling how her clothes were torn when she last navigated through the rose bushes. Nevertheless, she slightly shifts her belongings closer to the roadside, concerned about being spotted by passing survivors. Yet, in such desolate areas, it is likely that days may pass without encountering another living soul, alleviating her fears. With determined steps, Qingxian crosses the drainage ditch and delves into the thorns. However, just as she takes a few steps forward, it seems that something has ensnared her foot. It was not because Qingxian felt anything, but rather when she realized her predicament, she found herself suspended upside down. Her long skirt was flipped over, obscuring her view entirely. Qingxian stretched out her hand to push the fabric down, only to discover amidst the thorns a stunningly beautiful morning glory. At that moment, she was ensnared by the vine of the flower, which had wrapped itself around one of her legs. With great effort, Qingxian managed to catch a glimpse of the vine on her leg, adorned with verdant leaves and exquisite blossoms. Staring at those flowers, she exclaimed, "I am blooming." Yet, she could not remain suspended in this manner. Although dusk was approaching, the sun would rise again by morning. If she continued to dangle here, she would undoubtedly be scorched into a desiccated corpse by its rays. Qingxian reached out into the air, attempting to grasp something. However, it seemed the morning glory was aware of her intentions, and it lifted her several more meters higher. At this point, she was likely over 10 meters above the ground, and still hanging headfirst. Preoccupied with her predicament, she could not attend to what lay behind her. Yet, from this vantage point, she could clearly see her surroundings. This appeared to be someone's vegetable garden, now overrun with various creeping plants. It was remarkable that this morning glory, which once required support from other plants or trellises to thrive, could now hoist her, weighing 90 pounds, with such ease. How impressive! Indeed, the apocalypse had rendered many things extraordinarily powerful. Even she, a socially anxious individual reluctant to leave her room, had embarked on a hiking adventure. Thus, whatever transpired in this world would no longer surprise Qingxian. However, she desperately wished to be set down. The morning glory, however, was oblivious to her pleas. Instead of releasing her, it swung her around like a windmill. With her arms crossed, Qingxian was tossed back and forth, yet she felt no sense of engorgement. Indeed, there were advantages to becoming a zombie. The sudden silence from Qingxian seemed to displease the morning glory, which promptly hurled her away. She landed on the ground, rolling several times before coming to rest in a sprawled position. As she sat up, her gaze met that of a pair of beautiful eyes. This was neither a zombie nor a human, but rather a large white dog. Its size surpassed that of any dog she had previously encountered. After a 3-minute stare between the corpse and the dog, Qingxian finally realized that it was a mutated canine, akin to the large wolfhound that accompanied Jiu Wanqing. However, she had never kept a dog, nor a cat for that matter. Oh, she had once, but they had long since passed away. The indifference to human mortality did not extend to her lost pets. She had wept profusely when the tabby that had grown up with her died at the age of 10. In retrospect, that was the most profound expression of her emotions. It was not the loss of her parents that had moved her so deeply, but the passing of a mere cat. Once again, Qingxian sensed the chill within her. The dog was enormous, its collar seemingly unbreakable, tightly constricting around its neck. What once provided a sense of security had now become a threat to its life. Qingxian understood that it might perceive her as a human, seeking assistance. Had it been a true zombie, it might have lunged at her in that moment. Qingxian rose to her feet and approached. Yet the large white dog did not retreat. Uncertain whether I could sever the collar, I realized I held no blade. Qingxian reached out and grasped the collar, and an overwhelming fragrance enveloped the air. Indeed, the collar had been tightly constricted around the dog's neck. As she held onto it, the mutated creature seemed to writhe in pain, trembling throughout its body, yet it refrained from instinctively attacking Qingxian. With both hands, she clutched the collar's edges and, with a determined pull, it snapped apart. The collar was, in fact, rather loose, not intended to bind it. Thus, this mutated dog had grown considerably without succumbing to its grasp, enduring the encumbrance for over half a year. Qingxian glanced at the name on the dog tag, Tyrannosaurus Rex. So this is your name? You are called Tyrannosaurus Rex. Her eyes widened in astonishment as she gazed at the massive creature before her. At that moment, the dog lay on the ground, experiencing a sudden release that eased its taut nerves. The previously bleeding wounds had ceased to flow. Qingxian tilted her head, marveling at the impressive self-healing abilities it possessed. Perhaps it was this very ability that saved its life. Observing the collar in her hand, she noted that it was nearly worn through, marked by numerous scratches. However, since the collar had embedded itself into the flesh, even the dog's considerable strength could not simply tear it away. Rising, she carried the collar to the edge of the waterway. The stream flowed gently, and she crouched down to cleanse her hands and the collar of the bloodstains. Only then did she place it beside the water. Tyrannosaurus Rex, swaying unsteadily, followed closely behind her. However, it appeared to have gone quite some time without nourishment. Its size merely an illusion created by its fur, for it bore little flesh. The only assistance Qingxian could offer was this. She never anticipated that capturing a single bird would prove to be such a formidable challenge. These birds had already mutated, their movements remarkably agile. Fortunately, diligence bore fruit. At last, in the dead of night, she discovered a nest of bird eggs. She even seized the nest itself. The two birds pursued her, pecking at her in protest. This left Qingxian utterly speechless. Why was she exerting herself so fervently for a dog whose owner she did not even know? Alas, this was a solitary endeavor. As long as this mutated canine regained its strength, its combat prowess would undoubtedly surpass her own. There was no cause for concern. Moreover, the dog's owner need not worry. Their Tyrannosaurus was still alive. Chapter 70. Would she meet her demise on this path? Qingxian fed the Tyrannosaurus 5 mutated bird eggs. Naturally, 5 eggs would barely suffice for a typical child, let alone a large mutated dog. Yet, this was all she could do. Initially, she had hoped to capture a few mutated birds, but ultimately had to settle for taking an entire nest. In her heart, she mourned for the 5 bird eggs. Apologies. After consuming the 5 eggs, the Tyrannosaurus appeared to be in somewhat better condition, although it was still not enough to satiate its hunger. It was certainly an improvement over the prospect of a lifeless body and a dog staring blankly into space. Qingxian was unaware of whether the Tyrannosaurus's owner was still alive. If they were, why would they abandon this dog? Thus, it was highly probable that they had already passed away. Of course, Qingxian had no means to bring along this large dog. It had already transformed into a mutated creature, bleeding daily, yet had not succumbed to the zombies, sufficiently demonstrating its formidable nature. Exiting the room with her suitcase in tow, Qingxian took a few steps forward. However, the moment she moved, the Tyrannosaurus Rex, which had just closed its eyes, immediately stood up, intent on following her. After merely 2 steps, the dinosaur clamped its jaws onto the hem of her skirt, causing her to halt abruptly. Despite her natural stubbornness, she exerted herself to continue moving forward. The T-Rex, unwilling to let her go, tugged back, resulting in the already delicate fabric being torn asunder. The sight of the dinosaur holding a piece of her skirt in its mouth was quite the spectacle. Realizing its misstep, the Tyrannosaurus quickly lowered its head in submission and lay down. Yet, Qingxian paid it no mind. She opened her suitcase and retrieved another dress. Tardier! I have a spare dress. She regarded the dinosaur with a proud expression. It turned out that the white dress was already soiled with dirt from the morning glory, and a change was indeed warranted. The T-Rex observed as Qingxian donned her new dress, performing a little display before it, its eyes gleaming with excitement. Aware of its earlier mistake. Yet, Qingxian did not chastise it. Discarding the damaged skirt aside, she then earnestly gazed at the Tyrannosaurus. I am uncertain whether you can comprehend my words, but I feel compelled to express this. I lack the capability to care for such a large dog. Perhaps Jiu Wanqing or Wen Qian would be more suited for the task. Firstly, I am a zombie, albeit one that refrains from consuming food. My intellect is rather limited. And I lack the means to sustain you. Although I could assist in procuring dog food, I would undoubtedly struggle to carry a substantial amount. Qingxian patiently elucidated this to the Tyrannosaurus Rex, primarily because the areas she traversed were either desolate or infested with zombies. It was clear that the Tyrannosaurus Rex could not accompany her. Should they encounter a high-level zombie, such a mutated creature would surely present a delectable feast. Thus, she believed it best for the Tyrannosaurus Rex to tread its own path. Noticing that the Tyrannosaurus Rex seemed to grasp her words, Qingxian seized a suitcase and exited the courtyard of the house. The courtyard appeared modest, as did the dwelling itself, perhaps designed for warmth. However, the current temperature was quite high, rendering such low structures stifling. Qingxian stepped out of the courtyard and continued onward. Initially, she sought to find flower seeds. But the temperamental morning glory had merely tossed her about during the day. Should she venture forth again, the morning glory might swallow her whole. In this post-apocalyptic world, flora might consume living beings or even zombies. Yet, after walking approximately 1 to 2 kilometers, she sensed the Tyrannosaurus Rex trailing behind her. Although it endeavored to conceal itself, its mutated form was significantly larger than before. Consequently, while it managed to hide its head, its entire body remained exposed. Qingxian felt a sense of exasperation. Having only cared for a cat nearly 2 decades ago, now tending to such a large dog was proving to be quite the challenge. Clearly, the Tyrannosaurus Rex possesses an owner. Qingxian merely unfastened its collar, not having accomplished any grand feat. Why, then, does it choose to follow her? Qingxian has no intention of attending to it. She believes that if she ignores it today, it will eventually depart. This thought lingered in her mind. Yet, 5 days later, the dinosaur continues to trail behind her. Though it occasionally wanders off for several hours, it invariably returns. When it stands on all fours, its back reaches over 1 meter in height. If it were to rise fully, it would likely exceed 2 meters. Qingxian feels a sense of helplessness regarding this situation. Nevertheless, she pays it no mind. Over the past few days, she has taken a keen interest in photographing the wildflowers that bloom by the roadside. Enthusiastically, she crouches down to capture their essence from various angles. These delicate blossoms, originally small and unassuming at the edge of the road, appear to lift the heavens in her photographs. After reviewing her shots, Qingxian feels a swell of pride. Her photographic skills have seen a remarkable transformation over the past few months. While she may lack innate talent, the sheer volume of her practice has brought forth a qualitative change. At this moment, as she surveys the roadside, she notices a plethora of hardy trees, though they now seem on the verge of wilting under the relentless sun. After all, these trees are resilient to cold, not to heat. However, as she passes a small hillock, she spots a striking red pine among the withered yellow trees. This hue is not ordinary, it is reminiscent of blood. Qingxian remains at the foot of the hill, refraining from advancing. She takes a couple of steps back and captures an image of the blood-red pine. Despite its somewhat eerie beauty, it is undeniably captivating. However, Qingxian was acutely aware that such a peculiar existence in the post-apocalyptic world was fraught with peril. Although the pine tree might prove useful if felled, she chose not to ascend the mountain but instead continued her forward journey. Having found insufficient flower seeds, she intended to search for them in the nearby town. Should she fail to locate any seeds suitable for the current temperature, she planned to procure some when she ventured southward, intending to plant them in the spring of the following year, provided, of course, that she was still alive as a zombie by then. Qingxian unfolded her map and realized she had reached the northernmost point of her country. In previous years, This place in June would typically experience temperatures around a mere 10 degrees. Even under the shelter of her umbrella, she felt rather listless. Checking her phone, she was stunned to discover the temperature was a scorching 42 degrees. No wonder she felt so lethargic. The heat was overwhelming. Yet, she pondered, would such high temperatures be fatal on this road? If death were to come, she mused, it ought to be in a graceful manner. With that thought, Qingxian decided to halt her progress. She retrieved her entrenching tool, preparing to dig a grave for herself. However, just as she squatted down, she heard a sound. Instantly, she grabbed her suitcase and tumbled down into the roadside ditch, lying flat against the ground. Although it felt somewhat like a futile attempt to hide, Qingxian had no alternative. The oppressive heat had dulled her senses of taste and hearing, making it impossible to run any significant distance. Fortunately, the ditch was relatively deep, approximately 1 meter high. It was originally designed for snowmelt drainage, but now, devoid of snow, it remained dry. Moreover, there lay 50 centimeters of soil by the roadside, overrun with wild grasses, effectively providing a robust cover. Chapter 71. Do not hesitate. Proceed directly. At this moment, Qingxian remained motionless in the ditch, suddenly reminded of the Tyrannosaurus Rex. She pondered whether that foolish dog had found refuge. Yet, if it had not, it might not pose an issue. After all, many teams of supernatural beings kept mutated animals to assist them in combat. Thus, Qingxian worried less about the Tyrannosaurus and more about her own safety. She soon noticed a vehicle had halted at a distance, from which emerged a group of individuals. They scanned their surroundings with careful scrutiny before ascending the hillside. Observing them, Qingxian gazed at the summit, swiftly grasping their objective, the blood pine tree. Indeed, this mutated flora was not immune to human greed. Fortunately, they were not there to capture her. At that moment, Qingxian dared not move, crouching in the waterway, and instinctively grasped a handful of grass to adorn her head. Below, 4 or 5 individuals stood guard with firearms before the vehicle, while the remainder cautiously made their way up the hill. Qingxian noted that some among them donned specialized helmets and carried apparatuses resembling fire extinguishers on their backs. She was unaware of their purpose, but their full armament suggested they had conducted prior reconnaissance. It was possible that others had suffered misfortunes at the hands of this peculiar tree. Qingxian remained oblivious to the significance of the crimson pine. Yet she could hear distant rumblings, followed by a thunderous explosion. The individuals before the vehicle turned in astonishment towards the mountain's peak. At this moment, a sudden blaze erupted at the mountain summit, with serpentine flames whipped up by the wind, soaring into the heavens. Qingxian hesitated to retrieve her camera, resorting instead to capturing a few images and recording the scene with her phone. Soon after, several individuals came rushing down from the peak. "Get in the car. The fire won't consume that tree." The leader appeared somewhat flustered, glancing back as they ran, as though something sinister was pursuing them. The group hastily entered the vehicle, flinging open the doors. Once they had scrambled inside, the car sped away. Qingxian remained transfixed by the inferno atop the mountain, watching as the vehicles vanished from sight. It was evident that arson was at play. She pondered whether the flames might spread, consuming several peaks. Clearly, those individuals had remained on the mountain. After waiting for half an hour, the fire showed no signs of spreading. She heard the rustling of leaves, and a wisp of bluish smoke curled up from the summit, followed by an eerie stillness. Qingxian climbed up from the ditch to the roadside, brushing off the grass from her head. Soon, a nauseating odor wafted toward her. It seemed those individuals had met their fate. She hoisted her suitcase from the ditch and gazed at the summit for a moment, noticing the repugnant scent gradually dissipating. With a quickened pace, she approached and discovered that the once lush trees had been reduced to charred remnants, yet the blood pine stood defiantly, its presence almost luminescent. In fact, Qingxian perceived that its hue appeared even more vibrant than before. At that moment, she comprehended the ominous truth: this tree feasted on humanity. Yet, it was apparent that its existence in such a location posed a significant safety hazard. It was only natural for mankind to seek its eradication. Alternatively, one might ponder the medicinal or other intrinsic values that this blood pine might possess. Qingxian refrained from greeting it, instead opting to capture several photographs with her phone. Given the multitude of people vying for its attention, it is likely that it will soon be uprooted entirely. Seizing the opportunity to admire it while she can, Qingxian gazed at it a moment longer. As dusk approached, she finally arrived at a quaint little town, which exuded a picturesque charm. The streets were not paved with mundane concrete, but rather adorned with exquisite cobblestones. The surrounding houses were constructed of wood, featuring large glass windows that seemed designed for the enjoyment of the snowy vistas. Yet, at this moment, all Qingxian could see were the coniferous trees. This place, once perpetually blanketed in snow, now revealed the rocks beneath as the snow melted, presenting a unique and captivating landscape. Amidst the rocky terrain, tufts of green grass emerged from the soil, leading Qingxian to speculate that this area would be ideal for grazing cattle or sheep, given the abundant rocky outcrops. She chose a modest building with a pleasing view to settle into. After tidying up slightly, she ventured out into the night. The temperature had indeed dropped significantly, yet her spirits were notably elevated. Traversing the entire town, she ascended a nearby mountain. From the summit, she beheld a sweeping panorama of the town below. Turning her gaze to the north, she glimpsed another country in the distance. However, with its vast expanse and sparse population, there was little concern about a horde of zombies encroaching upon her. The town she had entered was merely a quaint locale for appreciating the winter's snow-laden pines, while the city, situated over 10 kilometers away, was the true hub of human activity. It felt akin to gliding on a sled across a frozen lake or skiing down pristine slopes. However, Qingxian found herself unable to partake in such pursuits anymore. Although a tinge of regret lingered, she did not harbor a strong desire to engage in them. Nevertheless, in the depths of the night, she set forth towards a neighboring city abundant with entertainment options. Traversing over 10 kilometers, she took 2 hours to arrive. As the winding road added some distance to her journey, surrounded by mountains, this region led southwest into a vast mountain range. The birch forests here had yet to don their golden hues typical of autumn and winter. Yet the sound of the wind rustling through the leaves made her feel as though the trees were applauding her passage. Suddenly, Qingxian halted, raising her hand to wave at the trees on either side. "How polite!" She chuckled, a smile gracing her features. Although she had previously seen videos of others strolling through various forests during the day, this was her inaugural experience walking along such a woodland path at night. Perching on her suitcase, she could not resist singing a song about the birch forest. However, snow was absent from this location. The ambience, though lacking in intensity, did not diminish her joy. Yet, just a bit further north lay a prime spot for viewing the northern lights. After a moment's reflection, she realized the timing was not ideal. The best season for witnessing the aurora borealis is typically after September. She had arrived during the peak of summer, a period marked by significant climatic changes on Earth. Qingxian mused that when it comes to traveling, one should seize the moment without hesitation, provided they possess both time and financial means. For when the desire to travel arises, that is indeed the most opportune time to embark on a journey. Qingxian gazed at the map, adhering to an exceptionally ordinary travel itinerary, and set off towards the northernmost outpost. This town stands as the furthest north within the entire nation. However, Qingxian did not dare to stride boldly into the area. The air was imbued with a certain fragrance, indicating the presence of humanity. This realization rendered her somewhat cautious. After all, The city that experienced the earliest sunrise also housed a military presence. Thus, she resolved to exercise discretion, wishing not to disturb the stationed troops. Fortunately, the locale was relatively expansive, allowing her to pass unnoticed. She observed the flag for a moment before retrieving her phone to capture a photograph alongside the national emblem. Chapter 72. Are these individuals geniuses? Qingxian did not witness the aurora in this place, and as night fell, she proceeded to her next destination. Little did she anticipate that the Tyrannosaurus Rex was trailing her. After more than a week of recovery, it appeared somewhat more robust than before. Previously, the creature would avoid her gaze, seemingly aware of her lack of intent to drive it away, thus becoming increasingly unreserved. Qingxian chose to ignore it, dragging her suitcase while following the directional signs. In such a tourist hotspot, there was no need to consult the map. Signs were abundant. At this moment, she no longer held the map given to her by an individual in the black market, but rather a brochure she had obtained from the ticket office. Each time she arrived at a new site, she posed for photos with the stone monuments. As she perused the images on her phone, Qingxian found herself momentarily taken aback. The snapshots of herself alongside those iconic landmarks evoked memories of her parents. Qingxian immediately opened the album and discovered the photographs her parents had sent her previously. Indeed, she was standing in the very spot where her parents had once stood. However, her understanding came too late. Now, 3.5 years later, she had begun to grasp the significance of the photos her parents had shared with her. People may pass away, and landscapes may change, yet traces of them linger throughout this world. Qingxian was not alone. Her parents were there with her. She gazed at the photograph and swiped right to reveal another image, which depicted the same scenery. Her parents truly possessed immense patience. Beyond the photos and videos, they had provided various written explanations. Qingxian placed the sightseeing brochure she held on the roadside, choosing instead to absorb the sights through her parents' words. Though the experience was different, she opened the video, and her mother's voice filled the air. The scenery captured in the video mirrored the view before her. She looked out at the distant landscape while listening to her mother's voice, as if the three of them were traveling together. As the video unfolded, Qingxian climbed to the viewing platform on the cliff by the river, taking in the serpentine curves of the landscape. This location offered a sweeping vista. She could see far into the distance. She tucked her phone into her pocket and held her camera to capture the moment. Qingxian was unaware whether this sudden climatic shift between the north and south was temporary or a new norm. Nonetheless, since she was there, she felt compelled to take photographs. However, through the lens of her camera, she spotted a dark creature emerging from the river, its identity unknown. Qingxian swiftly stowed her camera and retrieved her binoculars to examine the area more closely. Before her stood what appeared to be a colossal fish, yet to her astonishment, it bore claws upon its body. Its gaping maw was filled with sharp teeth. Oh! What on earth is that? The fish has come ashore. No! She had witnessed fish emerge from the water before, but none had been of such magnitude. Surely, it could swallow something as small as herself whole. Moreover, it was crawling from the river towards her homeland. Qingxian blinked, unable to resist the urge to wish the bizarre creature would venture to the other side. As she pondered whether this giant fish would refrain from consuming zombies, a zombie deer stumbled past her, its nearly detached head wobbling precariously. Suddenly, the fish unleashed a long tongue from its mouth, ensnaring the zombie deer. Although no sound reached her ears, Qingxian felt a twinge of discomfort in her bones. It turned out this great fish feasted on zombies as well. The creature crushed trees beneath its weight as it ascended the riverbank, making its way towards the city. Just as Qingxian's concerns mounted, several off-road vehicles approached along the road. The giant fish paused, alerted by the commotion. Qingxian glanced around. Clutching her suitcase as she crouched behind a garbage bin, cautiously observing the unfolding scene. A few individuals disembarked from the vehicles, though they wore no uniforms, indicating that they were members of a team of supernatural beings. Qingxian scrutinized their faces one by one. Splendid. Not a single one was familiar. As she watched the adept individuals skillfully wielding fishing nets to capture the fish, she couldn't help but gasp in astonishment, covering her face in disbelief. Were these individuals geniuses? She mused that since the fish had developed legs, it no longer required breathing and could naturally ascend from the water. However, due to the outbreak of zombification, Qingxian found her thoughts ensnared. Once that fish had flopped ashore, it was no longer an ordinary fish. She had not anticipated that these individuals would employ a fishing net, one evidently crafted for such a purpose, for no matter how fiercely the zombified fish struggled, it could not free itself. Yet, unable to escape, the zombified fish began to expel a corrosive saliva. Should it land upon a person, it would surely not result in death, but rather in the shedding of skin. Clearly, these individuals had clashed with this mutated fish on numerous occasions, allowing them to easily evade its noxious spit. As the zombified fish unleashed its powerful tongue, one among them swiftly severed it with a knife. Subsequently, several others brandished submachine guns and unleashed a barrage upon the creature. The firearms were equipped with silencers, rendering the sounds nearly inaudible to Qingxian. After a fierce skirmish, the zombified fish lay still. The leading man approached, brandishing his knife, and pried open the fish's head, extracting a crystalline core from within. Observing his deft movements, Qingxian couldn't help but cradle her head in disbelief. How many zombies must one have slain to attain such proficiency? Their arrival, of course, attracted more zombies. Yet these individuals appeared unfazed. Having secured their prize, they promptly turned and boarded their vehicles. As the zombies drew near, the vehicles plowed through them, departing with haste. Some of the flung zombies quickly regained their footing, furiously pursuing the vehicles with the speed of sprinters. However, the zombies followed the vehicle, retreating beyond Qingxian's line of sight, prompting her to prepare for departure. Indeed, she was perilously close to humanity, and it was evident that these individuals possessed considerable combat experience, far from being mere civilians. With her suitcase in hand, Qingxian discreetly left the area, opting for a narrow mountain path instead of the road. This rugged trail rendered it impossible to roll her suitcase. She could only carry it. The path was flanked by wild grass, indicating that it had long been untouched by human feet. One could only wonder where the Tyrannosaurus had previously concealed itself, as it was evident that its hiding place was far superior to her own. As she observed the Tyrannosaurus, it suddenly bared its teeth. Just as Qingxian was beginning to feel perplexed, the Tyrannosaurus leaped over her head. It was then that she turned her gaze forward, only to find several zombie deer obstructing her way. Qingxian remained unperturbed, pulling out her phone to snap a few photographs of the nearby zombie deer. She felt no fear, for these creatures were not pursuing her. Rather, they were intent on the living Tyrannosaurus. The Tyrannosaurus barked at the zombie deer, causing them to retreat a few steps, albeit merely to gather their strength. Realizing that she could not dissuade them, Qingxian chose to ascend higher, relinquishing the area to the Tyrannosaurus and the zombie deer. She set her suitcase down securely and retrieved her camera, ready to record the impending clash of life and death between the Tyrannosaurus and the zombie deer. The question lingered: who would emerge victorious in this epic showdown? The answer awaited revelation. Qingxian even thoughtfully provided audio for the video. In Chapter 73, the zombies that had previously followed her had fled in hunger. The Tyrannosaurus Rex possessed extraordinary self-healing abilities, a fact that Qingxian was well aware of. However, when she witnessed the creature emanating electric sparks, she felt a surge of astonishment. It appeared that the Tyrannosaurus was not merely a mutated animal, but rather a being endowed with extraordinary powers. With electric currents enveloping its form, It charged forward, swiftly dismantling the head of the initial zombie raindoor with a single swipe of its claw. The raindoor's brain splattered onto the ground, its body swaying momentarily before crashing down with a resounding thud. Clearly, the Tyrannosaurus boasted considerable combat experience, fully aware of how to eliminate zombies. After all, for over half a year, it had endured daily bloodshed. Zombie creatures exhibited an acute sensitivity to the scent of blood. And to survive for such an extended period while bearing grave injuries truly justified the Tyrannosaurus's name. With remarkable efficiency, it dispatched the remaining zombie reindeer. Yet, instead of departing immediately, the Tyrannosaurus began rummaging through the skulls of the fallen creatures with its claws. Qingxian listened as the creature completed its search, and then emitted a sound towards her, assuming that perhaps a fragment of the reindeer's skull was lodged in its foot. She approached to investigate. To her surprise, she discovered that the Tyrannosaurus had pushed two crystalline cores toward her. Qingxian was taken aback. Was she some sort of zoo monkey that everyone felt compelled to feed? While advanced zombies were one thing, why would even a dog wish to offer her sustenance? Did she appear to be on the verge of starvation? For me. No, you should eat it yourself. Qingxian waved her hand, indicating her disinterest in eating. Seeing her refusal, the Tyrannosaurus lowered its head and swallowed the two crystal cores. After an indeterminate period, Qingxian realized she had seemingly arrived at a ski resort. However, she merely glanced at the entrance, for there was no snow in this place, rendering skiing impossible. Within the resort, zombies roamed, clad in ski attire, evidently former tourists. As she surveyed her surroundings, she noticed a location containing a number of dogs, all transformed into zombie dogs, having gone without sustenance for over half a year. Many had succumbed to death, leaving only a few alive. Yet, their appearance suggested they were so starved they might resort to cannibalism, exuding a menacing aura. Qingxian did not approach to open the door, feeling hesitant and fearful of a potential dog bite. After wandering for a while, she stumbled upon a sled. An idea sparked in her mind, and she decided to pull the sled out. Originally meant for reindeer, she believed it would serve perfectly to harness the Tyrannosaurus. Elated, she called the dinosaur over and hastily secured the sled's ropes around its body, placing her suitcase in a safe spot before climbing aboard. "Let us go," she declared. The Tyrannosaurus complied eagerly, charging forward. Though the ground was devoid of snow, it posed no challenge for the dinosaur, which galloped around with Qingxian on the sled, who was filled with joy despite her being blown away, necessitating a descent to retrieve it. With one hand pressing down her hat and the other gripping the sled, she resolved to wear a hat with a strap next time to prevent the wind from whisking it away. It seemed that due to Qingxian's splendid mood, the Tyrannosaurus Rex frolicked joyfully, even closing its eyes in delight. Consequently, Qingxian observed as the dinosaur, pulling the sled, plunged headlong into the thicket. After a considerable struggle, she extricated herself from beneath the overturned sled, only to find the Tyrannosaurus Rex sitting nearby, squinting with its tongue lolling out, while its massive tail thumped rhythmically against the ground. Seeing its triumphant demeanor, she playfully delivered a gentle smack to its side. "What are you so pleased about after such a mishap? If I were still alive, I might have met my demise from that fall," she remarked, as she extracted the branch that had impaled her thigh. If she were indeed a living being, that branch would have caused excruciating pain. Yet, if numbness set in, perhaps she would feel nothing at all. Gazing at the gaping wound, she noted that no blood flowed forth, merely a hint of plasma was visible. Despite her body having been lifeless for over 6 months, her blood had not completely congealed. The Tyrannosaurus Rex, noticing the injury on her thigh, approached her immediately and extended its tongue to lick the wound. Qingxian was somewhat perplexed by the dinosaur's actions. Was it attempting to comfort her? "I'm fine. You needn't worry," she reassured it as she affectionately patted its large head. After uttering those words, she gently pushed the dinosaur's head away and prepared to lower her skirt. To her astonishment, she found that the wound, which had been pierced by the branch, was gradually healing. This was undoubtedly beyond her own capabilities. Had she possessed such power, she would not be wandering about with half a face in tatters. Thus, it must be the Tyrannosaurus Rex's extraordinary ability. But was it not a power associated with thunder or electricity? In other words, the Tyrannosaurus Rex possesses dual extraordinary abilities. Furthermore, such powers are typically found only in the protagonists of apocalyptic novels. You, my friend, are quite remarkable. A veritable main character, a dog. Qingxian suddenly realized that perhaps narrating the apocalypse from the perspective of a dog might not be such a bad idea after all. She gazed at the Tyrannosaurus Rex and felt the stirrings of her professional curiosity. This notion seemed rather intriguing. With this in mind, Qingxian couldn't help but praise the dinosaur. So far, she had encountered 3 individuals who appeared to be female protagonists, one underground emperor resembling a male protagonist, and now a dog that seemed to embody the essence of a main character. But who was she? Was she merely an NPC tasked with discovering the protagonists? Pondering this, Qingxian began to stroke her chin thoughtfully. Firstly, it is undeniable that the protagonist possesses remarkable prowess. However, there lies a critical flaw. The protagonist is often surrounded by myriad events, constantly facing occurrences that happen once in a decade, century, or even millennium. While this may indeed be exhilarating from the protagonist's perspective, as they carve a bloody path through hordes of zombies, for an ordinary person like Qingxian, all she wishes for is to be rescued. Yet, protagonists in typical apocalyptic literature are seldom altruistic. They often turn a blind eye to the suffering of others. Whenever there exists even a slight threat to their own safety, they can easily disregard it. Qingxian certainly does not blame these protagonists. She merely muses at times about how different the outcome might be if such abilities were in the hands of soldiers. Yet, a tale of exhilarating adventure thrives on its thrill. In the apocalypse, human life is the most undervalued commodity. And some lives might not even hold the same worth as a loaf of bread. Moreover, human nature is the most susceptible to trials. If even the protagonists can be lured by temptation, how can ordinary individuals possibly resist? Qingxian rose to her feet and gently patted the Tyrannosaurus Rex on the head. If it were to follow someone formidable, its future would be assured. Yet, with her, even sustenance was a challenge. Tyrannosaurus, perhaps you should take your leave. Following me. You've only had your fill at one meal while the zombies that accompanied me previously have fled in search of food, Qingxian remarked earnestly. Whether human or zombie, those who followed her could achieve the remarkable feat of enduring 3 days with only 9 meals, along with the daily achievement of topping the step count in her social circle. Chapter 74. Surely, it cannot be for skiing? Upon hearing Qingxian's words, the Tyrannosaurus simply flicked its tail, showing no intention of departing. Observing its reluctance to move, Qingxian bent down to untie the ropes that bound it. After all, such items were of no use to anyone. What if this winter, Cherishing Lake froze over? Wouldn't that be an opportunity for skiing? Why hadn't she thought of it last year? Had she known, she would have asked the old ox to take her ice skating. If by September the river hadn't yet frozen, she would then opt for boating. Qingxian pondered this, adding the plan to her phone's memo. She gazed at the list of tasks she had compiled: grasslands, deserts, pristine lands, and perhaps revisiting canyons and rainforests. That seemed quite sufficient. As she scrolled through the camera on her phone, she needed to confirm the places her parents had visited. Many destinations did not appeal to her, as they seemed too cumbersome. She reassured herself that having come this far was already quite commendable. She traversed through the throngs of the undead, hoisting her suitcase as she continued westward. The further she ventured, the closer she approached an ancient capital that had stood for millennia, not the current capital, but one that had served as the seat of power in numerous dynasties. However, it was still a considerable distance from her present location, likely requiring a journey of 10 days to half a month. Qingxian would have to traverse a formidable mountain range, once teeming with wildlife, now perhaps inhabited by zombie creatures or mutated beasts. For humanity, these threats were perilous, yet for Qingxian, they appeared rather benign. The trees flanking her path were resplendent, reminiscent of the picturesque landscapes she had seen in various travel bloggers' videos. Naturally, Qingxian took a moment to organize her belongings. Her suitcase, which had begun its journey containing only a camera, was now brimming with items. As she opened her suitcase to inspect its contents, she was taken aback by the collection within. She had initially anticipated a light departure, yet along the way, she had accumulated quite a few treasures. Setting aside her books and camera, she turned her attention to the several sundresses she had prepared, each a flowing, strapless design that occupied little space. Among her belongings was also a bouquet of roses, a few of which she had reproposed as bookmarks, while the remainder had been casually stuffed into her suitcase. Initially believing the roses had withered, she was astonished to find them still vibrant, questioning if her eyes were deceiving her. She picked up the bouquet, only to discover nestled beneath it a smaller arrangement of flowers, a gift from Jiu Wanqing, which she would graciously consider keeping. Even that small bouquet seemed to exhibit a semblance of revival, leaving Qingxian utterly perplexed. She could not fathom why the flowers, which ought to have withered, were now seemingly rejuvenated. It was not until her gaze fell upon a small pouch tucked away in the corner that a glimmer of understanding flickered within her. Inside lay the shards of crystal she had collected. Could it be due to this object? Setting the flowers aside, Qingxian grasped the pouch, opened it, and spilled the fragments onto her palm. At that moment, the shards radiated a captivating glow, and even the dust, which seemed to have arisen from friction with the atmosphere, had vanished. They resembled exquisite dark pearls, yet within them flowed a substance that felt eerily familiar. It was the core. However, the core contained only a meager amount of essence, hardly in motion, unlike the vibrant energy that seemed on the verge of spilling from these crystal fragments. Qingxian began to comprehend that the cores present in the bodies of zombies and those of supernatural beings bore a striking resemblance to these crystal shards. It was precisely the energy contained within these entities that empowered the zombies and enabled humans to evolve into beings with extraordinary abilities. Even her two bouquets had thrived because of these crystal fragments. Thus, the inquiry as to why humans, upon death, transformed into zombies must also be linked to the peculiar energy within these crystals. But weren't zombies a result of a virus? Qingxian found herself ensnared in confusion once more, for her knowledge did not extend to such matters. Resolving to set aside her perplexities, she turned her attention to her book. The book, too, was crafted from plant material. Could it be that it had begun to sprout as well? With curiosity piqued, Qingxian opened her book to investigate further. Upon discovering that the rose cutting nestled within the pages of the book had indeed taken root and intertwined with the tome, Qingxian cradled the book and sought a place to dig a hole to bury it. After all, this cutting had come to life. It would flourish far better in the soil. Suddenly, she recalled the seeds tucked away in her backpack. Surely, those seeds had not sprouted as well? With this thought, Qingxian promptly bared the flower and opened her backpack, which contained only a few items: photographs of her and her parents, her mobile phone, a small comb, over a dozen packets of shampoo and body wash, and the rose seeds. In her eyes, these seeds resembled tiny pomegranates. Yet, they appeared vibrant and fresh, as if just plucked from the vine, devoid of any signs of germination, which relieved Qingxian. However, as she exhaled in relief, she was suddenly reminded that she had harvested the seeds with the intention of planting them in the future. A solitary half of the rose was flourishing beautifully. Qingxian did not feel an urge to depart, Instead, she patiently awaited the moment when this half-bloom would firmly establish itself in the earth. After several days, she observed that the branch of the half-rose had begun to sprout, confirming that it had indeed come to life. Satisfied with this revelation, Qingxian prepared to leave, her suitcase in tow. During the day, she had taken refuge beneath the tree, only venturing out in the morning, afternoon, and evening to explore. She even attempted to use a pair of skis, only to find herself waddling like a duck, prompting her to discard them immediately. While stretching on a bench, just as she bent down, she heard a rustling sound. This caused her to spring up from the bench. A vehicle was approaching. Qingxian, gripping her suitcase, dashed into the adjacent forest and crouched behind a thicket. This location was one she had envisioned as a hiding spot while standing in front of the ski resort's small square. If anyone came, she would flee to this very spot, which was several hundred meters away from the ski area. Survivors would not venture into the woods without cores, providing Qingxian with a modicum of reassurance. She crouched behind the foliage, peering through the gaps in the leaves. She could see the vehicle, which appeared somewhat familiar, as if she had seen it days prior. Once the individuals alighted from the car, Qingxian could confirm they were indeed the same group responsible for eliminating the zombie fish. Yet, she was uncertain of their purpose for being here. Surely, they were not here to ski, especially with no snow in sight. Chapter 75. The loyalty to humanity cannot be erased by a mere virus. Had Qingxian encountered this group earlier, she would not have felt such unfamiliarity. After all, she had previously gathered zombies for a party in that small town. Unbeknownst to her, the individuals she had rescued were among this very group. The leader of this squad could not have anticipated that the benefactor who had saved their lives the previous year was merely a few hundred meters away on that small hillside. Their journey from the south to the north was driven by the belief that survival would be easier in the northern regions. After all, the cold allowed food to be preserved longer, and southerners cherished winter. Yet, who could have imagined that as they traveled northward, the weather would only grow warmer? The zombies have evolved, and they have settled in the capital base. However, after more than half a year, they remain empty-handed. The land they cultivate has mutated significantly. And although there are several official bases with reserves, the members of the ability user team have been relying on the supplies provided by the base, albeit reluctantly. They possess the capability to fend for themselves, naturally choosing to reserve resources for those in need. Additionally, ability users are required to hunt zombies to obtain crystal cores. This ski resort, with its expansive terrain and clear visibility, is indeed well suited for zombie hunting, as the number of zombies is relatively low. Furthermore, the ski resort undoubtedly has a stockpile of food. Even if fresh provisions cannot be preserved, many items have a considerable shelf life. Most importantly, in this apocalyptic world, as long as food is not spoiled beyond consumption, it can be eaten. Hence, they have naturally begun to clear the zombies from this ski resort. Qingxian, initially squatting, eventually lay flat on the ground. She observed the others as they effortlessly dispatched the zombies, akin to chopping cabbage, methodically clearing the entire ski resort. Indeed, ordinary individuals would falter upon witnessing zombies charge towards them, while these formidable beings approached the task as of conquering a video game level. As the zombies grew stronger, so did they. This world has never lacked strength nor heroes. After watching for a while, Qingxian took out her phone to capture a picture before rising and departing with her suitcase. After she had been gone for half an hour, the Tyrannosaurus Rex approached, carrying an enormous white rabbit in its jaws. The rabbit was barely alive, yet not dead. The T-Rex placed the rabbit before Qingxian and nudged her gently with its long snout. The meaning is quite evident. It is preferable to consume living creatures rather than the crystalline cores. Qingxian felt that the Tyrannosaurus Rex was overly concerned about her dietary habits, yet she truly had no need for sustenance. You may indulge yourself. I genuinely do not require food, she implored with earnestness. In this post-apocalyptic world, capturing live prey was indeed a formidable challenge. Thus Qingxian believed it was entirely unnecessary to squander resources on her behalf. The Tyrannosaurus Rex fixed its gaze upon Qingxian's face, observing her intently for several minutes before discerning that she spoke the truth, prompting it to consume the rabbit. This rabbit appeared to have undergone mutations, nearly half her size. Yet, for the Tyrannosaurus Rex, it was merely a matter of a few bites. It even swallowed it whole, fur and bones alike. At that moment, Qingxian pondered whether the Tyrannosaurus Rex would evolve to the point of consuming humans. However, upon careful reflection, such a notion seemed implausible. Even if it regained some primal instincts, the ingrained loyalty to humanity within its bloodline could hardly be obliterated by a mere virus. Listening to the sound of the Tyrannosaurus Rex crunching the rabbit, Qingxian felt a slight discomfort in her mouth. Fortunately, she soon found herself on a highway. Surrounded by lush woods, the scenery quite picturesque. Perched atop her suitcase, she sheltered herself with an umbrella, yet as she gazed at the gradually darkening sky, a sense of apprehension crept into her heart. Would there be another torrential downpour? Her fears were soon validated by the sudden descent of large raindrops. The rain fell with relentless intensity, leaving Qingxian struggling to find refuge. Being a scenic route for road trips, the highway was not particularly congested. With its peak popularity occurring in the autumn, the season when this road and the surrounding mountains appeared most enchanting. However, Qingxian sat upon her suitcase, struggling to shield herself from the rain with an opened umbrella. The Tyrannosaurus, however, was far less fortunate. It crouched beside Qingxian, quickly becoming drenched by the downpour. Qingxian glanced up at the sky and then retrieved her phone to check the weather, but the distance from the base rendered any signal non-existent. The last updates were from 3 days prior, yet those tidings provided her with some insight. 3 days ago, Huashi Base had already predicted that formidable rain clouds were advancing towards their nation, which had reportedly plunged numerous countries into deluge. Accompanying the rainfall was a wave of frigid air. Once the rain fell, it would freeze upon contact. After perusing the information, Qingxian stowed her phone away in her backpack. She looked around, finding no shelter from the rain, and realized she could not remain seated indefinitely. Thus, she hoisted her suitcase and, umbrella in hand, ventured forward. As dusk descended, Qingxian finally spotted a camper van by the roadside. The door stood ajar, and within, there was no one, nor any zombies. She understood that this camper could serve as a temporary refuge. Upon entering, she noticed the Tyrannosaurus attempting to follow her and promptly halted it, insisting it shake off the water before coming inside. Obediently, the Tyrannosaurus spun around like a large top, flinging off most of the moisture before leaping into the vehicle, causing it to sway slightly from its weight. Qingxian then closed the camper door behind her. She sat within for a moment, reaching out to touch the table, which was coated in dust, and observed some bloodstains on the walls. The RV belonged to a couple, perhaps lovers or spouses. She reached for a photograph affixed to the refrigerator, depicting the two of them smiling at the camera. It seemed they had paused to rest at this location, only to have one of them succumb to the fate of a zombie. She gazed at the darkened bloodstains on the floor, trailing from the bedside to the door. As for the blood on the road outside, it had likely been washed away by the rain. Qingxian fetched a pot to collect rainwater, using it to cleanse the dust from the RV. It was not until dawn approached that she settled into the living area of the vehicle, while the Tyrannosaurus had already climbed onto the bed and fallen asleep. The not insignificant 1.5 meter double bed was barely sufficient for the Tyrannosaurus to rest upon. Indeed, even a mutated creature like the Tyrannosaurus required slumber. After sitting for a while, she made her way to the driver's compartment. Pulling back the curtain, she took her seat in the driver's seat. The car keys remained, prompting Qingxian to attempt to start the vehicle. upon igniting the engine. She glanced at the fuel gauge and discovered that only a small amount of fuel had been consumed. She refrained from driving, opting instead to turn off the engine. The ditches by the roadside flowed with water, leaving her uncertain whether this place might be submerged. However, it seemed unlikely, situated halfway up the mountain. Even in the event of a flood, this location would likely remain unscathed. Chapter 76. All good dogs. Qingxian observed the time on her phone, which had shifted from 5 in the morning to around noon. The torrential rain outside showed no signs of abating. The water in the roadside ditches had begun to surge. Clearly, the previous information had not been fabricated. It was relayed from the Huaxi base to the Hubei base. 3 days prior, she received news from within the confines of the North China base. Now, having exited its boundaries, she had yet to enter the realm of the West China base. Estimating that several hundred kilometers remained before she could access its communication zone. The torrential rain obscured visibility beyond 5 meters, while the temperature continued to plummet. Just 2 days ago, the temperature soared above 40 degrees, but since the onset of the rain yesterday, it had decreased to just over 20 degrees and was still on a downward trajectory. Qingxian remained oblivious to this drop in temperature until 3 o'clock in the afternoon, when she checked her phone and discovered that it had plummeted to a mere 10 degrees. Such a drastic decrease in temperature posed a challenge for humanity. Holding an umbrella, Qingxian exited her vehicle to inspect the tires. She found several of them deflated, appearing quite flat. Unsure of how to inflate them, she realized that she was beyond the reach of any network, rendering her unable to receive messages. Fortunately, the map function on her phone still operated, albeit only for viewing locations, proving far less effective than the modified phone her older brother had provided her. Once she ventured outside of the signal area, her phone would become nothing more than a brick. With her umbrella in hand, she crouched down to examine the deflated tires before standing up to try the doors of nearby vehicles. Having watched numerous RV travel videos, she had seen various vloggers showcase their vehicles and describe where items were stored. Thus, she hoped to find something that could assist in inflating the car's tires. However, upon opening the door of one of the vehicle's rear compartments, an arm suddenly tumbled out. Instinctively, she reached out to catch it, only to realize that the limb had decayed significantly. With her other hand, she fully opened the trunk, only to discover the female owner lying within. The woman was curled up inside, her body severely decomposed. It remained uncertain whether she had succumbed to injuries or had perished from starvation after transforming into a zombie. The Tyrannosaurus descended from the bed, and Qingxian instructed it to remain in the car before she closed the door and approached the back. Undoubtedly, this female driver must have hidden in the trunk after being unable to flee due to her injuries. Regrettably, she had not been saved. Despite Qingxian's reluctance to confront such circumstances over the past 6 months, the sudden encounter with a deceased woman did not evoke the anticipated distress within her. She carefully lifted the corpse from the trunk and emptied a plastic container filled with clothes from another trunk, placing the body inside. The relentless downpour continued to pour from the heavens, complicating her attempt to dress the corpse in clean garments. For reasons unknown, a lyric suddenly came to mind: the cold, icy rain slaps haphazardly against my face. Qingxian managed to change the deceased woman's attire, yet the heavy rain soon caused the box to accumulate water. She covered it and propped it upright to drain the excess. Strangely, it felt as though she were cooking while controlling the water. After securing the lid, rainwater could no longer penetrate the box. Qingxian dragged the container into the forest, selecting a spot with a clear view to dig a grave for burial. Those who embarked on self-driving journeys surely cherished freedom. This location boasted splendid scenery, even though the torrential rain obscured everything from view. After Qingxian buried the female driver, she plucked a rose from the bouquet and placed it upon the grave. Gazing at the modest burial site, devoid of even a tombstone, Qingxian felt that this was all she could do. With her hands clasped together, she sincerely uttered, "May you reach paradise soon," though humanity could not comprehend her words. Her heart was genuine. Once she had dealt with the driver's remains, Qingxian found herself drenched, as if she had been caught in a downpour. She looked up at the sky, where rain poured down upon her like a bucket being tipped. The sound was relentless, a cacophony of splashes. As she climbed into her vehicle, water pooled around her feet. Transforming into a water spirit, she stuck out her tongue at the T-Rex, who lay comfortably on the bed. Its fur appeared even fluffier, washed by the rain, resembling a blanket of cotton. Qingxian retrieved her shower gel and shampoo from her backpack and stood by the door to bathe, unashamed in her solitude. With the darkness of the evening encroaching, she languidly passed the day. The tires of her camper van had deflated, rendering it immobile, and the torrential rain thwarted any attempts to move forward. While she could brave the storm, her numerous heavy suitcases could not. Thus, Qingxian made herself at home in the camper, which turned into a week-long stay. Although her location was on a hillside, the incessant rain had not submerged it, but the downpour was relentless, akin to a leaky roof. Such precipitation would undoubtedly flood low-lying areas. Moreover, rumors suggested a cold front was approaching, yet Qingxian felt no chill. She glanced at her phone. At this moment, the temperature hovered around 3 degrees. Although this temperature is still within the tolerable range for humans, the relentless downpour transforms it into a calamity. On the 9th day, the rain diminished somewhat, yet the sky remained overcast, accompanied by gusts of wind. Qingxian glanced at her phone, noting that the temperature had plummeted to -5 degrees. The precipitation had ceased to be mere rain, instead resembling small chunks of ice. The little hailstones thudded against the car roof with a sharp noise. Qingxian felt she could no longer remain confined within someone else's caravan. After all, these tiny hailstones posed no lethal threat to her. Contemplating her situation, she began to gather her belongings in preparation for departure. Upon observing her actions, the Tyrannosaurus Rex immediately rose to its feet. Within the caravan, there was a bag of dog food. Qingxian had never encountered the owner's small dog, so she decided to feed it to the Tyrannosaurus Rex. However, she only managed to provide a meager bowl of dog food each day, barely sustaining the creature's life. Naturally, the Tyrannosaurus Rex spent most of its time sleeping and remained inactive. Thus, Qingxian surmised that it must realize that following her would likely lead to hunger, and it might choose to depart. After all, it could wander wherever it pleased. Qingxian first opened the umbrella and stepped outside before retrieving her suitcase. The Tyrannosaurus Rex promptly squeezed out after her, anxious not to be left behind in the caravan. Amused by its frantic demeanor, Qingxian chuckled softly. How could she ever confine a living creature to a place from which it could not escape? The previous time she closed the door was solely due to the heavy rain, and the Tyrannosaurus Rex's long fur, being a long-haired breed, was prone to getting soaked. Despite its mutated appearance, it still bore the semblance of a purebred dog. Previously, Qingxian had never troubled herself with the question of what breed the dog was. However, she no longer dwelled on it. Regardless of the breed, every dog is a good dog. In Chapter 77, she pondered whether the electricity would affect her. Clad in an outfit suitable for female drivers, she felt no disdain for it. She had also taken 2 raincoats, one enveloped her suitcase, while the other was draped over the head of the Tyrannosaurus Rex. Its size was so immense that the raincoat barely covered its head. Adorned with a delightful little yellow duck design, the raincoat looked rather charming. At that moment, the Tyrannosaurus Rex, with its head covered, appeared undeniably adorable. Qingxian took out her phone and began snapping photos of the creature. The sight of the large white dog sporting a tiny yellow duck was utterly delightful. The Tyrannosaurus Rex remained still, allowing her to capture its image, still grinning broadly at her. As Qingxian exited the RV, she made sure to close the door behind her. However, after just a few paces, she sensed something amiss. The ground had frozen over. Initially, it posed no problem. But as she proceeded, she encountered a slope and began to slip. This, however, had no bearing on the Tyrannosaurus rex, whose claws could likely scale a nearly vertical wall. Consequently, while Qingxian struggled clumsily behind it, it seemed as though her legs were borrowed from another zombie. After 3 minutes of battling against the elements, she conceded defeat. Moreover, the wind had caught her umbrella, causing her to not only fail to advance but to slide back half a meter. Ultimately, she had no choice but to stow the umbrella in her backpack and grasp the Tyrannosaurus Rex's fur. Forward, she commanded. She grasped the thick fur of the Tyrannosaurus with one hand while clutching a suitcase with the other, rendering her unable to gesture forward. Fortunately, the large canine was quite clever, tugging her along as it moved ahead. Qingxian hardly needed to walk, as she was being pulled along the ground by the dinosaur. After all, her little leather shoes offered no traction. She worried if holding onto the dinosaur's fur too tightly might cause it to shed, fearing a bald patch. Thankfully, the dinosaur's coat was robust and remained intact. As they ascended the hillside, the situation improved somewhat. However, the hail that had fallen upon the dinosaur melted into water, leaving it damp, while the hail on Qingxian showed no signs of melting. This sparked a fleeting moment of confusion for her. She quickly realized that she possessed no body heat. Her temperature mirrored that of the surrounding air. With this thought, Qingxian resolved to carry a thermometer in her pocket upon reaching the next town, allowing her to check her temperature at any moment. She removed the raincoat from her suitcase and climbed onto it, not activating the suitcase itself. Instead, with a push of her foot, it swiftly glided forward. The inertia significantly increased her speed. At this point, the surroundings became clearer. Although hail continued to fall, it was no longer pouring down like the previous heavy rain. After passing through a thicket, Qingxian recognized that she had arrived at a prime location for leaf watching. A small stream flowed beneath the road, reputed to be quite picturesque. And if fortune favored her, she might even catch a glimpse of wild moose or fragrant deer in the area. Uncertain of the reason, whenever Qingxian hears about such deer-like creatures, she feels an inexplicable aura of authoriality surrounding them. Thus, filled with anticipation, she hastens toward the source. Although the prospect of encountering a living specimen may be slim, even a glimpse of the undead would suffice. However, before she could draw near, the resonating sound of rushing water reached her ears. As she approached, the trees parted before her, revealing not the picturesque brook and tranquil pools she had envisioned, but rather a murky flood, with many trees along the banks uprooted by the force of the water. Even the roadway bore traces of water, which had begun to freeze. Fortunately, the current temperature had not dipped low enough for the floodwaters to solidify entirely. Yet, the stream that once meandered through this area had transformed into a river spanning 10 meters in width. One could only ponder if such a river would eventually evolve into a grander waterway. Qingxian continued her trek, casting her gaze toward the mountains. Although this road traverses the mountainous terrain, it was constructed along the foothills, acknowledging the ecological impact such infrastructure would have on the habitats of numerous wild creatures. Thus, the route was chosen for its lesser ecological disruption. Setting her suitcase aside by the roadside, she leaped over the culvert and peered down the slope, only to find that the valley below was engulfed in murky floodwaters, resembling a vast, brownish-yellow mirror. The once charming puddles and verdant meadows had vanished without a trace. Fortunately, before her departure, she had fully charged her suitcase and camera using the vehicle's power supply, alleviating any immediate concerns about running out of battery. Qingxian did not venture too close to the floodwaters, despite their seemingly solid appearance. She was wary of becoming the final weight that could cause the ground beneath her to collapse. She filmed those videos from several meters away. On the opposite shore, a group of zombie animals had gathered, likely drawn by the scent of blood and flesh from the Tyrannosaurus rex. Unbeknownst to them, the peril of the flood awaited. As they approached, they were swept away by the rushing waters. Yet, it was not just the opposite side that harbored these undead creatures. Even the mountainside below and behind her were teeming with them. The Tyrannosaurus had initially been guarding Qingxian's suitcase, but faced with the onslaught of zombie animals, it was compelled to take action. Qingxian, however, was not concerned for the dinosaur. Instead, she switched her camera from video mode to photo mode. The dinosaur's sleek fur bristled instantly, crackling with electric energy. Qingxian quickly picked up a piece of raincoat to place on the ground. Mindful of the conductivity of water and uncertain whether the electricity might pose a threat to her. Fortunately, her worries proved unfounded, as the Tyrannosaurus adept controlled its powers. Each arc of electricity struck the zombie animals with precision. As the bolts impacted, the heads of the creatures exploded instantaneously. Qingxian even wondered if the Tyrannosaurus had secretly stuffed explosives into their skulls. This dinosaur was truly formidable. Yet, she pondered how long it might take for the floodwaters to recede. As she put away her camera, she noticed that the hail had finally ceased. This prompted her to gaze up at the sky, but the thick clouds remained unyielding. A gust of wind stirred, and as she observed the splashes of water, she was astonished to see them transform into ice in midair. How cold must it be for water to freeze so abruptly? Qingxian retrieved her camera once more, activated the recording function, and placed it atop her suitcase. In truth, she had long been preparing for this moment. Since the splashes of water could freeze swiftly in the air, it was conceivable that the floods might also succumb to ice, albeit not in a fleeting manner. Yet, the frigid air did not compel Qingxian to wait for long. In less than half an hour, the water flow diminished significantly. Unable to resist the temptation, Qingxian glanced up at the mountains and noticed that the trees had begun to don a frosty white coat, as though a generous sprinkle of powdered sugar had been cast upon them. Chapter 78. Now, the ice-cold corpse, rigid as a board around 4 o'clock in the afternoon. As dusk approached, the flood, spanning 10 meters in width, had been entirely frozen by the cold air. Although the current had considerably slowed, it still gurgled with a lively sound. Thus, the frozen scene resembled a brownish-yellow road adorned with numerous small mounds. As Qingxian gazed upon it, it appeared as if jelly were cascading down from the mountain. However, she understood that this was her opportune moment to cross. She promptly seized her camera, grasped her suitcase, and ventured toward the opposite bank of the river. Yet, upon reaching the small bridge, Qingxian first lifted a stone and hurled it across. The stone struck the icy surface, producing a shower of sugar flakes before sliding away into the distance. It seemed the ice was quite sturdy. After successfully transporting her suitcase to the other side, she cradled her camera and captured the scene below. Where the flood had ravaged, the trees lay toppled, revealing the formidable destructive power of the water. Looking further down, the view was unobstructed. The flood, akin to a reckless brute, disregarded the original stream bed and barreled through, demolishing a vast expanse of forest. Thus, from this vantage point, one could behold an expansive sea of water. This scene was not an ocean but rather an expansive ice surface. After capturing the moment, Qingxian switched off her camera and traversed the frozen expanse. The Tyrannosaurus Rex approached, yet she noticed that the creature's fur had also become encased in ice. Even the mutated superpowered dog, with its damp fur, was unable to generate warmth in this frigid environment. Qingxian reached out and patted its head. It was as hard as stone. If warmth was not procured soon, the Tyrannosaurus would likely succumb to the cold. Consulting her map, she spotted a town located several kilometers ahead at the foot of the mountains. Without hesitation, she grabbed her suitcase and, with the T-Rex in tow, made her way toward that destination. The creature required both warmth and sustenance. This was the fastest she had run, aside from fleeing for her life. Upon reaching the town, Qingxian did not detect the scent of any living beings, which offered her some solace. However, the presence of numerous zombies was undeniable, as this area was a tourist destination, naturally attracting a significant number of visitors. She sought out a well-insulated dwelling and ushered the T-Rex inside. Her immediate goal was to locate a lighter and an axe. Unfortunately, the sofa, which could not generate heat, proved ineffective. Qingxian swung her axe decisively at the sofa, gathering anything that could ignite. With the lighter in hand, she set the pile of chopped sofa pieces ablaze. Uncertain of how long the cold would linger, she resolved to conserve the fire, while she distanced herself from the flames. The T-Rex leaned closer. Within moments, steam began to rise from its body, resembling a colossal steamer. Observing the creature crouched beside the fire, a relieved smile finally graced Qingxian's face. As she basked in the warmth of the fire, Qingxian decided to venture out in search of dog food or any edible provisions in the town. Upon standing, the Tyrannosaurus Rex followed suit, prompting her to offer some words of comfort. Such a large frame, yet so timid. Qingxian opened the door and stepped outside, only to find a throng of zombies congregating around the entrance. Nevertheless, she felt no concern for the safety of her companion and made her way towards the supermarket, where such supplies were likely to be found. Approaching the entrance, she suddenly felt an inexplicable hesitation in her legs, as if they were burdened by an invisible weight. Initially dismissing the sensation as a mere figment of her imagination, she soon realized that her limbs had stiffened, rendering even the simplest movements a challenge. It dawned on her that the temperature had plummeted to levels beyond the zombies' endurance. Indeed, the undead stood frozen in place, resembling popsicles in the frigid air. Inside the supermarket, an array of goods awaited her, including sausages and various other items. After a brief exploration, she gathered several bags of dog food and filled her cart with sausages from the shelves. However, her pace began to slow, and she felt a strange rigidity overtaking her body, as if she were transforming into wood. How frigid could it be? This marked the first time in over half a year that she truly sensed the cold. Midway through her journey, she found herself unable to move any further. As she was laid upon the floor, the sound of bricks striking the ground echoed in her ears. No longer merely a cold corpse, she had become a stiff, icy shell of her former self. The Tyrannosaurus Rex, displaying remarkable intelligence, even understood how to open and close doors. It gently nudged Qingxian towards the warmth of the fire. She settled beside Qingxian, tearing open a bag of dog food and began to eat with unrestrained appetite. Clearly famished, Qingxian stood like a statue by the fire. It was not until 10 minutes later, when she could finally move, that she plopped down beside it. She also dragged her suitcase closer to the bonfire, wary of the frigid weather that might spoil her precious belongings. Even without checking her phone for the temperature, she surmised it must be well below freezing. Approaching the window, she glanced outside and noticed that the zombies at the door had become motionless. As for her plans to visit Autumn Color Lake in September, it was evident that she would not reach her destination, given that the distance from here to the lake was nearly 5,000 kilometers. Furthermore, it was already mid-July, with nothing much to occupy her time. Qingxian began to dismantle anything combustible from upstairs to ensure the fire would not extinguish. She felt relatively fine, however. The Tyrannosaurus couldn't stray too far from the warmth. Thus, this task fell solely upon her. Later, she rummaged through the wardrobe, retrieving several blankets for the Tyrannosaurus. She then donned a padded coat and slipped on warm boots. Fortunately, this region had been quite cold before the apocalypse, so various warming items were still available. She even stumbled upon thermal foil. Unsure of its efficacy on her undead form, she wrapped herself in it before finally donning her thick clothing and shoes to venture out. This time, she intended to bring back a greater supply of dog food and other edibles for the Tyrannosaurus, as she had no desire to venture out daily, only to freeze into a popsicle. Perhaps this time she took ample precautions against the cold. In any case, she no longer felt like a popsicle as before. This brought great joy to Qingxian. Indeed splendid. The Tyrannosaurus Rex still required hydration. While casually exploring, she intended to check if there were any other supermarkets in the small town. Just as she prepared to investigate further, an object suddenly crashed down before her, demolishing the houses in its path. Dust billowed into the air, and through the haze, Qingxian glimpsed the silhouette of a figure nearly 2 meters tall. It bore no scent, an undead creature. Chapter 79. You Thieving Dog Stealer, Halt! Qingxian fixed her gaze upon the zombie, adopting the strategy of remaining motionless as long as the enemy did. As the dust settled, she finally discerned the true visage of the creature. It was entirely unclothed, its skin resembling a black plastic suit, reflecting light ominously. Its eyes appeared peculiarly white, and its mouth stretched grotesquely. Qingxian felt an unsettling familiarity with this zombie, as if she had encountered it somewhere before. It wasn't until the creature slightly parted its lips that she suddenly recalled it bore a resemblance to venom. Yet, it was not an exact match. Rather, it resembled a sun-baked individual of deep complexion. The zombie uttered a few words, leaving Qingxian utterly perplexed. She could not comprehend its speech. This was a foreign zombie. Indeed, this area was far too close to the border, even with officials stationed in these regions. A complete blockade was unfeasible. She never anticipated that zombies could be smuggled across the border. As if that were not enough, this particular fellow had transformed into such a state. Stronger, yet somehow bold. As Qingxian observed its agile movements, it seemed unaffected by the chill in the air. This suggested that the foreign zombie had evolved to another extreme in the cold. If such an evolution meant becoming a grotesque creature unperturbed by the cold, Qingxian certainly would not welcome it. Communication between the two zombies was evidently futile, as she could not comprehend their utterances, nor they hers. However, it was clear to her that this particular zombie was headed towards the Tyrannosaurus Rex, the sole living creature in the vicinity. Sure enough, upon realizing their inability to communicate, the zombie turned its attention towards the direction where the dinosaur resided. As the zombie vanished from her sight, it dawned on Qingxian that it was indeed making its way toward the Tyrannosaurus. Frustrated, she cast her gloves to the ground, only to retrieve them moments later, dashing towards the building. That's someone else's dog. You thieving wretch, halt! She thought. Had she ever risked her life for anyone? Certainly not, yet here she was, perilously striving for a mere dog. Night had fallen, and the temperature outside was uncertain. Indeed, seeking a peaceful journey in a post-apocalyptic world was not as simple as it seemed. After all, even in times of peace, one would encounter myriad challenges. Qingxian pursued the creature, and upon her arrival, she discovered the zombie was attempting to breach the door. Anxiously, she rushed toward the nearly 2-meter-tall zombie, grasping it in a moment of desperation. However, the texture of its hand felt disturbingly wrong. Nevertheless, she tugged at the zombie with all her might. I understand your hunger and your desire for living prey, yet that dog belongs to me, and you are forbidden to lay a finger on it. Let me make it clear that I am acquainted with not only a few formidable zombies but also several remarkable humans. Should you dare to harm even a single hair on my dog, I shall summon those zombies and humans to pursue you relentlessly. Qingxian dragged the creature backward, incessantly warning the zombie. What have these foreign zombies consumed to evolve into such terrifying beings? It is said that one should refrain from consuming everything indiscriminately, clearly. Such choices lead to dire consequences. Qingxian pondered how long the Tyrannosaurus rex could survive in this frigid climate after its escape. Presently, the dinosaur found itself unable to depart from the flames. Without Qingxian's obstruction, the zombie resumed its assault on the door. Meanwhile, the Tyrannosaurus rex remained vigilant, its fur standing on end, emitting low growls of alertness. Qingxian scanned her surroundings, failing to locate any suitable weapon. A firearm? No. That would be of no use against such advanced zombies. After much contemplation, her gaze fell upon the blazing fire. Seizing a burning leg of a stool, she made her way toward the entrance. Just as the zombie was about to breach the door, Qingxian flung it open. A gust of cold wind rushed in, momentarily extinguishing the flame in her hand. Yet, without a hint of hesitation, she thrust the flaming stool leg directly into the zombie's mouth. Zombies, whether advanced or ordinary, are instinctively averse to high temperatures, a fact that is inescapable. However, Qingxian never anticipated that the burning leg of the stool she had inserted would possess such formidable power. As soon as the spark met the zombie, it ignited like a methane pool. In an instant, the advanced zombie was engulfed by flames. Qingxian could only hear its dreadful screams before it was completely consumed by fire. Even after it staggered back a few steps, it erupted in an explosion. With a resounding boom, the flames shot up to the heavens before extinguishing just as swiftly. All that remained in the spot where the zombie once stood was a heap of charred remnants, leaving Qingxian taken aback. She had sensed something amiss when she grasped the zombie's hand moments ago. Whether human or zombie, one could typically feel the bones. Yet, when she held this zombie, its hand felt as if it were devoid of bones. Initially, she thought that if the flesh inside had decayed, it might have become highly flammable. Little did she realize it would explode instead, as if the creature harbored an abundance of hydrogen within. Qingxian felt no pain, thus unaware that she had already been affected. When she looked down to find her cotton coat ablaze, panic surged through her, prompting her to slap it vigorously before dropping to the ground and rolling to extinguish the flames. Not only was her coat scorched, but her long hair also suffered significant damage from the fire. She lay on the ground, distraught. She cherished her flowing locks, now singed by the fiery tongues. They appeared unkempt. Yet, her body had long since lost the ability to regenerate, meaning her hair would not grow back. Qingxian had little to boast about. But as a night owl, she took pride in her long, lustrous black hair. Now, engulfed by flames, Qingxian lay on the ground, reluctant to move. The Tyrannosaurus rex ventured out of the room, searching through the pile of ashes. Before long, it returned, clutching a crystal core in its jaws. Qingxian, no longer prone, noticed that the door was swaying precariously, as if a gentle push would cause it to collapse. A cold wind incessantly swept into the room, threatening to extinguish the fire she had so laboriously kindled. With no other option, she sought out nails and wooden planks to secure the door. After all, she could always exit through the side door. The temperature within this room must not dissipate. She added more firewood to the blaze before rising to search for a mirror and scissors. Although she cherished her hair, the prospect of having singed strands clinging stiffly to her scalp was far from appealing. Upon finding the mirror, she observed that the hair framing her face had shriveled due to the intense heat. With great care, she began to trim the scorched ends. After more than 10 minutes, she managed to sever the burnt locks, relieved that she had not gone bald. The hair on her forehead had been shielded by a hat and remained unscathed. It was only the strands by her ears that required complete removal. Chapter 80. She was merely acting in self-defense, having ingested the crystal core. Qingxian noticed that the Tyrannosaurus rex seemed to have grown larger, indicating a possible advancement in its evolution. She took out her phone to check the time. August was fast approaching. With no time left to spare, Qingxian resolved to depart. After several days of aimless wandering, she had acclimated to the external temperature. Thus, she prepared herself for departure, fully equipped, with several rolls of thermal foil tucked away in her suitcase. Over the past few days, the Tyrannosaurus rex had also adjusted to the frigid climate. It is inherently a sled dog, remarkably resilient to cold. Previously, it had become rigid from the frost, a consequence of its fur being thoroughly soaked, which rendered it susceptible to hypothermia. However, now, observing its fluffy appearance brings a sense of warmth. Qingxian pondered for a moment before venturing out to explore whether this quaint town offered sledding or small carts suitable for harnessing onto the Tyrannosaurus rex. This would undoubtedly expedite her journey. As Qingxian wandered through the town with the Tyrannosaurus rex, she discovered that indeed, there was a sledding activity available. Yet, upon reflection, she concluded that in other locales, wheeled options would be more appropriate. After much contemplation, Qingxian reasoned that sleds could also glide over the ground. Consequently, she selected a splendid sled. However, the dogs available to pull it were not as large as the Tyrannosaurus rex, prompting Qingxian to assemble one herself. After dedicating an entire morning to the task, she successfully completed the sled. This sled was not only capable of accommodating a passenger, but also featured a rear cargo rack. Without hesitation, Qingxian rummaged through the dog food supplies in the town, filling boxes and securing them to the cargo rack. Next came the water. Albeit it had already frozen, meaning the Tyrannosaurus rex would have to consume it as ice. Once all these preparations were in place, Qingxian settled onto the sled. With the Tyrannosaurus rex in tow, her speed significantly increased. Within just 2 days, Qingxian's phone entered the signal range of the Huaxi base. Her phone incessantly chimed, making it impossible to ignore. She instructed the Tyrannosaurus rex to slow down, allowing her to retrieve her phone and discover multiple notifications from the base. Qingxian diligently reviewed each message one by one. The earliest notification advised all survivors at various bases to take measures for warmth and to refrain from unnecessary outings, remaining within their rooms. As for meals, the authorities will provide sustenance uniformly, while predictions indicated that the cold spell would persist for over 3 months. After reading the first notification, Qingxian turned her attention to the second. This piece of news pertained to the abilities of the special teams. They were currently prohibited from leaving the base at will. Should they wish to exit, it was mandatory for a fire-type ability user to accompany them, as such individuals could generate thermal energy for their team members. The ability teams had become the primary force in combating zombies. And while the authorities offered a degree of leniency, they also bore responsibility for the lives of these individuals. The third notification left Qingxian somewhat stunned. It conveyed that over 20 days prior, a certain nation had employed chemical agents to exterminate zombies, resorting to weapons prohibited worldwide. Consequently, the zombies from that country had mutated, exhibiting formidable combat capabilities. No one from her nation had yet encountered them directly. Accompanying the report was a blurred photograph, capturing only a distant silhouette in black. As Qingxian scrutinized the image, she instantly recognized it as the very zombie she had incinerated just days before. This report had been released a fortnight ago, coinciding with the day she first encountered the RV. In a span of merely half a month, this zombie had traversed over 10,000 kilometers to reach this location. Qingxian pondered the astonishing speed of the creature. With such swiftness, it could have traversed the entire nation multiple times over in the past 6 months. She swiftly dismissed the 3 notifications, noting that the final one had been issued for days prior, the day after her arrival in this quaint town. The content caused Qingxian to shudder. She never anticipated that the authorities had actually detected this zombie. Furthermore, they were acutely aware of its demise. They simply did not know whether it had been killed by a human or by a high-level zombie. Thus, this information was disseminated to inform the populace that anyone who had slain the creature could seek confirmation from the officials. However, the location of its destruction was not disclosed. A precautionary measure to prevent impersonation. If no one comes forward to claim it, it is highly likely that the zombie was killed by another zombie. Qingxian stared at her phone. This was news from 4 days prior. However, the individual responsible for the zombie's death would not come forward. For it was not a human who had delivered the fatal blow. Moreover, it could hardly be said that she had killed it. She had merely acted in self-defense, having struck it with a flaming chair leg. Would anyone believe her if she claimed to have set the zombie ablaze? After perusing the news, she gazed at her phone for a moment before promptly shutting it down. The signal on this device was not the same as before. If, half a month ago, all bases had instructed the ability user teams to remain within their confines, then those who had ventured outside could potentially be responsible for the zombie's death. Yet, the authorities would not have needed to release this information, as they should have been aware of which teams had departed. But what if other ability users had taken it upon themselves to establish dominion? After all, in apocalyptic narratives, those who assume the role of protagonists are unlikely to submit to subservience. Given the numerous individuals she had encountered who appeared to be protagonists in this desolate world, Qingxian felt that encountering a few more did not seem out of the ordinary. However, such matters may not be fully comprehended by the authorities. After all, the current phone was refurbished by someone from the black market, and she is uncertain about the source of the signal. In the past, with billions of people, the government would not deliberately target these signals. Yet now, in this nation where the number of survivors is a mystery, signals lingering outside the base are surely being monitored by the officials. Those who dare to roam in this apocalyptic world are likely individuals that the government wishes to recruit. Qingxian switched off her phone, finally exhaling in relief. Regardless of the outcome, it is always prudent to exercise caution. This thought left Qingxian feeling somewhat perplexed. Could it be merely her imagination? Yet she had indeed heard it. As the Tyrannosaurus Rex led her across a grand bridge, she discovered that beneath it lay a railway. She gazed upwards towards the source of the sound and beheld an aging green locomotive. This train was coal-powered, an antiquity she had only learned about in her parents' conversations. However, this was her first encounter with such a relic. The locomotive's front had been crumpled in an accident, though the rear had been reinforced. The windshield was coated in a layer of frost, obscuring the view within. Yet, since the train was in motion, it implied the presence of passengers aboard. Reflecting on this, she realized that a train could serve as an excellent refuge in this desolate world. After all, a train could be transformed into a mobile dwelling, far superior to a motorhome. Qingxian watched the train pass beneath the bridge, curious about the number of souls aboard. The absence of any fragrance suggested that the train was well sealed, likely having undergone extensive modifications over the past 6 months. Chapter 81. Collaboration is unnecessary, Qingxian observed as the train slowly traversed beneath the bridge, uncertain of the identities of those aboard. However, she was convinced that they were individuals she could not afford to provoke. Disregarding the train, she urged the Tyrannosaurus Rex to continue its path. The creature complied without hesitation. Intrigued by its obedience, Qingxian marveled at the fact that the dinosaur could comprehend her words, truly remarkable. Initially, she had contemplated releasing the Tyrannosaurus, but in this world, its formidable presence assured her of its safety. Yet, she had previously told the zombie that the Tyrannosaurus was her dog. Having made that declaration, retracting it now seemed unthinkable. In the dinosaur's mind, if she were to let it go, it might perceive that she had abandoned it. Qingxian could effortlessly sever ties with a person, forsaking friendship or love. Yet, when it came to a small creature, such as a dog or cat, she found it far more challenging to part ways. Meanwhile, inside the train, a young man addressed the man seated at the bar, sipping his drink. "Captain, I believe I spotted someone on the bridge we just crossed, though I cannot discern whether they are human or a zombie." Beside him sat a strikingly beautiful woman, the captain's girlfriend. The young man's gaze remained fixed upon the carpet beneath them, avoiding the two. Is it truly impossible to tell if it is a human or a zombie? In these times, who would dare venture out alone? If there truly is such a person, I would relish the opportunity to meet them. Upon hearing his subordinate's words, the captain slammed his glass down onto the table, causing a splash of liquor to leap from the cup and onto the surface. The woman beside the man, noticing his inclination to engage with that individual, reached out to rest her hand on his arm. Are you truly hoping to recruit others as your comrades? Spare them this burden. Not everyone is eager to board our train, she remarked, her voice melodious. Upon uttering these words, she instructed the young man to hold the train for a moment. The young man promptly complied and brought the train to a stop. Observing his girlfriend's words, the man could not help but exclaim, "Aru, you fail to grasp the reality of our world. It is imperative to gather resources. Although we have modified this train, the sheer number of passengers necessitates ample provisions. Only those of formidable strength can navigate this apocalypse alone. But if they possess such prowess, why would they choose to serve under you, Qingxian? We must proceed with utmost caution," Aru countered, shaking her head. While she acknowledged the truth in Qingxian's assertions, she was acutely aware that their train was not the sole vessel harboring those with extraordinary abilities. Despite Qingxian's powers being relatively advanced, the prospect of encountering even stronger individuals loomed ominously. Particularly troubling was the information they had received prior to their journey from the Northeast base, which spoke of mutated zombies. Official assessments indicated that only a level 4 ability user could contend with such a creature. Alarmingly, for days prior, that very zombie had perished, an entity that could only be vanquished by a level 4 user, now deceased. Qingxian, possessing only level 3 abilities, had yet to ascend, despite the potential for imminent advancement. Should that formidable zombie fixate on their train, the lives of the over 50 passengers aboard would hang perilously in the balance. Over the past 6 months, Brother Shin has indeed been the pillar of this train, safeguarding the lives of more than 50 passengers aboard. I understand that halting the train merely to observe is insufficient. Brother Shin smiled, offering solace to Aru. Regardless of the circumstances, his most cherished individual remains Aru. However, as Brother Shin led the group off the train and onto the bridge, no one was in sight. Yet, one individual discovered traces upon the ground. Due to the frigid air and the preceding heavy rainfall, the moisture on the surface had frozen, resulting in a layer of ice approximately 3 centimeters thick. Should anyone have traversed this path, their footprints would undoubtedly be evident. Yet, the ground only bore the imprints of animal paws and 2 broad streaks akin to handprints, devoid of any human tracks. This suggests that the individual must have been seated upon something resembling a sled. The paw prints indicate the presence of creatures such as dogs, wolves, or tigers, and their substantial size hints at a mutant species. The person crouched down, scrutinizing the traces on the ground. Such footprints could belong to a medium or large-sized dog that had undergone mutation. These mutated canines are often imbued with ferocity and may pose a threat to humans. Consequently, individuals wishing to keep pets must register at a designated facility, where they are also required to administer tranquilizers. Animals exhibiting feral traits are inherently perilous. Generally, the only mutated creatures that can be tamed by humans are those raised from a young age, forming profound bonds with their owners. Nevertheless, even under such circumstances, instances of mutated pets turning aggressive against their owners are not uncommon. Let us proceed, since that individual dares to venture alone. It is evident that collaboration with others is unnecessary. As Xinger observed the traces on the ground, he turned and departed. Their footwear, designed with anti-slip features, ensured stability even on the frozen surface, unlike Yu Qingxian, who advanced 3 steps only to retreat 2, resembling a clumsy dance. Unbeknownst to her, The train had come to a halt. She proceeded across the bridge and began her descent. After traversing nearly a kilometre, Qingxian found herself nearly parallel to the railway. She was initially puzzled by the sudden silence of the train, but did not allow it to deter her. Hence, she secured the iron net in place. Qingxian hesitated to open her suitcase to retrieve her camera, for she had warmed it with a torch, wrapped it in thermal foil, and encased it in her down jacket. Whether the camera would remain unscathed was uncertain. However, she discovered that her mobile phone was remarkably resilient to the cold. Even in sub-zero temperatures, it functioned seamlessly. This realization led her to regard the phone repairman with newfound respect. Feeling that the 2 boxes of medicine he provided were a mere token of appreciation, at least a whole box would have been more fitting. As she pondered this, the sound of the train reached her ears once more, this time approaching from behind. In mere seconds, it covered the short distance of less than 2 kilometers. Catching up to her swiftly. The occupants of the train could not discern Qingxian clearly, yet she locked eyes with a couple through the glass. Albeit perhaps this was a one-sided gaze. Alarmed that they might halt the train again, she urged the Tyrannosaurus to quicken its pace, for a few kilometers ahead. The road would diverge from the railway. Upon hearing Qingxian urging it to accelerate, the Tyrannosaurus Rex joyfully dashed forward. The speed was such that Qingxian felt as though they were riding in a small car on the highway. It turned out that the Tyrannosaurus Rex was indeed remarkably swift. Meanwhile, on the train, Xinji and Aruo took notice of the fleeting sight of a large white dog and sled. "I think I just made eye contact with the person on the sled," Aruo remarked. Although they were quite distant, she felt a connection in their gaze. "I share that sentiment. They seem to be quite formidable," Xinji